Chapter 391, Declarations. On the 15th day of the 4th month of the year 1052, the Central European Empire declared war on the Western Confederation. The declaration followed a diplomatic exchange, although it had not been a very long one. The Empire accused the Brotherhood of Violets of raiding in its territory, of mass murder, theft and destruction of property. The Western Confederation refused to recognize the charges and extradite its leadership. It was communicated to the Empire that if this had not happened on imperial territory and the truth was thus somewhat muddled, they would be prosecuting imperial officials and soldiers for murder of their citizens. The Brotherhood still might. The Empire published their evidence and the correspondence with the Western Confederation, calling its allies to war in response to the attack on their territory. For Regina, it was April of 3089 CE. She had spent more than half of her time since she hatched as Empress, a startling realization to make. Even more startling was only how much the Empire had already changed in a few years. They had come so far. The dwarves in the mountains acknowledged their call and started scrambling fighters to send to the Empire in accordance with their treaty obligations. The gnomes were in the process of being integrated into the Empire proper, so any diplomatic exchange was mostly nominal. Their military was already mobilizing, and many of their soldiers had been integrated into the imperial army. The elves acknowledged receipt and their diplomats assured the imperial ambassador that they would carefully look at all provided evidence. What their reaction would be, though, would be decided at the next political assembly. The Empire also sent notices to all other surrounding countries, including the Eternal Dark. It did not call on the Eternal Dark for military aid, since they did not have a formal alliance, of course. Plans had been prepared, and the imperial military started moving. On the 18th day of the 4th month, the Kingdom of Asaman officially declared war on the Central European Empire and its allies, the Gnomish Confederation of the East and the Dwarfs of the Great Mountains, their phrasing. This followed the terms of an alliance with the Western Confederation, joining them in the war. No one was actually surprised. At least, Regina didn't think so. She had called the survivors of the massacre and their families, those people that would come, to the capital. A few had accepted her invitation. They were sitting in the first row when she gave a speech explaining what had happened and the war that was now starting to the court and the people of the Empire. The government had already ensured that transcripts of it would appear in the newspapers, though those were still rather new and limited to a few cities. Word would spread by messengers and town criers. The speech itself passed in a blur for Regina. She had thought about it off and on for months, really, and drafted and redrafted parts. It had undergone another draft in recent days and a checkup after the official diplomatic exchange. The words were almost meaningless to Regina as she actually said them, but the emotions of her hive and the crowd carried her. She was fairly sure she had still managed to convey the appropriate feelings at the appropriate places. The shouting from the crowd reached a fever pitch at the end of the speech, and she had to withdraw a little from the psychic link so she wasn't overwhelmed by the sensation from all of the drones around her. Her name was chanted by some people, she noticed. There were calls for the Empire and against their enemies. Regina only noticed she had a slight smile on her face when Max nudged her through the psychic link. Unfortunately, it wasn't all patriotic fervor and righteous revenge/justice for their enemies' transgressions. They had prepared for this eventuality for months, but even the best-laid plans weren't perfect. Regina had to spend a lot of time in meetings discussing details and changes, frantically allocating resources where they needed to be and shuffling around people and appointments. The fact that all this followed on the heels of the conflict in the East and they still had to hold Prekin made it harder. There was also some friction in her inner circle, which Regina really should have anticipated, but which still caught her a little by surprise. Janice wanted to personally lead the charge. Although, that wasn't really true. Janice didn't really want to wage war, but she considered it her duty and thought it would be for the best if she did. She'd done it with the gnomes and succeeded, Janice argued. Politically, she had a good point. But Regina also couldn't afford to risk her heir too much, even if she had been willing to do it on a personal level. They would have to find a compromise that she suspected would have to be adjusted as the war went on. Max was also uneasy at remaining behind, although at least he understood why and didn't complain about staying with her. He just tried to increase all of the security arrangements to a downright stifling level. Tim was like Janice, except still in the East. He offered to go wherever he was needed, what she suspected was code for wherever the fighting would be heaviest. For now, she told him to stay and focus on the Esseman. What surprised Regina the most was Kiera's reaction. She really should have remembered that her friend was a bit of a warrior queen who'd led soldiers in battle before. If they'd still been using the old system, Kiera would have led Cernlia's men. They were now part of the unified imperial military with its own officers, but Kiera still wanted to do her part. At least no one seemed to even consider the option that Regina should go and fight, or travel at all. She wasn't quite sure how she felt about that. A part of her did feel like she should contribute, especially if they all did. I can fight. It's been a while, but I'm stronger now. I'm high level and I have effectively unlimited mana. I think I could turn a battle in our favor. The rest of her understood why it wasn't an option. Someone had to run the empire and make the important decisions, and she'd built up a government apparatus that couldn't just travel with her. And Regina did understand that she had a duty to protect her own life, given what her death would mean, especially to the Hive. Regina was level 71 now, having finally advanced again a while ago. It had only been a bit more than a month, she'd been stuck on level 70 for several months. Of course, her level was high enough now that it wasn't easy to increase. She was pretty sure that she needed to grow her hive to really start leveling again. She was hoping for another spell, finally, at the next level. It didn't seem like she would get new swarm templates, now that she could basically make her own, and it would probably be another few levels before she unlocked another inner hive template. Regina idly wondered if Lion would be scrambling to come up with something new. They hadn't heard from Lion in a while. Yet another thing to consider, now that the war had started, it might be good to speak to her. Now that they were at war, Regina was also growing the hive again. She still didn't go all out, if nothing else, that would probably decrease her immediately available capacities, since they needed infrastructure and sapient drones to watch over the new additions. It was better to ramp it up gradually and adjust the makeup of the new eggs to match what they needed. Since they currently housed no drone breeders in the capital, a conscious decision to keep them as hidden and inaccessible as possible, Regina also did her own part to contribute. It almost felt good to produce a bunch of eggs again. I wonder what that says about me. Probably nothing I like. She sighed and submerged herself in the warm water of her bath, watching bubbles escape to the surface. A side effect of her stronger body was that she could hold her breath for several minutes easily now. Regina stretched underwater and got comfortable at the bottom of the pool. It was technically a bathtub inset in the floor, but big enough that she could stretch out in both directions. The only luxury about her current accommodations she really appreciated, although she'd been too busy to take advantage of it recently. She'd decided to do that now, though, to help with the faint ache in her core, to Ira's quiet approval. When she surfaced again and laid her head on the edge, another drone, Kay, quietly stepped up to wash her hair. Regina closed her eyes, no longer feeling embarrassed or unsure about it. This kind of thing, attending her in the bath, was still something only her drone attendants did, including those who'd evolved from that class. She was pretty sure they guarded the privilege fiercely, although Ira no longer did most of it due to her other work, she still showed up to help occasionally. The most important and necessary task was cleaning her wings, which Regina couldn't do herself. That was why she'd let them do all that in the first place. She ducked back into the water, then stood up, stretching out her wings slightly. They were stiff, and she tried to rotate them a little to help, but it was still a bit uncomfortable. I really need to fly again. Maybe see how far up I can go? She mused as Kay started carefully using soapy water to rinse her wings and the joints where they met her back. To distract herself, she pulled up her status screen and looked at it again. Regina. Hive Queen. Level, 71. Mana, 45382/69750. Hive, 4172/4865, 5. Swarm, 810250/138500000, 400. Con, 18. STR, 17. Dex, 17. End 19. Int 38. Wis 38. The biggest issue remained how close her inner hive number was to the limit, even though it had been raised with her last level. There were probably many more swarm drones evolving to sapience in her future. Her mana pool was quite big, and she didn't remember the last time it had been close to drained. New eggs would slow down her mana regeneration again, of course, but it should still be fine. Maybe Regina should think further about how to use it to help. She would be able to conjure a lot of stuff with that mana, if nothing else. She shook herself out of the thought as Kay stepped back and she finally left the bath, grabbing a towel and using a bit of that mana to dry her hair. "Thank you," she said. "My pleasure, Mother." Kay smiled tentatively. It was about time for the wings. "Do you want me to do your hair?" Regina swallowed a comment and nodded. "Yes. I think I want to wear it up. With the crown today. And maybe the pearls from Tim if it goes with the outfit." She'd already chosen that outfit, and put it on quickly with a bit of help. It was a gown today, but Regina had decided wearing a dress didn't mean she couldn't look appropriately martial. The black and dark blue coloring with hints of gold looked somber and serious, the cut evoked a military uniform, and the skirt was loose enough to drape artfully but not too long so it wouldn't tangle if she had to run. Regina let Kay put on a hint of makeup, slid on a few rings and a bracelet, and then sat down to have her hair braided. The crown was carefully placed on it and she checked the mirror. All the while, she tried not to think about the occasion. Max and Ben met her as she stepped out of her rooms, Ira coming up behind them. She couldn't help the thought that they also looked quite serious and almost dangerous. They'd grown a lot. Well, they both towered over her and most other people at court. Regina herself was, by now, tall for a woman but not outstandingly so, and she didn't think she'd grown any taller, although Max was the tallest. They were both in dress uniforms, Max in the Star Guards as their commanding officer, while Ben was, of course, the Marshal of the Empire, and the only person with 5 stars as an insignia. "Ready?" Regina asked. Looking forward to it, Max answered with a faint grin. They departed, Ira maneuvering to fall into step beside Regina and assuring her that everything was going as planned. She fell back a little before they entered through the double doors to their destination. The large hall was technically a ballroom, though it wasn't often used for balls these days. Currently, it was crowded, with people of the court and others who'd come from the city. She noted a particular group of guests and smiled slightly. The noise in the room rose as they entered, then fell again. Regina walked to the head of the room, before her throne, though she didn't sit yet. She glanced around, noting the rows of guards. More than usual, no wonder people were curious. Janice was waiting for her, smiling. Kiera had been talking to June and now gave her a nod. Regina nodded back before turning to the crowd and stepping forward. She raised a hand, waiting for silence to descend. "People of the Empire. My people," she began. "The Empire is at war, a war that we all know will shape the future of this continent. Many of you must be anxious." She continued for a bit, reassuring them, reminding them of why they fought, and reporting on the good progress the army had made without going into too much detail. The speech was not long, but it clearly built to a point, and she could sense their anticipation. "This is a fight not just for our murdered civilians or the insults the enemy has dealt us," she said. "It is not just about the attacks on our family, on Princess Janice, Princess June, and even young Prince Robin, a toddler who certainly cannot hurt anyone. It is a fight for the future of our civilization. Our values. A fight in which the enemy is insidious, willing to resort to anything to accomplish their goals, be it killing children, or turning what we hold dear against us. And they cloak themselves in a veneer of righteousness. Because they are doing the will of the gods, they say, anything they do is permissible and indeed good. But that, my people, is not the truth of things. We are not helpless against this bile slithering into what we once held sacred." Regina held their gazes, sweeping her eyes over the crowd. "It is a fight for the future, for the world in which our children will grow up. And in the future we wish to build, our children will not be ruled by fear. Not by tyrants, be they claiming backing from ever so high. The course of the empire will be decided by us, the people of the empire. We know that every citizen of the empire, indeed every person in the world, holds value. We condemn those that would spit on people and call them nothing better than a serf. Nothing better than a sacrifice. For we are the people of the world, and we will fight those who try to put chains around us, wherever they may be found. She paused again, taking a step and gesturing with her hands. My civilization did not die to let tyrants keep pushing the people of the world into the dirt for millennia untold, citizens. A whisper ran through the crowd. Yes, my people died. Those now called the progenitors. I may be the last of them, but their legacy is not dead. And as long as we are here, standing defiant against those who would destroy it, it will endure. And thus, we will fight anyone who tries to take what we have gained, what we should rightly have had all along. Be they men, monsters, demons, or gods. And so-called holy men, who have done nothing to earn the self-righteousness they cloak themselves in, as they dare tell us who to be, how to be just or good. Those who would push the whole world into war, if only it lets them keep their own power. Those positioned to stab us in the back as we fight for our rights, our honor, our very lives. Regina took another step, glaring across the crowd. Those corrupt institutions will be torn down, my people. Individuals may be misled, may genuinely believe they are doing the right thing, and they will face our justice and mercy. But the corrupt edifice propping up a system of oppression designed to sap your very wills and lives? This, my people, we will burn. As your empress, and for all the Central European Empire, I declare all cults and churches dedicated to the gods of the Western Great Temple proscribed. Their territory is to be seized by the state. Worship of Alienize and Lionalian may continue, but the cults of Diurianon, Gidiarno, and Atinas are hereby outlawed in the empire. The crowd exploded into shouting, and Regina smiled, showing her teeth. Chapter 392, Advancing. The first few days of the war were frantic and tested her nerves in many ways, but Regina was surprised to find she was actually more occupied with domestic concerns than any fighting or military matters. The Empire had prepared, but they still moved cautiously, with an emphasis on scouting to find where the Western Confederation had gathered their forces. That they must have was clear. The same for the Essamen once they joined the war. In the end, they did not advance in one large push. The Empire sent scouts, then lighter units, waves of flying drones, then regiments of regular soldiers across the border into the Western Confederation. They encountered little resistance. Unlike the Empire, the Westerns had hardly fortified their part of the border at all. Everyone knew it was too easy, and if anything, that only increased the unease they felt. In the meantime, their soldiers took control of the scattered villages on the other side of the border, which had clearly been evacuated by some of its inhabitants. The remaining ones were sullen and grim, dare she say it, downtrodden, but didn't seem like they would be mounting any real resistance. No, the bigger enemy right now were probably the temples of the various gods. They must have known something was coming, but still acted out shock and surprised outrage. In several cases, Regina had to send in companies of the imperial military kept in the capital and major cities. She hated to do that almost as much as she hated to see rioting in the cities, but it had to be done. There were also incidents of vandalism, which she made sure would be investigated and prosecuted. She had not ordered the temples torn down, only locked away. They might be turned to another purpose in time. For now, everything important inside was confiscated, but the priests and acolytes kept their personal belongings, and she had given strict orders not to hurt them unless they actively fought, and then only as much as was reasonable to subdue them. The goal was to fight the institutions but not repress the people unduly. It wouldn't always be possible, or easy, but Regina had put her foot down when it came to planning this operation. The priests of the gods were citizens of the empire, too. Her government should be helping them find other jobs instead of just robbing and evicting them, which would also let them move on rather than stew in bitterness and plot rebellion. At least that was the hope. In practice, it was admittedly a little more difficult. She foresaw some conversions among the clergy in the future. For now, priests of Benarin were still allowed to remain, they just had to cancel any services or public-facing work and were subject to restrictions and auditing by the government. Regina wasn't really sure about their patron's stance and decided to err on the side of caution. He wasn't the most popular god, anyway, more the sort people tried to propitiate rather than worship out of genuine reverence. Although the god of monsters did have more followers than Lion. Everyone did. Apparently. Do not worry, my empress, Isis said when she asked her what said goddess thought. She approves of your policy against the gods opposed to us. You need not fear that she will be angry at closed temples. As long as you don't ban any of hers or start burning people at the stake, at least. So you were in communication with Lion, Regina observed. The old priestess shrugged, not dignifying it with a reply. Has she said how the other gods are taking it? They are angry, one would assume. But this wouldn't have been a surprise, would it? Probably not, Regina admitted. They clearly knew I'm not exactly a fan of them, and it's not like they haven't made themselves my enemy, either. At least Diurianon and arguably Gidiarno, Ada Ines didn't seem to have moved against her directly. As far as Regina knew. Chances were she had and was just better at getting away with it unnoticed. Have they tried attacking Lion directly? I don't really know how things work among the gods, Regina admitted. Isis cocked her head and studied her silently for a moment before she answered. No. I think they are still too prudent to try something like that. Lion might be the least powerful of them, in classical terms, but she is much more dangerous than her raw divine magic would indicate. Regardless, she has avoided them recently. There has not been a major confrontation. I am not sure they would want to explicitly admit how divided they are, either. And alienize? That, I know less about. But I wouldn't worry too much, Alienize can take care of herself. Regina paused for a moment. We got a report from Madras, she said. The letter was top secret, and even knowing about it when you shouldn't would lead to a thorough investigation. It had clearly traveled quite a way to reach them, too, and taken a while in doing so. Ultimately, it had been smuggled through several merchants working out of the east, effectively going in a wide arc around the border between the two countries. Regina had decided not to spread the information too widely, even before this raid and the start of the war. It seems the gods are choosing a lot of champions. Isis frowned. Her expression, and the sense Regina had of her mind, made it hard to guess if she had known that already or if it was new information. I see, she said. That is certainly a concern. I won't ask how certain you are. But this should at least be encouraging in that it means they probably know they can't beat you with technology or conventional magic, and thus have to resort to this. Regina exhaled heavily. Madras still hadn't come back, despite mentioning in her letter that she intended to return soon. Regina was starting to be concerned, to say the least. So, they would not do that if they had another choice? Is that what you're saying? She asked. Maybe, Isis conceded. I don't claim to know the minds of the gods. But there will be issues because of it, and there is presumably a reason why they did not have dozens of champions before. I could speculate about the reasoning, but it will hardly be productive. You should simply focus on being able to face them. All right, Regina said doubtfully. Any tips? I suppose your general strategy seems to be fine. Just be careful not to put all your eggs in one basket. You won't like hearing this, but, if you face an enemy champion in battle, let alone several, be prepared to lose that battle. Regardless of other considerations. Regina blinked. She wasn't quite sure what she had expected, but apparently it wasn't that. Really? You're not just being pessimistic? Isis was still frowning faintly. She shook her head. Don't underestimate your enemy. I'm not saying you'll always lose, just, remember the gods can put a finger on the scales. Regina nodded slowly. All right. I'll do that. Thanks for the advice. It bothered her more than she wanted to admit, and for the rest of the day, Regina found herself a bit distracted. She finally withdrew to the privacy of her apartment, with only Ira and Max for company. She was still considering it as she paced up and down the room, a little too restless for the limited amount of exercise she'd gotten that day. Their strategy was already designed to take advantage of their superior weight of numbers, especially when it came to swarm drones. They'd already known that the biggest threats against their numerical and technological superiority likely came instead from powerful, very high-level individuals, including champions of the gods, or psychics, who, even at somewhat lower levels, could be devastating. Hopefully, their existing plans would at least provide a solid foundation to work off. They were also looking to maneuver warfare, instead of just putting all the soldiers in a single big clump, marching across the border and seeking a battle. There would be a natural tendency to seek decisive victories, Regina expected. She would have to keep an eye on that. Currently, the Empire advanced across a broad front. Regina tried to survey their positions using the psychic link, considering it on one of the mental maps anchored in the link, too. The bad quality of the roads across the border was a limiting factor, as was the obvious lack of any railways. But there were fortified cities that would act as attractor points of sorts, she supposed. She wasn't much of a general. She'd discuss this with Ben and Janice and see what they thought. Maybe Regina was looking at all of this the wrong way, anyway. The Empire had the upper hands in terms of equipment, but actually bringing all of their artillery with them presented some problems. She watched, frowning to herself, as a column of soldiers trundled up a road. The sturdiest wagons they had held the heaviest cannons. Some, the lighter ones, could be moved directly with horses. Others would effectively have to be reassembled every time they were deployed. The oxen and draft horses required for that needed a lot of food, the cart drivers had to be protected, and the whole group made slow progress. The road she was watching had probably been built decades ago and rarely, if ever, seen any maintenance since. It was more of a muddy track in some places. What she wouldn't give for proper paved roads and, more importantly, some motorized vehicles. It didn't have to be a tank, just having a truck would already help a lot. They did have flying drones, which were useful for all sorts of tasks. Unfortunately not as couriers for extra heavy loads, though. Even a group of drones probably wouldn't even get a heavy artillery piece into the air. Sighing, Regina moved on mentally, shifting her focus to some of the forward elements of the army that had managed to advance deeper into the Western Confederation already. Unsurprisingly, they were a little low on artillery. At least they had flying drones, and others with some explosives. Grenades, some mortars. They weren't exactly unarmed. The current most centrally located headquarters in that section was placed in an enemy village. The temple had been repurposed as an HQ building. Regina took a little pleasure in seeing that. It might explain some of why the few civilians lingering in the area were so unhappy, but then again, they didn't exactly need any more reasons. Ada was commanding the corps based here. Dan was also present, and his slightly restrained excitement felt familiar. The general was a bit calmer, and Regina sensed an edge of worry in her mind as she looked at maps spread out on the biggest table, marking positions and checking landmarks. "How are things going?" Regina asked, lightly touching her mind. "It feels like we are advancing too slowly, but I'm not sure if that impression is correct." Ada looked up, though that just meant she was staring at the wooden wall opposite her. Ironically, her mind seemed to clear anyway. "Not really, my queen," she answered. "We're advancing about as quickly as expected, overall. Whether that's too slow, well, maybe, but it is what it is. I'm sure we all wish we could just fly straight to the enemy capital, but even Janice hasn't tried any plan using just the flying drones. Of course. I'm not trying to second guess you," Regina assured her. "Sorry. It's going almost well. Even better than expected in a way, since we haven't faced any real resistance. That is what's worrying me a little, though. They must be preparing something. It's likely we'll face a nasty surprise of some kind soon." Regina made a face. That sounded right, unfortunately. She supposed she didn't have any room to complain about people fighting non-traditionally, but it sure would have been nice if the enemy had just assembled their army to face them and be decimated. "I understand," she said. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "I suppose a psychic would help," Ada considered. "To help find potential traps. But I understand why it's wise not to risk them on the front lines. There actually were psychics with the army." But they weren't here, but at the back, where they hopefully wouldn't see any fighting. Considering how spread out the army was, if you could even speak of it as a single army, that clearly made a big difference. But Regina thought of Edmund and of her younger, less ready students and shook her head. I can't risk that, you're right. Sorry. If there was a trap waiting to fall here, well, she didn't want to risk Ada, either, but she had to be strategic about these things. I understand, Ada assured her. I'll intensify our scouting efforts. Odds are they've simply concentrated their forces at a better position. If there are any champions, be careful and don't commit your full strength, Regina warned her. Ada paused before answering. Regina got the sense she was assessing what she felt from her, evaluating it. Then she nodded. Of course, Mother. I'll strive to be ready for anything. Regina sent acknowledgement and appreciation over the psychic link. She also felt several other officers coming to speak to Ada, so she withdrew, turning her mind to the rest of the army. It was hard to sense anything in specific. They were far enough from her right now that it was pushing the edge of her psychic range. If there weren't this many drones here, it would be even harder. Regina frowned to herself, wondering how much the leaders of the Western Confederation knew about the details of her abilities. Were they aware of her range and what it meant? How far she could sense her drones? Helen did know a lot, she had to remind herself. Undoubtedly, the little traitor would have spilled all the secrets she knew to ingratiate herself with her new masters. On the other hand, they could hardly assume Regina would just stay in one place forever, and moving would obviously change this calculation. The army was currently advancing on a broad front. It was split into corps, regiments, and battalions. They each had their areas of operations and their forward progress was planned in detail. There were explicit complements of artillery for each standard unit, but adjusted based on that actual unit's makeup and role. Each larger group also had an attached complement of winged drones, but the majority of them were organized in their own wings, as part of a flock of flying drones organized separately from the ground troops. The biggest differences were, of course, between actual sapient troops, mostly humans and a few gnomes, and the vast hordes of swarm drones. The Air Force only had a few special units of people on flying drones or tamed beasts, for the most part it was just drones. It meant while they had a general staff that was trying to coordinate everything, the scouts mostly still operated within the umbrellas of their army units. Ada would collate their reports and make general decisions, but it was up to lower-ranking officers to implement them and make adjustments in practice. Still, there should be a broad net covering their approach, and the territory of the Western Confederation behind the current front line. Regardless of any internal borders within the Confederation, of course. Regina opened her eyes, throwing herself over the nearest armchair. She knew why she was bothered. There should be a lot more enemy scouts. The countryside was almost suspiciously bare of them. A few tamed flying monsters, ostensibly keeping track of their army. Nothing that would stand and fight at all. There hadn't even been any skirmishes of note. Either her enemies thought they had all the information they needed already, or they thought they didn't need detailed information. Regina wasn't sure which option she liked least. She sighed, standing and starting to pace again before she stopped and shook her head. Max? He looked up. In contrast to her, Max had been sitting in an armchair instead of pacing like a caged monster. Yes, Mother? Are you satisfied with security arrangements for the Imperial family and the Imperial government? He frowned a little, sitting up straighter. Yes, my queen. I am. Good. Regina nodded. And the construction of the city? Max tilted his head. I'm as satisfied with the security arrangements as I could reasonably hope to be. The delay has led to us revising the security protocols and even redoing the general protocols for the court, as I mentioned. And we have a proper headquarters built, at least. Then I don't see any reason to extend the delay further. We'll be moving soon. Ira looked up. That is going to be messy. Undoubtedly, but it's past time. New Amberg has a strategic position and it's almost finished. I know construction is still ongoing on a lot of the houses and other general city buildings, but the government should be able to move into the new offices. If we delay any further, we won't move until the war is won. Or months later. Personally, I don't think it's a good idea to wait that long. And as a bonus, if the enemy still had any plans in place, for example to assassinate someone or mess with the court, the move would disrupt them, too. It would move her further from the eternal dark and what was going on in the Far East, Regina supposed. Shrinking her psychic range on that side. But that was a price she would have to pay. Chapter 393, Movements. Janice wasn't sure what to think about Regina's decision to move the capital so suddenly. Well, it wasn't really sudden, they'd been planning and building the new city for a while, of course, but she hadn't expected her to move right now. She had not been looking forward to passing beyond Regina's psychic range, so in that sense it was nice. Although she supposed it would take a while to move the court and most of the government, anyway, so they'd probably be beyond Regina's range for a while still. It was funny. When she'd been back home, she'd been anxious to get moving, to go out and do something. Now that she was with the army moving into the Western Confederation, she found herself wishing she was back at the excavation. That had been interesting. She'd learned new things about the hive kind, and been able to push her magic a little. She hadn't been traveling with people she was going to send to their deaths, preparing how best to employ them in battle. Or preparing to kill other people. She wished Kiera was here. Except, she didn't really want her girlfriend anywhere near the fighting, of course. It was good to know she was safe and sound back at Sarah, someone for June to come back to. Although now she possibly wouldn't be, since June would be moving to the new city. Kiera had also been distant recently. Distracted, probably. It was obvious she'd been worrying about June, who had not taken her most recent stint as a hostage as well as it seemed on the surface. Still, Kiera had given her a passionate private goodbye and her favorite scarf as a token, a favor like in the stories, for a knight to wear his lady love's gift into battle or, more likely, tourneys. It was a sweet and romantic gesture and they'd laughed about it together. Publicly, they'd said goodbye as friends. Janice kept the scarf hidden. She wished she wouldn't have to. She wanted to wear it around her arm or something and proudly display Kiera's affection for her, but too many people would know what it meant. They'd coasted by on a lot of goodwill and closed eyes, but plausible deniability was still the name of the game. Janice was touching the scarf now, folded on the inside pocket of her jacket. Her actual status with regard to the army was a bit of a gray area, so she wasn't wearing a uniform, but she was still dressed in something that closely resembled one, with a bit of extra tailoring and adjustments. She'd insisted on large pockets. Touching the soft silk was grounding, as she stared at something she would prefer not to have to see. "Your Highness? Is anything amiss?" an officer asked hesitantly. "No, it's fine," Janice responded absently, frowning a little. There was a group of officers around her, some of them drones and some humans, and a single gnome. Most of them were staff officers rather than serving in the field. Jay was also there, but he was the only star guard in this group. They were crowded relatively close, looking at the map spread over a table. One side of the room was open, the wall almost entirely missing, offering a view out onto the landscape around them. It used to have windows, but they'd been damaged in the fighting, and were now missing entirely. Soldiers and drones moved beyond, offering some background murmur. Further away, there was the high grass and occasional bush or tree of the Dyesan landscape. They weren't at the very front of the army, but still very much within enemy territory. It was not out of the question that an enemy scout might see the building they were in right now. "I don't like this position," she continued, tapping her finger on a spot on the map, where a small star marked the location of an enemy outpost that their scouts had found. In this case, it was close to the edge of the envelope they had scouted, using flying drones. Getting detailed information from anything much farther was an exercise in frustration. "It's by a river," Jay noted. "And there's an important road close by. Even a bridge over the river." "Exactly," Janice said, moving her finger slightly to tap at the bridge. "Then why isn't this outpost placed by the bridge? You'd think it would be a better location to guard the crossing and probably also easier to supply. Instead, it's several kilometers to the side of the road. There's not even a major hill or anything there, is there?" "No, my princess," Alf replied promptly. Of the officers present, he was the highest-ranking scout. And usually called her by name, of course, but the situation was different in a war council, even an informal one, and she needed to not appear to favor the Hive too much, so she appreciated it. It is situated on a small hill, but only enough to give one a good view of the surrounding area. Janice nodded. And it is not the only strange position, she said, tapping a few other places. Especially here, to the west. If we didn't have confirmation that the Westerns managed to coordinate the building of their fortifications somewhat with a central authority, I'd think the Dyasan are just stupid and incompetent at it. But clearly, they do know how to build castles. Dyasan was one of the smaller states making up the Western Confederation, and located at its border. It was currently the state heaviest hit by the Empire's advance, although not the only one whose border they had crossed. Their reports said it had not managed to parley its strategic position into any greater influence or power, and she doubted the Confederation's leaders, or their divine patrons, would leave them to decide on such things alone simply out of respect for their notional rights. They are forming a line, Alf said, nodding at the map. It's why the outpost is a bit out of position, at least more so than it could be. It's harder to see since it's not a straight line, I suppose. Yes, Janice agreed, glancing at the others and inviting them silently to share their opinion. It curves at almost but not quite a right angle, a little more oblique, Jay noted. There is no castle at the actual corner, but the bend of the river would make it harder to operate in that exact spot, anyway. I presume this is intended to stop us from pushing into the northwest, one of the other officers spoke up hesitantly. The fortifications are heavier, and they might try to funnel us to keep our current heading. That would mean going deeper into the Western Confederation, someone else said. Armies tend to follow the path of least resistance, like water, Alf commented. And speaking of water, breaking out and heading further west would mean a less secure water supply. We would have to bridge about 30 kilometers with only minor springs that don't provide enough for an army, before we come to the Dliano again. More in some places. Janice nodded. That would be doable, but it was still something most generals would rather avoid. What about going east, someone suggested. Alf shook his head. Too close to the Essaman, he said. Remember the Marshal's strategy, we should not seek out their armies yet. We must deal with the Confederation's gathered might first. And we cannot leave it at our backs, which means we need to deal with the western part, too. Janice hummed silently, glancing at the map again. The Western Confederation was expansive, and they could hardly reach all of its western reaches, not without a dedicated campaign, obviously. But that wasn't the point, they still needed to at least capture the key castles and areas of interest in the western part of where both their current route led and what one would consider the center of the nation. Especially the bigger cities and most economically productive regions. The Empire should have the advantage of maneuverability, but they were still operating in enemy territory, and getting surrounded or pinned between two enemy forces would not make for a good time. Step up our intelligence gathering efforts, she ordered. Remember that flying drones are not our only possible source of information. I want increased attention paid to the civilians along our path as well as those further out. More interrogations, and offer more rewards. Alf, coordinate with your colleagues, I expect a report with proposed measures and an evaluation of the current situation. Yes, my princess. Also, summon Lady Lily, Janice added. I would consult with our psychics. What about our immediate next moves? Jay asked. Will we remain here while we reassess, or change course? That would need more preparation, of course. They'd planned this campaign and switching targets halfway through, while possible, was not something she should decide on a whim. Janice glanced outside again. No, she finally said, with a bit of regret. We cannot afford to slow down. For now, we will continue forward as planned. I will speak with Ben, and we might shift our most forward deployments somewhat. For now, we are still marching up the RoyalRoad network. She understood the temptation to try and disrupt the enemy's plans, to go where they didn't want them to be. But it would probably be a larger strategic error. Janice had to keep the whole war in mind and being out of position. No, they'd be careful, but she wouldn't let their enemies shake her nerve. With the decision made, the meeting continued. It wouldn't last long. Most of the actual work would be done with the help of the psychic link, including drones, or occasionally other people with drones interpreting, who weren't physically here. Janice made sure everything was running smoothly, but she had competent subordinates and didn't need to micromanage. And one good thing about the Hive was that, because of the psychic link, they didn't need much paperwork. The Empire in general had more of it than had been usual, but still not as much as the old world apparently used to. After the meeting concluded, Janice stepped outside, glancing around. They were in the middle of nowhere, more or less, the army, or at least the headquarters section, spreading out beyond the confines of the small village around the outpost. It reminded her a little too much of Griff's Rest, the village the Brotherhood raiders had destroyed. The buildings here were still standing, but they showed signs of damage, including smoke. And the people weren't out and about either, making it look a bit more like a ghost town. But instead of dispiriting, she actually found the resemblance almost helpful. It reminded her why they were fighting. Still, Janice wasn't sad to leave it behind the next day. She traveled with a drone mount, like most of the senior officers. It gave her a good view of her troops and her surroundings. The former had ceased being interesting some time ago. There was only so much excitement you could have from marching soldiers, and she'd spent more than enough days with them during the previous war. The surroundings were also pretty boring. Janice turned to the psychic link instead, to check in with and coordinate with everyone else, talking to Ben and Max about their strategy and keeping tabs on what was going on at home. Unfortunately, it was getting difficult as the psychic link felt very thin here. She had to focus to really be aware of Regina's presence, and anyone further out from her than Janice herself was very faint. They'd planned for this, of course. They could keep in contact with flying drones, or the help of the psychics with the army, or just other magical means. It still felt strange. The next day, Regina contacted her again. "I'm moving to the new city," she said without preamble. "Moving this soon? Won't it take longer for everyone to be ready? The court and government? I'm going on ahead, with some of my inner circle," Regina answered. "At least for a bit. We still have the psychic link, so we can remain in close contact with Sarah." "Alright, I understand. Thanks for letting me know." They didn't talk much after that. They were busy, especially Regina, and it might have even drained her to talk with her. Instead, Janice reached out to Ada. She frowned as she barely got a sense of her presence at all. The psychic link really was strained. Sighing, she called a flying drone over and passed it a message to give to the commander of the vanguard. They kept advancing, and Janice got reports of skirmishes. It seemed the locals weren't entirely absent. She pored over the reports, trying to analyze every detail and consulting the analysis of others, but they didn't offer much information. Clearly, the Westerns wouldn't show all their cards this easily. It took a few hours, and she was starting to get annoyed at the delay. Janice focused on the psychic link again. It was actually starting to get stronger again, gradually, she realized. Looking deeper showed that it must be because Regina was moving, heading west from Sarah. Her course would be at an angle to Janice's current position and the effect would diminish, but for now, it made the psychic link a little more tangible for her again. Still, Janice took advantage of the opportunity. She checked in with the others, first having a quick chat with Ben, who was still in Sarah for now, then with the other commanders in the army. She reached out to Ada, hoping to get an update on their position. Instead, she got a nasty surprise. Ada was currently watching a skirmish, although she wasn't participating herself. Several Star Guard squads supplemented with regulars stayed close by her, as protection, and to build a core for the advance force to fall back on. Ada herself and most of the elite forces were mounted on flying drones. It gave them the reach to see what was going on with their advance guard. Unfortunately, the fight wasn't going well. More and more enemy soldiers seemed to appear, as if they were melting out of the horizon. They were overwhelming the Imperial picket force. There was only sparse tree cover, the terrain slightly hilly with meadows and fields. "There's something off here," Ada muttered. "Are you repositioning?" Janice asked, a bit unnecessarily, since she could sense the movements of drones through the psychic link. "Yes. Their stealth is too good," Ada continued. We missed them, I'm sorry, Janice. That's not your fault, look out. Everything happened quickly. Two of the drones closest by Ada fell, sending out brief panicked feelings into the psychic link. Instinctively, Ada made her own drone fold its wings and dive. Janice caught the edge of the sensation. It started tumbling, pain flaring in its mind. Then the drone stabilized, hovering in the air, as one of the mages stepped in and used air magic to halt it, then pulled it and Ada towards him. But Janice was focused on the threat. A giant eagle with blue-edged feathers had appeared as if out of nowhere, and was now turning in a tight circle. The rider conjured ice spears out of the air and threw them at the drones surrounding them. The javelins split into two, then doubled several more times before impact. One of them sheared through a hastily raised barrier. Several more drones started diving out of control. Does anyone see their status? She asked. One of the other drones transmitted it, Thesis Scamper, level, Shadow Apostle. A champion of a god, and one with an actual priest or paladin class, Janice realized quickly. They were powerful and dangerous. And they weren't alone. The air shimmered in a second spot and another giant eagle appeared, with a rider, probably a short-range teleport, she analyzed in the back of her mind. But Janice didn't have any time to take it in. The rider raised their hand and a concussive wave of force exploded outward. Many of the drones were almost thrown away. She could sense their disorientation and more pain. Janice switched through drones quickly. Ada was close to the air mage, a star guard, who'd positioned himself to shield her from the first attacker, but the second was now closer and they were open. They'd done this precisely. Janice realized Ada was open, the drones closest to her scattered, many of them not even keeping in the air, and the riders were distracted. The second attacker didn't hesitate, he just charged straight in toward her. Janice's heart skipped a beat as she realized Ada would not be able to get away in time. Regina. She called, frantically tugging on her connection to the Hive Queen. Save Ada. Teleport, now. Regina couldn't have had enough time to process what was going on, but she didn't hesitate. She called up her Queen Summon skill. Janice felt her sudden focus. The Eagle Rider was barely a few meters away when Ada disappeared. The Star Guard mage listed to the side at the sudden loss of her weight, his drone mount barely scraping by the eagle. Attack, now, Janice commanded the group. Everyone who was still in any position to do so scrambled to attack with offensive spells or class skills. It felt longer, but the whole thing had taken place in heartbeats. The first Eagle Rider drifted off, raising a shimmering gray magical barrier against their attacks. The second kept going on his path, his mount speeding up, until they met. Then they were gone. Teleported out again, it must be. A targeted strike at Imperial leadership, Janice analyzed, trying to stay calm. We should have realized they would do something like this. And they're smart and disciplined. Once their target was gone, they disengaged immediately, rather than staying against the weight of numbers. Their strike had relied on surprise. Then she realized Ada wasn't the only target. Alarms were raised in the psychic link, sudden spikes of fear, pain, and even death accompanying them. Janice cursed and focused on finding out what was going on, at least until her own escort demanded her attention. Chapter 394, Chances. Regina cursed the distance between her current location and the army. The psychic link was stretched thin, and it was hard to get a sense of everyone there. Especially the people further out, in the forward sections. She also cursed the fact that she was currently in the air, and Queen's summons didn't come with an allowance for differences in altitude. It did cancel out momentum. Apparently, Ada had no downward momentum when she appeared, but obviously, she quickly started falling again. Seeing as she'd appeared in thin air just beside Regina, who was riding a flying drone. Luckily, before she could panic, Thor swooped down. He had to take a tight turn and actually reverse direction for a bit, but he got it. It helped that one of the others must have used a skill to slow Ada's fall. Regina reached up and pulled her onto Thor's back with her. It knocked the air from her lungs and she could sense that Ada was also a bit shaken, but they managed. Ada clung tightly to her back, by necessity, since there wasn't much room, but Regina could tell it was also reassuring her. All right? Regina asked both of them. Thor, do you need to land? No, my queen, he answered promptly. I'm strong enough to carry 2 people. Ada, are you okay? I'm fine, she said. That was a little disorienting. We were attacked by 2 enemy champions. What about the rest of my force? Regina focused on the psychic link again, finding the answer. The fall had distracted her, but the 2 attackers were already gone, and Janice was trying to assess the situation. And she wasn't the only one affected. It didn't take either of them long to notice that Ada and her forward company was not the only target. Others were also under attack. Regina tried to mentally zoom out and get a picture of the situation. Most of their forces operating in the vanguard, distributed over a wide area, were hit. Specifically, their commanding officers. It was a confused jumble and the distance didn't help. Slow down. Regina called to the others around her, briefly focusing on her surroundings again. There's been attacks. We're altering our route. Unfortunately, she couldn't just detour to the north. While she had only taken some guards and a few senior Hive members and members of her inner circle along, they were not a small group, and they had plans and obligations. But there were detours and then there were detours. In the psychic link, Regina sketched a new route for them, mentally prodding her companions to change course. It would bring them further north, and they might even stop at the furthest point. At least that should make her a little better positioned to help. Regina checked on Janice first, aware she was the most valuable target. Luckily, it seemed the attacks hadn't reached this far. Janice was close to the center of the actual army, even if she was only surrounded by the soldiers of a headquarters unit right now. Getting to her would be hard. But Jay had taken no chances, and made them hunker down in the most defensible location around. This happened to be a minor keep the Empire had just won from the locals. Janice clearly noticed Regina's attention right away and didn't hesitate. We've lost a few people, she said grimly. Most of their strikes seemed to have succeeded. They were very targeted, and the enemy relied on stealth and surprise. Dan's team killed one. Dan himself is heavily wounded. Regina swallowed heavily. That summary was very concerning. She focused on the psychic link and their commanders more closely. 8 attacks, at least 12 champions involved. That's crazy, by previous standards, she thought distantly. 4 of her senior officers had been killed, 2 humans and 2 drones. As mentioned, Dan was heavily wounded. So was Dustin, a colonel who'd been in the south with him. Owen had gotten off relatively light, and she'd personally rescued Ada. Chase and Leah were dead. She had lost 2 more drones. 2 children. Regina still remembered how Chase had gained sapience, one of the first swarm drones to ever do so, and how Leah had hatched, one of her first shooters, when the Hive had still been really small. She hadn't really been close to them, they hadn't spent much time together, even if they were senior members of the Hive. Still, the thought of it made her so angry she just wanted to turn Thor around and go north to fight personally, and seeing their bodies through the eyes of others in the psychic link made her pulse roar in her ears. Instead, she contacted Gale, Len, and the others who'd been close to them. They were shocked and grieving, and they deserved to have her support while they did. She also checked on Dan. He had several broken bones, a stab wound that had reached his liver and a burn on his face, but he was already being attended to by the healers. They assured Regina that there were no complications and he'd make a full recovery soon. The professional part of her agreed, even if she felt like fretting. Still, she also kept an eye on the information being collected about the attack and the champions who'd carried it out. Any details could be helpful, not only to work on individual threat assessment profiles, but also to collate expected powers and limits to champions of the gods as well. Unfortunately, not all of their system notifications had been seen and could be reported by someone, but enough did to make it clear that these attackers probably had mostly divine-related classes, offshoots of priests, paladins, and the like. That was interesting for several reasons. It was unlikely that they could consistently give these champions the respective classes in a normal class progression, especially since many had to have been chosen recently, unless they deliberately picked people who were close to the threshold. It seemed more likely that they'd mostly chosen people who already had divine-related classes like that. That also made sense, since the gods would probably trust their priests to act according to their will more than others. Well, unless they'd all just gained so many levels so quickly that it didn't matter. Which was a concerning prospect. Those champions her people had seen seemed to be quite high level, though most actually didn't have a visible level since the people who'd seen them, long enough to pull up the system notification, were lower level. Regardless, the army's advance had ground to a halt for the moment as they sorted out the aftermath of the attacks. No one knew if they would be repeated. Jay and the others responsible for security had already intensified their security measures, and new measures and spot checks were being instituted. Of course, those might or might not catch anything. I don't think they can just do this at will, Janice said as they discussed the aftermath, that evening. It was late, but neither of them would get much sleep. Simply penetrate our defenses as they will and assassinate commanders, I mean. They clearly coordinated these attacks, when it would have been easier to just do something like this constantly. It looks like they didn't want to waste the chance. And they waited until we were ostensibly beyond your range. I suppose, Regina mused. I might have caught them if I had actually been looking for them at all. We will need to move more psychics in the army, they could at least help defend against further attacks. But we would also be giving them more targets. I know. Janice sighed. Jin is going to insist on joining the army now. Regina gave a mental headshake. I don't think I can stop her, but I'll assign her to you. Take care of her? Of course. Kiera would kill me if I let anything happen to her, anyway. Regina winced slightly, but decided not to say anything. Instead, she changed the topic to discuss their current progress. They couldn't let this stop them. She and Janice were both aware of that. Their momentum stalling out would be a major problem. Regina didn't like that it meant the army would advance further into the Western Confederation, out of her range, which would hinder their response to further attacks, but they'd already been planning for that and this wasn't enough to dissuade her. It couldn't be, she knew the strategic situation and the advantages they would get from being on the offensive. Not to mention that she didn't want to risk getting bogged down or having the tables turned, anyway. We may have to do some reorganization, she finally said, thinking of the dead commanders. Yes, that seems like a good idea. I'll be shuffling some units around, I think. And we might benefit from a clearer delineation of responsibilities anyway. Janice sounded more cheerful, although Regina could tell she was forcing it to lift the mood. Oh, are we getting a fancy title for the army? I want one. Regina smiled slightly. Yes, Crown Princess Janice Starlet von Woolton, you are hereby officially charged with commanding the army of the Elba. Understood, my Empress. I will discharge this duty to the utmost of my ability. I know. And I know you'll do well. Just to confirm, are you sure about the name? It kinda suggests a certain course. Nothing they couldn't figure out anyway, Regina answered with a mental impression of an unimpressed shrug. And it might even be a little misleading. All right. Then I should go and get that reorganization started. Yes. I'll sign the paperwork to make it official. Take care. Of course, she couldn't actually sign paperwork while they were still in the air, but it didn't take long for her group to reach the next city, where Regina called a stop and touched down. The local officials scrambled to welcome them, but she breezed past their attempts and ensconced herself in an office, only stopping long enough for a meal. Then they moved on. She touched down on her former main base as well. Forest's Haunt was unfortunately relatively close to the Esseman border, at least compared to Sarah, though not on a side that had seen any conflict so far. It still made Max faintly twitchy, she could tell that even through the psychic link, when they went there. Unfortunately, when moving to New Amberg, there was really no getting around it, considering everything they had to move there in addition to themselves. She'd heard several complaints and concerns that the new capital was too close to Esseman. Regina had assured them that their concerns were heard, but her mind was made up. The Hive had been gathering a lot of strength, and purely coincidentally, a lot of it was in the region south of Forest's Haunt and well placed to travel to that town and onward. The Imperial Army also maintained quite a few bases there. The whole area was well connected by railway lines, which she was confident would speed their troop movements and logistics in a way their enemies weren't truly expecting. Ben and the others had made plans for far more than their current army that was pushing into the Western Confederation. Considering how much their trip had been delayed, they stayed overnight at Forest's Haunt today. It was not a long night, anyway, and Regina didn't get as much sleep as she'd have liked. Still, everything seemed a bit less bleak the next morning. The newly christened Army of the Elba was moving again, as well. Janice had done well in minimizing the disruption caused and getting everyone focused and moving, incorporating the changes to the structure as they went. Regina had insisted that Ada stayed with them for the night, but she was also eager to get back to the army. "Take care of yourself," Regina told her quietly as they stood on an airfield between the main base and the town, preparing to get on their mounts. Her guards had withdrawn a few meters and they had some privacy. "I don't want to have to do this again." "I will, my queen," Ada assured her. "I mean it." "If I lost you too," she trailed off. Ada opened her mouth and through the psychic link, and maybe because she knew her drones, Regina could tell what she meant to say, before she hesitated and switched tracks. "I'm ready to die for the Hive," or something like that, perhaps. Instead, she just nodded and smiled slightly. "I'll take care, and I'll make sure the others are careful, too, Mother," she promised. "Good." Regina clapped a hand on her shoulder. Then she watched as Ada climbed on a flying drone and lifted off, before turning to the other people around and gesturing at them to continue. Thor nudged her slightly, and she pulled herself onto his back, then waited for a few seconds until he ascended. As they flew, she couldn't help consider whether she'd made a huge mistake. Starting the war now had gone against her strategy, arguably. The Empire was probably getting further ahead of their enemies with every passing day, so they had every incentive to delay it for as long as possible. But she'd been angry and fed up, and she still didn't think that her reaction was wrong. She absolutely couldn't afford to let her enemies dance around her without reacting. They'd already tried to kill people she loved, now they'd destroyed a village and committed mass murder. Who knew what would come next? As Empress, she had a responsibility to her people. To protect them. Even if they would have accepted just letting this slide, which she seriously doubted, others would see it as weakness. And it would leave the initiative entirely to her enemies, which was always a bad move. Of course, there would probably be a lot more of her people dying before this was over. On the other hand, the delay had probably also given the gods time to empower many more champions. And who knew what else? Regina was shaken out of her thoughts when they finally arrived at the construction site of her new city. Though it wasn't just a construction site anymore. A large part of the heart of the city had already been built. Thor obligingly turned in a slow circle above it so she could take everything in. A lot of the surrounding area was still bare and marked with ropes and signs to guard the eventual construction of the outlying parts, but they had constructed a lot already. Further out, fields had been prepared and seeds sown, workers were currently finishing up roads, and the canal they'd planned was being dug, even if it was only a small ditch yet. It was only a trickle, but people were already moving in, and soon enough, many new villages would sprout up around the city and along the roads to take advantage of it. There was a new palace at the center of the city where she would live, connected to a large, multi-winged structure that could house much of her hive. It was built as a part of this larger structure, but the drones had decided to make it fancy, and Regina had bowed to the inevitable and let people call it a royal palace. It was also close to a set of halls and office buildings that would contain most of the imperial government. The originally planned government center had expanded a lot. The gardens seeded throughout and around the complex were still bare, but they would be beautiful once they were finished. The main buildings, especially the above-ground part of the Hive's home, were a curious but strangely elegant mix of several architectural styles, taking inspiration from the ancient world and the Hive's own experiences and design principles. Inside, it would be even more different. New Amberg, Regina muttered, nudging Thor to descend. They came to a halt in the middle of the central area, and she slid down, dropping to her knees and touching her hands against the ground. There had been some debate about the name, but it was deeply meaningful to her. A way to honor her past and promise to let its legacy carry on into the new nation she was building, hopefully without being dragged down by it. "It will be a good home," Thor said. Regina smiled. "Yes," she agreed, "it will be a home." A new capital for her nation, and eventually, perhaps, a shining light that would reflect around the world. Maybe she was indulging in megalomania a little, but she didn't care. Chapter 395, Contribution. The army of the Elba had been advancing for days now, but their progress was slowed. It seemed that after the surprise attack by the champions, their enemy had stopped holding back and hiding, or at least put more effort into the skirmishes and attempts to slow them down. Maybe the earlier quiet had been intended to lull them into a false sense of security and make the attack more devastating. Either way, the champions didn't withdraw after that attack, although they didn't repeat the same sort of concerted strike. Instead, they mostly accompanied regular soldiers of the Western Confederation's nations. Well, both what had to be professional soldiers as well as adventurers hired by the Confederation, and of course members of the religious orders who had been trained in combat. And to make things worse, the Essemen also finally moved. Regina had known it was coming. They'd made the call not to try and invade Essemen just now, not together with the Western Confederation, but that only opened up the possibility of the Essemen doing the reverse and attacking the Empire. Personally, she'd actually breathed a brief sigh of relief at the news. Or rather, at the confirmation that the Essemen had focused on the East. That made sense in several ways. While it meant they had less chance of support from the Western Confederation, all of their information had confirmed that the coordination between the two nations was already not that great. Certainly nothing like what the Empire could do with the psychic link. Instead, they were forcing the Empire to fight on two fronts that were removed from each other, dispersed, while the two nations could still just focus on one area of operations at a time. There were probably political considerations as well, and she could guess roughly what they were. That didn't mean the rest of the border with Essemen couldn't be active, of course, or that they didn't need to be prepared for more. Regardless, the Empire was prepared for lightning-fast assaults into enemy territory, but there were also advantages to being on the defensive with prepared terrain. The Hive had always worked well with that. "Tell me honestly, Ben," Regina asked, looking at him. "How well did this line up with your predictions, and how do you rate our chances?" Ben took a moment to answer. The two of them were alone right now, in a new office that still had the smell of fresh paint. He would be leaving soon, again. Part of the reason Regina had called him here was to arrange a small ambush of her own, so some of his siblings could drag him into the well-appointed nests here and get him to rest, and to eat properly. After this meeting, Ben had basically lived in the command center since the start of the war, but especially since the champions' attack. "I didn't predict their surprise attack," he began, stating the obvious. "It disrupted the army and slowed their progress. But overall, we're still roughly within my expectations. I also didn't get the timing of the Essemen's response right, I have to admit, but our overall strategy still stands. We're prepared to go on the offensive, and I'm confident we're flexible enough to adjust and adapt. My queen, the overall situation and our chances still haven't appreciably changed since the start of the war." Regina sighed slightly. She knew this was still the very beginning of this conflict, it was just making her a bit antsy. She tried to draw confidence from Ben's words. "I see. Thanks. I have our analysts working hard on incorporating the new data we have on enemy champions," Ben added. "It has led to us adjusting a few points of doctrine. I have a report on it, if you wish. But overall, it would be quite helpful if we had more solid intel. Not just on their individual capabilities, but what it means to be chosen by a god and what benefits it confers for what price." "I know, that would be nice to have," Regina muttered. Then she paused. She raised her gaze to meet Ben's, who was meeting it steadily. "Are you suggesting we try to get champions of our own?" she half-asked, half-stated in realization. Ben tilted his head slightly and shrugged lightly. "It would give us an advantage, and honestly, is the idea really that outlandish? I mean, you were on good terms with Lion and Alien Eyes." "I suppose," Regina agreed, but she still couldn't help feeling a bit skeptical, which she was sure he picked up on through the psychic link. "It isn't really the sort of relationship we have with either of them, though, is it? I mean, of course it could be an asset. It's not a bad idea. Just, I don't know, would they even go for it? They are on our side, right?" Ben asked. At this point, they've pretty decisively thrown their lot in with us, even if they haven't actually done much recently. But they also want to see some progress, and it's pretty clear they've singled you out to accomplish it, Mother. Personally, I think it would be perfectly fair to put it on them, that they should actually help. We're fighting their enemies, they're supposedly on our side, it doesn't mean we'll actually have to venerate them, what's to stop it from being more of a practical arrangement? True, though I don't know if Lion even does champions. I've never heard anything even hinting at her having one, ever. Maybe she doesn't have enough power? Apparently she's the weakest of them in terms of divine magic or something. Or, she's admin of the system, maybe too much of her power is in the system? While something in her disliked the idea, she couldn't deny that Ben had a point. And it wasn't like it had to be Regina herself who was chosen for this. It might be wiser not to risk being compromised herself. And, well, if she was totally honest with herself, she'd already basically rejected Alien Eye's offer to make her a real champion, or more of one, before, and her pride didn't like the idea of going crawling back to her. Of course, pride was a stupid reason to risk getting more of her people killed, but still, there were reasons not to get too close to any of these gods, and she wasn't even fighting personally, so at least, it would be better to empower someone else. Someone she trusted, obviously. Though the goddesses would probably make their own choices, she doubted they would let something like this be dictated by a mortal. So maybe the point was moot. Maybe. She might not want to for other reasons, Ben acknowledged. Yes, she seems a bit, not quite happy with being a goddess? Regina frowned. Huh. It seemed a bit odd for someone who'd been one for 1,000 years, though she had been immortal originally. But it wasn't like Regina understood how gods worked, and she didn't think she'd really be happy in Lion's place either, given everything, so who was she to judge? Talk to me about the situation in the East, Regina said, changing the subject. Ben smiled slightly. Tim is doing well. He's slowing them down considerably. Of course, the Essemen have not moved very fast, and seem to be proceeding cautiously. Regina nodded. Her talks with the local ruler of the small adjacent kingdom seemed to have paid off. At least her people were getting no trouble operating there. So far, the Essemen seemed to be focused on getting to Precan. Whether for political reasons, or because they figured the Empire hadn't had as much time to fortify it and it would be easier to pry from them to get a stronghold for their own operations, she didn't know. Regardless, unfortunately for the poor people of Precan, the outcome was clear. Unlike in the West, it seemed like there was a major battle looming on the horizon. Of course, the Essemen had learned something and didn't just send one massive army that they could hardly have afforded to move or supply. Instead, there were several outfits. Some troops had clearly been held back, but stayed in a position to cover their border fortifications or to strike into the Empire. It was the kind of thing she'd expected. Although, of course, that didn't mean they couldn't still pull something unexpected out of their hat or try the same thing as their allies in the West. Regina focused on the city and the castle, getting a sense of the minds of the people within. There was a lot of tension, unsurprisingly. Many of the townspeople who could afford it had left, trying to melt into the countryside. The Empire had also let them through its own borders, after they passed some checks. The soldiers that remained were aware a fight was coming and she could sense their anticipation. Further out, there were the tunnels. She focused on the people inside, consulting the map they'd made of the tunnel network, as well. The tunnels had mostly been closed, with barricades or careful collapses, depending, and only a select few remained open. The Essemen had, unsurprisingly, sent soldiers into them, but so far, there had been nothing but a few skirmishes. Their measures held. I don't anticipate a major assault through the tunnels, Ben added. They must be aware we have a lot of experience with underground fighting. Tia was downright grateful she got to make some plans regarding flooding tunnels again. And any local numerical superiority they have would be wiped out. We have too many defensive strongholds underground now. Looks like taking control of them was really the right decision, Regina noted. Ben smiled. It was. At this point, I think they're only contesting the tunnels to stop us from using them as express corridors to move troops behind the front and attack them from several positions. Then that's worth the angry letters I got from the Dark Elves, Regina muttered. Ben paused. I didn't know it was that bad. It's not, she assured him. It's fine. There were several such letters, but none of them came from the central government, which hadn't said much one way or the other yet. Instead, they were from single houses with some kind of interest in the situation. All of them politically opposed to Madras and her stepfamily, or so Regina gathered. That wasn't exactly surprising. If you say so, Ben nodded. We've been losing some swarm drones, but the fighting in the tunnels has actually led to a lower attrition rate than we would have above ground. Nothing that won't quickly be made good again, if we consider the current rate of growth. And in the meantime, we are letting other drones level up. Regina grimaced faintly. It was still a little disconcerting to speak of swarm drones as resources in such utilitarian terms, when at the same time she could sense their deaths echoing through the psychic link so distinctly. She had thought that growing her hive so much would diminish the effect that dead drones had, and it did, but not as much as she might have expected. She could still sense a single swarm drone's death if she focused, and she was probably always aware of it, somewhere, in the back of her mind. She'd gotten more used to it, and larger numbers in the hive did balance it out better when a lot of drones died, but still. She was a little afraid the first major battle, when they would lose a lot of drones at once, might actually incapacitate her. But she shook off the feeling and concluded the discussion with Ben. He was handling the details of their military operations, along with the general staff here in the capital, or still in Sarah, in parts, and there was not really much for her to do, yet. Once he opened the door and left, Regina stood up and paused. She'd sensed her apprentice approaching for a bit, but now took the chance to look her over. June was a bit messy, which wasn't out of the ordinary, her hair coming loose from its braid in places and the top button of her blouse undone. She also walked with determination. June, Regina greeted her. Come in, sit down. Thank you, Master. June settled on an armchair, glancing around and quickly focusing on her again. How are you doing? I'm perfectly fine, thank you. June paused, clearly deciding that sounded too abrasive. It was a bit of a shock what happened, but I'm handling it. I've practiced some of my magic and I feel a lot better. Well, I'm glad to hear that. That was true, and she did think June felt a bit steadier now. The war has started, and you need every psychic you can get. Right? Regina hummed tonelessly, resting her chin on her hands. The thought has occurred to me, believe it or not. A lot of my students are already involved. Yes. I heard Edmund is leading them now, and he's moving up to the vanguard. He is, Regina agreed mildly. Then, June shifted, clearly switching tracks. I heard you were too distracted when that raid on the village happened to pay much attention, until after the fight was almost won. Regina frowned. That's not exactly true, but yes, I was talking to Edmund and using my skill. The timing was a bit unfortunate. I didn't think it took that long. His level is much lower than yours, June noted. That must have been an interesting conversation. Regina settled deeper in her chair, tilting her head. I talked to him about boundaries, consent and power dynamics. Why, what did you expect? June hesitated, her eyes flickering slightly. Nothing. Sorry, I'm being weird, aren't I? I didn't mean it like that. I know. That's fine. Are you going to introduce more people into the link now, Master? Yes, probably. Are you having second thoughts on your choice? No, June shook her head, a stand of hair flying into her eyes. She wiped it away impatiently. I'm sorry, I don't think it would be a good idea. Given my position and all. That's fine, Regina confirmed, smiling at her. She also sent her a feeling of assurance psychically. To be honest, she hadn't expected June to change her mind on it, although she would hardly have said no. But, I actually wanted to ask where you might send me to fight. I'm ready. I'm the best psychic we have, beside you, Master, so I could be very useful. I could go to the Western Army, or help Tim against the Essamen. I wouldn't have a problem going back to Precan, if that's the issue. Regina tilted her head and tapped her fingers as she considered. She was tempted to say no straight out. But June was an adult now and she did have a point about her abilities. Kiera also wants to fight, having both of you in the war would be risky. She's not going to actually lead men on the battlefield, June countered, and if ever one of us got seriously hurt, the other would return. Alright. I think I would take a third option, though. There's another position that would suit you, although it will take a little more time for you to see action, I assume. In the meantime, you can help with preparing our forces which are still holding our defensive positions against Essamen. June narrowed her eyes, but she seemed to sense that she was sincere and nodded after a moment. Of course. I'd be glad to. Good. And June? Regina paused for a breath. Try not to get captured again. June huffed at the tease, rolling her eyes, but Regina analyzed her reaction and found that her amusement was genuine. Good. She was at ease enough to joke about it. Now if only Regina could join them. Seeing her drones, Janice, June, everyone, going off to war while she didn't made her feel a bit useless, as illogical as she knew it was. Chapter 396, Allied. Tia wished she didn't have to be here, that someone else could have done this. Unfortunately, everyone of sufficiently high rank in the Empire was either far away or very busy. Not that she wasn't busy. But Janice and Tim were leading armies, Max was overseeing their security and currently traveling to several military bases, and Mia was still in the north to see about the railway lines. And she was probably best suited to this. So Tia smiled, trying to focus on her mild curiosity and pleasure as she looked at the people she was now welcoming to the Empire. The dwarves were certainly attention-grabbing. She hadn't seen members of their species often enough to get used to how they almost looked like they were made of rock. These dwarves all wore short sleeves, too, and sometimes shorts, though they were clearly made of high-quality materials. She would have expected their fighters to just join the army, but of course it couldn't be that simple. They'd need a lot of work in regard to coordination and integration, but also, when an ally sent troops to help you fight a war, there had to be a certain degree of ceremony, apparently. Be welcome in the Central European Empire, she said, inclining her head. I am Tia of the Starlit Hive. We are very pleased to see you, and we appreciate your prompt response to our call. Your Imperial Highness, we are only doing as honor demands and following the stipulations of our treaty, the leader, a paladin called a Tejoka, said. He bowed, looking no less graceful than a courtier in Sarah. Nonetheless, she replied, shaking her head slightly. I hope you will enjoy our hospitality for now. Please let us know if there is anything else you need. I trust your fighters are adequately provided for? She wasn't speaking to all of the dwarfs' fighters, of course. They weren't exactly a large nation, but that would have still been beyond impractical. Instead, a delegation she presumed contained their leaders was here, while their actual troops formed a sort of camp behind them, having marched up the roads. They were already deep in the Hive-kind-controlled part of the Empire, currently, while Tia was greeting the delegation in front of the gates to the Hive's base. They'd be moving north from here. Probably in part on flying drones, getting their strongest or most crucial fighters to the action quicker. They still had to sort out those kind of details, which was also part of why she was here. More than adequately, the leader assured her, before he smiled slightly. Personally, I am looking forward to sampling the Empire's cuisine directly. I am sure we have much to look forward to. Am I to assume that we will stay here for now? There is a small welcoming banquet arranged inside, where you will also have the chance to speak with more of our officials and officers, she informed him. You are all cordially invited. By the way, how should I address you? I am not aware what titles or names you might prefer, and I'd rather not cause offense. My current title is closest to Commander, you might as well call me that, Princess Tia, the dwarf replied with a nod. And it is common to shorten our names, so like your brother did, please call me Turka. Tia smiled and nodded and turned to the other dwarfs with him, inviting them to introduce themselves. They were riding close to the first speaker on their own tamed mounts and clearly not bodyguards, but probably their officers. For her own part, she was accompanied by several members of the Star Guard as well as a few officers and officials from the Foreign Office, who'd kept themselves in the background so far. They were probably there because a princess should have an entourage for diplomatic activity rather than to do much work right now. Introductions and welcome finished, they went into the town. It was a bit of a weird mix between a normal town and a hive base by now, she supposed. Though they were keeping only to the outer areas and the underground parts were entirely off limits. There were more humans here than there used to be, even if it was still mostly hive kind. If this base hadn't been so strategically placed, she would have preferred to greet the dwarves outside Forest's haunt. Of course, they also might send some of them further west than that, which was part of what they needed to discuss. Tejoka clearly hadn't lied, he seemed to enjoy the food. Tia spoke with him and the other dwarven leaders at length during the meal. It was easy to tell who was in charge, namely mostly Tejoka and a few others led by Idamel, who Dan had also mentioned. Maybe being the ones to broker the alliance with the Empire had granted them high status, or maybe they'd just gotten lucky. Tia admittedly didn't care too much about their internal politics. After the meal, they went to a conference room to discuss some of those details. Regina even watched through the psychic link. "We are ready to go where we might do the most good," Tejoka said after a few initial pleasantries. "I admit we do not understand the strategic situation as well as the Empire. We will help where needed, to ensure our victory." "Your enthusiasm is appreciated," Tia replied diplomatically. "I think I'm actually developing some ability in diplomatic language," she mused. The horror. "Let's not mince words, Your Highness," Tejoka said, regarding her steadily. "This is not just your typical war between two countries. There is more at stake. If you lose, we will certainly be dragged down with you. And we would rather the Empire wins, regardless. Therefore, it behooves us to do what we can do to ensure that victory, doesn't it?" "True, and a very forward-thinking approach," she replied, inclining her head in a gesture of respect. Tia was being honest, she really did appreciate their remarkably practical and clear-sighted attitude. The dwarves of the mountains might not be very numerous, but they were clearly close allies worth having. "In either case, you don't need to fear being put on the front line to die in droves," she continued. "We're aware that your people's levels and unique skills are better used with more care. Although there is a concern that lacking integration with the Imperial military would be a problem." "Appreciated. Though we did undertake quite a few joint operations in the mountains," he noted. "While that is certainly useful, the circumstances are different, and those were not operating within the constraints of a large field army," one of the officers interjected. "Unifying the chain of command alone could lead to issues." "So," Tia continued, tapping a finger on one of the maps lying on the conference table, "some people have suggested keeping your force mostly intact and posting it in one location instead of trying to mingle it with our army. The area north of the mountains seems like the best bet, covering parts of the Great Forest and the western approach to the Empire. It won't be too far from your home. Although I'm not sure the terrain is suitable?" Idamel frowned. "We're not unfamiliar with forests, though I don't have any experience with the depth of the Great Forest," he admitted. "But what about the elves? Wouldn't they be perfectly suited to securing that flank?" Tia suppressed a grimace. The elves were dragging their feet. She'd spoken with the others, and from what she could guess, the elves were sympathetic to the Empire, but they didn't really want to join the war and send their soldiers to die for it. There were whispers and complaints about ingratitude from some of the other drones. Tia wasn't really sure how to feel about it, personally. "The elves probably don't want to risk their shiny eyes for humans and demi-humans," one of the other dwarves snorted when she didn't reply right away. "They're their allies," Tejoka said sharply. "They signed an alliance treaty, didn't they?" "Well, sort of." Tia made an effort to smooth out her face. "I am confident the elves will join our war effort and prove their worth," she said. "It's simply taking a little time. Their political process, you know. And the Western Confederation has sent and sponsored agitators and populists fanning discontent in Aridel." "Well, they are elves, of course they're taking some time," Idamel said, in a light tone that showed he was joking. He sounded almost fond, actually. but I'm sure they'll step up when it counts. Tia glanced at the map again. Aridel might still be a bit uncertain for now, but if the Western Confederation sent an army to their doorstep, that would change in a hurry. She was sure of that. You have a point, though, with the Elvish Free State positioned there, securing the Great Forest is a much smaller task, she said. The reaches beyond it are still worth some attention, though. It would also be a good base for further operations in that direction, either west or northeast. It would be a good spot for reinforcements sent toward the Esseman border if we need troops there. They nodded, watching her attentively. Our thoughts tend to letting your forces stay largely intact to hold that area and potentially strike out further against our enemies or move to support Imperial forces. However, leaving it at that would waste some of your potential. We would also send some of your best fighters, the high-level individuals and those with applicable skills, to join the Imperial Army. Integrating them should be easier than a large number of regular troops. They could join special forces parties. In return, you would, of course, also get some Imperial troops. Drones especially, to help with coordination and to integrate you into our web, so to speak, as well as to cover for your frankly lacking air capability. Only lacking in comparison, perhaps, the dwarves were actually good for a traditional army, but things had changed and they didn't have any flying drones. What about artillery? Turka said. By the sudden sharpening of the expressions from Idamil and the others, she could tell that was an important point for them. Go figure. We will send some, as well as soldiers to instruct you in how to use them, she assured them. However, most of our heavy artillery is reserved for the front lines, so it will mostly be older pieces. Idamil didn't look happy about that, but Turka nodded, looking unbothered. I understand, he said. I agree to that plan, provided we discuss the details further. Thank you, Tia replied. There will be time for meetings with our military command, and you may want to send representatives to the capital. Empress Regina would be glad to welcome them. She would be coming to greet you if she was not occupied with the bustle of moving the court, and with the war. Completely understandable, he replied. Princess Tia, I have heard you are the mastermind behind the Empire's reimagining in steel, as I've heard it called. The adoption of ancient technology, I understand? I have made some contributions, but I can hardly claim credit for everything we've accomplished, Tia replied with a slight smile. She was still pleased at the acknowledgement, and well, she hadn't heard that one before, but it was nicely poetic. It is fascinating, he said, returning a broader smile. I am especially interested in these railways. The mind boggles at how you even manage to acquire all the steel that must be necessary for something like that. I know doing it in the mountains must have many challenges, but I would still like to see more of it, if you'd allow it. Of course, Tia replied. She'd ask Regina, but spreading their technology was one of their ultimate goals, and the dwarfs were their allies. There is a facility not too far from here, it should be almost on the way, she remembered. We could take a detour if you would like? It would also get them out of the Hive base faster, she supposed. Very much so, Turka replied, his smile widening. As expected, her queen had no issues with it. The meeting wound down quickly and they met again on the next day to settle a few more issues, before leaving. Luckily, the facility she had in mind was not very far away. Tia still called a few flying drones to take Turka, Idamil and a few of the other dwarfs to it, while the rest of their army kept marching. They were remarkably quick. Probably using skills and magic. And also, the mountains didn't leave people at low levels for long, so all of the soldiers they'd sent were quite strong and had high stats. Tia was just glad that they'd secured the mountains well enough that the dwarfs were capable of sending this high a portion of their strength. Those of them who had stayed behind would be hunkering down in their new settlements and forts, not resuming the expansion until the end of the war. The base she brought her guests to was not far from Forest's Haunt, at the edge of the new industrial area that had developed here. It was on the river, so materials could reach them, and also close to the Great Forest for the charcoal they needed. However, they mostly used coal in the furnaces by now. Or just magic. This one was mostly a steelworks, and while they didn't make many rails for the railway lines here, production had shifted, There were the remnants of rails that had been a test line for development, not used much now. This is astounding, Turka breathed as he looked at the railway and the complex, which towered over them. Seemed he hadn't been lying about his interest. Can we see the furnace? One of the others asked, who seemed less interested in the rails. Of course, though you won't see much. Tia still showed them to the most convenient hot blast furnace, conscripting one of the workers to explain some basics of their operation. The young human man seemed nervous, but he did pretty well. Tia herself didn't care too much. It was just a huge cylinder with some pipes and openings and stuff. Well, and connected to further processing. They made sure to use as much of the generated heat as possible. They'd improved a lot, even if it was far from perfect yet. How much magic is used? Idamil asked after a moment, as the explanation finished. Maybe to create those fluxes, was it? Occasionally, we do use magic to conjure the rarer elements or compounds, yes, she confirmed. Besides that, our best and only reliable method for producing pure oxygen remains conjuration. Luckily, it is not too difficult, since it is not a multi-element molecule and we have ways for dealing with gases. Using oxygen makes the process better and more efficient. I assume efficiency is important, given how much steel you produce, Turka noted. Yes. We still need a lot of fuel, of course, but much less than we would with only contemporary methods. Do you ever just conjure the steel directly? Sometimes. Usually, by shaping it directly into what's needed. We try to avoid relying too much on it, but yes. They had a few further questions, which Tia answered patiently. She got the feeling the warmth was making them uncomfortable, though, and they departed without her having to make too much of an issue of it. And how do you get finished rails to where they need to be? Turka asked once they were a bit further away. Tia smiled. With the railway, of course. We generally load them onto the carts and drive them to the end of the railway line, where it currently is, before bringing them back to be refilled. Much more efficient than other methods. And coordinating it is easy for the hive. Depending on the area, we also ship some by boat to the closest station, of course. She remained a bit frustrated by how slow their progress was. Of course, she knew it was silly. It had taken years, decades, for anything like a proper railway net even in the old world's history. They cheated a little with magic, but they also didn't have the same industrial base that the Europe back then used to have. The dwarves clearly didn't share her assessment. They looked quite impressed when she discussed the details and where they had already built railways. It still leaves this process largely unusable for the war, except for sending supplies closer to the front, Turka noted finally. Of course, she agreed. It would be different if we fought a defensive war in the Empire. Though I suppose rail lines are easy targets anyway. Still, war runs on logistics, doesn't it? Turka smiled. So I've heard. Would you happen to have any artillery to show us, perchance? I understand if it's not produced here. Not here, but close by, she said, trying not to sigh. Why not? Who knew tour guide was a promotion from Princess? But before they could continue their trip, she was interrupted by the psychic link. Tia froze, noting the clamor that had suddenly started. Excuse me, she said absently, trying to focus on what had many of her siblings suddenly agitated. It was Madras. She was back? And heavily injured. Actually, in a coma? Tia stood and stared, trying not to distract people but to still find someone who knew what was going on. Finally, Max contacted her and Mia, giving them a quick brief on the situation. Mostly, it was just a look at Galatea, who carried a clearly unmoving dark elf. She'd just appeared in Sarah. Oh, and Ices was with them? Well, damn it. Tia tried to resist the urge to do something unwise, distantly aware she still had guests staring at her. She still tried to reach out to Regina and offer some comfort. Her first thought was probably uncharitable. I hope she makes it. Mother will be crushed if her teacher dies. If Regina didn't fly right back to Sarah personally, Tia would be surprised. Chapter 397, To Help. Madras had been missing for too long. Her planned mission should not have taken this long. But few people seemed to have been concerned, regardless. She was an indomitable figure, projecting an aura of assurance and power. A 500-year-old dark elf who could see your concerns before you realized you had them yourself. The most powerful psychic they knew, a teacher and leader and more. Why would you assume she'd fail? Galatea was currently cursing herself for the neglect. Still, what Madras had accomplished was clearly impressive. Just keeping herself alive. She was clearly seriously injured, and yet she was in a position where Galatea could rescue her. With a bit of help. Right now, Galatea was trying not to pick up bad habits and pace up and down the room. There were healers stationed in the royal palace of Sarah, though unfortunately, they weren't the best. Many of those had left to join the various military forces. At least Vaya was in the city. She'd been visiting a hospital and was now hurrying back. In the meantime, those present tried to do the best they could. Isis was also present, on the other side of the room, holding her hands clasped in what might have been an attempt to settle a nervous tic of her own. Galatea could tell she must be tired, her mana pool significantly depleted, but she showed no outward sign of it. "My lady," the senior healer spoke up tentatively. A human man she didn't know. "Yes? Will she live?" Galatea asked. "We can only hope so," he replied solemnly, inclining his head. "She is in a coma. It might have been magically induced. She also shows signs of hypothermia and blood loss, likely related to her injuries. We have been attempting to stabilize her, gradually adjusting her temperature and closing the wounds, but there is deeper damage. We must also ensure she breathes properly. With enough oxygen," another healer added. This one was a drone. "We can conjure oxygen," Galatea offered. "That will help," they said. "Perhaps with a mask?" Galatea did her best. A primitive oxygen tank was simple enough. A proper tube was a bit more complicated. By the time she had what she thought was acceptable, she also felt quite drained. At least they could use some air magic to encourage the cycling of gas and the breathing of their patient. While watching them affix the mask and get the process started, hopefully ensuring Madras suffered no brain damage from oxygen deprivation, but Regina would know better. Galatea glanced at the injuries. None of them were truly life-threatening on their own. Madras had gotten lucky in that regard. Though some of the slashes seemed quite deep and those on her torso might actually have caused some damage to her organs. She must have several broken ribs at least. Vaya was hurrying back, she reminded herself. "Is Regina coming?" she asked. One of the drones glanced up. "Yes, our queen has just mounted Thor and is flying as fast as they can," she confirmed. "Well, that was good." Galatea let her form become less material for a short time. It helped a little with the urge to move and do something. She had never looked too deeply into medicine. While she certainly had some knowledge and some magic that should be able to help, she didn't have much practical experience, which also counted for a lot. With Regina being a doctor, it had never seemed like a priority. She wouldn't have been able to gain the same education her friend had anyway. Now, Galatea wished she'd made a bit more of an effort. Luckily, Vaya arrived soon. She must have hurried almost dangerously quickly. She breezed into the room, demanded one of the others cast an area-wide disinfectant spell, and focused on Madras while barely acknowledging Galatea. Or Isis, who was still squeezed against one wall and looked like she was unsure whether she should be here at all. Galatea let Vaya work instead of bothering her about it, watching closely. Unfortunately, even her magical senses didn't really catch all the details of what they were doing. After a while, she forced herself to stop and instead to consider the larger implications. It would depend on what exactly happened, which they'd only learn when Madras could answer some questions. But in the meantime, the timing of this was pretty poor. The Essemen were advancing on Prekan while the Imperial defenders readied for a battle. They might have even started an attack already, at this moment. It would be the first proper battle of the war. Madras had not been involved in the war so far, though obviously she was a major asset. But if she was gravely wounded or worse doing what was, essentially, a favor for Regina, it would have serious political implications, especially regarding the Eternal Dark. Galatea wished she knew better what consequences those would be exactly, but her heart wasn't really in worrying about it. She was too concerned about Madras personally. It seemed she'd underestimated how much she actually cared for the dark elf psychic. Not the first time, perhaps? But we have grown closer. Madras was something of a peer, and without trying to be arrogant, Galatea didn't have many of those. They'd worked with Regina together, or occasionally with the others like June. They'd fought to rescue June together. Probably becoming a friend, not just a peer, somewhere along the line. This is a bit of a bad time to discover that I care. Luckily, Vaya chose that moment to look up. We've stabilized her, she said. The wounds are not finished, but they're non-critical. I'll keep ensuring her oxygen intake and monitor her system. General low-level healing should help counter the symptoms of hypothermia and also help with replenishing blood and clearing any built-up toxins. Except for that, we'll wait. Regina is the one who should be able to take care of the potential brain damage. Ices grimaced and Galatea felt inclined to do the same. Thank you, she responded quickly. Vaya was already focused on her patient again. At least Regina was their best healer and a psychic, she'd be able to deal with it. The next little while was frustrating, and she suspected it was worse for the others. Galatea stepped out briefly to ask another drone about Regina's progress without disturbing the healers. The answer didn't help much, although she wasn't surprised Regina was moving with all speed. Before she could go back in, Galatea was intercepted by someone else. She'd sensed them outside before, but not paid it much attention. Now that they came closer, she turned to look at Iknes Allerin. The dark elf ambassador was noticeably tense, her brows slightly furrowed, although her skin tone hid any paleness. How is she, Lady Galatea? She asked. In the healer's care, Galatea answered, trying for a gentle tone. Madras is stable now. Vaya has arrived and is taking care of her. They are waiting for Regina to arrive to look at her brain. There is the possibility of brain damage, but they are confident. And the Empress is coming? Yes. She's moving quickly and will be here soon. Allerin ran a hand through her hair, looking more frazzled than Galatea had ever seen her. Thank you for the information, it is good to know more. Is there anything I can possibly do to help? Galatea was about to say no, before she stopped. Do you have a healer in your embassy? Or know a non-dark elf healer who has treated them more than once? The local healers are not very familiar with dark elf physiology. Iknes slumped slightly, nodding. I can do that. We have a healer, though they're more of a field medic and not a specialist. I'll send him. She turned and left quickly. True to her word, it only took a few minutes until a middle-aged dark elf man showed up. Galatea carefully watched him have a whispered and passionate discussion with the other healers, remaining in the room to keep an eye on Madras. She looked better. Slightly. The new healer insisted on treating Madras' less critical wounds, then used some kind of paste and burned a few herbs that he added to the air she was getting, with a bit of trouble. Galatea wasn't sure if that would help, but at least Vaya didn't stop him, so maybe. Iknes returned and stayed in an outer room with a few others, but she remained quiet. Then came a lot of waiting. After an hour with no change whatsoever, Galatea sought out one of the drones nearby to get an update on what was happening. She could tell the young attendant was anxious, but he still answered her questions readily. Most importantly, they hadn't heard anything from Esseman. Their surveillance drones reported no changes that weren't in line with what they'd expected. In the meantime, the Esseman army had made its way to Precan. They'd been slowed by some Imperial field fortifications and skirmishes in, and for control of, the tunnels, but their progress hadn't really been in question. Now, they were starting their assault on the city and castle of Precan. And they had revealed a new trump card, cannons. How many and what kind? Galatea asked, concerned. And why didn't we see them before? Kay grimaced slightly. They hid them on purpose. We never did get a clear look at many of their supply wagons. And they might have used illusions. Apparently, there are, he got a distant look, clearly checking the psychic link, 32 proper heavy artillery pieces that we've seen. As well as at least 30 smaller, man-portable versions. Man-portable artillery? She asked, raising an eyebrow. He nodded. They seem to be heavier than conventional firearms, and they're not just grenade launchers. They're portable at least by some of their soldiers. Presumably for those with high STR and N stats. That wasn't really a small amount of guns, but still nothing that should concern the Empire. At least not on its own. But the army must also have quite a few champions. If we don't win a decisive enough victory there, they will turn it into a siege, Kay added unprompted. That made sense, she supposed. Galatea wasn't a general, regardless of how many records of historical battles she knew. The conditions were very different. With artillery, a siege would not last long, though. I see, she muttered. Galatea turned and put some of her magic into a scrying spell, trying to look at their positions and how the battle was developing. Kay flinched slightly at the sight of blood and bodies strewn around the ground. Feeling some distaste herself, Galatea quickly moved the focal point of her spell, zooming further out. A faint, blue shimmer guarded the border of the city, extending from the walls. It was centered on the castle, and faded so it wasn't visible all around the city. As she watched, it was hit by both artillery and magical attacks, or perhaps effects caused by class skills. It showed no visible change, but the mana it stored must be depleting. Unfortunately, she couldn't very well sense that through the scrying spell. Interestingly, the Esseman army had also put up magical defenses. There were several, slightly overlapping shields guarding their troops and artillery emplacements. Some of their soldiers were digging trenches and making better emplacements for the artillery. The ranged duel wasn't the only fighting happening, though it seemed like the main attraction for now. There were figures flying in the air around the Esseman army, or jumping in supernaturally large leaps and bounds to the walls, trying to get on top of them. Some managed it and engaged the defenders. Unfortunately, the Esseman weren't stupid enough to try a ram. It wouldn't fall under their shields and could be easily exploded, wasting their time and effort, but it looked like they were preparing other types of siege engines. Surely not conventional siege towers? Some of those trenches looked to lead deeper into the earth, probably trying to tunnel under the walls, weaken them or get around the magical defenses. They'd be facing an uphill fight, but it clearly wasn't their main tactic. Galatea frowned, moving her point of focus around a little to get a better view, trying to stay out of the path of any magic. As soon as the magical defense failed, those walls would come crashing down rapidly and any defender caught on them would be very lucky to make it out unscathed. Still, the Imperial soldiers held their positions and fought with admirable discipline. They didn't quite have the coordination that the Hive drones did, except for the actual Hive drones of course, but they were clearly better than the Esseman men. As she watched, the first flicker spread in the shield. Galatea tensed, looking more closely and trying to get a better view. The screen she'd conjured flickered out for a moment as a magical attack passed by, effectively shorting out her spell, before it reactivated. The shield held, but there were small ripples spreading in the uniform blue surface now. As she watched, another large, overdone fireball hit the shield, and it flicked briefly to a turquoise color at the border. A sign of a large discharge of mana, presumably, the defenses were struggling to hold. Galatea glanced back the door behind which she knew Madras was still being treated. It would take hours yet, even once Regina arrived, and there was little she could do to help. Not here. This doesn't look good, Kay muttered. No, it doesn't, she agreed. Then she pulled in her mana, ending the spell. She was going to need her reserves. I will be joining them for the battle. The young drone's eyes widened. Are you sure? I mean, I'm sure Tim would be happy, but you only just brought back Madras, and didn't you always try to stay out of Empire business? That's just what I heard. Galatea sighed. I think the time for that passed a while ago, she admitted. I participated in June's rescue already. I've fought them. They're unlikely to forget about that. She didn't like the thought, but at this point, trying to sit on the fence would only end up hurting her. And it wasn't like Galatea hadn't been helping Regina and the others before, for all that she insisted she wasn't one of her subject. Maybe she'd been kidding herself, when it came to how independently she acted. Kay nodded. Well, thank you. He seemed hesitant. But what about your rescue of Madras? Mother is going to want all the details. Galatea paused. No one had pressed for the details so far, but she supposed it might be important. Unfortunately, there's not much I can say, she admitted. I found her lying concealed in a trench. It looked like a ditch around a field, for an abandoned farm. East of Derakeen, about 15 kilometers away, maybe 30 kilometers to the closest border. She had a magical concealment in place, though it wasn't strong enough to stand up to me, or to hide her completely from my scrying, at least. I'm not sure if she caused the coma herself, it might have been to heal and it would certainly have helped hide her. Unfortunately, I'm not a good enough psychic to say if she'd put up a passive psychic defense, too, but I wouldn't be surprised. I got Isays to help me transport her. She'd been the one to point out that we should go searching for Madras in the first place. Well, Galatea had been thinking about it before, but it was probably the push she'd needed. And a good thing, too, or Madras might not have made it. Thank you, he nodded. You can tell Regina everything I've told you, and I'll let her try and view my memories later, Galatea decided. And tell them to alert me if there's any change. With that, she turned to go away, then paused. There were a lot of enemy champions. Having one of their own would be good, or at least a priestess. She turned to find Isays again. Hopefully, she had a little more magic remaining. Galatea knew methods of replenishing her mana pool that would be effective, even or especially on a battlefield, but they could be distasteful. Well, she was about to go and kill some people. There was that. Tim better appreciate it. Chapter 398, Siege and Shield. Why are you out here? Shouldn't you be leading from the rear lines? Tim whirled around, then relaxed as he saw who had spoken. He hadn't expected to see Galatea here. No one had told him she was coming. He had also been a little too distracted to pay attention to what was going on outside his immediate surroundings. Fortunately, despite her words, he wasn't actually fighting, at the moment. He had been, to be fair. And right now he was standing in the rubble of what had once been a guard post, surrounded by soldiers who had backed away a little to give them space. About 100 meters farther, the enemy vanguard were poking their heads up. They need me here, he replied. Don't worry, those idiots won't kill me. Galatea frowned. She glanced around. Tim knew what she would see. This was the part of the walls and the area just behind it that had been the heaviest hit so far. It was farthest from the castle and their wards were weak here. That was why they were fighting. Of course, they also had a lot of defenses in the rear lines she mentioned. If any enemies broke through here, they would have to fight their way through the entire city. So far, it seemed like they hadn't deemed it worth the effort to make this their primary goal. Galatea moved, and a magic missile shot from her position, splitting into several before it hit the enemy soldiers he'd seen. They disappeared behind a large chunk of stone that had been part of the wall. Tim frowned, watching Galatea. That might have seemed impressive, but he'd gotten used to seeing and judging magic, and he knew the attacks had been weak, barely strong enough to accomplish their purpose. How much mana do you have? He asked. Not much left, she admitted. Isays brought us here, she's further inside the city. I was a little drained already from trying to rescue and help Madras. Did you hear what happened? Tim winced slightly. He had heard about it, vaguely, but he'd been too busy to do more than acknowledge the report from the psychic link. How is she? Stabilized, Regina should be there soon. For now, we should worry about this battle. Tim glanced around, nodding. Come on, let's head back to the castle, he suggested. They moved quickly. Tim relied on his stats, and of course, Galatea was incorporeal. His escort of Star Guard soldiers easily kept pace with them. It was already one man short, who'd been wounded seriously enough to be carried to the healers. He hoped it wasn't too bad. My prince, someone else almost accosted them as soon as they reached the center of the city close to the castle. It took him a moment to recognize the messenger. Yes? Tim asked, glancing around quickly. This area had been cleared and they'd set up several tents. There was a supply depot for ammunition, the kind that wouldn't explode if a stray attack hit it, and a base for healers and messengers as well. His actual goal was further in. He could feel the others gathered, speaking with the civilian authorities. Message from Lady Neralt. They have received an offer of parley from the enemy army. Tim frowned, quickly diving into the psychic link to see what he'd missed. A magical bird construct had dropped off a letter. He was a little disquieted that they'd managed to get even something this innocuous to them past the wall. "Thank you. Let's go." Marianne Neralt was with several senior officers, as well as the other Neralt. The Baron's class was well suited to fighting a defensive siege, and he'd helped in reinforcing the wall and the territory. As far as Tim was aware, they'd even done some kind of legal wrangling to facilitate it. As governor, she was currently holding the occupied land in something similar to a fief, and if she died, the right should technically pass to her family, although Regina would have to sign off on it, which made it some kind of family estate if you squinted really hard, which meant some of his abilities were apparently stronger. He had also been here for a little while now, which helped, too. Unfortunately, Tim didn't know if it would amount to very much. They all looked up and paused their conversation as Tim entered the room, though they were already standing. Galatea glid in behind him. "Your Highness," Lady Marianne greeted him. Briskly, she held out a letter they were all crowded around. They offered rather insulting terms. Tim grabbed the letter, then angled it so Galatea could read over his shoulder. He read it quickly. "Insulting is right," he mused. "They can't possibly expect us to agree to this?" Not to mention they had only sent this after the battle had started and without offering any truce. They demanded their immediate surrender, as well as the Empire's surrender of all of their munitions stockpile, intact. And a full accounting of their other forces and assets. The castle and all other fortifications were to be handed over intact, too. Every combatant and citizen of the Empire present would then be taken prisoner. There were no guarantees as to their treatment mentioned. "This is ridiculous," Galatea commented. "They can't seriously expect you to agree." "It doesn't sound quite that bad if you put it in other words, in general enough terms," Neralt noted. "They might just want to point to having tried for a peaceful end of a siege." "Are we going to send a counteroffer?" Zoe asked. Tim absently shook his head, reaching out through the psychic link. He supposed this was the kind of thing he should inform his queen of. Regina was clearly very distracted, so he only poked her cautiously and gave a quick summary of the situation. "Do what you think best," she said, "but don't surrender that castle so easily." "Obviously. Yes, Mother." "Good luck." He could sense that she was still half focused on Madras, so he withdrew so as not to distract her. "No, I think they might just draw this out into a ridiculous game of note-passing," he answered. "We can decline," forcefully. "The walls are barely holding," Zoe warned them. "The magical shield is already flickering, it won't last too long like this." Tim sighed. He was aware of that. He glanced at Galatea. "Can you shore them up?" The Maniform frowned. "Maybe," she said, sounding a bit hesitant. "If Ice Ace helps, it would be better. But my mana reserves are quite low." "You can refill them?" Zoe asked. Galatea nodded slowly. "I could perhaps expand on it a little," she mused. "It won't be easy, though. I need sources." "Sounds fine?" She ignored his question, clapping her hands. "All right, let's go to the walls." Zoe insisted on accompanying her, and Tim did the same. He was curious, and he was going to head there anyway. Marianne rolled her eyes discreetly and dispatched one of the others to gather Ices and send her to them. Then they went, Zoe rallying several other officers and a few units of both the Star Guard and regulars to them over the psychic link. It seemed chaotic, but over the link, he could appreciate the organized flow of it all. Units rotated out of holding the wall, others stepped in, and others moved around the defensive positions around the castle. Tim also contacted his wing commanders and told them to ready the flying drones to prepare for another pass. He authorized some of their scarcer ammunition for this one. There was a tension in the air, and he wondered if his human troops also felt like they were poised on an edge, waiting for an axe to fall. Once they reached the wall and went up the stairs to the walkway, close to the castle, he looked out at the enemy army arrayed before them. It had grown in the last few hours, as more units joined them from where they had been dispersed. He wondered about their logistics, they must have brought enough food for a while. But it was unlikely the siege would last long enough for them to withdraw for that reason. His own food supplies were probably lower, they'd stocked up, of course, in preparation, but they had to feed the city as well as his forces. And being shut off here being sieged cancelled out a lot of the normal advantage swarm drones had in living off the land. Galatea stepped forward until she almost reached the outer edge of the shield, completely ignoring the missiles that exploded just a few centimeters from her face. It will be hard to catch a few of them alone without support, she said. Can you instigate an aerial battle? Send some flying drones to be met by their own forces? I'll join in, but I would prefer not to have to fight alone. Of course, Tim said. He focused on the psychic link, giving orders to the riders and sapient flying drones. They prepared for another attack run, split into several wings. With the coordination enabled by the psychic link, the drones advanced in waves. A heavier wing of higher-level drones and riders kept back, harassing the forward elements of the enemy, but remaining mostly in range of the walls. It wasn't a bad tactic on its own, but it also meant the enemy would have to come to them. After watching for a few minutes, Tim pushed them out a bit further, so they wouldn't be easily supported by all the soldiers on the walls directly, dangling bait for the Essamen. They took the bait. A group of tamed flying monsters with riders took to the air, supported by mages and ranged fighters on the ground. They fanned out and swept through the swarm drone screens, pushing them down to be better handled by their ground counterparts. Tim had to admit their skill wasn't lacking. Then the first of the Imperial Heavy Air Unit engaged them, and they turned. It devolved into an aerial skirmish, battle lines that dissolved as they got closer and wound around each other, dogfights and duels in the sky. Tim clenched his fists, itching to participate but knowing he couldn't. Galatea joined them at once. He barely saw her move, he wasn't sure she had moved physically at all. One moment, she was simply among them, throwing out magical attacks at the Essamen soldiers. So that's what she's doing, Isaes muttered, stepping up beside Tim. His guards parted to let her through. Do you want me to join in, my prince? If you can without risking yourself unduly, Tim replied, sparing her a brief glance. I'm not sure how much experience you have at fighting in the air, but we can get you a mount. Not necessary, the elf shook her head. Spatial magic has some advantages. He should have expected it, but it was still impressive to see her levitating javelins or manifesting more substantial magical attacks of her own, and then sending them at the enemy like she was firing a railgun. Looking closely, there was a slight shimmer in the air in front of her, as if light was distorted. Then Isaes grabbed a grenade from a nearby soldier and teleported it directly. As Tim watched, one of the Essamen riding a giant eagle was hit by the explosion, tumbling down. Galatea was there in a blink, redirecting an ice spear to pierce another Essamen in the throat, then slashing at the falling rider with some kind of mage blade. Then she was on top of the tamed beast, grasping its bleeding neck. Tim wasn't sure what she did, although the mages among the fighters seemed to feel something with their mana senses. Kim had just defeated his opponent and relayed the information to Tim, and then the monster kept falling, completely slack. Galatea didn't dally, and immediately went to the next enemy. She dodged a javelin and pushed the rider off another beast, some kind of flying reptile, before repeating the process. Tim had to tear his eyes away from her to assess the state of the whole fight. Judging that the Essamen were well and truly engaged, and losing already, he ordered the next wave of reinforcements to join the battle. Another wing of flying drones circled, further up, above the ongoing fight, taking potshots at the enemy fighters. It opened them up to more attacks. It also made them decide to close the distance with the Imperials and fight in what would have been melee combat on the ground, which made things easier for Galatea. Isaes apparently also had no trouble finding targets, and the psychic link's coordination made it much easier for the drones in the air to avoid attacking each other. Of course, the Essamen didn't just sit by and watch their flyers lose, and more shapes rose into the air from their army. Tim almost jumped when Galatea appeared beside him again. She was smiling with satisfaction, and seemed a little more present now, in some indefinable way. Did you suck the mana out of them? He asked. Essentially, yes, she replied. There's a bit of a trick to it. Certain monsters are good targets since they have some inherent mana, unlike other animals, but also don't have the same sort of fully realized mind as people. or soul. You need to be able to cast spells without relying on the system at minimum, and be considerably stronger than the target, though, so it's not something most mages could do. That answered Tim's next question. He'd still ask her to teach it to some of their soldiers when this was over. For now, they still had a battle to fight. As an impact on the shield in front of him that sent a high-pitched ringing through the air reminded him, another Essamon soldier was hovering only a few meters away. He raised a spear in a mocking salute, before throwing it over his shoulder. It hit one of the flying drones carrying a rider and sent them plummeting. Tim narrowed his eyes, checking their system status. A Grievan paladin, clearly another champion. Galatea, he said calmly. Can you reinforce the wall? I'll do my best, she said. It won't hold for very long. Tim nodded. As long as it at least covers us during this fight, that would be nice. He couldn't really see what she did, but he asked the drone witches present, who gave him an impression. Though even they couldn't make out much more than a lot of mana being moved, overlaying the shield they had already put up around the city and somehow strengthening it. He'd thought that would be difficult after it was already established, and that something like that should only be doable by the original caster, but clearly, he didn't know much about magic. There were several champions in the air now, and they turned the course of the battle. More drones were falling, and less of the Essamon fighters. One of them swept around whips of fire that seemed to go through any defense. Another pulled several drones at once down with what might be some kind of gravity manipulation. And the other Essamon soldiers were suddenly fighting much better, quicker and getting in each other's way less even in the chaotic fight in the air. Their remaining mounts seemed the same. Tim grimaced, then sent instructions over the psychic link to withdraw. Better to quit while they were ahead. They probably would come out ahead in this exchange, he judged. Then he glanced at the shield, which was still flickering a little just to the side. Well, for now. He focused on the psychic link and told the wing furthest from this fight to turn for another pass over the enemy camp while they were still fighting and the heavy hitters tried to disengage. No sense in letting an opportunity go to waste. Chapter 399, Affordances. Regina had not healed many dark elves before. She had treated one in the past, one time, but it was just for a broken bone. It was a woman who'd shown up at a hospital in Sarah when she'd been there to do some healing and instruct other healers. She'd liked the opportunity, although, obviously, Regina wouldn't have wished someone to be injured for it, but it did not prepare her for treating Madras. She would have needed intensive surgery, without magic. Arguably, she still did. At least there was a dark elf healer present, and the others, especially Vaya, had already done what they could. What remained to Regina now was mostly checking their work and also making sure that Madras had no lingering ill effects from this episode, and, especially, that her brain hadn't suffered. Unfortunately, dark elves' brains didn't seem much more robust than humans in general. They had about the same number of stem cells, very few, comparatively, and their neurons generally didn't regenerate. They apparently just lasted longer. Fortunately, Regina had magic. And she also had psychic powers. She was also intimately familiar with Madras' mind. Even in something like a coma, it wasn't quite like any coma she'd seen before, but close enough, her mentor's mind was still present. Regina could still sense its shape. And considering Madras' mental defenses were also rather hampered because of her lack of consciousness, it was almost easier to feel it. Which was what reassured Regina more than the reports from Vaya and the others had. Using her healing magic, she could tell Madras had obviously undergone some physical trauma, and her tissue showed the signs of it. There were also some signs of hypoxia, and Madras had clearly lost a few neurons to all of it. It could have been worse, even if it wasn't pretty. Regina let some healing magic trickle in, very delicately, and carefully guided it. She made sure to clear any buildups of toxins or surface damage, to clear out all the blood vessels and capillaries, make sure the immune cells were active but not too active and inflammation kept down, made sure the myelination of her nerves was as it should be, and she also directed some healing magic to the most affected areas and, with the lightest of touches, stimulated the cells to grow and divide if necessary, following the pattern that still faintly echoed through the structure of the layer. At the same time, Regina focused on her patient's mind. She had to use a two-pronged approach instead of simply relying on the body. Carefully, she tried to anchor Madra's mind and consciousness, shore up her mental defenses, and reinforce her anchoring. Madras would have to do most of this herself after she woke up. If, after all, much more work was necessary. Finally, Regina judged that she'd done what she could. Hours had passed, she was starting to see dark spots herself, and Vaya was standing ready to force a glass of juice down her throat. Drinking it, she absent-mindedly checked on the psychic link before turning to Madras again. The fact that she hadn't woken up already on her own indicated it probably was a magically induced coma, but Regina awakened her now. Watching her patient's mind and brain waking up was pretty interesting, too. Regina was so focused on it that she almost missed when Madras opened her eyes. She blinked, and Regina quickly dimmed the lights. "Hello," she said softly. "How are you?" Madras blinked again, moved her head a bit, opened her mouth as if to respond, and then closed it again after nothing came out. "Take it easy," Regina told her, carefully connecting to her mind. "You suffered a pretty bad shock. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," Madras responded. Her mental voice felt strained and tired, but otherwise normal. "Good. Can you understand me?" "I will be running some tests," she said. Madras nodded slightly. "Yes," she replied mentally. Regina smiled at her, waved the other doctors over, and started doing some basic checks to test her cognitive facilities and memory. She had to modify them to take advantage of the psychic communication between them, too. Since Regina made those tests up on the fly, it could have probably been done better, but at least it showed her that Madras was conscious and herself. "Are you feeling up to trying to talk again?" Regina finally asked. Madras had answered psychically so far. Her teacher glanced around, nodded slightly, and tried again. She croaked, paused, and started again. "Thank you, but it's okay." The dark elf healer stepped a bit closer, saying something in their language. Regina got the impression he was asking after her speech. She replied in the same language, sounding perhaps a bit better, but not much. Regina, meanwhile, just told one of the drones to get a glass of water and then held it for Madras to drink, ignoring her obvious attempts to take it herself. "You are mostly healed, but you still need to rest," she told her finally. "Galatea and Ices got you out, but they're currently at Precan because a battle is being fought there. Once you're feeling up to it, Ichnes would like to see you, and I'm sure there are others who want to talk to you, as well." Madras nodded, then sat up on the cot they had placed her on. She ignored Regina's concern, and Regina felt her reaching out with her mind. Finally, she nodded. Would like to see her," she said, still halting in the middle of her words. "But first, Regina. I'd tell you what happened. Only if you feel up to it. We can speak psychically if it's easier," she suggested. Madras shook her head. "I need to practice. Though, I can show you." Then she told Regina what she had seen and done in Esseman and what had happened. Over the course of the story, Madras gained a bit more fluency, although Regina suspected she still had a bit of mandatory speech therapy in her future. She was pretty sure this didn't have a physical cause, at least not one outside the brain. But if a bit of time adjusting to speak clearly were everything this cost Madras, she'd still been rather lucky. She also was clearly well enough to focus on what had happened and to send some images to Regina. Much of it was information that was important, but not immediately relevant. Regina tucked it away in the back of her mind, resolving to ask Madras for more detail and go over it with the keepers later. For now, she focused on the immediate situation, which was concerning enough. Madras had spent a lot of time scouting out Esseman's military positions and trying to get a handle on the number and location of their champions. She had moved very slowly, to try and keep her presence secret, after arranging to have some information sent to the Empire. In the course of that, she had also found the trail of secret facilities the Esseman had constructed to build their own artillery. A little late from Regina's perspective, of course, considering said artillery was currently shooting at the walls of Precan. But Madras had tried to gather data and found that the Esseman were clearly working closely with the Western Confederation. Most of the designs and protocols had come from there, apparently. That was valuable information, even if it wasn't entirely surprising to hear. Madras had tried to trace their construction back and run into problems. Mostly, it had probably led her to stay in the kingdom for too long, and made the risk too great. That had finally made itself apparent when she was in the east of the country, following the trail of what might have been a secret test site for even more advanced weaponry. Looking like the words had to be dragged out of her, even more than the rest of the story, Madras admitted that she had lost to Honor Sazator. Only, because it was more, she said, I mean, there were others. Helen, God's damn traitor. And Lucas. Could have taken either alone, or both, but, just not, all together. Regina nodded, biting her tongue and keeping quiet as Madras continued, discussing the psychic battle that had ensued in terse words. She was impressed that Madras had managed to survive at all, let alone escape them. She'd lost her drone mount early on, commandeered Clausen's own mount, and been shot down not once but twice, while suffering several injuries. The induced coma was apparently a hostile spell that Madras had modified herself, psychically, to instead make herself sleep to keep herself alive and hide her psychic presence. Regina had no idea where she'd even start trying to copy a feat like that. She paced up and down a few steps once Madras had finished, swallowing back her first few comments. Regina could sense that Madras would not be receptive to comments on the battle or her abilities right now. They could have that conversation once she was a little better rested. Thank you for telling me, she finally said. This is indeed very important information. To start with, if Lucas Clausen was there, that means he is no longer in the eternal dark. Did he finish his task there? Madras shrugged minutely. She was visibly drooping and would need to sleep again soon. Regina mentally called for another drone to prepare something to eat or at least to drink, quickly. She'd need to make sure her patient started replenishing electrolytes and check her blood sugar and other indicators. Vaya stepped forward. We can write to Ray and the others and inform them, she said. For now, your recovery should take priority, Madras. Mother, surely other questions can wait. Of course, Regina agreed immediately. Let me just run a few more checks, and you can assist me, Vaya. She tried to put her worries to the back of her mind and not consider the war or what she'd learned as she focused on doing her job. Luckily, Madras seemed to be responding reasonably well and her vitals didn't cause any further alarm. Regina decided against laying in 4 and instead made sure Madras drank 2 cups of some of the production drone's secretion mixed in water with extra sugar and salt, respectively. She'd probably lose a few kilos overall, but her organs were still functioning properly, under the circumstances. Even with magical healing, she'd need a bit of physical therapy. Since Madras insisted on seeing Ichnes before going to sleep, Regina stepped away to discuss her prospects with Vaya, while keeping an eye on her patient but allowing her some privacy. She only looked long enough to see the two of them carefully hugging and Ichnes fussing over her older sister. It made Regina smile slightly, and she turned away. It's a shame Galatea isn't here, Vaya said quietly. Regina nodded and shrugged. She wants to help with the battle, I'm hardly going to object, she replied. But yes, it might be good for Madras, too. Do you know what she did with those monsters? Vaya asked. I didn't know it was possible to expand your mana pool like that. It's temporary, Regina replied, glancing at the other healers still hovering in the background. She told me, but I've never needed to do it myself. It takes a lot of skill, and you run into diminishing returns. Galatea is already very powerful, and she reinforced the wall enough to hold perhaps an extra half a day or so. Vaya looked surprised by that estimate, but Regina only shrugged. She could tell the battle was settling into a bit of a rut, after the clash in the air, but it would not drag on for too long. And there were still too many enemy champions with the Esseman army. The conversation had reminded her to see to something else, though, and after waiting until Ichnes left, exchanging a few words with her, mostly assurances, and making sure Madras did go to sleep, Regina excused herself for a bit. She had a lot of business to see to, but nothing that was truly urgent. They had already shifted some duties off her, knowing that her attention would be somewhat monopolized by the war. Of course, Regina did still reach out to her psychic students, especially those who had stayed here, and updated them on Madras status. She also encouraged them to drop by, Madras would be happy to see them. Regina hadn't taken any new students recently, but it might be time to take the plunge and let the senior students like Edmund take on their own students if they wanted to. She wasn't sure if that would promote them from students. And the middle of a war camp was hardly the best place for it. Something to think about, at least. For now, Regina checked on the hatchery, and then descended into one of the basement levels of the Cernlian Palace. There was more than one reason she considered it more pragmatic to move to the new capital. There were several facilities that would have been hard to make or were just better constructed in a new place than in Sarah. Because of that, the bulk of this work would have to wait until she was in New Amberg. But there was still something here, and ironically, the move would have probably ensured there were less eyes on this place. Regina passed through several security checkpoints and defensive measures before she magically opened a vault, stepping inside and looking around. What greeted her wasn't some pile of treasure, but a carefully labeled and organized storage area of shelves and canisters with precious contents. She would wager its value still exceeded that of any jewelry vault. They had several such deposits, some of them closer to where materials would actually be used, while this was more of a hidden and backup reserve. In general, it was where rare elements and dangerous materials they conjured went. Especially the sort of thing that would just be too destructive to leave around, which their own technology wasn't far enough to use routinely, and which Regina kept back for the proverbial rainy day. She glanced at the back section, where a thick cube of lead and other shielding hid a small array of radioactive materials. She would not be messing with that today. Mostly, if she ever needed that kind of thing, she'd conjure it directly. This was just for insurance. The room still held containers of rare earths that weren't this hazardous, and Regina added to them now, draining part of her humongous mana pool by filling some up and starting new ones. Ironically, she was mostly familiar with some of these elements through these conjuration exercises, so it wasn't as easy as just making iron or gold, or even silicon or lithium. Then she turned to something slightly more applied, going to a new bench and pulling on some protective gear just to be safe. Once finished, Regina conjured a variety of liquids, and mostly acids. Some of these had to be placed into special containers, which she also got through conjuration, mostly, building on some of the other materials they had brought here. Once she was done with most of that, Regina turned and tried the most advanced conjurations yet, biochemical compounds. Those would be eating into her mana the most. Still, if she could ensure they had some of this, like medication, taking a deep breath, she tried to make some epinephrine, trying to put it into a solution to keep it stable. The result was mixed, but better than before. Grimacing, she moved on to others. There were important drugs she had to skip, since she needed things she could keep halfway stable, and in quantities that wouldn't be depleted immediately. She also needed anything useful in first aid, especially. They could generally get people to healers to fix any damage later. Of course, there were some things she didn't do here, since it would be better to conjure them in the field where needed. Ether wasn't that hard to make and could be used for anesthesia even if it wasn't ideal, for example. Finally, Regina took a step back, panting. Mana, 3756/69350. She felt a little woozy. When's the last time my mana was this low? I can't remember. Regina shook her head, looking around at the stacks of materials. It was for a good cause. And now she could actually monitor the regeneration of her mana, something she hadn't really had a good sense of before. It was already ticking up as she watched. Sweeping her eyes over the stacks, Regina wondered what she could do if she put her entire mana pool to one purpose. Especially if she copied Galatia's technique beforehand, though it might not make much difference for her. She raised her hand, focusing on the space in front of her, and recalled everything she knew about quantum psionics. Mostly it came back to magnetic resonance imaging and positron emission tomography and the like. Then she tried to conjure a tiny bit of antimatter, and it worked. She could sense it. Regina stumbled back, running a hand through her hair. The explosion from matter in the air and antimatter eliminating each other had been tiny, since she had not exactly conjured enough for it to matter more than the normal background, just enough to noticeably change the air pressure a little or cause a flash of light hard to distinguish from the ambient lighting, perhaps, if that wasn't just her imagination. Minuscule amounts of gamma rays or neutrinos might have been created and stopped. She scanned her own body out of an abundance of caution, but noticed no radiation damage. What would happen if she did this kind of thing inside a person's brain? Well, realistically, it wouldn't exactly be easy to accomplish, especially in a fight. And there were lots of places she could conjure several other things that would be quite unhealthy. I still need to test that, she thought absently, maybe with animal corpses slaughtered for food. Her gaze still found the spot in the air she'd used, and she knew that was different. Conjuring some material inside a person's blood vessels might kill them, but it didn't risk annihilating everything around them. No one can ever find out about this kind of thing, Regina resolved as she sealed the door behind her, then turned and strode away. If this got out, she suspected she would have more than gods trying to kill her. She had resisted temptation this long, and she felt no desire to bring out the nuclear weapons or more apocalyptic tricks, no matter how badly the initial battles went. Resolved, Regina walked back to check on Madras. Chapter 400, 2 on 9. Their guest turned out to be pretty on point. Only a few hours after Regina finished healing Madras, the barrier that had held back Esselman's army crumbled. Learning that Madras had pulled through and seemed to have suffered no lasting harm seemed to have lifted the spirits of those who'd been aware of her status and been concerned. Mostly Galatea, perhaps, although Tim also seemed relieved. That would make sense. Neither of them had much time to focus on it, though, since the battle was still being fought, and now it had reached a new tempo. They'd settled into a bit of a rut the last few hours. The defenders had rotated in and out to give everyone a chance to catch some sleep. Even Tim had taken a few hours. They'd also eaten and made sure to be prepared. Now the barrier was falling, though, and their preparations didn't seem as great. The magical barrier was the first to fall, of course, although the physical wall wasn't too far behind. That was inevitable, Galatea supposed. Without a magical shield, a traditional stone wall wouldn't stand up against artillery fire for long, let alone other spells and class skills. Of course, it wasn't the entire wall that crumbled, but sections of it. The Imperials had already started evacuating and only a few people were caught in those collapses. Their own cannon continued firing at the enemy army, and the soldiers now advancing on the city, but didn't stop them. Now it comes, Leanne muttered, shaking her head. Do you ever get tired of fighting, Lady Galatea? Galatea glanced at her. She had not seen the psychic before just now, since she had apparently been busy on the other side of the city. She wasn't surprised to find that she'd stayed in the city, although Galatea hadn't thought to look for her. Leanne didn't seem like the type to quit, and the Esselmen were attacking them. It wasn't like she would be accompanying an invasion force. I actually haven't done much fighting, she said. In all my years, it rarely came up until recently. Mostly because she had been more or less stuck underground, but she wasn't going to elaborate on that point. Huh. Leanne cocked her head, but seemed willing to let it go without asking further questions. How about that? Then this might be a right fun interlude for you, I suppose. Few of them are going to be able to threaten you. I wouldn't be so sure, Galatea said darkly. Their champions are not a threat I have truly faced before. She paused. I expect you to do your best. Of course, the psychic assured her. Galatea wished Madras was here. The dark elf psychic would be a major advantage in the battle. Leanne would be an asset, too, of course, but she doubted it would be the same. She should be grateful for what they had, though. They were both standing on the flat top of a tower attached to the castle. It was a short distance back from the wall and had thus been spared so far. A few other commanders were here, too, though they'd ignored their conversation so far. Now a stir went through them and Galatea turned to see the first metal ball shot at them, being caught in front of the tower by a magical shield flickering into existence briefly. The ball thudded to the ground, probably causing more damage. Galatea gave a last nod to Leanne and then moved. She was probably the safest person here, but there was no need to risk it and she could easily change her location. She floated a bit further down to get a better look, keeping in the shadow of the castle's fortifications without actually standing on them. The castle had been built right up to the outer wall of the city, but it was still the most fortified at that point. Still, the Essamans seemed to focus their advance on this area, which wasn't surprising. They'd also broken through into the city nearby and were now assaulting the castle from the other direction. Once she got a bit higher, she also confirmed that they were spreading out into the city. Of course, they faced resistance there. The Empire had prepared for street fighting and placed caches of munitions and worse throughout the city, along with preparing ambush spots and sniper nests on the taller buildings. From what Galatea could see, the fight was already raging fiercely there. Tim would have a better overview with the psychic link. This was mostly to try and channel the Essamans' advance, as she understood, and to grind down the enemy army's numbers. The more important point was probably the battle for the castle. Galatea turned. She felt tempted to use her magic to help, but she knew she needed to conserve every bit of her mana she could. So instead she tried to find the army's commanders to put her abilities at their disposal. Tim was easy to find, which might be because he was trying to rally the soldiers. He paced on the steps of the gateway leading up to the battlements of the outer courtyard, speaking to troops gathered below and listening from further away. She was familiar enough with his magical presence to pick up that he was probably using his class skill to boost them. And we will not give up 1 meter of ground that we don't make them fight for, make them bleed for, he finished as she approached in the air. Let's go out and show them who we are. For the Hive. For Precan. For the Empress, and for the Empire. For the Empire, the troops chorused back at him, making a racket. It seemed to make them feel better, at least. Their officers started to call orders, hordes of swarm drones marched by, and the soldiers dispersed to take their positions. Others were already streaming in to get replaced. Galatea joined Tim as he hopped down and started walking down the courtyard. Good job motivating them, she said, even if that was mostly a guess on her part. How's it going? Badly, he said flatly. What do you want, Galatea? She shrugged lightly. To ask you where to go. I've recovered a lot of my mana, and I can use it. What do you want me doing? Tim slowed down, looking at her more contemplatively. Thanks, he said after a moment. How much can you teleport, and how far? She considered it for a moment, having an idea where this was going. It depends on if I have line of sight or not. If I do too much, I'll deplete my mana and will only manage it once. But, say, several tons as long as it's within the city. He whistled lightly. Good. Then you can hide or fly somewhere high up and drop bombs on their army? I could just do that from the air regardless, she said, not pointing out that it would have been easier without the enemy army inside the city itself. They'll have shields. True, but you'll deplete the shields and it's worth a try. The champions will come fight me. Oh, I guess that's your plan? Tim managed to look slightly sheepish. If you're okay with it. Best to distract their most dangerous fighters a little. I'd send people to help, but few of them can fly on their own or move like I can, Galatea said. It's fine. I'll coordinate with Ices, though, she'll be just as useful. And make sure that you point Leanne at the most important targets, though she probably won't be able to turn their champions themselves. I'll handle it, he said, then turned to another approaching drone. Tez will coordinate with you until then. All right. Good luck out there. They worked quickly. Tez, a drone keeper with an evidently more martial bent than most, was clearly up to date and guided Galatea around the worst of the bustle to several storage areas, loading up with some explosive ordnance. She found Ices waiting outside, quickly split the score, so to speak, and then they got moving. The position they ended up in was high enough a human might have needed binoculars, but they were hovering just over a portion of the destroyed city wall that would make getting at them harder, and gave them access to both the remaining enemy army outside and those in the city, at the cost of being a little exposed. I'll take the farther points, my teleportation is better, Ices said. All right, Galatea agreed. She pulled the pin on a grenade and hurled it down, watching curiously what happened. As planned, it impacted a bit off-center at the side of the wall, exploding just far enough away from any enemy soldiers that it wasn't right on top of them but close enough to send shrapnel flying at them. Their shield apparently wasn't well calibrated for shrapnel from horizontal approaches, and the squad marching to reinforce the city died quickly. It held up the flow of troops for a bit as others tried to dive for cover, but she'd already turned to a farther away target. They settled into a rhythm quickly, devastating the enemy army from above. At least for a while. The Essemen adapted regrettably quickly. More physical and magical shields, dispersing their soldiers, taking cover in the buildings or closing with Imperials where possible. They also sent responses up, of course. Galatea and Ices moved away, having to teleport several times. Finally, it looked like they'd annoyed the Essemen enough to send the big guns after them. Here they come, Ices muttered. Galatea looked around. They'd managed to make the city much more ruined than it had already been by the fighting. Regrettable. The Essemen hadn't held back much either. Now, there were several small groups ascending from different positions, almost but not quite at the same time. They were too few to attempt to defeat them with just normal soldiers, though. It had to be their heavy hitters instead. 9 of them, she counted. That used to be a religiously significant number, Galatea mused absently. She wasn't sure if that was still the case. Here, let's see, Ices said. She raised her hand and gestured, and Galatea felt her mana twist into a new shape. It took her a moment to realize what Ices had done. She'd made a tiny but stable portal close to where the enemy fighters were meeting. Just enough for a bit of their mana to pass through. Impressive, Galatea said. Look at their status. A neat trick, Galatea thought as she pulled up their system notifications. Clearly, it was a bit of an exploit with interesting implications on how the system decided when one was close enough to show them someone's name. Did she learn that from Lion? For now, she focused on their opponents and tried to come up with a tactic. They clearly had not put this group together without thought, even just going by their class names. 3 of them were frontline fighters, 2 could fly on their own power, 3 were some variety of mage, 2 ranged combatants, 3 were paladins of some kind and 1 might be a healer, obviously with some overlap. All of these people were lower level than her and Ices, but their levels were still quite high. I'll take point, you hang back, Galatea said. Let's focus on taking out the Acolyte of Life first, then the mages. Not the flyers? She smiled slightly. Always drop the healer first, Ices. But feel free to target their mounts instead. Then the enemy were there and there was no further time for talking. Galatea took one of her remaining grenades and teleported it into the middle of the group, following up with a barrage of magic missiles at the suspected healer. Unfortunately, one of them caught the grenade and crushed it with some kind of force field before it could detonate. That should have exploded it as well, but apparently, it didn't penetrate the field. The winged reptile the healer rode, ironic, she wondered if that was someone's idea of a joke, dodged the first missiles and one of the knights, the only one flying on his own, got in front of it to tank the rest. Galatea was no longer there for the return fire. Ices pulled them both to the side. She adjusted on the fly, with a barrage of magical attacks aimed at their weak spots. Several of them got through, but they had annoyingly good defenses. Then the giant eagle of the other bruiser suddenly sped up, intercepting their path. Ices dropped down, still warping space somehow. Galatea let the eage's talons go right through her intangible form and shoved a fireball into his face. He got away with minor burns. And the others had used that instant to position themselves properly, trying to cut her off from her ally. Galatea dodged again, toward Ices. She noted that it would put them facing a proper attack formation, but that was the lesser problem. One of the mages finished an impressive air spell that conjured a kind of whirlwind shell around the group, carrying them forward. Galatea was not affected, but Ices had to adjust and started drifting for a few seconds. Several lances, one made of pure darkness, and several arrows came for her. Ices teleported away. Galatea sensed her target position, reacting slightly quicker than their enemies. She rose, summoning another barrage of magical attacks, this time aiming for the back of their shield. These attacks were all insubstantial, mostly made of pure mana, and passed through the air magic shell. The man in the middle raised his lance, another one, in an ironic salute, then raised his other hand and started chanting. Several of the others joined in, even as they kept advancing toward them. A moment later, the feel of the mana in the air changed. A field effect, like a ritual but not quite, targeted around them, getting slightly weaker the further they went, but still covering the entire battlefield. Ices cursed, barely dodging a fireball. "I can't teleport," she called. "This is a divine effect locking down the area." Galatea frowned in consternation. She called up a spell of her own and felt it fail. At least Ice's direct spatial manipulation wasn't affected, scratch that, it was clearly more mana-intensive for her. Now they were on the back foot, and the champions took ruthless advantage. Galatea still moved around the battlefield, but Ice's was not immaterial, and they were 2 against 9. Galatea was hit by a nasty spell that almost seemed to eat through her form, some kind of mana-eating effect? She purged it with more of her mana, but it drained her pool. Meanwhile, Ice stuck close to her, but was just a bit too slow to dodge an icicle while trying to keep away from 2 attackers. The champions were also starting to encircle them, keeping the bruisers close and coming in for attacks and strafing runs. The fight was pure chaos, or would be for a human. She still knew where everyone was and how they moved, but she couldn't be everywhere. Time for a change of tactics. "Focus on the defensive," she called out. "And stay back, I'm going to whittle them down." Ices nodded slightly in acknowledgement and Galatea moved forward, fast, stopping on a dime, since she didn't have to worry about inertia. She caught the paladin off guard, and before he could react, she was already under his giant bird, cutting its throat with a mage blade. The man shouted and tried to get her with a weirdly bending spear even as his mount started to fall. Galatea dodged by contorting her form, having learned they sometimes infused their attacks with mana to hit her, and then latched onto the wound again. Drawing mana from a monster was unpleasant, like dragging jelly through a wet straw, but the eagle had enough mana she no longer felt she was running dangerously low. Then she detached and darted over to the next fighter. He'd clearly seen what happened, and tried to keep her out with a multiplying barrage of knives. Galatea simply hardened a shell of air around her, barreling through them, and then caught one and threw it into his mount's eye. The chimera screamed and bucked, and the man's second attack went wide. She timed the instant he tried to pull himself straight in the saddle again and shoved a magical ice spear of her own into his throat. They were letting the first man fall, she noted, sensing others further down, clearly trusting them to catch him. Either way, he was out of the fight now. The second man breathed his last and she was finally ready to focus on the healer. They'd clearly expected her to drain the chimera, and maybe even the fighter, and the healer actually flinched when she shot towards him. He managed to deflect her first attack with a small but hard shield even as she was right on top of him, then whistled for his mount to pull its wings in and fall. Galatea followed, falling faster to get under it and repeat her first trick. But she'd miscalculated, the others didn't rush to his defense, they turned and rushed Ices. Mentally cursing, one picked up bad habits from organics, she gave them another barrage of sharpened mana blades aimed to hit the mount and turned, rushing back to her companion. Ices was hard-pressed, she barely dodged the first wave of attacks, getting another projectile into her left forearm, and must have cancelled her spatial warping for a bit since she started falling. Galatea pulled more of her mana around her center, manifesting it as another shell with sharpened edges, then blurred through the group of attackers. She clipped 2, sending them off course, but not enough to kill them. The others were too far, and still focused on Ices. Concentrating her efforts, Galatea moved her form, insubstantial as it was, forward, opening her defense for a precise instant, to pick up Ices, and turned, sending the construct whirling and throwing off their attacks. A couple of mana missiles got through and she tanked them, which was unpleasant. It felt like her body, such as it was trying to desert her. It took a moment her focus to regather herself. She couldn't do that too often. But she had Ices and they were both battered now. They needed to retreat and regroup. So Galatea kept moving. At least she'd gotten the healer, she'd mostly aimed for his mount, but she could sense that she'd bypassed his directional shield and now he was dying, on his falling beast. Suddenly, Ices winced. "That's Leanne." "What?" Then she sensed it, too. The psychic clearly had some trouble, or maybe she was just too exhausted, but Galatea knew her mind was harder to grasp for psychics. if you were unfamiliar with her, and she only caught the edge of the transmission. You need to return. Prince Tim called to retreat. Retreat? Ices exclaimed. We were winning. Mostly. No, he must have a reason. We need to go. Galatea glanced at the enemies who were still pursuing them. She was moving in zigzagging lines, and flying beasts couldn't maneuver as well, being reliant on wings. It gave them just enough breathing room to try and disengage. Ices gasped. Galatea, a big chunk of the castle is just missing. She looked down. The city was significantly more on fire than the last time she'd looked. Well. Can you teleport already? Give me a few seconds. Well, this was just going great, wasn't it? Chapter 401, Empowered. Ices Alturiel did not think battle suited her, truly. She had not been in many battles. Which was a bit surprising considering her age, she knew, but really, she hadn't had much cause to get involved. And she tended to be respected by her people, in a way she had probably grown too used to. Even if the smaller states south of the mountains had fought on rare occasions, they'd usually kept her out of it. Among the elves, at least, priests weren't supposed to be warriors. Under the circumstances, she thought it was entirely understandable if her hands were shaking just a little, as they descended in the city. But Ices was unquestionably doing her lady's work. She'd repeated that to herself all through the chaotic, hair-raising, terrifying fight among the clouds. It had helped to steady her a little, she fancied. She was not unused to death, even if seeing her new friend Galatea rip through a giant monster like a wolf with fresh meat was eye-opening, even if she was not used to dealing it out herself. She'd killed one of the attackers, the female mage with a hand for ice spells, and she knew she wouldn't forget her face. It weighed little against the thrill of having survived. Or the pain. Her injury was not too great, but it bled freely. She'd need a bit of medical assistance from the Hive kind or their allies. Regardless, Lion Alien, Lion Blue-White, Lion Theridryan, so many variant names to choose from, and they used the one that didn't even mean anything, was invested in this war, more invested than Ices had ever seen her in any affair of this world. She needed, not just wanted, the Central European Empire to win. Regina the Hive Queen Empress might not be her champion, but she was clearly far more of a champion in other ways. And Ices had taken oaths, had accepted a sacred duty. Her patron's will was hers, that was the way of it. It was partly what granted her the power she had. Not that she'd ever regretted that decision, and she wouldn't start now. If she died for this, so be it. If the Empire won the war and managed to break the stalemate that had been forced on the world like an ill-fitting straitjacket by callous gods, it would be well worth it. Ices. Vaya called, gliding over. Give me a moment. Ices held out her arm, letting the healer grab it and use her mana on it, while she looked around. They were currently in a small open square, which had not been there before, considering the ruins of what had been a building strewn on one side and the hole in the earth that opened further off. It was like a giant had stomped it flat, and soldiers were standing on caked stone and brickwork. They were maintaining a new barrier, reinforced at several points by physical shields, and which was clearly taking the last of their mana. It was a small oasis, a safe spot in the chaos outside. Already, Essamon soldiers were gathering. She saw a group of what had to be high-level fighters or even champions of the other gods. They'd attack soon, she would wager. At the moment, she was simply glad they had this moment of respite. She suspected she'd need it. What happened? Galatea asked. I messed up, Tim sighed. He was striding towards them, limping slightly. Given the look Vaya gave him, he'd refused or skipped treatment. Are these your explosives they used for this crater? Galatea asked. Some of them. They managed to get into our stores. We were too distracted and hard-pressed by the fighting. As best I can guess, they just mixed everything together, threw in a little magic, and boom. Ices glanced at the ruined castle. Crater was overstating it. There was a lot of rubble, though, and bodies. Far too many bodies. It was hard to make out how many of them belonged to each side, and she couldn't make herself look more closely. Is everything okay? Galatea asked, and Ices glanced at her to find she was looking at her. At least as best she could tell. One could never be sure with Galatea, she didn't have physical eyes after all. She did feel Vi stiffen slightly. The drone's eyes were a little wide as she looked up, her hand still hovering over Ice's injury. The one that was not closing as quickly as she'd expected. It took a moment for Ices to realize why. In the confusion of this battle, she was distracted. Sorry, I wasn't going to say anything, Vi said, looking at her apologetically. But your biology is a little weird? She winced slightly. Sorry, not trying to be offensive. But I've healed elves before and you seem a bit different. Are you from a different subspecies or something? Not, she cut herself off, this wasn't the time. Something like that. Will it compromise the healing? I know I am old, though Ices didn't feel as old as she likely should, or as old as she looked. Her skin tone was a bit darker than the other elves at baseline, which was usually a sign of elves weathering with age, and her hair had gone white far too soon, centuries ago. Regardless, she felt spry enough for combat. Vi shook her head. No, I've got it. Just one moment. Good, because we don't have much time, Tim interrupted. He had grabbed a spear from somewhere and was pacing a few meters away from them, clearly talking to others over the psychic network. It was easy to see why, the shield around them was flickering. A human mage staggered back with a nosebleed. A hive drone was lying on the ground and struggling to sit up beside her. I hope you can teleport us out, Galatea, Ices, Vi said, straightening up. The swarm drones will cover our retreat, but we need to get out somehow, Tim said. I assume the rest of your forces are retreating, she asked. Yes, Tim confirmed. They're executing our fallback plan as we speak. We're still bleeding the Essemen worse than they bleed us, but it's not sustainable. I hope most of the troops will manage to disengage. They can scatter and vanish into the countryside and reassemble easily at our next stronghold. Another benefit of Hivekind's psychic links, she supposed. Ices nodded, looking around. There were still a lot of people, even discounting the swarm drones fighting outside, or some inside the shield. Half a dozen mages and even more others had gathered here. They must have been trying to protect their prince. It was obvious the Essemen had not let him retreat, after they'd caught him off guard with this explosion. She didn't see Liane anywhere. The psychic must have been separated from them and retreated with the rest of the Imperial forces. This is too many people, we won't be able to take them all, Galatea said. Not if you want us to teleport outside the enemy army's reach. The shield flickered again and failed. Not a total failure, but localized, still, it allowed several projectiles and magical attacks through. Despite herself, Ices flinched a little. Fortunately, the others reacted quickly. Galatea had already raised a magical shield and Tim rushed to stand in front of them, raising a physical shield he'd clearly taken off one of the bodies, given the Essemen symbols painted on it. Ices took a step back, glancing around. Then she threw a couple of firebolts just in time to go through the next failure of the shield, this time on the other side. Retreat! Galatea called to the mages. You're exhausting yourselves trying to keep that up, but it's useless. Tim echoed the order, and the remaining Imperials quickly retreated to form a knot around them. Ices realized that they'd already lingered too long. The Essemen were winning what remained of the battle outside, most of the Imperial troops retreating where they could, and they were too deep in now to easily run away. Not when she could already see several champions in the sky, coming closer. Ladies, the Star Guard closest to Tim spoke up. She presumed he was the highest-ranking one, but didn't recognize him. You must get at least the prince to safety, and Lady Tia and yourselves. We will buy you as much time as possible. They'll kill you in seconds. Tim snapped. I will be proud to die for the Empire, he replied stoically. Then the soldier turned and stepped forward, intercepting a javelin and facing the oncoming enemies. Ices winced as another firebolt exploded too close to her. The shield was in tatters and the fight was escalating. Just in the few seconds she'd spent watching, most of her allies were almost hit, and they were hard-pressed trying to defend themselves. One of the other fighters went down with a cry. His left foot was just missing, torn off by an explosion whose source Isays couldn't localize. Galatea shifted closer to her and knew she was preparing to do as the captain had said. Isays felt like time slowed down as she stared at the scene. Her mana reserves were already depleted, not fully. She might manage the 4 of them and perhaps 1 or 2 more with Galatea's help, but she also might not. It would leave the rest of these brave soldiers dying to cover their escape. They already were. I can't leave them behind. The realization was almost startling to her, but Isays still knew it was true. It was just not in her. She was here to help people. It probably wasn't the most militarily sound decision, but Isays had never aspired to be a general. Her father had been first among Lion's priesthood, back when there still was such a thing, and he'd never lost that. Isays herself had been raised for the priesthood. Even after the cataclysm, it had taken her until later to realize Lion had actually disapproved of that. But she'd never tried to be something else, even when she could have. It wasn't like anything was going to stop her from just leaving and doing something else. She'd devoted her life to serving a goddess, but also to something more. Her father had served not Lionalian, the goddess of travel on Haven, but something else, something more, even if they'd never come out and said that. Isays straightened up, taking a step forward. "Steady yourselves," she said, almost as if someone else was speaking. "For you have help." And then she reached deep into her mana well and the secret portions of her being and the skin coating her, and she pulled. It was generally a bad idea to try to directly use a god's mana. Having the right class could mitigate it, with the help of the system, otherwise it was likely to go badly. She wondered if Regina had ever done it, then pushed the thought aside for later. But not every priest or paladin had as much of their deity's mana as Isays carried, or had as much available in a channel to their patron. Just for insurance, Lion had said, and Isays knew what she meant. And right now she called it all up and wove it in a net around her, simultaneously bending all of her focus to her deity and widening the channel with little bites. This was a risk. She really hoped Lion was there, but yes, she was. She could sense her. Blinding light erupted under her skin, where her mana diffused throughout her body, now charged and compressed by the divine mana flowing through her. It exploded out of her like she was a miniature star, throwing the scene around her into sharp relief even as the battle seemed to pause. More and more mana flowed into her. "I didn't think you had this much mana," she thought distantly. A system notification filled her vision, except instead of hanging on a screen projected into the world, it seemed like it was being shoved directly into her brain. "Congratulations, Isays Alturiel, you have become a champion of a god. Champions receive divine aspect mana directly from their patron and may direct it to work miracles along with boosting their own abilities. Prolonged exposure and training may unlock further abilities. As champion of Lionalian, the one who remains, you will receive the following benefits. Boosted progression, your experience gain is increased by 50%. Champion skill, your abilities will be boosted. Your spells will cost less mana. Your non-system spells may also be enhanced with the aid of your patron's mana. Traveler's Gates, with the aid of the system and using your own spatial magic, you may construct semi-permanent portals. Universal Survivor, your patron's mana increases your resilience and passive defenses. It may also shift luck in your favor in subtle ways when you are in danger, leading you to survive what would otherwise be likely to kill you. Your soul is anchored more firmly in your body and mind. There may be other effects manifesting in time. Note that excessively channeling divine mana may cause spiritual, mental, and physical injury. She wouldn't have had enough time to read it, but she instantly knew everything it said. It vanished and was replaced by another message screen, except not truly, because it was simply Lion speaking to her. Unlike a mental voice, it seemed like she was reading her words through the system, but that also wasn't truly the case. Isays heard the emotion and tone in her words, as if she was speaking, not purely reading the written word. It was how she knew that Lion was slightly sarcastic and feeling a little concerned. "I wasn't expecting to, but you're lucky I do. I will have enough for a few champions. Do you like the benefits?" "I dare say my tinkering showed good results." "I thought you'd left again," Isays responded, turning and flexing her fingers, starting to gather more mana. It was both harder than usual, like trying to direct a raging river, and simpler since the mana seemed to flow so easily. "I did. I told you I was taking care not to be gone so long this time." And you came back with more mana than expected? Did you find a source outside? As it turns out, actually, this is not the only place I may be worshipped. Or, at least, something like that. Now that caught her attention, but she couldn't focus on the conversation when she still had a task to attend to. Ices flexed her mana and ripped a hole into the fabric of the world, as controlled as she'd ever done. She reached out to the mana of all the living beings in her vicinity, picking out those she wanted to take along, and resisting the temptation to do something to the others that would risk splitting her focus and endangering her primary goal. She gripped her mana tighter, and everything in its grip grasped it and twisted. The light swallowed her for a moment and she felt the mana around her change as they moved. Pain pounded against her skull and it felt like the mana still flowing through her had heated up until she had molten metal in her veins. At least the flow was receding. And she could sense the people around her, in the same positions respective to her they'd just been in. When she came fully back to consciousness, she was lying down, somewhere on a soft floor, and Lion's attention on her was slipping. Something like that, my goddess? She asked, fuzzily trying to hold on to the connection. She was rarely able to talk to Lion this clearly. History becomes legend becomes myth, and the line between heroes and gods can be blurry, especially when all your real gods have been killed. Lion sounded somber. The White Lady, a figure of folklore, a culture hero, she is not truly me, but close enough, I suppose. Based on true events, one might say. Regardless, she's been deified and syncretized with other deities sometimes, even the idol of death, what fun, in the border regions. I searched these out this time and could come back easier than I'd expected. The details hardly matter now. There were a lot of revelations packed into her words, but Ices had to take a moment to simply breathe and marvel at the revelation that Lion had some kind of power base outside Earth, however vestigial. No wonder she felt more solid and heavy than she had before. Still, not enough to rival Diurianon, not in terms of divine power. But several champions? That would be something to see. Lady Ices? Are you all right? Someone grabbed her, and she woozily got to her feet with their help, blinking as she looked around. They were in an Imperial outpost at the border, roughly where she'd aimed at. Outside the barbed wire fence, she saw Tim and the others she'd been standing with staggering to their feet as well. The Starguard captain was helping her up. Further away, more soldiers lay or milled around, filling the space around the outpost. She'd managed to save most of them in her vicinity. Far more than she'd originally thought. I think I am going to be sick, she informed the one acting as her support, suddenly reminded of the pounding in her head and the ache in her body. Her bones felt older than ever. Please don't let me fall again. Then she started retching, the corners of her vision darkening. She dropped to her knees and felt for the solid earth under her fingers, obscurely comforted by the feeling of the humans and drones around her. Perhaps she was not a bad choice of champion after all, even in a war. Chapter 402, Deployments. They had all expected the first real battle of the war to be destructive, but just how destructive it had turned out to be shocked all of them. The shock and a mix of anxiety, unease, and pride at their survival echoed through the psychic link, along with the loss of those that had died and the grief for them. The city of Precan was half in ruins. It looked like pictures of firebombed cities in a modern war, the World War, especially, more than looted cities in the 30 Years' War or something like that. Galatea had shown them some pictures of both, once, using illusion magic to recreate the images stored in her databanks, among a parade of other various odds and ends she'd shown. The castle was actually leveled, only a small part of it still stood in any respect, and those parts were hardly intact. A lot of people had died. They'd tried to evacuate the city beforehand, but it had only been a partial evacuation and far too many of the civilian population still lost their lives in the fires, magical effects, and explosions, and all the other physical and system-enabled violence that had been thrown around. A lot of soldiers had also died. The Esseman army was decimated, at least a quarter of their soldiers were dead, which should have meant its end as an effective fighting force. The Empire's losses were lower on paper, although they'd also lost the city, and far too many drones. It was the single most devastating battle they'd ever fought in terms of just how high the casualties the Hive had taken were. As she'd expected before, Regina had felt the death and been far too affected to do anything else, at least during the hot phase of the battle. It was fortunate Madras had already been healed. Now it was over, though, and she had a few questions. Primarily about how Ices had managed to teleport dozens of their most powerful soldiers out of the firing zone and dozens of kilometers to safety. The light show she'd produced answered part of it, of course. Unfortunately, Regina still wasn't great with teleportation, but she didn't need to come to Ices in person. Regina still had one of the swarm drones she'd modified to act as sort of a relay. Bringing it to where Ices and Galatea were recovering after the battle was much easier, especially since she shouldn't leave the city herself right now, anyway. I suppose congratulations are in order, she said, trying to sound teasing rather than somber. The drone managed to mimic her intonation well enough. You are a champion now? Ices was lying on a cot on a narrow shelf in a small room, but it was otherwise unoccupied. Galatea was technically next to her, but already moving around. The old elf seemed to have taken the healer's advice and stayed down for now. Regina wasn't as observant as if she'd been here personally, but with her attention focused on Ices, even with the distance, she could sense she was still in pain. I was already more than halfway there, Ices replied. She gestured. I hope you will forgive me for not standing and kneeling in your presence, my empress? I'd rather you didn't, Regina assured her. You need to recover. That was an impressive magical feat, and I know channeling divine mana isn't easy on the channeler. I don't suppose being a champion changes that? No, although it does make it easier. Ices sat up straighter, clearly not wanting to lie down anyway. I knew Lion might do this, we had discussed it before and I was already marked by her mana. The timing wasn't planned, though. Regina frowned. I'm far from an expert, but from what I previously heard, it sounded like having the god's mana in you was the most important component in being a champion. Or did I miss something? No. You could say the system was revamped, I suppose? Ices shrugged. The champions we are seeing now are somewhat different from what came before, she explained. It's more properly tied into the system now. It's probably also why the other gods have so many of them now. Lion couldn't stop them from setting this up, but she did try to take advantage of it. Or at least, that is the impression I have. Regina fell silent, still frowning in thought. This was important information. She knew they'd done things differently, but it was still good to learn a little more about it. Also, I won't stay Lion's only champion for long, Ices added. She said she has the power to choose several more, and I doubt she will wait very long. If I may, you should perhaps prepare. Lion will likely be more open to suggestions than any other deity. Also, I expect Alien Eyes will choose some of your allies or followers, as well. She's likely only refrained so far in order to choose appropriate moments. A new champion can be an important trump card in difficult situations. Regina nodded. The gods opposing them didn't seem to follow that tactic, at least if you excluded Precan's king being chosen just when he was in a position to take June hostage. But the gods also had more of them. It wasn't surprising they'd choose a different strategy that would rely on those numbers instead of focusing on key moments or individuals. Thank you, Regina said. Is there anything else I need to know right now? I cannot think of anything that you would need to know, my empress. There are things that I am not sure I am at liberty to discuss, but nothing that will impact the war. And I would like to become more familiar with any new powers before I discuss them in detail. All right. Then I'll let you rest. Thank you for fighting, Ices. I appreciate that you risked yourself when you didn't have to. It was my duty, Ices said simply. Regina left quickly, since she did have a lot to do. She wasn't surprised that Ices wasn't telling her everything. Obviously, Lion had secrets that she wouldn't want shared with anyone not beholden to her. It was probably good operational security or whatever. Regina was fairly sure some of those secrets included backdoors in the system's architecture, and she was fine with not knowing for certain. The next few hours were very busy for her. Regina split them between being in the capital and talking to people directly, over the psychic link, or focusing on her puppet drone and speaking to the people in that base. It was important for more than Ice's location, after all. With the lost battle, the army's deployments had shifted. They now held a defensive line at the eastern borders of the empire, stretching north and merging with the defenses they had already established and manned there. The survivors of Precan were being assigned to various outposts and units on this line, with the bulk of their stronger forces currently being in that outpost with Tim. Though outpost was a bit of a misnomer, it was a pretty big military base now, and already proved quite taxing to the nearby town in terms of logistical support. Tim would probably move soon. Regina also looked at the city they'd left behind, of course. The Essemen would clearly like to make sure the Empire couldn't do that, but it was a losing battle for them. Especially directly after the actual battle, they just didn't have the capacity to bring down all of the winged drones she could send, let alone defeat all other methods. They'd put up a few blind spots to block scrying now, but that measure still wasn't very strong and didn't cover the whole city, or their whole army. It was clear their army had taken command of the city, but that wouldn't go very well for them. This place was now twice the millstone around their necks it had ever been around hers. At least Regina saw quite a few of their men working at cleanup. Many were clearly wounded, and it wasn't hard to make out their hospital tents. If she'd been less upstanding, they would have been a tempting target for an airstrike. Not that she would do that. And she wasn't planning to attack them right now at all, they were still quite on guard. The number of soldiers visibly keeping watch and being ready in case of attack was high. The Imperial forces in the region had taken a beating, and trying something now would probably only lead to more pointless deaths without accomplishing anything. Regina met with Max and Ben in a new war room in their new capital. She'd traveled back as soon as she could justify it and as quickly as possible, but she'd still had to watch part of the battle from a flying drone. Right now, she was exhausted, but she'd been able to snatch a few hours of sleep here and there. Max and Ben both looked only marginally more rested. At least they didn't feel defeated, either. Regina didn't ask them what they thought of the battle or anything like that. She could already sense the answer in the psychic link, and when she focused, she could tell what they'd been doing. They were all busy, so she needed to keep the meeting short. How long until they move on from Precan? She asked instead, getting right down to it. At least a few weeks, in my estimation, Ben responded promptly. He'd probably expected the question. Their logistics are not as good as ours, Max added. They will need to spend a bit of time just wrangling their army. And that's assuming they don't care about the city or its population. Which is probably wrong, there were political considerations, weren't there? Presumably, Regina said. She spent a few indulging in imagining what the supposed king of Precan might feel about what they'd done to his city. It was a shame he probably didn't have enough political clout to really create problems for the Essemen or the Westerners, even as a champion. She wasn't feeling very sympathetic to the little traitor who'd taken diplomatic envoys hostage. Again, why did this keep happening to her people? They might move sooner, but right now, it doesn't look like they're preparing to set out right away, Ben said. They will have to contend with the issue of desertion, too. If they try a forced march, their army will be in correspondingly worse shape. If they wait, we will have more time to dig in on the Eastern Front. So, your recommendation is to just let them come to us, she asked. Ben tilted his head. We were always planning on being on the defensive on this front, regarding this army, he said. Of course, we could attack them now, but then we run all the risks they did in trying to attack an entrenched position like the city, especially now. And frankly, there's not much worth fighting for there right now. Better to saddle them with the logistical issues. Regina nodded again. That was what she expected him to say. The original idea had also been that if they managed to get an alliance with the Dark Elves, they could get the Essemen to send their soldiers to be ground between two fronts, or if not, maybe they would provoke an incident anyway. That didn't look like it would be happening right now, and it had always been a long shot. From the last messages she'd received, things seemed to be heating up in the Eternal Dark too. She still wasn't sure how Madras' injuries might play into that, but it wasn't really why she was here talking to Max and Ben. Is it time to go ahead and send our other army on the offensive, then? She asked. You mean the one gathering in northern Cernlia and eastern Nerlia? Max asked drily. Regina smiled at him. Of course, which other army would I mean? They did have quite a few armies. Honestly, at this point getting good commanders for them was more of a bottleneck. And of course the assignments were fluid. The army she was referring to had a solid core housed close to the border, but also a lot of troops earmarked for it that were still dispersed, making them seem like part of the normal defenses without making it obvious the Empire had prepared an army that could go on the offensive. And the bulk of any other armies she decided to raise would be made out of swarm drones, which the Hive could hatch and move around pretty easily. They weren't quite a bottomless well, but it was certainly much easier than recruiting human soldiers from the populations of the various nations could be. I would move the 12th War Swarm up to support them as well, Ben noted seriously. The dwarves are more than capable of covering their area. Regina sent her approval, trying not to grimace at the name. The Hive had chosen the names for their units composed primarily of hive drones, like swarms of war drones, pun probably intended. She did agree that it was good to have a unifying name regardless of drone types, and there was little else but swarm that would really fit. They didn't have an aquatic swarm yet, but she wouldn't rule out the possibility. Are we going to make changes to their leadership cadre? Also, does the army get a proper name? Max asked. I'll think of something, Ben replied quickly, purely to stop Regina from getting the chance, she was sure. And no, I wasn't planning on reassigning anyone. The command staff we have should be fine, especially with June included. I'll detail extra Star Guard for her protection, then, Max said. All right then, that's fine, Regina said. June wouldn't actually be in charge of the army. Janice was a bit of a special case, and they had a more formalized system now. You didn't just appoint a general because they had a high noble title. At least, that was the idea. In practice, a lot of their higher-ranking commanders were nobles with previous experience in commanding armies. They'd needed someone to appoint to the command positions, after all. And June was her apprentice, which counted for a lot. She wouldn't formally be in charge of the army or leading its day-to-day operations, but Regina fully expected she would get some command experience of her own. And of course, there were a few inevitable political appointments. At least usually, they meant people who were trustworthy and competent. Like putting a Delver leader in charge of this army. Owen probably has more experience than any of the other new generals we appointed, Max said, probably guessing her thoughts. He's going to do fine. And he can work well with June. I know. Appointing him to the generalship of an army was a bit of a steep promotion, but not really more so than any other prospects. Regina had needed to honor the Delvers. She didn't want to toss a position this important to a Cernlian or Nerlian noble, and Owen had exercised independent command during the mission to the south, so the choice was obvious. It helped that she trusted him personally, but Regina was aware she couldn't make decisions like this dependent on who she was personally close to. I'll be giving him the news and start planning in earnest, then, Ben said, nodding. They should be able to move out soon, but I'd rather have a proper campaign plan finished. They're still finishing up the latest wargame, I think. I'd have liked a bit more time for the army's leadership to mesh and prepare, but it's fine. Alright, I'll make sure those who should know are informed, then, Regina said. Since there was a lot to do, they didn't bother to say much else, and the two drones soon left. Regina leaned back in her seat, looking at the maps they hadn't used for this conversation. She spread out a map of the eastern regions of the Empire and the areas beyond it, looking at distances, rivers, roads, possible enemy strongholds. They also had some tunnels shown on the map, but she was under no illusions that the Dark Elves had given them all pertinent information, or that there weren't still a lot of tunnels they didn't know about. It wasn't too surprising when Vaya warned her that Madras was talking about going back to the Eternal Dark, but Regina still had to make sure her frustration didn't leak into the psychic link too much. Making sure everything was going smoothly for the war first, talking to Madras later, she decided. That was a conversation she wanted to have her full focus on. Though she already knew she wouldn't be able to talk her teacher out of whatever she'd set her mind to. Chapter 403, Duties. The army had been renamed the First Eastern Army. The name had obviously been chosen by Ben, as evidenced by its serious, no-nonsense nature. It deliberately didn't continue the naming convention started by the Empress with the Army of the Elba. It was also possibly a bit of a dig at Tim, since his army should probably have been called the First, but now this one was. Regardless of these considerations, the soldiers of the new army had taken heart from the name and already started to identify with it. Now that at least most of the sapient troops were in one place and prepared to start doing things instead of waiting, it added to the anticipation everyone felt. June could sense that anticipation around her. She was glad to know that their recent loss at Prekin hadn't hurt people's spirits too badly, but she was also a bit unsure of the optimism that seemed to pervade this army. She was pretty confident that their campaign would be hard and bloody. They all were. It was probably a reminder that many of these soldiers actually hadn't seen war before. Still, it could certainly be a lot worse. The soldiers were professional, and there were quite a few Hive drones around to command the large swarms of war drones and winged drones that would make up the bulk of their forces. Regardless, the 1st Eastern Army was ready and Owen had already given them their marching orders. "How are you coping so far, Princess?" "I'm fine, General." She smiled at him. "We haven't even started, isn't it a bit early to be asking me a question like that?" He laughed, shaking his head ruefully. "All right. Of course. I didn't intend to patronize you. But this is your first time on campaign, as far as I know, and it can be an adjustment." "It's not really the first time, and I have larger concerns than my sleeping quarters. Speaking of the campaign, what are your thoughts on our readiness?" "I was just considering it." "Our men are ready," he said with conviction. She'd found it a bit odd to adjust to the idea of Sir Owen as a general commanding an army at first, but he did pull it off. "We have made plans and prepared. There is nothing left but to do it now." June nodded. "I did think that your wargame was interesting, and our officers' performance was satisfying." While the army was gathered and reorganizing, there had been several wargames. Owen's latest one was especially tricky, a complicated maneuver including simulated information on terrain, enemy disposition, and defenses in several layers, with noise, and several possibly conflicting objectives. June suspected he'd found some inspiration in old strategy games. But it had been fun to watch. She'd tried her hands at it a little even if she hadn't officially participated, and while it had been entirely played with pen and paper, including maps, messages, and so on, at least it had shown her what his officers could do. And they hadn't disappointed. June had felt out the edges of their minds during the wargame and taken note of a few promising young commanders. Not that she felt qualified to judge them, but she could at least pass on her impressions. "I admit, my primary goal was to get them used to each other and to working together," Owen admitted. "But it was a good idea to use it as part of preparations, as well. Not that I am very confident we managed to simulate our opponent's forces and options accurately." "As long as everyone keeps that in mind, it should be fine," June shrugged. She looked around, where officers and soldiers were busy at work, moving out. She and Owen were standing on the balcony of the walled mansion that had served as their headquarters until today, staying out of the way and watching the preparations. They were well coordinated, she could feel the activity in the psychic link. And the war drones didn't need much preparation to up and march, or the winged drones to fly. Quite a few humans were also mounted and flying, of course. They already had an advance force in the air which the ground troops would struggle to catch up with. June would have preferred to join them, but she couldn't do that. She understood the sense in keeping a psychic with the command staff, at least, even if one with the vanguard would probably be even more useful. Luckily, there were a few of Regina's other students present, though she wouldn't send any of them to the actual front line or furthest tip of the spear. The army had an extensive scouting screen, of course. June closed her eyes for a moment, focusing on the mines around her. One of her tasks was keeping an eye out for any spies or possible agents subverted by enemy psychics, and regular checks were part of it. The chaos of the army moving out might provide cover for some shenanigans, otherwise. Fortunately, June still didn't find anything. She did her due diligence of checking carefully, even if she didn't really expect to find anything. But Sazator and the other enemy psychics were now aware Madras had been in Essaman and they had a free hand to act right now. It was better to be careful. That was what Madras had said, at least, the last time they spoke. Psychically, since Madras had still been in Sarah. She was traveling east now, but they probably wouldn't meet. It had taken some restraint not to rush back to Sarah to see Madras once June had learned of her injuries. At least she was able to speak to others psychically, even if the distance didn't make it easy. But her master had finally trusted her with a role in the war. June wasn't going to screw that up. "It's time for us to go," Owen said. "Unless you found anything concerning?" "No, nothing like that. Let's go." The remains of the camp where the army had stayed were quickly disassembled. It had been built outside the gates of a minor city, with a few permanent structures and large tents for the drones, which had now been packed up and were transported on the wagons. June followed Owen down into the courtyard, where they climbed into another wagon. It made it easier to plan and see to his correspondence, he'd said, and she didn't disagree. There were 2 other officers present. It was the biggest wagon, with a modern suspension system and enchantments on the wheels, but the ride was still a bit bumpy. She preferred to reach out into the psychic link again as they set off. June checked in with the other psychics first. With Madras leaving and Regina still busy with the Empire and the war, she felt like it was her responsibility to pick up a bit of the slack. Fortunately, their abilities allowed them to stay in contact. Edmund was also doing his best, she noted. He and a few others were with the Northern Army now. The psychic link was clearly thin on the ground, and given the distance, it was hard to actually talk to them, and draining. She got most of her information by speaking to others in New Amberg or Sarah who'd heard from them. But it seemed like they were still doing fine, at least. June gave the younger psychics a bit of advice and helped them practice their abilities with a companion further away. It whiled away the time while the wagon she sat in moved down the road. She still noticed when they passed the border. It would have been hard not to notice the subtle shift in the minds of the people around her, even if they hadn't stopped briefly and the road changed. They passed through the Imperial Defense Post in a slow rumble, soldiers around them. June poked her head out the window to watch. This could have been troublesome if a significant portion of the army hadn't cleared the way ahead. As it was, they'd chosen a region that was sparsely populated, with no major town or city close by. That would change quickly, of course. It was a little different than riding out with an army would have been. Their forces were much more dispersed than a single large army, although the soldiers moved in well-coordinated leaps to secure the terrain around them. The quality of the roads would be the main limiting factor on their speed, June knew, but they had also been assigned enough winged drones that it really didn't stop their progress. From the window of a vehicle on the road, it didn't seem like much was happening, but she knew that was an illusion. June looked up long enough to take note of what Owen and the other officers were discussing. In her opinion, something she wouldn't say out loud, he was a bit limited by not being connected to the psychic link and so having to rely on others to effectively interpret. That was more than made up for by his other skills, of course. She was well aware they couldn't only rely on Hive drone generals, and June wouldn't want to even if they could. That would rather push the Empire in a direction she wasn't comfortable with. But Owen did a good job, and as she listened to him discussing troops' movements, grid coordinates, and unit strengths, she was honestly getting a little lost. June focused on the psychic link to get an overall impression of their army's advance instead, and to check on the morale of the troops. Well, most of them were swarm drones who were, she could tell, just happy to be doing as the Hive wanted them to do. She dimly recalled that at first, once she'd realized it, she'd found it a bit creepy how the swarm drones, and she still wasn't entirely convinced this didn't go for the sapient drones, too, just very deeply hidden and ameliorated by their ability to make their own, conscious decisions, seemed to have an instinctual need to do their duty to the Hive on par with the need for food or shelter. Arguably worse, since she suspected that if Regina ordered them to, they'd starve right in front of a feast. But she'd gotten used to it, and this drive was certainly useful. Right now, it seemed like the war drones were dimly aware of what they were doing. A general sense of going out to expand the Hive's power and conquer its enemies was probably dripping through the psychic link, of which she caught an echo. If so, they certainly didn't have an issue with it, assuming they could, but while they might not protest, the war drones also didn't feel any discomfort, just, if anything, excitement. Some of them were already engaging the enemy. It was not a bloody and vicious battle. It was a series of bloody and vicious battles, most of them small-scale engagements, spreading out and intensifying as they went. The Essemen had enough soldiers stationed here to guard their border, but most of them were not gathered in a big field army. Their fortifications didn't stand up too well against Imperial artillery, even if they had cannon of their own, which made things more difficult. "Princess June?" someone asked. She opened her eyes to look at one of the officers who joined them in the wagon. They were pressed tightly together now, but Owen and two others were still talking over a map. Or had been until now. "Yes," she replied, letting her focus settle on her surroundings instead of faraway minds. It was getting exhausting. "Have you sensed any enemy champions?" he asked. "We have had trouble nailing down their positions." June shook her head. "Unfortunately not." "You would be better served asking the drones," she admitted. "Their psychic link covers a lot more ground. I am more limited." Of course, the drones also weren't really psychic themselves, so they couldn't pass on one of them sensing another mind. Only Regina, and, she supposed, Edmund, could do that. There was no connected psychic with this army now, though, which she suspected Regina would remedy by introducing more of her students to the Hive soon. June kept listening to the conversation, but felt her mind drift off as they went on. Her focus was drained and it felt hard to concentrate, but at the same time, she couldn't stop herself from reaching out again. The Esselman's positions were interesting. She wasn't a very powerful psychic, certainly not compared to Regina or Madras, but with a large collection of minds, it was much easier to sense them. That gave her an approximate idea of where their armies were gathered, although it tended to blend into the background of towns and cities. Those were also important, of course. Soldiers also felt a bit different, more homogeneous in a way, usually with more latent aggression and violence, but the relative absence of children was especially noticeable. The Esselman still had a large number of camp followers relative to the Empire, which had effectively banned the practice. Their reliance on swarm drones made things different, anyway, and normal, human soldiers were expected to pitch their own tents or cook their own food if necessary. And, of course, they were provisioned by the army, and the Empire not only frowned on, but forbade soldiers doing their own foraging. Plus, there were factors like the food they got from production drones needing much less preparation, which also cut down on the need for firewood for cooking, and so on. Being a princess, June didn't get to forego servants entirely. In addition to the Star Guard soldiers assigned to her defense, she had some attendants, who were traveling in another wagon for now. Mostly not the kind of noble handmaidens she honestly should have had, which she wouldn't have taken to war anyway, but just experienced servants who would help keep her wardrobe in order, so she was ready if she needed it for official business, or sort out her accommodations. The Esselman, though, it only took a cursory glance to realize that the economy of the border regions was basically reshaped to support the troops they had sent here. And there were too many civilians with their army. June leaned back, glanced around, and frowned in thought. The fact Tim and the senior Hive officers didn't have that sort of personal attendance was probably notable to their enemy. It meant their best bet at smuggling a spy close to Imperial leadership was probably her own attendance, a thought she mentally marked to follow up on later. It would take guts to try this right under a psychic's nose. But in reverse, there were a lot more potential openings. June smiled slightly, reaching out to the minds near her and trying to get a feel for potential candidates. She'd try to pick out whoever Dane might have positioned here first, and consider what she might want to say in a letter to him. She probably wasn't the first to think about this, but she was here and in a position to act. She was one of the Empire's psychics, and they had psychics too, in addition to other spies, intelligence agents, or whatever you wanted to call them. This could very well devolve into a kind of psychic chess game. That actually sounded kind of fun, in a terrifying way, if she was honest. And it would probably happen anyway, so she might as well start on the offensive. And maybe we can see if the champions had divine protection outside the battlefield? June hesitated a bit at the thought of arranging assassinations, but they were military targets, and if they were this much of a threat on the battlefield, surely it was only good sense to try and go around that problem. She'd bring it up to Dane and a few of the drones later and see if they had thoughts on the matter. Interlude, Isolation 7. Things had gone to shit so quickly Armin would have had whiplash if he'd had the attention to spare for something like that. He'd been aware there was rising tension. If you compared the situation to the proverbial pressure cooker, or at least a boiler or kettle, There'd been a little bit of steam escaping, showing that the pressure was rising steadily. Mostly, that had been political fights and a bit of civil unrest. A little bit of political violence in the streets, perhaps. Mostly things that could easily be explained away by crime in general, but were probably motivated by grudges and enmities between different groups. Armin had taken note of it, and he knew Ray had sent somewhat concerned reports home, but he'd been more focused on talking to his contacts in the Dark Elves' army. With the Empire now actually at war with Esseman and the Western Confederation, he had to prioritize. The men he'd spoken to were clearly also eager for news of that war, which shouldn't have surprised him as much as it did. Most of the soldiers were surprisingly educated and eloquent. He supposed that was a credit to their long lives and the general attitude of both surface and dark elves. It went double for their leaders. They'd seemed like they had a plan. Or plans. Which might have been the problem, he supposed. Too many men with their own ideas and plans. As he paced up and down the foyer of the townhouse they'd been granted as an embassy, Armin cursed his own naivety. He should have known better. He should have been quicker, more alert, made better plans. He should not have allowed events to overtake him. Of course, should have meant nothing, and now here he was, pacing up and down and clutching a short sword while people probably fought and died not too far from him, or worse. On his own, he might have wanted to get out there and fight. But there was nothing really to fight, no cause to risk his life for. He wasn't sure if he'd want to fight those men out there, if not for, well, the general raiding and violence. Regardless, there were people in this house he'd promised to protect. Armin was confident enough of his power and skill to handle a party of out-of-control, rioting soldiers if it came down to it, but that shouldn't be necessary. They were mostly relying on wards around the house. He'd put up a shadow ward that should hide it, make it less likely to draw attention, in addition to offering some protection. The riots will burn themselves out soon, Ray said as he stepped into the room. He looked a bit wan. Hive Queen didn't really pale or blush, but something in his appearance suggested it. He was clearly trying to sound more confident than he really was. You think? Armin muttered. Ray frowned at him. This kind of violence doesn't last long, you'll see, he said. Besides, this can't be all or even most of the soldiers in the city. Someone will assert control soon. The leaders of this rebellion will bring their men to heel eventually, or someone else will step in. And escalate it into further fighting, Armin commented. He sighed, shaking his head. I suppose you're right, but it really matters who asserts control, Ray. If one of the political coalitions gets enough soldiers together to suppress these riots. Ray nodded tightly. Armin wasn't a psychic, but he could tell they were both thinking roughly the same thing. Backup plans, Ray muttered. Didn't one of your contacts invite us to their stronghold if things got tough? Several, actually, but I'd trust Veras to hold to it, if not the Alleran, Armin replied. Getting out of the city would be the hardest part. I could guide us to the western strongholds easily enough. But that would mean abandoning this embassy and all of our goals here. Before they could continue, a heavy knock shook the door, echoing into the hall. Armin tensed and shared a look with Ray. At least knocking was better than kicking the door down? Then he focused on his magical senses to see what was going on. Carefully, he stepped forward, angling his body to minimize potential impact and calling up some of his mana as he unlocked the door, levering it open an inch. A hand caught the door and shoved it open wider. He almost attacked on instinct, but held back since he did recognize them. Armin. Good to see you're here after all, and not hurt, Ferdy Zepperin said, stepping forward and forcing him to walk backwards. He gestured at her companions to invite them in and several men came with her. Ferdy's, Armin replied tightly, nodding at her, then at the others. They looked like soldiers, he noted. Same for you. What's going on out there? We're trying to secure the city, she said briskly. I went with a detachment to secure this quarter and make sure the embassy still stood. She glanced around. Looks like I accomplished my mission, Yelavan. We're thankful for any backup, though Armin had it well in hand, Lady Eperin, Ray said, stepping forward and holding out his hand. I bet, that was a good ward, someone else said, coming in. Armin turned to them, then smiled as he recognized the man. Sergeant, he greeted him. Or should I use a different title now? It's good to see you, anyway. Sarkle as Evoson, level 56 Ranger of the Dark. Sergeant Evoson looked like always, weathered and scarred across his chin, but still tall and broadly built for a dark elf. He was wearing what seemed like his normal armor, the same as the other soldiers. He shook his head, smiling. Not yet, we're a little too busy to worry about titles or ranks. Like Eperon said, we're clearing out this quarter right now. There's been a bit of fighting, but most of the men have started to see sense. Your presence would be appreciated. I think the others want to talk to you back at headquarters, too. It might have to wait, we're moving to the city center now. Well, good to know, and I'll be happy to help where I can, Armin replied. Then we'll leave a few men to help Lord Ray. If you don't mind? May I go wherever your leadership is gathered as well? Ray asked. Not aiming to interfere, but I might be able to provide a bit of perspective and it might be safer than being a sitting duck here. He shrugged. Then I'm sure the free men of Elisiciavel will be happy to have your input. Fine, but we should still detach a few men, Eperon cut in again. Sure, don't get your braids untangled, he waved. Armin observed the byplay, considering their dynamics. Despite the tension, they still sorted everything out quickly and a moment later, he was on the street with Eperon, the sergeant and most of his troops. A street that had certainly seen better days. It was clearly not the worst hit in the city by far, but he could see scorch marks only a few houses over. There were a few pillars of smoke coming from farther away, too, along with the sound of further unrest. Everything was quiet and dark right here, except for these soldiers. So, Armin said quietly, glancing up and down the street and taking note of the changes, whose we were the others? A few things were obvious, of course. Evoson, or Sarkle, had been one of the main leaders of the reform-minded soldiers he'd spoken to. Armin would be surprised if he didn't have a high position in whatever structures they had now, possibly leading a splinter group. It was also obvious that Ferdy's people, presumably the faction around Teddy's Olerin and Vera's reason he was basically a part of himself, had come to some kind of arrangement with them. They were natural political allies, at least if the dissatisfied soldiers were going to work with any of the Eternal Dark's houses in the first place. He suspected some hadn't been, especially those still rioting. This faction must still have some soldiers loyal to them, perhaps more than others, given they'd tried to treat their men well. But probably not enough to restore order, on their own. Given the unrest and the infeasibility of reaching everyone, a part of the conclave has approached the rebelling soldiers and come to terms with them, Ferdy said. Unfortunately, they only speak for a part of the rebels. These fine men will help us restore order to the city, along with those of the true soldiers who have remained loyal to our houses. I'd be careful with words like rebellion, the sergeant grunted. Might give a lad ideas, you know. That aside, I'm a member of the Free Brotherhood, leading the free men of Elisiciavel. We have pledged we will not be treated as cattle again. He side-eyed Ferdy's. Fortunately, the reformist women have agreed to new laws and decrees that should give us the political voice and more options, so we'll see how it goes. That's great, actually, Armin said. I'm glad you were able to find common ground so quickly. Ferdy scoffed lightly. Armin, you say that like you aren't aware we've been talking. I know you have been speaking to them. Armin smiled. Ferdy's wasn't exactly the woman he was closest with in that political circle, but it was good to know she remained the same and seemed genuine in getting him to safety and able to participate, and in protecting Ray. Probably for political reasons, but he still appreciated it, and it made some of the tension he'd been feeling melt away. I can still be optimistic. Right, Sergeant? Call me Sarkle. No time for formality. Armin. He grunted. Let's not get too carried away. We'll help you so-called reformist fancy pants get power and make some changes. He paused. If you betray us, there's always time for a spot of rebellion. Yes, I've heard it's good for the soul, Armin said drily. Ray looked innocent. Not everyone agrees to give you a chance, though, the older man warned. I dislike the idea of hurting brothers, But it's better that than give the reactionaries time to crack down, I suppose. Which will be a problem, Ferdy said. We just got some preliminary reports that they're assembling some kind of army in the northwest. That didn't sound good. Armin looked around, sighing. They had now made it deeper into the city, but were going through several slightly less affluent parts, and the destruction caused by the rioting was worse. He figured it would have been the other way around, but there were shops here, many of which had clearly been broken into. And he supposed many nobles' mansions would have some defenses, making those of other people easier prey. It was ironic. It didn't take long for them to meet other fighters. These men, and a few women, were obviously part of this alliance. They exchanged short updates with Sarkle and Ferdes, and some of them peeled off to join the growing group around him. Armin made sure he stayed at the front and otherwise kept quiet, observing what was happening. Eventually, they found themselves in a square in the city which adjoined some government buildings. To his mild surprise, they headed for the hall where the ritual to start the gathering had taken place, but he had not seen it used since. Conversely, it didn't surprise Armin at all to see Teddy's Allerin present, along with Paris and a few others. She was accompanied by several older men in armor with the symbol of her house, presumably older men who'd retired and returned as officers leading her house's soldiers. Teddy smiled when she saw them and beckoned to Armin. There were a lot of soldiers gathering around this square and its buildings. Many of them faced outward, clearly prepared to hold it against any potential aggression by their counterparts. The signs of recent fighting still lingered, a few spots on the pavement still smoked. There were small craters and dips in others, puddles and scorch marks and worse as well. They'd cleaned up enough to allow quick movement through the square and the adjoining streets. Finally, another man said, turning around. It seems everyone important is here. Armin recognized him as well, but only vaguely. Unlike most other people, he was wearing visibly dinged armor over unkempt clothes and scuffed boots. Clearly a statement, in this little gathering of the powerful. I don't know why we were waiting for him, another soldier said disdainfully, jerking his chin at Armin. Or the insectoid. This isn't a matter for foreign envoys. Armin glanced at their status briefly before speaking. Orphan as Seaman, level 49 Earth Sentinel. Alva's a Naven, level 38 Ice Mage. We were waiting for Sarkle, too. Alv, Orphan, the first man who'd spoken, replied mildly. And Armin does represent a powerful player, and he's not exactly weak himself. Still, one of the other women grumbled. Armin vaguely recognized her from a few parties. Having gnomes and dwarves present is bad enough, I don't want to open it to humans. They're all demi-humans here, that's it, matter closed, Ferdy said, stepping forward. Don't we have more important matters to discuss? Yes we do, Teddy's jumped in. We've got the riots mostly contained for now, and most of the city under control. But other houses are gathering their strength, and several of them usually opposed to us have linked up. If they try to make trouble, this could get bloody. There's also still the remaining rebelling soldiers, Offrin added. Those who decided not to follow the Brotherhood's path. They seem to have withdrawn to the southwest for now. I recommend letting tempers cool down a bit. You don't want to press them now while they're vulnerable? Teddy's asked. The soldiers' leaders who were present quickly demurred. Armin listened to them while looking around. It was obvious they were reluctant to engage what must have been former comrades. Alf seemed to think they'd simply come around with a bit of time, and while others were more skeptical, they were also pushing for diplomacy. It made sense, Armin supposed, looking at the other soldiers who were increasingly gathering around this group, watching and listening. None of these rebel leaders likely had a very firm hold on their men. Who knew how many soldiers would really side with each faction if it came down to it? That seemed to be the nobles' attitude, at least, since they quickly backed off. Is that everyone we have to worry about? He asked as the conversation stalled. What about Clausen? Sarkle shook his head. Lucas Clausen is not here. He already departed, before this started. I see. He exchanged a quick look with Teddy's. This news should have been a relief, but it didn't bode well. Could he have had something to do with these riots breaking out? We must deal with the remaining houses in the city now, somehow, Offrin said. Whatever we decide here, it will be a guiding light for the entire eternal dark, Paris warned them, tone somber. The gathered dark elves shuffled uncomfortably for a moment. LitRPG was just one city, and it wasn't even the capital, not that they had one. Many important and notable figures were here, but most houses still had bases of power elsewhere. Armin suspected a few of these people only just realized that these were only the opening moves of a wave of upheaval that would soon shake the entire eternal dark. A civil war seemed almost inevitable right now. We should try diplomacy first, as well, Teddy suggested. Maybe they'll come to the table. We need to try to keep everyone as unified as possible. As long as you don't go back on your words, Mistress, Offren said. Of course. Some accommodations will have to be made if we want their support. Not accommodations we'll have to pay for in blood while noble mistresses celebrate, Elf said. Armin sighed as they started debating what they could and would do. It was going to be a long discussion, he suspected. And that when they should move quickly. At least no one had even hinted at drawing blades yet, so he supposed this was a victory for diplomacy? Chapter 404, Gateways. Madras left on a stormy, overcast day that seemed to bode ill for her trip. Regina had tried to dissuade her, and had even briefly entertained the thought of trying to stop her citing medical reasons. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, Madras had made a speedy recovery. Healing magic took care of most of her issues, and with a bit of rest and good food she was almost as good as new after a bit. Madras' high stats helped too. She was perhaps a bit skinnier. Healing magic still had trouble entirely replacing nutrients a patient would normally consume over an extended period of time, and almost looked old-ish for the first time to Regina, but she was clearly fit. She did still have a bit of trouble speaking. It was improving, but not very quickly. Regina had recommended exercises. As it was, the ability to speak with her own people's specialists was one reason Madras had decided to return to the Eternal Dark. The other, she hadn't said, but Regina surmised that she'd thought about her choices and her life when she felt like she might die and had made a decision to no longer run away from it. It was a bit backwards, but Regina felt quietly proud of her teacher for that. Granted, the latest letters from the Eternal Dark hadn't helped, speaking of rising unrest and a political shift as soldiers started getting dissatisfied and organizing to make demands. All while the winds of war seemed to be rising in the outer parts of the Eternal Dark. That part was not very encouraging. Since she wasn't to be dissuaded, Regina spoke with Ichmes and also had some of her veteran soldiers, who weren't currently on the front, assigned to accompany Madras. She probably didn't need them, but Regina had told her that it would at least make Regina herself feel better, which was true. They otherwise didn't make a big production out of her leaving, since Madras might still have a target on her back. In the meantime, Regina turned her attention both to using what she had learned from Madras about her enemies and to her other psychics. As it happened, the two things coincided a little, since she was trying to verify some things she had heard. With Madras gone, it meant she could no longer teach the students, and Regina reluctantly sat down and carved some fixed times out of her calendar so she wouldn't neglect their education completely. Who needed sleep, anyway? Well, it wasn't quite that bad. At least with their growing psychic abilities as well as her own and her imitation link, she could keep talking to them relatively easily even when they were away. It was particularly important for those of her students who were accompanying the armies. At least for now. Once they moved further away, out of her reach, it would get more difficult. But that was a problem for later, and at least they would still have each other. Regina wouldn't send any single psychics out into the war without backup. That would be a recipe for disaster. Especially with enemy psychics still out there and up to God knew what. At least her own people probably had more psychics working with them, something Regina took a little pride in. It wasn't just her own students, who might have been more numerous, but were generally less experiences and skill. There was also Leanne, and the two younger psychics from the east. Leanne seemed to have decided that joining the Empire on a more permanent basis was a good idea, although Regina almost suspected the older woman was avoiding her. She'd ignored any hints from the others that Regina would surely like to meet her and give her a warm welcome in Sarah or New Amberg with casual indifference. Or maybe she just didn't want to travel that far. That was fair enough. For now, Leanne was hanging around Tim and the other senior people in what had been the Eastern Army. She spoke to them occasionally and seemed otherwise content to do some psychic guard duty and make sure their enemies didn't sneak anything up on them. The other two, younger psychics who Madras had wanted to seek out, Peter and Susie, had also arrived there. Regina knew them even less, and neither did the others. They seemed sympathetic to the Empire, but that was no guarantee. Of course, she wasn't in a position where she could turn away any help someone offered, either. At least June was still in range. The First Eastern Army, confusing name, Regina wished she could say she didn't know why Ben had chosen it, but she had her suspicions, had not penetrated that far into Esseman yet. They were still closer to her than the city of Precan was, by a significant margin. Owen sent regular reports, and she was in contact with them through the other drones and the psychic's link. So were Ben and the others. Regina had also set up a direct link between them a few times. Over this distance, it was rather taxing, especially if she wanted to include enough people, so she didn't do it too often or for very long. Still, she had quite good communication with that army. Unlike the one currently marching through the Western Confederation, it seemed like the Westerners were still avoiding a direct confrontation, or a pitched battle at least, but Regina suspected that wouldn't last very long. So far, they really hadn't managed to stop Janice, even if she'd slowed down after that first attack by their champions. Further probing attacks and harassment had followed, but with much less effect. As the Imperial Army instituted precautions and moved up their own elites who might counter the champions, they dropped off. Evidently the enemy didn't want to risk losing too many champions on these little expeditions. It was also possible the champions themselves were becoming fed up with the tactic. They presumably had a lot of influence in the decision-making process. Well, they would follow what the gods told them to do, of course. But Regina rather doubted the gods were directly dictating the Western Confederation's war tactics. Personally, they wouldn't even be very good at it, Regina thought, sneering a bit despite herself. They might be old and experienced, but it's not like they're actually generals or anything. I doubt they can even estimate how much humans need to eat. Not that Diurianon is much of a peace god. Luckily, their enemies were no longer the only champions she'd ever seen, and Ices was a priceless resource for finding out more about them and about how being a champion worked. It was one reason she was currently standing outside in a courtyard, ignoring the light drizzle pouring down on them. Is there an issue with my preparations? Ices asked. Regina quickly controlled her expression and made sure her face was set in a pleasant mask. No, I was thinking about something else, apologies, she said. Your preparations look quite good to me. They were probably a bit overkill, in fact. Ice's new ability didn't rely on rituals or anything like that. That she was setting up what were, she'd explained, essentially warding circles to demarcate a region of space and to protect them, was simply a precaution before testing the ability. Not that Regina completely understood Ice's measures. Her studies into ritual magic had suffered from a lack of time and focus. There were so many other things to do and so much else to learn. She hadn't prioritized them since it didn't suit her strengths or talents. She just didn't have a knack for ritual magic. And while she'd learned some things from Ices, she obviously lacked her expertise in spatial magic. I hope you've double-checked them, Max said. He honestly didn't have much of a reason to be here, since he wasn't a mage or anything. Except for curiosity. But he still liked to accompany her when he could, especially to places or events that could be dangerous. Which Regina supposed showed what he thought of this. Of course I have, Ices replied, sounding almost a bit insulted at the questioning. These wardings will work properly. And if you are ready, may we get on with this test? The rain is not comfortable for my old bones. Regina nodded. Like herself, Ices was wearing a high-quality coat with her hood up, which made it a bit harder to make out her expression, but Regina understood the sentiment. By all means, whenever you're ready. Ices turned and raised a hand, which was probably just meant to help her focus. Then Regina felt the mana gathering, and a slight sound, like thunder from far away, paired with a brightly colored flash of light that shifted between colors almost too fast to see. They had decided not to be too ambitious with testing the new ability given by her champion status, Traveler's Gates, even if it probably had a long cooldown. Though the description was very encouraging. Ben had looked as if Christmas had come early when he'd heard it, anyway, and Regina understood the sentiment. Semi-permanent portals could be huge, although it depended a bit on what semi-permanent meant, exactly, and other details. This gate felt odd to her senses, but not any more so than the connection between the temple and the southern Hive Queen site. It was just more permanent, not something that needed to be activated. Visually, it was more impressive, like a gateway in space through which she could see the other side. Great, it worked, Max said. The next moment, a hand came through the gateway and then Tia poked her head through. It worked, she beamed at them. The portal looks nice, I says. We can see everything from here. Max gave her a disapproving look. That was reckless, Tia. Tia shrugged, but did move back a little, so she was no longer physically in the gateway. Which didn't actually take up any space, Regina noted. It was like a flat plane connecting the two places on either end. Someone was going to have to do this sooner or later. And no one sensed any danger or bad signs. They would have warned her over the psychic link if they had. Regina stepped closer, passing her hand up and down through the gate. As expected, it didn't really feel like anything, at least physically. The sensation in her mana senses was more interesting. Could you make it bigger or smaller? And how draining is it? She asked, turning to Ices. The old elf looked thoughtful. I believe I could make it bigger, but it would be taxing and there is a limit, she said. It is unlikely I could make it big enough for more than 2 people to walk through abreast. And it does not drain me much to keep it maintained, although I think there might be a very slight drain. Regina nodded, focusing on her mana senses. It was a shame Janice, Kiera, and June weren't present, one of them could have helped with that. She did fancy she sensed a minor drain as upkeep to the portal, but it could be her imagination. Still, they would have to test removing Ices from it. Someone should walk through, she noted. I'll send a war drone. Regina mentally commanded one of a handful of drones standing nearby to go through the portal, which the drone did readily. There were no noticeable issues, and Regina called one of the swarm drones on the other side through the same way. The portal currently went to one of their bases in Nerlia, in a relatively empty part of the country, so they could hopefully hide it for a little longer. It was still close to a major river, so not a bad location if this turned out to be permanent. She tried to find out if reaching the drones on the other side was easier, in terms of her psychic range, but the site was still a little too close to be entirely sure. With the first tests finished, Tia stepped through as well. She hugged Max and Regina and then went back. Then they asked a few more questions of Ices. I am not sure if I will be able to maintain more than one, that will need tested, the champion said patiently. And the same is true for my distance from the portal. I'll step through to test if it works now. Regina watched, but the gate didn't react in any way, and Ices was still quite visible to her mind. She poked around the physical structure of the gate, then stepped back. Okay, Regina said. I'll go through, too. Give me a moment. Since it would shift the center of the psychic link, she took a few seconds to let everyone know and let the information percolate through the psychic link. Her drones could at least look it up if they felt a shift and wondered. Then she stepped through the door. It was rather anticlimactic. She could sense the different surroundings with her magical senses as much as the regular ones, but the transition wasn't a big event. This could be a game changer for the war, Max said. Regina craned her head back, looking up at the sky. It wasn't raining here, at least. She reached out with the psychic link. It had been ages since she'd been this far west. Regina? Max finally asked. Regina blinked, opened her eyes fully and turned back to them. There is another army approaching from the west, she said. The Westerners must have raised troops from their westernmost provinces. She'd had hints from her intelligence network previously, but nothing substantial. It was a fair distance away and had never been a priority. But she could clearly sense the aggregated mass of human minds. They were still pretty far away, basically outside her range, but just on the edge of it enough that a big group like this was noticeable when she looked. Unfortunately, that meant she didn't know any details about this army. From the west? Ices asked, frowning. Shouldn't we have had more signs of them? It's more like the west-southwest, Regina corrected. They're at the latitude of the Great Forest, more or less. I assume they are detouring to the south to avoid the mountains. Possibly they're coming from the southern Rhine areas, or the neighboring regions. Well, they would obviously be avoiding the Alps, too. She wasn't worried about them trying to pull a Hannibal, in the wrong direction, and passing over the Alps. She wished her enemies were that stupid. But there were several low mountain ranges north of there which had, from her readings, gotten even more inhospitable in places than they would have been in antiquity, even though other areas were still centers of civilization. Unfortunately, Regina's old geographical knowledge, probably informed in part by personal experience, from what she'd managed to infer, was pretty useless now. I guess our dwarven allies will get to show us what they're made of, Max mused, frowning faintly. Not just them, Tia said, her tone serious. The elves, too. Yes, Regina realized, her eyes drawn south again, if they are trying to go through the Great Forest or even pass close by, the elves will be too close to ignore. She smiled slightly. She shouldn't be happy about that, they were still her allies. But she supposed she was still, a little, looking forward to what was coming and what they would do. A sentiment she would keep to herself lest it be misinterpreted, of course. Chapter 405, Visions. The Esseman army moved on after just shy of 2 weeks in Precan. It fell well within Ben's estimate, although Regina knew he had hoped for it to take a bit longer. Especially since the Esseman appeared to have done quite well at recovering from their losses and securing new ground. She wasn't a general, as she kept saying, but Regina was pretty sure that it should not have been possible for an actual early modern army to bounce back this well. With losses this high, an army should have probably dissolved, and even if not, it should have seen higher rates of desertion than they had observed with their scouting drones. Which didn't even consider how quickly they'd managed to secure the burned-down city, construct new fieldworks, and all that. Most likely, the Esseman had some champions that could work as logistics support. These champions had probably rallied their men and kept their morale high. She wanted to say artificially high, but that would be a bit hypocritical, possibly with special abilities as well. Regina didn't like what it implied. She'd grown to rely on the idea of the Empire having the more disciplined forces, especially considering the Hive, having the logistics advantage, professional soldiers, the general equality and the quantity of swarm drones. Of course, it wasn't surprising either, considering her enemies had champions as actual divine support, and possibly more, and the Esseman weren't idiots and would know war was won in people's hearts more than anything. Fortunately, Regina was also confident of her people's loyalty, and that the Empire would rally behind her government and stay like that. She didn't want to call it propaganda, but she'd certainly kept up with efforts to disseminate information across the country. Building schools, creating a new bureaucracy, and even newspapers, which were free to print what they wanted within the boundaries of liberal laws against slander, misinformation, and hate speech, but they were also often essentially required to print government press releases, royal speeches, and the like. Regina thought that was a good compromise. She even kept tolerating that weirdo cult that was worshipping her. Honestly, she was reminded of it right now, seeing several symbols that could be ambiguous, but also could be related to it as she saw the Delvers' brand new headquarters in New Amberg. From what she knew, few Delvers were outright members of that cult, but there was certainly sympathies among some groups of the order. Still, Regina tried to put it out of her mind as she walked through the corridors of the headquarters to meet one of their leaders, who she was at least rather sure was not one of these people. Of course, she was accompanied by several Star Guard soldiers, and the Delvers made the whole visit a bit more of a production than it needed to be. She didn't mind the chance to catch up with them, but some of the pomp could have been cut. Well, she wouldn't begrudge them showing off their new digs. Due to, basically, seniority and because they'd supported her loyally, the Delvers had finagled a spot in the center of the city for it, and had raised a neoclassical marble edifice that actually wouldn't have looked too out of place among historic buildings in Amberg. They'd also left room for an elevator to be installed across from the stairs. As she approached the meeting room, Regina focused on the people she was here to meet. Obviously, it wasn't just the seer. That was fine, she'd expected it. She had things to discuss with the Delver leadership, anyway. They all stood up and bowed when she entered the room. Regina nodded at them. "Thank you for inviting me, ladies and gentlemen. Please, sit down." She sat in the largest chair at the head of the table, looking at the gathered Delver leaders. She knew all of these people already. Many of the higher-ranking Delvers had joined the army and were currently away, or, well, Madras had left, too, but there were still a few left to be here. "Thank you for honoring us with your presence, Your Imperial Majesty," the commander replied with a nod. "What do you think of the new building?" Regine replied with praise, and they engaged in a bit of small talk for a few minutes. She took the opportunity to assess their mental states, finding nothing of concern. Alex Castaway was still wearing his blindfold, which made his expression harder to read, but luckily, she wasn't reliant on that, even if he did have rather good mental shields. "You must be quite busy with many matters," Gwen noted finally, moving the conversation along. "Is there anything we may help with?" "Yes, there are several things I intended to discuss." Truthfully, so did we. Gwen ignored Trito's slightly chiding glance, continuing unconcernedly, "There are rumors in the ministry regarding current plans, including a restructuring and, apparently, a tax hike?" Regina inclined her head. "I would prefer not to raise taxes in the middle of a war, but I must." "Of course, war is expensive," Commander Roderick nodded solemnly. "It is more than that. A lot of the money will be going to the new Ministry of Public Works. After the temples were shut down, regrettably, some charitable enterprises were bereft of support or funding. The government will be stepping into that gap. The Empire will fund or found new hospitals, almshouses, and the like." They all nodded in understanding, and she could sense the positive reaction to her words around the room. There wasn't much surprise, though. Regina had been aware the temples had some charitable missions like that, though nothing like what the church maintained in actual medieval times. Apparently, it was still more than she'd quite realized, though. The Empire had already stepped in to cover some costs, but it was better to put it on more stable footing with a new structure and to lay the groundwork for expanding everything into a proper social support system, like any state needed. They would need some financial policy adjustments, too, to set up a proper retirement system and pensions, but ensuring healthcare and the like came first. Like more hospitals. So far, Regina had admittedly focused more on raising the quality of care that was already available, and perhaps the number of practitioners. A proper system with wide coverage and ensuring care wasn't contingent on a patient's personal finances would come next. She felt vaguely guilty about not having done more in that regard already, even though she knew she'd needed to prioritize. But she'd sworn an oath to treat people who needed it, and somehow, this felt like part of it considering her current position and power. "That is quite true," Alex said, sounding serious. "We have had to take in more children since then." "Not that we object to the measure, far from it," Roderick added. Regina managed to control the urge to wince. "Yes, orphanages are certainly among the institutions needed," she agreed. She smiled slightly. "Not that I don't appreciate the order taking in children in need, and I will not interfere with your ability to raise them." She wasn't sure exactly how many of their recruits the Delvers got that way, but there had to be a reason the name Castaway wasn't too rare among them. While it might be considered problematic in some way, Regina didn't really object to the practice. Delvers could leave, and the kids wouldn't really be more indoctrinated into an ideology than anyone with religious parents. Orphans or children whose parents didn't want or couldn't afford to support them would certainly be better off this way than the alternative. Though of course, her planned government-sponsored orphanages would have to come to an agreement with the Delvers. "That is a relief to hear," Roderick said. "We would be happy to provide any advice or expertise to whoever is charged with building new orphanages, my Empress. There are some among us, especially those retired from a more active life, who have a wealth of experience in this matter." "I will gladly take you up on that offer," Regina smiled. "Expect my secretaries or the ministry to be in contact." They spent a little more time talking about the details, and Regina took note of how the Delvers felt. still largely at ease. Good. There was a bit of anxiety, and she wasn't too surprised when they tried to steer the conversation back to the tax increases. Of course they would try to get exemptions or some kind of deal to lower their taxes. Regina remained non-committal on that point. She would be considering it, but she didn't want to give them false hope, and she'd want professional analysis before she made a decision, anyway, which meant letting her people at the Ministry of Finance do their work first. She could tell the Delvers weren't too pleased with it, but at least Gwen seemed unconcerned and the others mostly relieved that she hadn't flat out told them she was going to raise taxes on them heavily. Not for the first time, she wondered at how far they were willing to follow her when it came to personal costs and sacrifices. Although most people seemed to take the news of higher taxes in stride, almost having expected it, raising taxes in wartime wasn't exactly new around here. And she'd generally set imperial taxes low to encourage development, anyway. This is all well and good, Alex finally said. But it's not the only reason we are here, is it? You wanted to speak to me, my empress? Regina nodded, then stopped since she wasn't sure if he could see it. Yes. I was wondering about your impressions of the war and if you have seen anything concerning the future or what might be hidden from us. The old seer frowned. You know my ability in that regard is capricious and fickle. I would not rely too much on it. Of course, but I'd still like you to try. He sighed. I have already tried, a little. Admittedly, I was mostly concerned with the current course of the war. I doubt I have seen much regarding it that your information network would not have given you, however. He paused, turning as if to look at the others. Your Imperial Majesty, do you trust everyone here? Regina glanced at them as well, hesitating. Perhaps we should speak in private, she said. She would have preferred that anyway. It's not that I distrust anyone in this room, but it is only good procedure. What you do not know, you cannot accidentally reveal or give to an enemy psychic should you meet one in the war. Of course, we understand, Gwen assured her. She stood, the others shuffling their chairs as they followed, and bowed. We will give you the room, your Imperial Majesty, seer. Roderick raised an eyebrow slightly, but turned. As Gwen said. Please call on us if you have any further need. Of course. It is appreciated. They waited until the other Delvers were gone and she sensed them moving away. Regina even checked for any lingering magic, grateful that at least there wouldn't be any electronic bugs. At least not one subtle enough to be hidden. I assume this means you saw something, she asked. Several things. Alex tapped his fingers on the table a few times before stopping. They were hard to understand even by my standards. I suspect at least one of them might not even be of relevance to us at all. Regina frowned slightly. Then why would you see it? She didn't know the details of how his ability worked, but the system or something else must be guiding it, right? Since he usually saw things at least vaguely connected to his current place and time. Or so she thought. Alex shrugged slightly. He was slumping a bit more than in the meeting, she noticed, perhaps deciding not to bother with putting up a front. I saw, once, a large carpet of candles stretching into the distance, some of them floating above or below the ground, some of them flickering and some of them burning steadily, and a red stain that had been spreading out from a certain spot, dyeing the surrounding candles. Except one candle was a world and it shone brighter than the sun. Regina blinked. Poetic. Yes. I would suggest the candles were all worlds, in which case I saw the greater universe. What happened? Regina asked eagerly. Much and little. It was hard to understand. There were several candles of different colors, the color spreading and occasionally changing, butting against each other. At least the red area was contained, not growing further. He tapped his fingers again. There were a few candles that had been snuffed out. One was in the heart of the blue area, but it seemed like there was still the slightest of embers in its wick. Please do not ask me how it works, I do not know. Another empty candle was farther away and it felt significant, but distant. That's, Regina trailed off, unsure what to say. Yes, possibly unhelpful, he said drily. At least it would suggest that these Mezen will not move in our direction and that we do not have to worry about them invading our world. That is worth something, I would say. True, she agreed. What do you know of them? Little more than the name. Although I have not had a vision such as this before, perhaps something has changed. You might ask your friend Lion. I also had a brief glimpse of a female figure moving through a large, glowing doorway in space, strange stars on the other side. Perhaps she traveled and the brief connection granted me that vision. Who knows? Regina exhaled heavily. It was becoming clear that the seer knew a lot more than he'd been letting on, but with a power like that, it really wasn't surprising. She wondered with a spike of unease how much he was hiding from her. You didn't have any further visions that might shed some light on it? She asked. I do not believe so. Although I did see Lion Alien again, briefly, or so I believe. She was standing in a hall made of clouds holding some sort of curved sword. Alien eyes entered as well, but unfortunately, the vision cut off at that point. I saw Diurianon and what I suspect is the rest of his faction's gods, though I hadn't seen them all before. They were looking down from a marble palace onto a playing field with small soldiers, moving figures, and tiny constructs, and poking some of them. Thank you, Regina replied with another nod. That part seems rather obvious, and not very surprising, but it's still good to know. Of course, it is my pleasure. There was another vision as well. Here, he actually hesitated for a moment. Yes? This one was more concrete. The seer's tone felt forbidding. I saw underground tunnels, and though I have only seen them once or twice before, I know it was the halls of the eternal dark. There was the clashing of swords and the screams of the wounded and dying. Halls ran red with blood. And there was a sound of bells, high and clear, and boots marching in step, and cries of jubilation and victory and liberty. I saw dark figures working on wooden contraptions and molten metal being poured into large frames, and I heard 2 single cannon shots. I saw a map of the eternal dark, crumpled, and a star drawn around one city and a pin placed in it, though I couldn't read the names, and the pin was a large tower the people were erecting above the ruins of a grand building, singing as they worked. Regina swallowed slightly. That painted a clear picture, and she did not like what it implied, especially the first part. It would be good to know who was going to win this apparent war, though the vision didn't exactly seem totally clear. Please keep in mind there is no telling when this might happen, if it will at all, my empress, he warned her. I have tried to find out more, to find any solid detail, which is why I haven't informed you before. He frowned again, glancing down. There was one more vision. Please do not take it too seriously, it was different and less solid than the others. I will, she said mechanically. It depicted your teacher Madras. She was walking up a staircase made of bones and skulls. The singing returned with a darker timbre, like chanting, and when she reached the top she tore open the sky, which was dark and might have been stone, and she was given a blood-soaked scepter, and endless ranks of soldiers knelt before her. She raised standards and the people cried out in joy, and they kept constructing the building, raising her staircase of bone. And there was Armin and 2 people who looked vaguely like her, a young woman and an old man. She gave them pendants of gold and crystal, but Armin had blood on his clothes where his heart would be, and his shadow almost swallowed him. Well, that might answer my question in a more horrifying way, Regina thought distantly. But the edges of this vision were wavy, which I have learned likely means it is hardly guaranteed to be realized, just something that might happen, Alex added. What matters is the actions people take, they will determine what happens. Regina clasped her hands together, nodding and closing her eyes for a moment. Thank you for the warning, and for the information, Seer Alex, she said. She sighed. I was going to ask you to keep trying for more information. Of course. I will do as you wish. I was also going to ask for information on the enemy army to the west, she muttered, and I wanted to discuss the technology your order has hoarded. Perhaps a short break for a drink, he suggested gently. I am feeling quite thirsty. Then I would be happy to scry where you command and share the results. Regina managed a smile. That sounds good. Thank you. She made sure she remembered every word he'd said, then shoved the knowledge down to pick apart later when she was alone. She still had goals to meet for consulting with the Delvers. Clearly, there wasn't much she could do right now about any of this anyway. Chapter 406, Incorporation. Regina spent a few more hours with the Delvers. Longer than she had originally planned, but she wasn't too surprised it turned out that way. Especially after her private conversation with Alex. She had to force herself to focus on the immediate issues in front of her. At least these issues were rather important. Alex managed to do better at scrying than anyone else she could have asked, which wasn't too surprising either. Although Galatea was still in the east, if she'd been available and willing to go take a look, it probably would have been a different matter. The army approaching from the southwest was larger than Regina had initially estimated. It seemed like the average level of the soldiers wasn't quite as high as that on the other fronts of this war, but that might not mean too much. There were still over 100,000 men. That was a sizable force, even if she had the Hive and the Imperial military. Regina took notes and put as much information into the psychic link as possible. She would need to send more people to gain additional information, perhaps start infiltrating the army, or even the hinterlands beyond. Clearly, it had not been wise to write those off so much. She'd never had totally reliable population estimates, but their populations were probably higher than she'd thought, and more important. They'd have to be handled even after their army was defeated. After that army, the seer also looked at the other fronts where their own or enemy armies were currently moving, and gave her a bit more information on them. Regina noted all of it down to bring to Ben and the others. It was a constructive meeting, and she felt accomplished enough to breeze through the next few meetings. It was only later that evening, standing on a balcony looking out over a garden and, further back, the skyline of the city, that Regina really considered everything she'd learned today. The problem, she supposed, was that she wasn't really sure how to evaluate his visions. Take that stuff about Madras, which seemed the most concerning. But, if you looked at it another way, then, well, Madras taking power, even if she seemed like some kind of bloody-handed psychic totalitarian dictator, Regina really hoped that wasn't the case, wasn't actually a bad thing for her. On the contrary. Regina had no reason to think Madras' political sympathies or personal friendships would change. They definitely wouldn't do a 180-degree turn. So, if Madras managed to consolidate enough power to enter the war at all, she would presumably do it on the Empire's side. On the other hand, of course, Madras was Regina's friend, and when you heard of a vision featuring your friend and a pile of skulls, you got concerned. Even if it might just mean she'd win a war, which was already going on, or would be soon, presumably, it wasn't like Madras would start the war. It still didn't sound very good for her on a personal level. Even if it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy, there was nothing to indicate that, either, and didn't she deserve to know? Didn't Armin, at least? There were practical issues as well, obviously. Regina could try to send word, but she'd have to be very careful. There was a risk any message could fall into the wrong hands. And it would take time to arrive either way. In the end, Regina supposed she cared more about not betraying Madras' trust. Which was nice and all, and she might have felt good about not being a sociopath, if she didn't have a lingering feeling of unease that she might be making the wrong choice, or at least a political mistake. She spent that night reading from the stack of philosophy books she never got around to until the text started blurring before her eyes, before staggering off to bed. Predictably, Regina regretted it in the morning. Ira, who was here for once, made concerned noises and applied extra makeup. Regina knew she didn't get dark bags under her eyes, she'd checked, but she wasn't going to argue with her, and had a servant bring her extra strong tea for her morning paperwork session. After that session was another meeting of the military council, which was thankfully brief. Probably because they met almost every day, so there was not that much news. Unfortunately, most of the news they did have was not encouraging. The army of the Elba was starting to encounter serious resistance. The Confederation had clearly gathered forces and was drawing more and more troops to the area. They had not assembled to give battle, but instead, like the Empire, tended to disperse more, securing towns and fortifications, making the Imperial forces fight for every meter. There would probably be a battle at the next major city, But the Westerners had showed surprising unconcern about letting the Empire take a city or two in their advance so far, so even that wasn't guaranteed. And in the meantime, they clearly used more cannon. And also champions. June sent some suggestions regarding removing the problem of the champions outside the battlefield, Dane said hesitantly. Despite herself, Regina raised her eyebrows as she caught his meaning. She considered it for a moment. Do you think that would be feasible? She finally asked. He grimaced lightly. It would be difficult, but not unfeasible, in my opinion. Perhaps quick surprise attacks like theirs would work, but they will likely be aware of the possibility, and champions are hard to take down. Or so I'm told. Subtler ways would be better, but these would rely on us managing to get agents close enough. With their psychics clearly keeping an eye on the Confederation forces, I do not know how likely it is. We might have better luck on the Esseman front. There will likely be more openings given the situation. Regina nodded. Do your best, she said. Coordinate with June and whoever else. Make sure any agents you send specifically don't know enough to hurt us. Best if they operate in cell structures. Well, I don't need to tell you your job. Just don't write off the Western Confederation as a target. So, we should make it a priority? Baya asked. That seems prudent, Regina said. She sighed slightly. These people count as military combatants as far as I'm concerned, or even as enemy commanders. Killing champions should absolutely be a priority. How much is it going to matter? Max asked, frowning. Can the gods just appoint new champions to replace them, or is all the mana invested in them lost? Regina shook her head. A bit of both, from what Isay said. We mostly only have speculation to go on. But according to her, it's likely they will indeed lose something, just not everything that champion could channel, even if the gods can make new champions. But suitable candidates for it are hardly growing on trees either. Selecting them will likely be the biggest bottleneck. So, unless we kill them en masse and keep killing them, any champions we kill will just be replaced sooner or later, Ben said flatly. Let's not forget that they're people too, not tools of the gods, Tia disagreed. She didn't always come to these meetings, but since she was in the city right now and they were going to discuss enemy artillery, she did. They may or may not get great power, but they will need training and practice to use their new abilities to their full potential. And that potential is evidently limited by their level. And besides, they need to learn regular skills, too, and they need to process information before they can make good decisions, which is kind of a skill too. Tia has a point, Regina said. For now, we might be putting the cart before the horse. We've killed champions in battle before, but probably not in large enough numbers that they would run out of candidates. Moving on, we were going to talk about their cannons? Tia perked up and gave her report. They'd finally managed to capture some artillery pieces from the enemy and take them in for study, which had taken a frustratingly long time to manage. At least now Tia had her new toys. She evaluated them in detail, although Regina had to admit she got a little lost towards the end with the technical vocabulary. So, to conclude, Tia paused, giving them a look. Their sophistication is obviously behind, but they are equally clearly inspired by our designs. There is also enough variation in the pieces to suspect they have not worked out a fully consistent process or full automation. I saw signs of magic use to various degrees in all of our examples. In each case, it went beyond just using magic to heat steel in order to shape it. How much do they rely on magic, then? Regina asked. Sorry, but I'll need at least 10 more pieces to give an estimate with proper confidence intervals. Though even then, it's questionable how representative they would be. With just the examples we have, I really can't say. We haven't found anything that I wouldn't have expected before I started studying them, though, for whatever that's worth. We've had briefings prepared on the various models and their observed and theorized capabilities, Ben added, tapping his finger on one of the folders on the table, containing sheets of paper with these assessments. Keep in mind they will likely roll out new models soon, and even more as time goes on, Regina reminded them. They all transmitted a feeling of, yes, mother and the psychic link that seemed to be universal and almost made her smile. The meeting quickly concluded after that, although Tia lingered to speak to her afterwards. I think we've made some progress on Project Zeta, she said quietly. Regina could tell no one was around to hear. Unless they were a good enough psychic, they might as well just learn such information directly, but she supposed it was good to be in the habit of guarding secrets. Would you like to come take a look? Later, Regina replied. I have an important commitment this afternoon. Oh, right. Tia smiled. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing them. Regina smiled back and felt a little better as she left. She ate a quick lunch, noting that the move hadn't affected the quality of the food served to her at all, though someone had mistakenly brought her something with meat today and she had to have the dish switched out, before she hurried into yet another inner courtyard. This particular palace had been built with lots of space for inner gardens. At least 2 of her students were waiting for her. They'd been sitting on a bench, dark heads bent together, but rose as she entered, smiling widely. She could sense their nerves, but only faintly. They controlled their minds and what they let others see well. It's good to see you both, she greeted them with a smile. It's good to be back, Master, Lily replied, bowing her head briefly. She'd been up north with Janice and traveled here for this. Which only made sense, it wasn't like Regina could travel freely. She supposed at least her student got the chance to see the new capital this way. And thank you for believing we are ready, Fred said, although there was a bit of an unstated finally in his words. Regina shrugged lightly. You've both proven yourselves. Are you certain you want to go through with this? Today is your last chance to turn back. She'd already told them what they were agreeing to. Of course, they'd talked quite a bit psychically, especially in the last few days. It still needed to be said and she needed their answers. Regina didn't really have any concerns about it. They were both young, in their 20s, but still adults who'd seen some stuff. They were both peasant-born, and unlike Helen, she knew they were genuinely loyal. Not just to her personally, but to their ideals. We're prepared, Fred assured her. Although we did have a question. He hesitated. It's about our relationship, Lily and me. Go on. I'm aware you're in a relationship. They exchanged a look. It wasn't like they could have hidden that kind of thing from her. Regina thought they would be good for each other. At least, she hoped so. There won't be any issues with the psychic link or the hive? Lily asked. I don't see why. Although you should be prepared to lose some privacy. Especially when it comes to, emotionally charged moments. You should learn how to properly shield what you're experiencing even in the heights of passion. I'm sure Janice could give you some advice. Yes, we've talked to her about it before, Lily nodded hesitantly. All due respect, Master, but Princess Janice isn't a psychic, we are. Even if she's been in the hive for a long time. I don't think it will take us excessively long. And even if not, we can just not fuck for a while, it's fine, we're prepared to pay that price, Fred added. Fred? Lily gave him a chiding look. What? Better to tell it like I see it, right? Just don't traumatize my drones and we'll be fine, Regina said drily. To stop that awkward conversation, she mentally reached out and the other inhabitant of this garden lumbered forward. Lily jumped slightly, she'd probably forgotten or overlooked its presence. Have you met Arcanes before? Regina asked. The mana beast chuffed near her ear, and she leaned up to give her scritches. She plonked herself down near Regina. She felt them reaching out in the link, and Fred stepped closer to pat the beast gingerly. Arcanes had grown in the last year or so and was over 2 tons of mana-wielding monster, so she couldn't begrudge them a bit of instinctive caution. Lily stepped forward after Fred did and looked at her curiously. Not in person. Cute beast, Fred said, watching her ear flicker. Is there a reason the mana beast is here? You don't think I just missed having a pet? Regina grinned. I was hoping to experiment a little with ways to ease the infection into the hive, and Arcanes is the second being ever who joined. Dark's not present, unfortunately. The reminder of their purpose here seemed to make both of them focus, and she felt their attention sharply. Regina nodded. Let's start, then. Both of them grasped onto Arcanes' fur, who bore it with an irritated little flicker of her ears. Regina patted her as well, absently, before she reached out and took each of her students' hands. She'd never tried to do this with two people at the same time, but there was no reason it shouldn't work. She hoped. Regina activated Infect and watched. She'd also never done it with two psychics before, and the difference was clear. Both of them held still and tried to relax, although she could sense it was uncomfortable and faintly painful for them. She could sense her mana working its way into them. At the same time, they mentally accepted her touch and the hooks and lines the psychic link was growing towards and into them. Regina just tried to stay calm and project reassurance at them. Then, finally, it was mostly over and she had two new psychics in the hive. Their minds in the psychic link were still faint, and she knew their presence would strengthen as the connection grew. In a short while, they'd be just as immersed as any other member. "This is great," Lily breathed, staring at her with wide eyes. She looked slightly manic. "There's so many people, and we can reach all of them easily." "And so much information," Fred agreed, grinning widely. Regina smiled back. "Welcome to the Starlit Hive. We have cake and offer no refunds." Chapter 407, Audience. Janice tried not to fidget as Jay adjusted the pins in her jacket for the fourth time. "Are you quite finished?" "Almost," he said absent-mindedly. He nodded, moved one pin a millimeter, then stuck it more firmly in the fabric. "All right, that should work." Janice sighed as Jay helped her out of the jacket and laid it out on a table to secure the pins, grabbing a marker to note their positions. "I still don't see why this is necessary," she grumbled. "We have bigger issues." He shrugged. "We're going to do some diplomacy, and you must look your best." "It's not my fault that your best is too soot-stained to use before it's repaired, princess. Also, wear this." Janice shrugged on the other jacket he pointed at, smoothing it down and doing up the buttons before he decided to do it himself. It used a row of many tiny buttons carved from amethyst, so it took a while. "And it's not my fault that they tried to sneak an attack past our guard while I was talking to the last of these lordlings," she grumbled. "I liked that jacket, too." The memory of Jay guiding her out of a burning building, set aflame by a misaimed fire spell from one of their own soldiers, or so they thought, he'd made everyone in the section go through additional drills for that, felt a little incongruent with the way he looked at the fabric, shears, and the angle of the light, and then turned to examine her appearance. Apparently, Jay and some of the others had taken some kind of training course to help with this kind of thing, to aid when she, or one of the other VIPs they were guarding, couldn't have servants around because of security concerns and bodyguards had to step in, he'd explained. Janice suspected it was an excuse and Jay simply enjoyed the artistic side of it. He was definitely less enthusiastic about the other tasks they'd probably learned. Not that Janice minded. "You still have to meet with that lord today," he reminded her. "I know, don't remind me." Janice checked over the psychic link, then turned to go. Jay cleared his throat and she turned back to put on the diadem she'd almost forgotten. As she left the room, the two soldiers stationed on opposite sides of the door snapped to attention. Janice nodded at them and waited for Jay to catch up, as well as two more soldiers to join him. They'd increased security recently. Then she set off down the short corridor. There seemed to be an almost endless supply of small to medium mansions for this minor lordling or that one dotted about the Western Confederation. Whenever they took a town, it was easy to get one of them as headquarters. Of course, there were also a lot of local nobles to deal with, which often fell to her as the commander. Janice was almost looking forward to the envoys tomorrow if only for the change of pace it would hopefully be. Right now, they were headquartered about 15 kilometers away from the city of Peziton, one of the biggest in the Confederation and an important strategic hub. It was the sort of target the Westerners couldn't afford not to defend. They'd slowed her down, but without letting themselves get tied down. Something that would have to stop now. Of course, it also meant the army was pretty deep inside the Western Confederation, and if the Westerners had prepared more traps, they would be snapping shut soon. There had been a careful exchange of messengers over the last few days, as she approached the city, and they would be meeting for a parley here tomorrow. Janice was pretty sure they'd accepted the location hoping to get more information on the Empire's deployments. For her part, she considered the extra insurance against foul play offered by having control of the site in the lead-up to the meeting worth it. Not that she expected much of the coming talks, it could easily be just a formality. It would be considered good practice to extend an offer of surrender. Janice had discussed it with Regina and would keep working on the details until tomorrow, on the off chance the Westerners might be receptive to at least surrendering the city without fighting. For now, though, she still had to finish dealing with the locals. Janice could sense several fellow Hive members there, including Lily, who'd arrived a few days ago after joining the Hive. She was currently talking to Ada, but they broke off as she entered. Janice nodded at the people present, then sat down on the throne they'd placed at one end of the large room and watched as the soldiers took position around its edges and the door. Jay stood in a guard position close to her. "Go on," Janice said. "Let's see what they want." Another soldier opened the door to let in yet another Westerner noble in fine clothing, this one dark-haired and middle-aged and walking with firm, almost arrogant steps down the room. Announcing his lordship Gayan Provost, Lord of Berhello. Janice tried not to show she was bored. If she recalled correctly, they were currently in this guy's official domain, technically, so this audience was kind of necessary. It was always easier to deal with the locals if you met them with a measure of politeness and accommodation. Also helped to show the empire wasn't full of barbarians and cannibals, or whatever they said. This wasn't exactly formal court, but close enough for being on campaign, and she was giving the local nobles some face by letting them show up here. If only most of them weren't so sullen about it. The Lord advanced and then stopped shortly before her throne, bowing his head. "Imperial Commander," he said. "I have some concerns about the treatment of my subjects at Imperial hands." Janice slowly leaned forward, cocking an eyebrow. Her gaze darted to the others. Jay was clenching his fingers and she could tell he dearly wanted to punch the man's stupid face in, but resisted. Lily scoffed audibly. "You are addressing Her Imperial Highness, Janice Starlet von Wolten, Crown Princess of the Central European Empire and Commanding Officer of the Army of the Elbe," the lieutenant stationed nearby to act as herald when required sneered. "Kneel in front of your betters, man." The Lord turned to look at him, and Jay rattled his sword arms, while Lily stepped forward, flexing her fingers. Whatever stupid stunt the man had wanted to do, maybe making some kind of point about Janice's lack of introduction, there was no way he genuinely didn't know who she was. He was at least smart enough to drop to one knee then. "My apologies, Your Imperial Highness," he said through gritted teeth. Janice inclined her head regally. "We will let it pass this once," she replied. "Which concerns did you wish to raise, Lord Gayan?" He looked like he was considering standing up even without her leave, but realized Jay or Lily might just force him back on his knees anyway. "Several acquaintances who I know to be gentlemen of honor and integrity have approached me with concerns and alarming news, Princess Janice," he said. "They spoke of Imperial soldiers ransacking their homes, intimidating their sworn men and even stealing their wives' or daughters' possessions." Janice regarded him silently for a moment. "This district has been placed under martial law as part of the occupation," she said. "The Imperial Army is indeed requisitioning certain effects. Rest assured all such cases are properly documented and fair compensation is offered. I am sure you will have seen such writs, which may be turned in for the respective sum of Imperial coinage. As for your other concern, any allegations of theft should be reported to the Imperial Military Police, who will investigate them. It should be done by the owners themselves, of course, although I am sure they will appreciate your activism on their behalf." She paused for a moment. "That means said ladies themselves, if they suspect theft," she clarified, speaking a little extra clearly to subtly imply he was stupid. It was petty, but so was all this. From his look, he caught his subtext just fine. His lip curled slightly. He really did have a very punchable face. "Surely, we are still due a minimum of courtesy, Your Highness?" he asked. "We are not ruffians hiding contraband under the floorboards. What could they possibly be looking for? Valuables to pawn?" "We are certainly not stealing such things, Lord Gayan," she replied, suppressing a sigh. "It would have been stupid, it wasn't like they couldn't just conjure gold if they needed it." He spread his hands. Yet I am still hearing many such complaints, Princess Janice. If I had any words of reassurance to offer to those complaining, it would soothe tempers quite a bit. He's probably just angling to find out what we're after, Janice considered. The answer was not much. There were a few rarer materials or alloys that would be useful. Anything with sensitive information, like up-to-date local maps. And, of course, they tended to confiscate enchanted items that could be used for warfare. With that realization, the rest of the conversation lost a lot of interest for her. Janice still replied with some, this time more polite words, meaningless platitudes about taking their concerns seriously. And of course she would ensure that her soldiers didn't misbehave, and any such misbehavior would be punished. But he had to understand they were at war, and the Empire fought to restore its honor, and to free the world from tyranny. Let's not forget that, she added as an aside, so certain restrictions had to be imposed. It was the price of losing, she didn't quite say. She also didn't say that if the Empire kept this territory later or imposed political reforms on the Confederation, the vast majority of the people affected by the curfews and checkpoints now would be better off then. And she could hardly care less about the nobles who'd lose political power. So many people forgot that she hadn't been born to power and privilege. Even those who begrudged her that fact, who sneered under their breath and made pointed comments like this lord's insinuations that, clearly, she didn't quite get how noble society operated. Of course nobles should be treated better, there are certain standards and expectations, he explained. I regret the Empire's reputation will be hurt if these gentlemen see it as uncouth. And I'm certain your Imperial Highness would not want that, even they didn't truly remember it over the titles and the fact she was sitting here at all, his social superior. They didn't truly think of her the way they did their own serfs, but as someone of consequence. Not that she'd truly been born an average peasant, but still. Why would she care more about a noble's opinions on things than any other person's, except for the unfortunate influence they had on those economically or socially dependent on them? Janice might have gotten too comfortable in the Empire. Seeing the state of affairs in the Western Confederation had reminded her of some things. She even found herself thinking back to some of Regina's history lessons occasionally, or to the more subtle ones in conversations with Galatea. Perhaps, now, she understood more of their intentions than she had back then. The rest of the audience was a great waste of her time, but at least it took no more than 20 minutes. At last, the Lord finally bowed and walked out. Janice rested her chin on her hand, looking after him and frowning. Janice? Jay asked hesitantly. Do you think Tia could make a guillotine, Jay? She mused. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised if she's already made some sketches, she has lots of ideas, he replied. Janice hummed. He was probably wondering because she was still sitting here instead of leaving immediately. It was just an idle thought, don't worry, she dismissed. I'm not going to start trying to solve problems with mass murder. From Jay's look, she could tell he hadn't exactly been worried. Lily looked more concerned. Faintly. The Principality of Arden still practices serfdom, she continued. Yes, it was in a briefing or two. Janice nodded. I'm sure there are more complaints and requests from people speaking to our soldiers. She had issued orders to take notes of those. Look for a few people with genuine grievances and summon them. The lower their status, the better. Especially serfs bound to this lordling. They're not obligated to come, but I will give them audiences and listen to them if they like. Jay raised an eyebrow, but saluted. As you wish. I'll take care of it. She looked at him expectantly, so he took the hint and left to see to it personally. Janice turned to look at the other young woman in the room. Come closer, please, Lily. The young psychic stepped forward, bowing her head. She looked curious. I want you to evaluate the locals, Janice said. Try your best to get a general estimate of their state of mind and their opinions on how things are run here, before or during the war. But also pick out a few people who are either in leadership roles or smart ones we would be able to work with. Those that would make good representatives. Of course, Princess, Lily said. May I ask why? No need to be formal. Janice leaned back, idly waving one hand. It occurred to me that we don't actually really need to deal with the local nobles, we just need some kind of representative who can keep order. If we ever incorporate this area into the empire or make it a vassal state or something, it's better that way, anyway. And if not, then giving the people here at least a taste of political participation is kind of the least we can do, right? So, I'm not sure if elections across the parts of the Confederation we've occupied are feasible to organize, but we can at least try to sound out the possibility. And if it weakens their hold over the people, all the better. What I'd really like is to introduce more education and such, but the military government is already at its limits. Lily nodded slowly. I think I see. That does sound good. But ambitious. Janice smiled wryly. You don't think I've gone mad with power? She'd never had this much responsibility, this far removed from Regina and her psychic reach. It weighed on her if she let it, in a different way than simply the prospect of fighting this war against enemies supported by the gods. I think the Empress asked me something similar once. Lily smiled. I've come to realize, since then, that if what you both envision is mad, I don't want the world to be sane. Janice smiled back at her, feeling a bit touched. That's good. My father died in the Cernlian Civil War, Lily added. But Fred's father died because he was worked too hard. They were tenants with a small plot. There were a few bad years, they were behind on taxes, so the father had to work more in the Lord's mills. He got some kind of bone issue. They couldn't pay the healer, and they had too little food, so he died of a bad break getting infected. Fred's mother tried to get them by with her spinning, but he lost two younger siblings, one who was just weaned and one old enough to work, and I got my suspicions about where his sister got her money from. She's left now and, last I heard, got a rogue class. Janice shivered slightly. I see. Thanks for telling me. She'd heard similar stories before. It was another reminder how lucky she'd been, even before she met Regina. If Fred and me weren't lucky enough to be psychic, that would be our lot, too. Though, I guess with the new factories, spinning isn't bringing in enough money, so maybe we'd get work in the factories instead. At least we wouldn't lose any kids, with better healers in the city. There'll be free access to healers for everyone soon, Janice said absently. Statistics say infant mortality rates have declined by more than half in the last few years. But I guess that doesn't mean as much as it should, right? I wonder what the rate is like in the Principate, Lily said quietly. Janice looked at the door leading out of the hall. It's been 1,000 years, she said quietly. She didn't think about how many babies were born in a year. Lily nodded somberly. They looked at each other. Janice met her gaze and saw determination, and she knew that she understood. Sometimes, when she allowed herself to dwell on everything she'd learned, Janice really, truly hated the gods. Lucky they were essentially at war with them already, she supposed. Chapter 408, Defense. The Essaman army had been reinforced since they took Precan. Instead of a single large army, the reinforcements had mostly come in drips and drops, smaller bands crossing the border or flying on tamed beasts. A disproportionate number of them were high-leveled, possibly even champions. The Empire had lost too much control of the area between the Essaman border and Precan to contest their crossing. They could have done it, but any force they sent would have been vulnerable, and it wouldn't have gained them much. Apparently, Ben had still considered trying to cut off the Essamans' connection to their home and harassing the army with mostly swarm drones, but he decided to conserve their forces instead. Tim was inclined to agree with that decision. At least their opponents hadn't gotten any new artillery. Unfortunately, the Empire hadn't managed to destroy many of their cannon in the battle, at least less than they wanted to, but it wasn't nothing. The Empire itself had shipped more artillery to the eastern border in preparation for their clash. It was the second major battle of this theater, and unlike the first, it ramped up slowly. It truly began on a gray and drizzly morning. Early enough the sun was barely peeking over the horizon. It was heralded by the sounds of cannons shooting at Imperial defenses. Said defenses were rudimentary, but they'd been made for a fight like this, not castle sieges. There were trenches and earthworks, deep berms, emplacements for cannons that left them half buried, enchanted covers to prevent flyers from targeting them, half-hollow caves to gather war drones for sorties, and buried mines in the stretches of land leading up to the trenches and between them. The army swarm drones had been digging almost without pause since Tim first arrived here to reinforce these defenses. They'd done a lot in only a few weeks. Currently, Tim was not at the forward lines. It had been judged too dangerous, and he had to agree with that assessment. Instead, he was peering out of a window of a reinforced hut set about 2 kilometers back from the actual border, looking at ranks of war drones waiting outside, and a few units of human soldiers gathered to the side. It was a bit of a unique challenge trying to lead the army in these circumstances. He couldn't exactly inspire them on the battlefield or anything. He was really glad for the psychic link. It felt like he would have had barely any idea of what was even going on without it. A shadow passed over the swarm of war drones, and he looked up at the wing of flying drones circling above. With a thought, Tim nudged them further forward. They had split their winged drones into smaller and thus more units, since there were more sapient drones to command them. Many of them were doing it from the ground. Some of these flying drones, those in the forward deployments, were already carrying explosives or other payloads, but most would still have to be loaded. There were ammunition stores scattered around, too. Most of them were hidden and far enough away from the gathering points of sapient soldiers that one blowing up from enemy fire wouldn't be catastrophic. They might be vulnerable when reloading. Right now, Tim was mostly concerned with coordinating his subordinate commanders as they commanded the troops at his army's defensive lines. Most of the troops were still swarm drones, but since those had issues operating things like artillery, there were a lot of human soldiers, too. And the occasional gnome, he supposed. The Essamen had formed up and scouted out their defensive fortifications. They approached in a large wave, soldiers supported by artillery fire aiming over their heads. It seemed like they'd decided to try and storm the defenses right to start with. He wasn't surprised, but watching the onrushing soldiers through a war drone's eyes, Tim still felt a tiny bit anxious. Luckily, his war drones were pretty much immune to that feeling. Tim sent more of them forward, into the frontmost trench, and they waited calmly for the Essamen to try and get through the minefield. At the same time, the winged drones started dropping bombs on them. The Essamen army had put up shields, which caught most of the explosives before they detonated. It didn't help much against the minefield, though, and he could see the front ranks of the enemy stumbling as the buried explosives ripped their formations apart. It slowed them, which gave more opportunity for the Imperial artillery to target them. Tim watched over the psychic link as his commanders and gunners adjusted, homing in on the heaviest concentrations of enemy soldiers. They churned up the earth even more than the mines, kicking up dust and reducing visibility in some places. He switched to looking through flying drones and then between them to get a better view. They could slow down and focus on clearing the mines before they continue, Tia noted. She wasn't actually present, but was watching the battle remotely through the psychic link. But it looks like they've decided to push forward instead. Trying not to lose momentum? They're sitting ducks for our artillery and flying drones while they're out in the open, Tim replied. Sure, they have shields, but those don't last forever, and they don't want to deplete their mana supply. Especially since I doubt this is going to be a short battle. Or possibly a single battle. It was too early to say, but he suspected they might be stuck here for a while. So, they're fine with their men taking more attrition like this instead? Tia mused. Tim mentally shrugged. He wasn't sure if he would have acted differently in the enemy's place. But the Hive had different tactical options anyway. Are they going to try and tunnel? Tia asked. We're watching for that, he assured her. The Essamen pushed forward. They kept losing people, but they were drawing tighter together, reducing their frontage, clearly trying to get across the intervening distance and establish beachheads in the trenches. Tim didn't think he would be able to stop them. Steady, he told the drones in the forward trench, and their commanders. Let them come to you, and prepare to push them back. He didn't want the artillery to fire on his own lines, obviously, so there was a safe zone for the enemy immediately in front of the trench. They tried to use it to regroup briefly, those that had made it across, but ranged attacks from the defenders disrupted those attempts. It wasn't enough to stop the enemy advance, though. Tim watched as the first soldiers clashed. Unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, the Essamen did well. They were higher leveled and had higher stats than the Imperial troops on average, and they took advantage of it. Even when they were fighting superior numbers, who'd been dug in, the Essamen soldiers slowly opened a way for their comrades to join them. Sapient fighters withdraw, Tim said, projecting his words to the sapient drones on the forward defenses, knowing they would pass the order on. Harass them, but don't risk yourselves too much. Let the war drones take the brunt of the charge. They hadn't mined the trench itself, it would have been far too risky. The defenders were still supported by flying drones and artillery, which also had to be careful of their fire. It slowed the trickle of new Essamen soldiers pushing through, enough that the Imperials weren't overwhelmed, but once they'd cleared the way, the Essamen managed to get a steady stream of new attackers. And then they broke through in several more places. Tim paced up and down, absently chewing on his lip as he watched through the psychic link. He had options, but he would prefer not to have to resort to them just yet, especially so early in the battle. Several of his commanders informed him they were moving reinforcements up, and Tim agreed. He ordered another wing of winged drones forward. They were taking heavy attrition here, too. The Essamen were making a point of taking down as many of the flying drones as they could reach. Tim considered withdrawing them, but he knew that would be worse in the long run. Grimly, he ordered more winged drones into the fray. He also checked up on their drone breeders. If the fighting was going to keep going like this, they would need a lot of reinforcements. And getting them wasn't in doubt. There were no drone breeders close by, but the Hive had enough of them and winged drones could move quickly. Their supplies of ammunition would be a much bigger bottleneck. Tim reached out to Tia again and discussed the issue. He was aware that he might be trying to distract himself, or at least distance himself from the immediacy of the combat on the front line. But that was okay, he didn't need to be too caught up in the clash. Despite the blood being spilled, the actual fighting did not move much. "We'll have to give up that position eventually," Tia said, sounding a little concerned. Tim sent her a wave of reassurance. "That's why we have multiple lines of defense. I never expected to stop them cold at the first obstacle. There's no need to worry." But she wasn't the only one who might worry. He could sense the rising tension in the psychic link, especially among those who, like him, were watching the fighting without participating. It was a different kind of nerve-wracking. Tim could tell managing morale would be a challenge, and in a different way than he had really faced before so far. "It's our job to defend our country and our people," he said, letting the sentiment drip into the psychic link around him. "They will not get past us." He felt others echo the feeling, felt the agreement from the Star Guard and the officers around him. The war drones close by perked up a little. Ironically, they were mostly unmoved by the fighting happening a few hundred meters away. Unfortunately, all the equanimity in the world wouldn't stop the Essamen's shots and blades. They advanced quickly, pushing hard. He knew their strategy was to try to overwhelm the Imperial defenses. It wouldn't work, but it did pressure the front heavily. Reluctantly, Tim gave the order to start evacuating sections of the first defensive line. They'd be completely overrun soon regardless. "We need to conserve ammunition," he said to the air. "This is not going to be a battle of who has the most valor or the best single fighters, despite what it may look like." "I don't think anyone is going to argue with you there," Jay said hesitantly, looking out the window as well. Tim knew the healer was mostly here because they needed all hands they could get and it was too close to their excavation site. Jay was also a good healer, though, even if not much of a field medic, and there was a reason the younger drone had been assigned to his own detail, despite not being a Star Guard or anything. Max was being overprotective as always, but considering the enemy liked striking the Imperial leadership, he couldn't really argue against it. Well, and maybe Jay wanted to take the opportunity and do some hands-on research if they happened to secure some champion's body, or a rare monster type or something. The Essamen army flooded into the first trench. The Empire withdrew in an orderly fashion, their rear guard harassed by the Essamen. Tim sent more flying drones to keep them off his ground troops. Luckily, there were also mines placed between the lines, with the drones using the psychic link and the knowledge of their positions that could be disseminated over it to avoid them. Combined with more aerial attacks, it allowed them to disengage relatively easily. Of course, that didn't stop the battle. Far from it. Both sides got a slight breather as they regrouped, but he knew it would soon rage more fiercely again. "They're overextending," Ash commented. He was technically their highest-ranking scout present, but this battle didn't call for much in the way of surveying work. He was still with Tim as the Army's commanding officer, basically occupying a staff role. Currently, that mostly meant they were both standing around and looking through the psychic link. Tim hummed in response, focusing on the flow of battle. He mentally zoomed out a little more. This battle was like a blinking light on the edge of the Empire and the psychic link, drawing in others from around the region and even the capital. There were other hotspots further away, like dim lights in the distance. And the flow of this conflict was starting to settle into shape. "We need to move," Ash's voice ripped him from his thoughts. He sounded serious. "It's getting too close. They could try to send strike forces or assassins after you." Tim sighed. "All right," he reluctantly agreed. Leaving this little bunker was done quickly, but he still hesitated for a moment. Then he shook himself and started walking. Soldiers fell in around him like flies buzzing around a meal. There were many swarm drones, so that wasn't even a completely wrong analogy. He looked around, but it was hard to see anything with so many other bodies in the way. As he'd already known because of the psychic link, there was another location ready to host his command staff, this time more of an actual bunker with an extended underground section. Farther away, he could just make out lines of swarm drones at work, scurrying around or stopping to vanish deeper into the earth. They were still digging. Of course they were. His army would keep adding to its fortifications until they no longer could. "We only need to hold them off until their lack of logistic support catches up to them," Ash said. "Or until our relative better position in that regard wins out, I suppose." "It will take weeks," Tim said. "And pinning them in place for weeks isn't bad, right?" Jay asked. Tim pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to stave off a headache from focusing on the psychic link for so long. "It's going to close off the entire eastern part of this region, the eastern plains, the access to the eternal dark, the northern route, all of it," he said. "They're pinning this army in place, too. So, we're grinding them down until they can no longer hold and then we'll sweep forward again?" Ash surmised. "Yes." Tim resisted the urge to sigh. It was a relatively safe strategy, probably presenting the lowest risk. It was clear why Ben favored it. The campaign would practically decide itself. Not that it would be easy to dislodge their enemy from this position. If they weren't building their own fortifications already, Tim would eat his shoes, not that he couldn't anyway, but it was the thought that counted. And it would be a meat grinder. Sure, the Empire had expendable troops and was better suited to something like that, but it still meant a lot of soldiers would die, and a lot of swarm drones. It was his job to make it count, though. Tim turned his attention back to the psychic link. Knowing the general shape of what was happening didn't mean he could neglect the details. Chapter 409, Signs of Peace. It was a very nice day. Quite warm for spring, with sunlight only broken up occasionally for a few minutes by hazy clouds. The kind of day that made you want to be outside, basking in the sun. Instead, Janice was currently in a dark room deep inside a building, with swarm drones all around, to provide security, mostly against anyone listening in. She was going through their last notes and plans, even though they'd already discussed all of this before. "And don't forget that you should insist on getting the proper deference due to your rank," Jay reminded her. "That means they should not sit before you do, and if drinks are served, you should be first." "I know," Janice muttered. "It's not like I've never done this before." "You're sure your guests are appropriate choices for this?" Janice straightened, flexing her fingers from where she'd been writing. "Jay, I really don't care about their manners," she said bluntly. "I want the common people of this province to be represented in some capacity. I have nothing to hide from them. And if the Western envoys are reminded of their existence, so much the better." Several of the other people in the room looked up, but didn't comment. They were mostly drones, those of the army's leadership who she trusted unquestioningly. "I know." Jay inclined his head. "Sorry, I didn't mean to question your authority or anything." "Question away," she said, "but maybe not right now. We should still meet them outside." What Janice would have preferred to do was throw the Confederation envoys off the nearest wall. There were several to choose from here. Instead, she met them outside in the plaza in front of the estate. It wasn't quite meeting them at the gate, but also not just staying and letting them come to her. She'd already overseen the deployment of Imperial troops for this occasion, sending people to double-check that all of their artillery, their ammunition, and other special equipment were well hidden. They would be guarded during these talks. She was still surprised when Lily stiffened noticeably, before she stepped closer to murmur into her ear. "That's another psychic, princess. A strong one. It must be Sazator." Janice tensed, too, sending a meaningful look at Jay, who she knew had been close enough to hear. He turned to give orders to his subordinates, not that there was much they could do. They barely had any agreements with the Westerners to make this negotiation possible in the first place. There was certainly no prohibition on bringing psychics. The envoys from the Western Confederation entered with a bit of pomp and pageantry. There were men with banners, colorful tabards, and cloth fluttering from lances. It made their escort seem a bit larger than it really was. A few of the actual diplomats were also dressed as knights or generals. It was a big group, around 10 people. They were mostly men, with only 2 women, one of whom she could guess was Sazator. As they came closer, checking their system notification confirmed it. The envoys were relatively high-leveled, though she could see most of their levels. A few of them might be champions. Janice had to admit she was curious about Sazator, though. The older psychic looked distinguished, in a dress that must have been a bit impractical for this situation, wearing enough jewelry to be tasteful without being overdone. She was in the center of the group, and managed to make it seem like they were all just there to escort her, even though this obviously wasn't the case. Janice glanced at the white flag waving in the breeze from a pole jammed into the earth a few meters away from her. At least they probably wouldn't be fighting her today. The Confederation envoys approached, until both sides snapped to attention. One of the men stepped forward slightly. Janice recognized the name from her intelligence briefings, but she knew he wasn't anyone too important. "Princess Janice, Imperial officers," he greeted, inclining his head. "We have come to parley." "Be welcome here, representatives of the Western Confederation," she answered. "As agreed, there will be no violence on this day. You will not be harmed or prevented from leaving, although I must insist that you only go where you are allowed with an Imperial escort. We cannot risk a bad actor misusing this parley for sabotage. That aside, I am glad to meet you. Please do come closer." They exchanged a few more words, introducing everyone and settling a few details of the coming negotiations. Janice watched them carefully. As expected, Sazator seemed calm and almost unconcerned. She said little and watched everyone keenly. The other Westerner envoys were more boisterous. Janice also watched her own people. She noted the uncomfortable shifting of the soldiers that had come to watch the proceedings. Luckily, they were disciplined and kept quiet, standing around more like this was an official review than in a disorganized mob. She almost smiled with pride at the sight. These were her people, and after the recent fighting, she would have trusted any of them with watching her back. It was reassuring to know that they trusted her to lead them through this. And then there were her guests. A small group of locals were watching keenly, too. Janice hadn't met with all of those she found interesting in her people's reports. Due to the short time span, she'd been restricted to the people in this town and the immediate surroundings. Many of them had hesitantly declined to meet her, which, of course, she'd accepted. But she had met and talked with a few others. It had given her a bit of deeper insight into the state of this country, which might be useful for negotiations, but it would have been worth it even without that angle. After a few minutes, the whole group retired to the pavilion that had been set up. This was another compromise, though she wasn't sure exactly for whom it was meant. One of the soldiers pulled out her chair, the most gilded one, and Janice sat down before one of the other people could be rude enough to do it first. At least these Westerners seemed to have some manners, or whatever their take on manners was. Janice still knew too little about their culture. Every time she learned something new, it was like there were 2 new things she'd overlooked or still didn't know. These talks are to determine the fate of one city, not the nation, the man who'd spoken first, a Lord Lettermain, said right away. We are not empowered to discuss terms for the end of the war, not even if we wished to. I understand, Janice nodded. While it would be good to have peace talks, we expected that you would not wish to commit to something like that. Bold words considering it is the Empire that is the attacker, Princess Janice, Sazator murmured. Would you be interested in peace talks at all, I wonder? Janice gave her what she hoped was a firm look. The Empire is always interested in looking for a peaceful solution. Ask the gnomes if you'd like testimony. If you were serious about it and not simply trying to play for time, we would be happy to talk out our differences. A few of the Westerners grimaced, and she didn't need to be a psychic to see that they were a bit uncomfortable. Good, she would be happy to call their bluff. Not that anyone would really expect both sides to just make peace. Nothing was even decided yet. I sincerely doubt that, the man scoffed lightly. But we are not here to argue about this. You are threatening to lay siege to my city, and I would warn you that it will be hard-fought conquest if you attempt it. Turn back before we must paint our walls with your blood. Janice paused, just looking at them, to let his words echo awkwardly in the room for a second. Colorful word choice, my lord, she said lightly. Unfortunately, I sincerely doubt that you can back it up. Of course I am aware the Confederation has gathered a lot of soldiers in your city, but you are still outnumbered. We can hardly leave you sitting there to cut our supply lines at will if we attempted to move. So, why should we do that? Pezatin will resist every step of the way, Sazator said. Throw your soldiers against it and watch them die if you like. It is one way to stop your campaign, I suppose. Janice smiled lightly. Does that mean you are not willing to surrender the city? Would that we could, Lettermain said. Many people will die if it comes to a battle. Many of our soldiers, and more of yours. Many of our civilians, innocents who have done no wrong. Their blood would be on your hands should you persist. Janice nodded in acknowledgement. For the sake of your innocent civilians, who bear little blame for their lord's intransigence and aggression that has led to this war, I am willing to offer you generous terms. Surrender the city and no one will be harmed. We will give you guarantees of safety and broad amnesty. Oh, he asked, leaning forward a bit. Please do go on. Any soldiers currently in the city and within 10 kilometers of it must surrender to Imperial custody. We will take their weapons and either send them home or house them in secure locations where their needs will be provided for. They will have food, shelter, and other necessities and will not be forced to fight or die, or even to work. I dare say it is a better fate than many soldiers in active service see. But if the city opens its gates to the Empire, no one else will be affected. Nobles and city officials, such as yourself, will remain free, as well. They may be assigned Imperial observers to ensure they do not agitate against our occupation. We will institute an occupation government, which will handle administrative tasks and ensure law and order are upheld. Your property will be secured, there will be no looting of any kind. Any soldiers outside the specified radius may withdraw in peace, uncontested by our forces. The same goes for champions. They were generous terms, actually, or at least Janice thought so. Not completely generous, but she could tell the others agreed with the description, given the looks from her guests, and even Jay and the other subtle signs of discontent. Lettermain paused for a moment, seemingly genuinely surprised. Unfortunately, we must refuse, he finally said. His tone was flat, but she could tell he was just trying to hide a reaction. We have terms of our own to offer. Withdraw, and we will not pursue you. We will guarantee safe passage back to the Binnen River. That should be about 50 of your kilometers. If you are short on supplies for this trek, we will even contribute some food from our stores, to discourage desperate moves or looting. We may also negotiate an exchange of prisoners. Janice raised an eyebrow, making sure she gave no other reaction. Typically, in these kinds of talks, one negotiates the surrender of a city, Lord Lettermain, she said. I understand and sympathize that it is not an easy thing to do, to give up control, or custody of those you are in charge of. However, I implore you to think of their lives and best interests. Neither of us truly want this battle to happen, do we? Must it, then? We are here to talk, after all. Truly, you are not the brood I had expected, Princess Janice, he said, sounding honestly emotional. You seem like a woman of honor, and I would indeed like to come to terms, if it was possible. That was a rather double-edged compliment, but Janice only smiled and inclined her head slightly. Edgar's personal feelings aside, one of the other men spoke up. We do not have any reason to trust you. It is nothing personal, but you do not even respect the gods, Your Highness. I hope you understand it is difficult to trust a heathen's word of honor. And yet here you are. Janice suppressed a sigh and a more biting comment, leaning back as Ada spoke up. With Lily chiming in, they discussed some proposals they'd come up with for diplomatic guarantees. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like the Westerners were very interested. Their participation seemed cursory, and she didn't miss the slight frown on the apparent leader's face, or the way he looked at Sazator, who mostly kept quiet but occasionally spoke up with a cutting remark. Diplomatic guarantees were one thing, but it didn't seem like they would come to terms on the rest of it, either. Fundamentally, their positions were too incompatible. Her opponents demanded things Janice was just not willing to give to even consider surrendering the city, such as several high-ranking hostages. They discussed prisoner exchanges for a bit, but in the end, she wouldn't simply release basically all the Western soldiers they'd caught, not in addition to the generous terms she had already given them for surrender. She also couldn't just let all of their soldiers withdraw peacefully to positions where they could easily cut her off and flank her. That would just make taking the city completely meaningless. Is this where the threats come in? Sazator finally said, smiling wryly. No stone left unturned, or whatever that saying was? Janice shook her head. I will not commit atrocities regardless, and there is little point in such threats. Also, I believe you were thinking of a different saying. Then we have nothing further to discuss, Sazator declared. We must regretfully reject your terms. Lettermain sighed, but nodded. I choose to believe this peaceful negotiation was a good sign, Your Highness. Perhaps we may build on it in the future. But we simply cannot surrender the city as it stands. I understand, Janice replied. She felt a bit disappointed, but not very surprised. If you change your mind, I am always willing to listen, although you may receive less generous terms in the future. How inspiring, the psychic said drolly. Will you not escort us out, Princess? They left, and Janice could sense the tension in the gathered group. It had receded somewhat, but was now coming back. Once they had made it to the unofficial dividing line, she watched as the Westerners prepared to leave. Sazator turned back once. She smiled at Janice and tapped her heart, then turned and strode away, the others stepping out of her way. Janice wasn't sure what to make of the gesture. Well, she finally said, speaking quietly since there were still a lot of people watching. That was that. He seemed like a decent enough man, for a Westerner, Lily commented with a shrug. I'm not sure how much I can rely on what I sensed, but it seems to me like at least a few of them really wanted to come to terms. They were just completely pessimistic about it, so they hardly gave it a real chance. Janice sighed. Yeah, that just figures. Then she turned to speak to the others. She wanted to hear people's opinions, and they had an assault to plan. Or rather, plans to finalize. Unfortunately, she had barely made it back to the building before she started coughing. Are you quite all right, Janice? Lily asked, looking at her worriedly. Jay pulled a handkerchief from a pocket and passed it to her. I think you've been working too hard. You should take a break sometime. There's too much to do, Janice shook her head. I'll drop by the healers later, maybe, but I'm sure it's just a cold. You still should be careful with your health. What did you think of Sazator, Lily? They kept speaking, but Janice barely listened. She'd wanted to reassure the two of them that she was fine and didn't feel out of the ordinary. Except now that she'd checked, that wasn't quite true. Her mana was acting oddly? Not quite. She closed her eyes, probing deeper. Janice? Jay said. She felt him yank on her hand, and blinked her eyes open, looking up in confusion. which cleared up once she noticed the spots of blood on the white cloth of his handkerchief. "What's going on?" Lily sounded concerned. Janice shook her head, focusing on her body again. "Was that foreign mana?" "Yes, just very finely spread throughout my body," she realized. "Is it in my bloodstream? How the hell did it get there?" It seemed like small drops, barely perceptible on their own, but they were starting to pervade her body and agitate her own mana. Jay bundled her off to the healers right away, of course, but Janice barely paid attention, too busy trying to track what was happening and send her own magic in trying to stop it. Unfortunately, she had little luck. She hardly needed the healer's confirmation when they suggested she'd been cursed. "Cursed?" Jay exclaimed. "Those double-dealing bastards. We should never have trusted them. I bet it was that bitch Sazator. Wait till we get our hands on her." "You'd have to catch her first," Janice muttered, staring at one of her hands, which was holding a new handkerchief where she'd coughed up blood once more and shaking. "I did make a mistake. This is bad," Lily muttered, her own hand shaking slightly. "We have good healers, but I don't know anything about curses. What if it was a champion and divine magic is involved?" Janice had a sinking feeling that she was probably right. Well, so much for peaceful signs. Interlude, Cooperation 3. The sound of thunder rolled over the city, and another cloud of dust rose into the air. The ground seemed to shake slightly, as the Imperial projectile impacted either the wall or the ground, or possibly even a house. It was hard to be certain from here. The battle had only just started, this past hour, but the Imperial assault was fast and furious. Nothing of the slow, methodical, and cautious way with which they had originally approached remained. Now, their drones and soldiers seemed set on storming the city as soon as they possibly could. And if they had to raze it to the ground first, the Empire seemed willing to do that, too. Edgar Lettermain frowned into the distance. This furious assault did not fit what he had expected after their parley session only yesterday. It went completely against his impression of the Imperial leadership, especially Princess Janice. She truly had seemed like an honorable woman who took no joy in bloodshed, and wanted to find a peaceful solution for more reason than simply doing her due diligence. Of course, perhaps he shouldn't be surprised. He knew the Empire's reputation, although he had always privately doubted its veracity. This brutal assault seemed to align with it, and yet, it still seemed incongruous with the princess style, and her reputation too. He had found what information he could on her generalship, so this was not just his personal impression. Was the Empire under some kind of time pressure he did not know about? If so, that might be a ray of hope for his people. If we have any time to capitalize on it, he considered. If this continues, they might well conquer the city before anything else. He shook himself lightly. There was no call to be this pessimistic. As Honor and Frank would no doubt remind him, they had the favor of the gods. And there were still 8 champions here as living proof of it. Or possibly 9. He'd long suspected Honor Sazator was a champion, although she had not seen fit to confirm it. She hardly needed to. She was equally secretive about her true level, but he knew it was high, possibly the highest of anyone in this city. Coupled with her political influence, it was no surprise that even the commander of the local garrison, which had swelled beyond all reason in the lead-up to this battle, listened to her more than he did to him. That is what being city lord gets me, I suppose, he thought with an inner scoff. At least he still had the fortress at the center of the city. It had been renovated only 10 years ago under his father's reign, and the tall towers offered a commanding view of the city. A part of him itched to be closer to the actual fighting, but the vantage point that the fortress gave him was useful. He turned in a slow circle, trying to assess the damage and identify the areas where the fighting was heaviest. The Empire was not content with a traditional siege, but they were also not solely focused on the gates. The Confederation's mages had put up shields, which the Imperials were battering down with repeated artillery barrages. Occasionally, a projectile slipped through, probably because the shield didn't offer complete coverage everywhere, and might have some weak spots. He had also heard reports of the Empire tunneling and bringing siege engines. Unfortunately, their drones seemed to have little trouble scaling the walls regardless. A dark cloud rose over the western walls, and he paused, turning toward it. It darkened the sky, and the occasional blue sparks let off by the magic shield around the city barely lessened the impact of seeing countless flying drones descend on the city like a swarm of giant locusts. Letterman paused, despite himself feeling a slight shiver go down his back. As expected, the flying drones were carrying more of those damnable Imperial explosives. He saw further sparks, growing into a veritable shower of them. From here, it looked like rapidly expanding spheres of light, and they came closer. He frowned, taking a step back. "My lord, we should seek shelter," one of his guards said. He glanced at the man, one of his most loyal. Most of his men were fighting to protect the city, of course, but he had kept a few trusted retainers close. "I will not run and cower, Nick," he said. "I do not trust this shield, my lord," Nick replied. "You will be no good to this city dead. With all due respect." He frowned, looking up at the sky again. The swarm of drones approached rapidly. It spread out over the city, the individual drones seeking somewhat more distance from each other, but there was still a tight knot of them in the center. It looked like their formation flattened, spreading out vertically, likely to maximize the area they could target with what they dropped, he supposed. Then they sped up and the rain of explosives buffeting their shield came much closer. He could see cracks starting to show in the shell. Swearing softly, he unholstered the shield he wore strapped to his back and raised it, better to be safe than sorry. He was a level 44 knight defender and generally proud of his fortitude, but it didn't pay to take stupid risks. That turned out to be a good decision. The shield was starting to show actual cracks and empty spots as the swarm of drones finally slowed over the fortress and turned. Many of the soldiers stationed here shot at them, of course, and the defensive shield let their attacks through. Some of the drones fell from the sky to join the rocks, grenades, and bombs they were dropping. Ironically, it likely only stressed the shield more. The drones were not light and they had enough altitude to have gained a little speed. Letterman activated his defensive skill, Bastion of Home. He felt weight press on him through it, but braced himself. It almost drove him into the ground, but his shield held. A wall of noise enveloped him, leaving his ears ringing, and he'd closed his eyes tightly but still saw red spots. Unfortunately, the tower he was standing on fared much worse. He could feel it trembling, and it almost seemed like the stone was sliding under his feet. The air around him seemed choked with dust. Nick stumbled into him, grasping his arm tightly, as if he'd wanted to shield him, but he was now precariously listing to the side, himself. And overhead, a group of drones turned for another pass. "God's curse," he swore, then let the force pressing on him do as it pleased and shifted to the side. The crenellations on the wall here were gone, leaving the barrier half undone. Letterman glanced at the ground, at the dark shapes descending on the tower, and made his choice. "This is going to hurt," he thought grimly. Tightening his grip on Nick, he threw both of them over the edge of the ruined battlements off the tower. The stone shook behind him and dust rained down on them. He resisted the urge to close his eyes or look down, instead angling his shield below them. He'd triggered another skill, adjustment, which allowed him to modify the effective weight of parts of his body, so as to add more force to a strike. Unfortunately, it wasn't designed for something like this, and with Nick's added weight, they plummeted downward. That is, until they fell into a bubble of water that hadn't been there before. He sputtered, almost inhaling water by reflex. He thrashed wildly for a moment before stilling. Then, a second later, the world asserted itself and he fell out of the water onto the hard ground below. The edge of his shield clanged against his helmet. He blinked up at the sky, or rather the water. It was an odd sight to see a large bubble of water, almost a column, simply hanging in midair. At least it had slowed his fall down quite a lot, so he was only winded and not heavily injured. A groan from beside him alerted Letterman that his man had also survived, but he was more focused on the dark shape currently stepping into view. Blinking again resolved it into a familiar man, who quickly reached out a hand to pull him up. He kept glancing at the even more familiar woman standing a step away, though. "Careful, Letterman," Honor Sazator said. "You're still useful to this city. Try not to die yet." "Truly, it was hardly intentional," he said drily, shaking his head. "Is this your work?" As if on cue, whatever magic held the water dissipated, and it crashed down. It was enough water to drench him immediately, even more thoroughly, and the force of it almost brought him to his knees. Nick sputtered but picked himself up. The entire street was flooded now. Of course, it was rather deserted right now, except for them, and the occasional piece of rubble from the fortress. "Let's go," Alvin said, tugging on his armor. Letterman glanced around and realized he would rather not be this close to the fighting, so he followed quickly. "Not me," Alvin did the honors, Sazator explained once they'd found some shelter in a side alley. "It's a rather cute spell, isn't it?" Letterman bowed to Alvin. "Thank you." Surreptitiously checking his system notification, he saw his class was Arcane Blade, though he couldn't see the level, so Alvin was clearly not entirely limited to magic. It suited the armor and sword he wore. The younger man waved his hand. "Don't mention it," he said. "But the defense of Pezzeton needs you, City Lord." Letterman straightened up and nodded, glancing at the sky. Here, at least, the flying drones seemed to have passed by, for now. More than likely, they would be back sooner or later. He doubted there were any areas of the city they would not venture to. Hopefully, at least the quarters that were purely residential, with the inhabitants cowering in their homes, would be spared the explosives. "Our strength is needed in the west, at the old gate," Sazator said. "Let's go. And try not to be too noticeable." He nodded and fell into step with the others, sparing a glance at Nick. The other man gave him a playful salute and nodded back. Then they marched. He was glad to be traveling with Sazator and Alvin, although it would have been better if they'd managed to rally more soldiers. Unfortunately, there were still patrols of flying drones overhead, and he understood her reasoning. Visibly gathering a force out in the open would just make them a target for more of those drones. "Shouldn't you be reinforcing the shield or coordinating the mages?" he asked after a moment, as they turned off a broad street onto a narrower alley. Even with the destruction it had already undergone, he knew the city well enough to tell this was the shortest route. Assuming they were heading to the defensive outpost close to the western inner gate, which, it seemed from here, hadn't fallen yet. The Empire must have focused on the castle. In hindsight, it was an obvious target, even if thinking of his fortress falling so easily sent shivers down his spine. "There's little point," Sazator said dismissively. "We couldn't hold for long. The Empire is putting its all into this attack. They must be running their own mages ragged. We won't be able to match them, not along with their other tricks. Those bombs are no joke." "I told you the city needed more cannons," Alvin muttered. "It's a city, defending it with cannons isn't as easy as all that," she said in a tone of tried patience. Letterman shook his head. He knew Sazator had a point, but this was just intensifying his feeling of unease. "Do you know why they are so aggressive?" he asked. "It's working out well for them, for now, but it doesn't fit their previous strategy and it's not a risk I thought the princess would take." Presently, he thought he finally saw a flicker of something besides coldness in her eyes, although he could not tell what it was. "They're Imperial invaders. Who knows why they do anything? We have more productive things to consider, such as our defense." Letterman frowned. "You do," he pointed out. "Or at least, you like to say so, Lady Sazator. You are a psychic. Is your ability failing you now?" "Be careful of your words, Aidenite," she warned him, her voice lower. "I do not appreciate your implication. Be careful you do not make enemies, we all know your political patrons are losing power." He swallowed back another comment and raised a hand in half apology. He was about to verbally back down and steer the conversation another way, but Alvin snorted. "Isn't it rather obvious?" he said. "I don't know why you are starting a fight about it. Of course they're feeling angry. Honestly, I would in their place, but them's the breaks, right?" "And why would you feel provoked?" Letterman asked. "Because of our visit to negotiate?" "Come on," Alvin started, then paused. He turned to glance at Sazator. "I thought everyone knew." "You didn't tell them?" "Everyone who needed to know did. It's done now, anyway." That did not sound good at all. He would have asked further, but they arrived at a defensive checkpoint right then, distracting everyone. Lettermain accepted the salutes from the gate captain and hurried through, following Sazator. "They are sending more war drones up the wall, milords," the captain said. "The commanders at the wall are going to fall back here. If they can. It's better to stay here." He grimaced. "I must go and see, at least a little farther, but thank you." Sazator had barely bothered to acknowledge them at all and was already moving. Lettermain glanced at her, then turned to Alvin. The other man was also quickening his step, but he paused when the city lord grabbed the edge of his sleeve. "What exactly did they do?" he asked quietly. "I need to know these things if I'm to defend the city." Alvin sighed. For the first time, Lettermain considered why this man was loyal to the psychic. He looked tired for a moment, before his expression was replaced with determination. "You know they are heretics. A truce of parley is sanctified by the gods and our mortal codes of honor. But the Empire has no honor and despises the gods themselves. Judge us if you wish, but, if it can save lives, it is not unjustified." It felt like something was curling in his belly, hot and heavy, as he stared at the man. "What did you do? What did Sazator do?" "She didn't do anything," Alvin admitted. "Well, technically. I think she might have intensified it. But it was my ability that cursed the princess. Unless the Empire's healers are better than we thought, she should be dead by this time tomorrow. Even if not, she won't be in any condition to take command of the battle or inspire her troops." Lettermain stopped walking. You, he groped for words. "Have you any idea what you've done, you imbecile? This was a formal negotiation. We gave each other guarantees of safe conduct. Cursing someone at a diplomatic meeting, and a princess at that. Do you realize how that will make us look? Just look at what the Empire did to the gnomes. Or to Precan. Do you want us to join them? And worse, this will mean they'll never trust us again." "They wouldn't trust us anyway," Alvin interjected, although he looked a little more abashed. "That's as may be, but they were still willing to have this talk. Now they certainly won't be, whatever happens. Even if we win every battle from now on, how will we even get their surrender if they won't accept any diplomatic envoys?" "They'll find a way regardless," Alvin shrugged. "I understand your point, but look at the big picture. Honor has a point about cutting off the head of the snake. This is the Imperial Crown Princess, and everyone knows she's half the reason the Cernlian Queen puts up with losing her authority in her own kingdom. Without her, the Monster Blood Empress only has her Monster Blood children, and none of them can have heirs of their own. Plus, they'd probably start fighting amongst each other over the throne. It is not like there is any clear or established precedence. She already put a younger son ahead of an older one, right? Will that prince let it go now? Or the remaining nobles?" Lettermain blinked. Those sounded like Sazator's arguments. "Have you heard anything to support the idea of such discord? The Hive is famed for their loyalty to their queen, everyone knows that too. It is wildly optimistic to assume they'll break. And does it look like the Empress is close to death?" He shook his head. "From my point of view, this was barely a step above rank idiocy. And my city is paying the price." "I'm a champion of Ada Ines, you can't talk to me like that," Alvin muttered, sounding like a sulky child. Lettermain didn't respond. There was nothing further to say. Instead, he was frantically trying to think of who he could talk to who could mitigate this diplomatic crisis, or at least the damage to their confederation's reputation. Forget the Imperials, there was going to be talk among the princes and lords about this, too, he was sure. His own name would be associated with it, which would make it harder to try any kind of damage control. It didn't look good. Despite himself, he hoped that Alvin was right and the curse at least worked as intended. Taking the Imperial heir and one of their best commanders out might be a benefit they would have to gamble on. Chapter 410, Strain. When Janice woke up, the battle was almost over, or so she was told. She hadn't planned on falling asleep. Assuming it had even been true sleep. Things had seemed to be fine, she'd certainly felt the curse, but it hadn't seemed to hinder her that much. She wasn't planning on personally fighting, so she hadn't thought it would be an issue until later. Then she'd felt tired and tried to rest for a bit. And now it was over a day later and she felt even weaker than when she'd fallen asleep. And the battle had proceeded without her. It was an odd feeling. "Please do not strain yourself, Your Highness," the healer attending to her said. "You must be new," she noted, squinting at his system description. The fact that it was blurry concerned her. As far as she knew, system status notifications weren't actually physically present and thus shouldn't be affected by things like that. Which obviously showed the issue was on her end. It was probably just an effect of her current state, but the thought that her connection to the system might somehow be affected was chilling. Or maybe it was just that Janice felt terribly cold at the moment regardless. "I believe we've met before, in passing," he said. "My name is Healer Kinta." She nodded, then stopped because it didn't help the blurriness. "I assume the drones are commanding the swarm, then? Where are we?" The room didn't look like much, but it was unfamiliar. The window was open and showed a view of a muddy field she suspected had been trampled recently, along with a high fence cutting off the view. "You were relocated while you were recovering. We are currently in a field camp about 2 kilometers from the outer parts of the city of Peziton. This used to be a town hall of a no-name village. It was thought you would be better protected here rather than further away, as the bulk of the army assaults the city. Which is apparently going well, by the way." Janice sat up slowly, gathering the blanket around herself to keep warm. As she did so, the door opened and several other healers came in. She recognized them vaguely. "So, what's my prognosis?" she asked, trying to sound lighthearted. She itched to ask about the battle, but he seemed to feel he'd told her the important part and her health was a matter of concern right now. Janice didn't need the look they gave each other to tell that it was not good. She'd been trying to use a bit of her magic to heal herself, but it was slow going. It felt like her mana was slipping through her fingers, and like every little thing she managed to accomplish was undone a minute later. And what was worse, she couldn't really tell what was wrong. Sure, there were plenty of symptoms, but no real cause. It was like her body had just decided to fail in a semi-organized way, with no apparent logic or reason. Or worse, like she should be healthy, but just wasn't for no reason either. "You have been cursed," Janice, the only drone in the room, said. Even without having access to the psychic link, Janice could tell that Cin was quite concerned. "Yes, I had noticed," she said drily. It was easier to see the humor rather than worry that she might not survive. She still had so many things she wanted to do. She couldn't leave Kiera. She couldn't leave her responsibilities, or the Hive, or Regina. "The curse is insidious, not a type I've seen before," the first healer responded, ignoring the byplay. "Its effects are accelerating. You will still be able to walk today. Tomorrow, you might no longer be able to, and we will have to carefully wake you from sleep lest you slip into a coma. 1 or 2 days later, the coma will no longer be avoidable. Your body is going to start consuming itself as your own mana either leaves your mana well or is corrupted inside it. That's our best guess, without intervention," Cin added. Janice swallowed slightly and nodded to acknowledge their words. "I thought my mana was different from humans and more resistant to something like that." "It is," the healer confirmed. "However, your being demi-human is not a secret, Your Highness. We can assume whoever crafted or cast this curse accounted for it. Still, it may be why you are still lucid and comparatively physically able." Janice nodded slowly, then gathered herself and stood up. She swayed a little, but the dizziness was receding. She still felt very cold and the effort of standing was taking some of the little strength she had, but at least she knew she could walk. "I am getting tired of poison," she muttered. "It is not poison, my lady," he corrected. "It is a curse." "Indeed." Janice snarled at the thought. The healer frowned slightly, looking curious for a moment, and she remembered that her incisors were larger than normal now. Like this, they would be visible. The thought didn't bother her, although she bit her lip and stopped snarling. "Divine mana is involved." Janice made herself turn away, flexing her fingers. It felt like her emotions were boiling closer to the surface, now that the worst of the weakness had passed. Like her spirit was trying to come out of her body along with her mana. It was probably a bad sign. Not that I'm doubting you, but how do we know that? She asked calmly. I can sense it, the healer said, looking uncomfortable for a moment at the admission. So can others, Cin added. We don't have many priests and paladin types in this army, and no champions, obviously, but there are still some people who use some divine mana, usually in combination with other things. Like Annuus, if you remember? Annuus was the one who'd noticed Regina was marked with alienized mana, Janice remembered. She nodded. My class is healer, Kinta explained. It's a very general class. Essentially, I know and use some of all types of healing. I'm not great at any of them, but mediocre at many. This includes some aspects of divine healing. It's enough to see how the curse works, broadly speaking. Whoever cast it was probably a champion of a god, and channeling some of that god's mana, which they contained, I would surmise. I understand, Janice said, smiling slightly to try and reassure him. I wouldn't discriminate against someone just because of their class, healer. Especially not if they chose one dedicated to helping people. That said, given how you both look, I assume it's not enough to cleanse this curse? He shook his head. That's far beyond my capability, I'm afraid. Maybe if it was cast by a normal paladin and I had a few other healers to help, but I would probably make things worse if I attempted it as it stands. I can perhaps slow the curse down, if we're very careful. We think there might be some options to deal with it, though, Cin said, clearly trying to be positive. Janice raised an eyebrow questioningly. Times like these, she missed the psychic link. The first possibility is, if we manage to get you to your grandmother, Lady Valence might perhaps be able to cleanse it, Kinta said. I admit I am unsure of an elemental's precise capabilities. But they are masters of magic, air is generally good for cleansing, and your own mana echoes hers to some degree, so it might be feasible. It would be a gamble. Noted. And the other option? A practitioner with strong divine magic of their own, of course. It's possible, Cin added. There must be someone in the Empire with a high-level priest class who would be willing to help. The problem would be knowing that we can trust them. A priest of anyone but Alien Eyes would have incentive to make sure the curse succeeds. And even if we can trust one of her clerics, finding someone in time is going to be difficult. Janice sighed. She might be cursed and feeling weak, but her mind was still working fine. They could ask Regina or the government to try and find someone, but they were still outside the range of the psychic link, and would have to get close enough to reach someone in the first place, first. In her current condition, traveling very far was probably not advisable, either, so even if, say, the High Priest of Alien Eyes and Sarah could help, they'd have to hurry. I guess I'll state the obvious, then, she said. My best bet would be Ices. The human healer hesitated. Are you certain Lady Alturiel would be able to help, Princess? To my understanding, she is not a healer or focused on medically adjacent fields, or even on working divine magic in general. Giant shook her head. She'll help, she said firmly. She knew Ices kept her abilities quiet, but she was very much a priestess. And she had a very high level. She was also a champion now. Assuming Lion wanted her to survive, and Janice had no reason to think she wouldn't, why wouldn't Ices be able to? It seemed like her best chance. They exchanged a look, but Janice started walking, hesitantly, focusing on keeping her balance. Janice, perhaps you should consider, Cin started. I've decided, she said firmly. And I'm going outside. Now, she clarified when she saw their expressions. Either help me or get out of the way, that's an order. Apparently recognizing she was serious, they decided to help. Cin wrapped her in a warm coat and brought an extra blanket, while Kinta gathered the notes they'd made. Then they followed her like clucking hens, and she slowly, and carefully, touching the wall once, purely to check the construction, of course, made her way outside. It was rather anticlimactic. There were a lot of soldiers swarming outside, of course, both sapients and swarm drones, and the former tended to stop and stare at her. Janice ignored them, glancing around. It was an occupied village. She'd seen the like before. To the northeast, she could make out the edge of the city through the currently open gate. A battle was clearly still being fought. "My princess," the healer began. "Perhaps you should come inside and rest. We still have important things to discuss regarding your condition." Janice hummed an acknowledgement, walking a few meters farther and ignoring the looks. She wondered who'd managed to persuade Jay to join the fight rather than hover over her. "You need to decide what to do now," Cin began. "Cut the crap, will you, Cin?" Janice interrupted. She gestured at the group of soldiers slowly shuffling around, as if they were unsure what they should do. They had clearly been working on some kind of padded box with a lot of leather straps and metal buckles. Mia had once shown her a design that looked vaguely similar, an attempt at a better and more standardized way to transport cargo with multiple flying drones, but even without that, it would have been rather obvious. "Obviously, you were going to try to persuade me to leave this place." Cin shifted awkwardly. Before either of them could say anything, though, they were interrupted by Ada, who was striding toward them briskly. Janice was a little surprised to see her here at all. She'd obviously come from the battle, considering the soot and minor tears on her clothes and the way her blade arm seemed to have been cut, the top part of the blade sheared off. It would regrow, but it wouldn't be pleasant. "Janice. It's good to see you awake. And on your feet. Should you be?" "Ada. How's the battle?" "We're winning, but taking heavy losses," Ada reported briskly. "It was decided to storm the city and secure the enemy leaders present, including as many champions as we could. Unfortunately, they are proving elusive to pin down. We have confirmed kills on 4, the other 5 that we've identified have disappeared or slipped out of the city. We have leads on 2. With them is Sazator. I pulled in our rear guard and committed 3 of the reserve battalions. There's 1 remaining here." Janice nodded. "And your reasoning for deviating from the plan?" Ada gave her a look, but still responded professionally. "Changing circumstances necessitated a re-evaluation of our approach. I've submitted a full report and am happy to answer questions or face reprimand, but if I may, perhaps later?" Janice knew what she really meant. They'd been trying to get to the enemy champions in an attempt to help her. Find whoever cast the curse and force them to lift it, or failing that, coerce another champion into healing it if worst came to worst. The dedication it spoke of was touching. She wasn't sure what to say about it. It was easier to focus on the tactical situation. "I see. Their betrayal of the negotiation truce changed the strategic situation. Their attack on you needed a response. But rest assured we have it in hand. Your health should be the top priority, Janice." It was definitely a concern. She needed to re-evaluate a few things. There just hadn't been time to let it sink in yet. But she had a bad feeling about the Westerners and what they were thinking. They must have had some kind of plan in mind. Rushing the city was probably not even a surprise to them. "You shouldn't have been fighting, Ada," Janice said instead, examining her critically. Ada wasn't her executive officer, but she was the most senior of the remaining generals in the army. They'd clearly failed to prepare sufficiently for the eventuality, but in Janice's own absence, command fell to her. "My headquarters section was attacked. The Star Guard protected me. Can we continue this inside? Or are you going to get into the transport?" Janice fixed her with another firm look. "I'm not going to be evacuated." Ada sighed. "Janice, please be reasonable. This is a war zone. There's a battle on. In your current condition, you can hardly do anything. I can see you have trouble just standing. You're not helping anyone by remaining here. You're just being a target. From what you just said, they're not in a position to attack, and even if they did, I would be safer here than on the road," she answered. "And I can still think and speak. This isn't about fighting personally." Ada looked briefly mutinous, before she settled. Janice appreciated that, even if she didn't think the other girl was thinking clearly. Ironically, it felt like she was the only one who approached this situation analytically right now. But she also didn't worry about Ada, or the others, trying something stupid. This was still an army and Janice was in command. They wouldn't add insubordination or refusal to obey orders to their problems. But that's immaterial, anyway, Janice continued. What we need to do is send a fast-flying drone with a message. One that reaches the psychic link as quickly as possible. We are asking for Ices, who is the most likely to be able to cure me. Regina will know where she is and will get a message to her even if she's not in New Amberg. Then Ices, or Galatea, can teleport to me, and work their magic here or transport me elsewhere if that's necessary, to a temple or whatever. It won't take long and the problem will be solved. Ada looked abashed. I've already sent a message about the meeting and you're apparently being cursed, but... That's fine, we'll just send 2, Janice said. Send several drones, actually, in case the Westerners try to shoot them down. And where's Lily? We need her to inform the commanders and to coordinate. Ada nodded. I've sent for her. We'll get right on that. Good. Now come on, I should lie down and you can report in more detail. I hope you have checked other people for signs of this curse or hostile mana. We've started, but considering the battle, getting everyone combat ready was the priority. Then just start with the commanders, cycle the drones, as we should be doing anyway, and continue checks when they rotate units. Seriously, do I have to do all the thinking around here? Janice smiled to show she was kidding. Mostly. They finally returned to the building she'd woken up in, and Janice tried not to make it too obvious when she collapsed into a chair. This was annoying, to say the least. She knew why the others had misgivings. Remaining here would make it much harder to try and get to a backup option. She was placing her faith, in Ices. If she started traveling now, by air, and another healer was found and sent, it would be different, they'd have less far to travel. But this place was at least fortified and guarded, and the location was static. Now they would just have to be a little patient, and keep the Westerners from cutting off this army. Janice had a bad feeling about their strategic positioning. Her forces had taken the city now, effectively. She suspected the Westerners would make it difficult to hold. Winning this battle wasn't much good if they couldn't hold it. It seemed like the kind of plan Sazator would come up with. Whether that meant revolts or Westerner forces attempting to encircle them, cut their supply lines, something else, or both, Ada would be busy. Janice would just have to prove Sazator wrong. Chapter 411, Updates. Regina had just been starting to think the war was settling into somewhat predictable patterns. There hadn't been any major incidents or catastrophes, and her workload had actually started to decrease again. Frankly, she needed it. She'd been run a bit ragged, but she knew this was going to be, as the old adage went, a marathon and not a sprint. Becoming burnt out wouldn't do her any good. So she gratefully took the opportunity to relax a little when it came. She even managed to go out and see more of the new city, finally. It was starting to be populated. A lot of people were finally starting to move into the cities as improvements in agricultural productivity took hold, and the new capital was an attractive destination. They'd had to institute lotteries in a few sectors to auction land rental or business permits, since Regina flatly refused to let prices climb so high that they could only be bought up by nobles and rich speculators trying to get even richer. At least the fact people would have to do a lot of work to develop their new businesses helped, and the Empire also gave some financial help regarding housing. With most of the center of the city finished, the drones had moved on to large apartment complexes. A number of them were earmarked for subsidized social housing programs. While New Amberg began to flourish, the rest of the Empire was starting to feel the effects of the war. After all, they no longer traded with countries to the north, northeast, or west, and the east was cut off now, too, though that had hardly been long enough to show an effect yet. The army's demands kept the economic motor rumbling on for now, and the Empire was still largely living off its own production. Mostly its crops, agriculture was still the main sector of employment. Tim was still fighting the Essemen on the Empire's eastern border. As he'd predicted, things seemed to have settled into an unstable equilibrium for now. The Empire had lost a few defensive lines, some only temporarily, but they kept building new fortifications, and the Essemen didn't really have the capability to break through them and capitalize on their advance. On a tactical level, there was still a lot of back and forth. The Essemen were occasionally storming the Empire's trenches and pushing on, but then they would run out of steam, their ammunition dwindling, their soldiers exhausted and running out of mana. And the Empire would counterattack and reclaim the land they'd lost, usually pushing the Essemen back further. Their enemies also had the problem of inferior communication and coordination compared to the Empire. They could send messages with magic or a few tamed birds or other flying beasts, but it wasn't the same as the psychic link. On a strategic level, there didn't seem to be much movement. In the meantime, the two armies were grinding each other down. Even if the Essemen finally broke through, they wouldn't be able to follow through on it and push deeper into the Empire, at least not in any sustainable way. But they kept the Empire on the defensive for now. Most of the new swarm drones being hatched went to this front at the moment. Regina had thought everything was going fine, until they received the first message from Janus' army. The message was a bit garbled, since it consisted of a letter tied to a swarm drone and sent south with it. That made sense, as it was probably one of the speediest ways to send news, without risking a sapient drone in uncertain territory where they might be shot down, or just taking people away from where they would be otherwise needed. Unfortunately, whoever had done this must have been in a rush and hadn't quite secured the message properly, and the exposure to wind and rain had caused the ink to run a little bit, which made it harder to see. Regina had to wait until they got a specialist with a class skill that allowed for some kind of psychometry, showing the prior states of objects, to be sure she knew what the letter said, exactly. Not that this improved things. She had known about Janus' plan to meet a delegation from the Western Confederation for negotiations, and hadn't minded it, even if Regina wouldn't necessarily have done the same. If Janus thought the chance of getting the city's surrender was worth it, she wasn't going to complain. Now Janus had paid a price for being willing to talk. Regina was almost proud of her, ironically, even if that was probably unhealthy. Mostly, though, she was furious. Max sought her out right away, as did a few of the other senior drones. Regina was pacing up and down the palace roof, atop one of the side wings, but being removed from the direct sightline of people didn't mean much to the Hive. At least they weren't cowering in terror, even if she felt her emotions echoed through the psychic link. There were times being a psychic control node kind of sucked. She was cursed, Regina said. It was unnecessary, since they already knew this through the psychic link. She still felt better saying it out loud, and putting all the venom she felt internally into the words. "We must help Janus," Max replied earnestly. He was staying calm, almost pointedly so. She suspected he was trying to push that calmness through the psychic link, too. Who could help with removing a curse? Mia asked. Priests, probably, Max responded promptly. They might also know more about what this curse could possibly be, I guess. The Temple of Alien Eyes in Sarah is still open, it might be our best bet. Or maybe in Nerlia City. Should we send someone to speak to them, or do you want to do it yourself, Mother? Regina took a deep breath, clenching and unclenching her fists once. Someone who's already there should do it, she said. I'd want to speak to them in person, but I can't afford to travel right now, it would be too slow, regardless. Max nodded. I'll have one of my Star Guard officers do it, maybe that will help get a bit of cooperation. Is there anything else we can do? Ira asked. Catch Honor Sazator and bury her in a deep dark hole, Regina snarled. She shook her head. Sorry. It's just. I get it. They betrayed a diplomatic truce. They hurt Janus. Max shrugged. If I didn't have faith she'll be fine, I'd be snapping at everyone, too. Regina somehow doubted that. It was hard to imagine. It's not that I don't have faith in her, she said. But our enemies are dangerous. And, you know, we don't exactly stand for blind faith here. Mia snorted, lightly punching Max in the shoulder. It sounds dangerous. We should focus on what we can do right now, without being too reckless. Have you already summoned Ices back? Regina shook her head. I tried, but she's beyond the reach of the psychic link for now. I've sent the drones messages and they will try to get them to her quickly. It was bad timing. Ices had recently traveled, meaning, teleported, to the army Owen and June were currently leading into Essemen while their other army was stuck on the Empire's eastern front. They weren't very far beyond her range, yet, though. Regina sighed, throwing off her jacket and roughly pulling her wings through the slits in her shirt. She was lucky she'd chosen one like this today. In her current mood, she would have ripped one or continued even without it. "Are you leaving, Mother?" Mia asked. "I'm going for a quick flight and then doing some training," she replied. "Otherwise I'll start giving orders I'll regret. Let me know when Ices gets here." Once again, it had been too long since she'd stretched her wings. Regina ascended into the sky, ignoring the gathering clouds. She pushed herself, trying to gain altitude and fly quickly. She even managed to focus on the wind on her face and the clouds above her for a whole minute or so. Not having Janice present was already weird, knowing she'd been injured while Regina couldn't even check up on her made it much worse. It only added to the bit of anxiety she felt with Tim and so many others currently outside her reach. "I've gotten too used to having everyone close by. But it was also this war, of course. The gods were dangerous. They're champions, too." Regina still didn't really know what kind of plan they might have, or even really what their goals were. She hated the uncertainty. It always felt like the other shoe was just about to drop. And getting anxious and paranoid would just be doing their job for them. She really hoped Janice was okay. To distract herself, Regina focused on her magic. High up, alone in the air, beyond the city, which she'd drifted to the west of anyway, there was no one to be bothered. So she could really let loose for once. Large-scale area effects weren't really her specialty, but she had a lot of mana to burn. She'd also learned a bit about elemental magic from Janice and picked up a few tricks. Regina shouted into the sky, as the wind picked up around her. It started to swirl in a miniature hurricane, herself placed in the eye of the storm, the worst of the winds around her leaving her be. She turned in tight circles, flying up and down, and manipulated the wind closest to her to catch her wings and lift. Then she started focusing on the static electricity and sending a few bolts of lightning around, letting them arch down to strike the scattered trees below. Regina forced her mana into the air more precisely, deepening her focus. Air started to condense and warp into unsubstantial lenses, breaking the light through them and throwing beams of bright light around. With a thought, some of them shifted into other colors. They swept through the storm, making it look otherworldly. Alarmed shouts were starting to come from below, carried to her on the psychic link. She didn't hear them so much as pick up impressions of them. With a sigh, Regina slowed down. She was getting too close to actually devastating the countryside in a tantrum. The area around the new capital might not have been that populated, but it wasn't empty and the population was growing. Mia reached out to her, wordlessly asking her to come back. Regina replied in the affirmative, but she still paused before descending further. A twist of her wrist and she held a flame in her hand, flickering in her small bubble within the storm. It wasn't burning from nothing, just some powder she'd conjured and held in the air. Shifting between different metals and compounds caused the flame color to change, sodium for yellow, then copper for green, then phosphorus, then blue arsenic. Finally, she conjured a little water and then set it on fire with chlorine trifluoride and watched the explosion, quickly cycling through a few other materials, before she shifted back to more common and less dangerous substances. Flicking her hands away and watching the flame gutter out, Regina turned to leave. She'd barely flapped her wings a few times before she got a system notification that made her pause in her tracks. "You have leveled up." That was great, but what really caught her attention was the next screen, which she focused on as she descended. You may select a spell. You can use a spellbook, learn a spell from a teacher or other source of information, or pick one from the list below. Spark, Magic Missile, Fireball, Conjuration, Greater Heal, Water Manipulation, Psychic Illusion, Fire Manipulation, Earth Manipulation, Air Manipulation, Magic Armor, Heat Vision, Expand Senses, Physical Augmentation, Haste, Freeze, Water Breathing, Purify, Danger Sense, Far-Seeing, Magic Eye, Command, Enchantment, Fast Travel. She had finally gained all of the elemental manipulation spells, although it had taken a while. To be honest, Regina hadn't been sure whether she would ever get to see this spell selection screen again, or whether she had too many spells already for the system to offer her any new ones. Apparently, that worry was unfounded. though the opportunity to select a new spell probably wouldn't return anytime soon. A few of the options sounded interesting, though less so than she'd have thought. Regina didn't need any system spells for her scrying, in fact, it might be better without any. Galatea certainly seemed to prefer that. The same mostly went for her studies on teleportation under Ices, at least until the war had put an end to that for now. Most of the other things were nice, but not exactly essential to her. They seemed a bit basic for level 72, which was probably the fault of the spells she'd chosen to focus on. In truth, she never really gave the new options any consideration. As soon as Regina mentally hovered over conjuration and saw it start to morph, she knew what she'd choose. It wasn't the only spell ready for an upgrade. Fireball also offered greater fireball, even though she'd rarely used it recently. But it wasn't worth comparing them. Though, ultimately, Regina hadn't really relied much on the system for her conjuration recently. Getting the more advanced spell was probably more of a recognition of how far she'd come with it than actually advancing it. At least that was her impression. Still, every little bit helped, and it was undoubtedly her single most crucial spell. Regina chose greater conjuration with a smile on her face. I started from the lesser basic version, she reflected as she watched the screen dissolve. How far we've come. Unfortunately, neither it nor any of the other options would let her help Janice right now. Regina pushed herself to fly faster, blinking hard as the wind ripped at her eyes. Finally, she alighted back on the rooftop where she'd come from. As she'd sensed, Max was waiting for her. Unfortunately, he was not accompanied by Ices. It won't take them much longer to find her, he said. In the meantime, we got an update. Regina nodded. She'd already been aware of that, given the way news spread through the psychic link. It was another message that gave them a bit more detail. And hopefully, a sapient drone would be close behind to actually answer questions. The news that Janice had gone into a deep, probably magical sleep while the battle for the Confederation city started was not welcome. I've already started sending them reinforcements, Regina said. We just need to be careful not to leave our other borders open. And more swarm drones, he asked. It will take a few days to show any effect in their overall numbers, but yes, I've increased their rate as well. Regina shook her head. Though we're getting close to the limit. I could have hundreds more drone breeders, but that doesn't mean we can have unlimited war drones. Even with the psychic link, they do need some oversight. There just aren't enough sapient drones. Yes, we have humans in command positions, too, but it's not the same. Max nodded. They'd talked about that a lot. They had literally millions of swarm drones right now, about 1.2 million at the moment, even with the losses, though many of them were still in a hibernation-like sleep. Their sheer number provided enormous logistical challenges. The number sounded huge, and it was, but they actually needed to get these drones to battles for them to do any good in the war, and the further away from her and the center of the psychic link they moved, the harder it would be and the more people needed to be tasked with overseeing them. It was frustrating to know there might be additional troops she could send that would help Ada, but that trying too hard might actually do more harm than good. That's all we can do for the army right now, Max agreed. Regina shook her head, sending a few drops of water flying. She twisted her wet hair into a rough braid to get it off her back. She needed a shower and a change of clothing. And a glass or two of juice would be nice. Maybe, she said. I'm going to go scry for Ices. If we can't reach her over the psychic link, we're just going to have to try another way. Max blinked. Good idea. Maybe I can rustle up Galatea to see if she can help, if necessary. Don't bother looking, she left again. Regina sighed. Though with any luck, she'll turn up soon, or maybe she'll be in the north on her own account, anyway. At least with the war on, Galatea wasn't wandering aimlessly all over the continent anymore. At least as far as Regina knew. Maybe Regina would scry to find her, too. Two could play that game. Chapter 412, Sight. Sometimes, Ices reflected as she looked at the person in front of her who had literally shown up out of nothing, it didn't pay to change her habits. She'd only ever prayed sporadically, in the past. Partly, that was because she'd always lived in an uneasy truce with the concept of priesthood in general, somewhere between being a cleric or not, or perhaps being a priest but not like those priests. She had hardly been leading prayer services for the community. And she knew that her patron was rarely in the mood to answer prayers, and on the rare occasions she desired something of Isa's or otherwise wanted to speak to her, Lion wouldn't wait until she was kneeling in a, generally non-existent, sacred space practicing devotionals. Ever since the recent unrest, and especially since the start of the war, she'd been trying to pray more regularly, though. Isa's found herself appreciating it more than she'd expected. It was a moment of calm in the chaos, especially since it seemed universal that it was very rude to interrupt a priest at prayer, so it also made for a good excuse. Apparently, it also opened one up to visitations of the less than completely divine sort. There was a lesson in that, she supposed. Though putting it like that might be a little unfair to Baron. This is a rare and unexpected honor, she noted, straightening up and clasping her hands. I do not recall you ever seeking me out before. These are strange times, the undead Aeshan drawled. And you should feel honored. I will endeavor to try, she said drily. Endeavor to try, my lord, he corrected her. Isa's paused for a moment, looked him up and down. She was about to reply with a smart remark, but stopped. She did suspect he actually liked banter, but she didn't know how serious he was, and it cost nothing to give people respect. As you wish, my lord, she said, putting enough emphasis on the words to make her stance clear. I assume you came here for a reason? Not just to inform me that you prefer a local style of address? Baron Greengrey of Onsirus smiled thinly. Despite being dead and thus incorporeal, he seemed to fill the space he inhabited, a subtle reminder that he had been a warrior and was still dangerous. But it was not danger pointed at her. As it happens, I'd decided that those of us on the right side of the verse's sense of irony should stick together, he said. And you are a lot more tolerable than the rest of the natives. Given that you know a wider verse exists and all. Of course, it's hardly their fault, he added at her expression. I do agree with alien eyes about progress. Isa's couldn't help but look skeptical. I remember a lot of protestations about her lack of character when we first met. And about how their civilization wasn't worth the name. And the general futility of trying to aspire to civilization when your people fell. Sometimes people say things they don't mean when they're upset, he dismissed. No need to hold centuries-old words against me. Remember how Lion introduced me? Regardless, we've all improved since then. 3 cheers for progress. And our dear lady has finally got up to interesting things again. Fighting the good fight and all that. Isa's gasped theatrically. Heavens, this was actually somewhat fun. Don't tell me. You actually agree with Lion and are on her side? Who would have thought? I may hate her, but at least she's not Diarianon. Isa studied him for a moment. She knew the relationship between the two of them was very complicated, to say the least. Mostly, she knew what Lion had let slip on occasion, she had at least mentioned him more often than Isa's had seen Baron. And she suspected he was overstating things. They might both claim they hated each other, but even if that was true, it was a worn-out sort of hatred, something that had faded and been colored by other emotions and a very long time spent together. They had lived together for 1,000 years and were both still here. Of course, she knew they had both wronged each other greatly, and she doubted they'd ever apologized for it, but they'd also been tied by the soul since then. Confirm something for me, if you would, she said. Lord Baron. Since you are dead, there must be a way for you to gain energy in addition to being tied to the material world, otherwise you would not exist. It may have escaped your notice, priest, he drawled, but I am still very much present. And in good health, I assure you. But you lack a body to anchor you, and yet you are still here and your soul has not washed away in the great river, she pointed out. Baron scoffed lightly. What do you know of soul magic? Very little, she admitted. But I do understand the basic concept of a shade like you, Baron Greengrey. Can you not just answer the question? He crossed his arms. Fine. Yes, I'm bound by Lion, as you know. And yes, this bond is keeping me present. If she severed it, I might hang on for a while, the odd few decades, perhaps, but eventually, unless I found another source to sustain me, I would move on, as they say. And there is no suitable source on this world. Ices nodded. She'd suspected that. It would at least partly answer the question of why he was still here and what he got out of the situation. Which is not to say I am staying because of a cheap shortcut to immortality, he said, placing a slight derisive emphasis on the word. I am bound, and I wouldn't be strong enough to leave anyway, so what else am I going to do on this rock? I assume it wasn't intended to work like this, Ices noted, not engaging with the rest of his words. You think? Baron shook his head. This sort of soul service as a penance for crimes, paid to the victor strong enough to demand it, is supposed to last a matter of decades at most. The victor is usually not a young person anyway. Normally, the head of your lineage would gently persuade you to stop if it took too long, letting the bound soul be cleansed and reincarnated or whatever your particular religious beliefs are. It's hardly set up for deities. I am likely the longest-lived shade to ever exist, at least of this particular kind. Let's consider it my contribution to science. Which means you likely got far stronger than a normal shade. The dead man smiled sharply, flashing teeth for an instant. And you can draw obvious inferences, how nice. That will serve you well in the coming tribulations. I'll choose to take that as a compliment. Ices paused, glancing around. They had already spoken for a while now, and she was getting a little anxious. She'd walked away from the soldiers of the army to be out in the fields, and was currently hidden from view, from the village they'd taken over as a base, by a small copse of trees. But it wasn't entirely deserted, it could hardly be, with so many soldiers and the swarm drones grazing in the fields, and they were starting to attract a bit of attention. While I appreciate the compliments, may they be backhanded or not, and the assurance that you are on our side, do you have a more specific goal here? I don't suppose it would be too much to hope for a gesture of goodwill to prove your declaration. Baron waved a hand negligently, and a veil of darkness descended over them. Or at least, a faint gray shimmer that she could tell made it very hard for anyone to see them. It also seemed to swallow all sounds, while still leaving enough gaps, cleverly positioned, that she could somewhat look out and see their surroundings. Ices focused on the magic Baron had used, sensing the way the mana spread through the air and analyzing its patterns. It was a clever, elegant bit of magic, and both obvious and simple enough that she felt she could pick it up without any additional explanations. Originally, I was just going to leave you with the means to call out to me for help, Baron said. But now, I'm thinking I might give you a short lesson on soul magic instead. Ices paused. She'd learned only a little soul magic, mostly picking up bits and pieces from Lion on occasion. It wasn't like she'd used it much. There was generally little call for it on this world, evidently. And it was dangerous for someone half-trained, so Lion had discouraged her from practicing it, anyway. That would be appreciated, she finally answered. Good. Stop me if you know this already. Generally, the first thing you need to be able to do more than dabble is actually see people's souls. That is not easy, as it is not something you can see with your physical eyes, and it is separate from regular mana and the skills needed to perceive it. Especially to start, it requires meditation, reaching an altered state of consciousness. I'm aware, she interrupted. There are other ways of gaining this capacity, at least temporarily, like certain spells. True, spells, and even certain drugs and concoctions to facilitate it exist, generally by pushing you into such an altered state, Baron nodded. They are usually temporary and often come with drawbacks. I personally consider them crutches best discarded as soon as possible. You should attempt perceiving souls without being deep in meditation or drugged as soon as possible, once you know what it is like. The best first step in that endeavor is to use your own magic instead of having a spell cast on you. Being able to do it consistently is the necessary foundation for further skills. Have you reached this threshold yet? No, my lord, she admitted. I've managed it before, but mostly on accident. I'm unsure how to improve. That's fine. He smiled. Surprisingly, Baron was much more amenable as a teacher. Luckily, you have a great opportunity. Watch my mana and analyze what I'm doing, I'll make it obvious for you. Naturally, Ices watched closely. It took her a moment to make sense of the streams of mana he wove into an intricate net between them. It was like an illusion, except it wasn't, because she could sense the mana clearly and it was evidently still flowing like a spell. She wasn't familiar with this method of showing spell work, though it was very intuitive to see. It had to require precise control from him, but, clearly, that wasn't an issue. And it was even functional. Parts of the webweave reached out to his eyes, or whatever passed for them for a shade. For several long minutes, she lost herself in studying the mana. The magic was both breathtakingly complicated compared to a simple beginner spell, and yet very clear. Ices also studied its connection to him, which was unlike what she'd seen before, but that only made sense. Finally, she carefully started trying to mimic what she sensed. Good, I think you're getting it. Baron clapped his hands together. There was no sound. Now, look closely. You have a golden opportunity to practice here, as I said. Since my soul is not hidden by a body, it is much easier to see. You should be able to do it. Ices frowned slightly. She traced the pattern of mana, which he had clearly stopped maintaining in favor of letting it dissolve, and followed its connection to him. Baron appeared as a physical entity in the sense that he was visible and caused physical sensations in an observer, but that was clearly a mere joke played on the physical world. There was certainly something causing the effect and tricking her eyes, just not the figure she saw. And following his mana, while trying to perform the spell he'd shown her, made it obvious. Baron's soul was asymmetrical, in a word. She wasn't seeing it with her eyes, at least not truly, so any impression Ices received wasn't truly accurate, it was simply how her mind interpreted it. The closest analog would be a white inset against the black background of the world, or a swirl of colorful oil paint dropped onto a clear pond by a careless artist. He was still Baron, in a recognizable sense. His soul was made out of layers, but they were neither static nor separate, instead constantly shifting and moving while largely remaining the same. That much, she recognized from her previous attempts at soul magic. There was a chain, or a bond, or a tether, something winding around its outer layers and through a gap, wedged into the outer edge of the core of the soul. There was really no such thing, just levels of closer or deeper layers, and it felt like lion, which she recognized right away. Do you see me? Describe it. Ices tried. She struggled to put what she sensed into words. Global didn't seem to have good words for it, but she did her best. Baron nodded thoughtfully. Ices was starting to gather how the slight flashes at the very outermost layer of his soul corresponded to emotions or sensations. It was a bit like a cut-rate psychic ability, she supposed. Oil paint on water? I haven't heard it described like that before, but it's evocative. Now try again. Tell me something interesting about myself. He seemed to recede, his presence getting paler, as he veiled himself. But Ices felt she had figured out the trick of it now, and it was easy to keep his soul in her metaphorical sight. You are feeling something positive, are you not? She asked. Baron shrugged casually. Your progress is tolerable and doesn't make me despair at the prospect of being considered your teacher. Alright, now look at yourself. Ices didn't hesitate. She had tried this before, to no avail. But this was different. She focused on her magic, controlling her mana as precisely as possible, to achieve what he showed her, and then, she looked at herself. Not literally, of course, that would have been rather difficult. But her less physical senses weren't so constrained by biology, and she perceived her own soul after spending only a little time trying. It was similar to Baron's, but obviously not as unmoored. It was much harder to see any details because of that. Her soul was firmly anchored to her body, and to what she could vaguely sense as her mind. It was likely more of a conceptual abstraction from her body and soul. Still, the basic structure was perceivable, and Ices could sense there were no tethers similar to what Baron had. Her being a champion of a goddess was not reflected in her soul. At least not directly. There was a part of an outer shell that felt like lion, but it was essentially an imitation, dedicated primarily to her status and the part of her identity tied to it, rather than explicitly to her goddess influence. That was a thing of her body, which carried some of her patron's mana. Ices blinked, closing her eyes for a moment to recenter herself, and looked at Baron. She smiled widely. I suppose old dogs can learn new tricks. Hardly. If you are old, I must be ancient. You are, she said, deadpan. Baron looked unimpressed, but she had the impression that he was slightly amused, too. Regardless, this should be enough, he said. I will not keep you any longer. Thus is any debt I might owe you erased. If you need more, it will be a favor from me. Remember from whom you learned this, and try not to misuse it too badly. Favor? Ices shook her head. I don't think I know what you mean. And does that mean this was our only lesson? You don't remember what I'm talking about, do you? Baron smirked. Oh, who cares? I might give you further lessons if you do well. Then he left without waiting for a response. This time, she actually managed to track him for a moment, before he disappeared completely, presumably to the mirrored halls. The gray shell she'd barely noticed anymore dissolved, and Ices turned to leave. She was still wondering what he'd meant. Had she done him some favor she had forgotten? And how did he think she would need to use this skill? Right outside the shell, several people were waiting for her. They looked anxious, which made her curse the time she'd taken here. The magic had muddled her sense of time a little, but at least it couldn't have been more than an hour or two, could it? Lady Ices. The one she was most familiar with, Captain Unher, bowed shallowly. We apologize for disturbing you, but you are urgently needed. Ices steadied herself. How so, Captain? We received a message from the capital. The Western Confederation pulled a trick at a diplomatic meeting. It may be Princess Janice's life at stake. Ices stared at him in surprise for a moment, her thoughts abruptly refocused. The princess was hurt? I'll leave right away. Tell me everything you know. She'd always liked Janice. If only she hadn't been out of communication with the Empress here in Essaman. Hopefully, she would be able to help now. Chapter 413, Mana and Soul. It was a nice day, the sun sending down heat that seemed to settle over the world like a warm blanket, although Janice had to blink against the glare of the sun as she sat outside. She counted herself lucky the weather was like this. She was still feeling cold and the extra heat helped, although it was still too cool. Most of the human soldiers didn't seem to share that opinion. She was a bit less lucky to still be stuck here, of course. The position of this village wasn't great, especially now that they'd taken the city. But the doctors had insisted that moving her too much could cause complications, and Ada had agreed with them for tactical reasons. They'd sent messages with a precise description of Janice's location. It was better not to change it. That didn't mean she couldn't at least relocate outside the building, and the fresh air was judged to be good for her. So Janice was currently sitting on top of a pile of blankets on the grass close to the fence, wrapped in another blanket. The location provided at least some privacy and shelter from the wind. So did Jay, glaring at everyone who looked like they might come too close, although he was keeping most of his focus on her. Are you sure you want to include this part, using those words, Janice? Ada asked, twirling her pen. At least she'd brushed off the extra ink first. Their design still needed a little bit of work. Ada was sitting beside her on a stool with an improvised lap desk, writing down the words Janice was dictating after providing feedback. Janice would have done it herself, but her hands were shaking too much, and she needed the writing to be clear and legible for this. Yes, Janice confirmed. I don't think Regina would publish this, but even if she does, the phrasing is just ambiguous enough that Kiara can deny it if she wants to. I don't want to leave my love for her implied or unspoken, though, in case I won't get another chance. Admittedly, calling Kiara the star that brightens my days was a bit dramatic, and rather unsubtle, but people could still explain away things they didn't want to know. It's your will, Ada said. It won't be necessary. They'll get here and we'll heal you in time. But I'll help you write a letter to Kiara after this. I was planning on imposing on you for that, thanks, Janice said. She cleared her throat, then continued. As a token of the great love I feel for Queen Kiara, I will the rest of my personal property to her care, with the following exceptions: a monthly stipend of 3,000 marks to my Aunt Marion, to be paid out of my personal accounts, for as long as possible. I ask the Queen to oversee the investment of my remaining assets to continue this bequest. A similar stipend of 1,000 marks for my great-uncle Sir Richard Straitlance. A donation of 10,000 marks to the Imperial Fund for the Education of Disadvantaged Children. To Her Imperial Majesty, my mother, and the beloved sister of my heart, Dr. Med Regina von Woolton, I return the slate she first used to teach me, which I have treasured as a reminder of all she has given me, as well as her equally cherished Christmas gift of my favorite books, and the rest of my books on magic. May they be useful and a reminder that we always have more to learn, and also of my gratitude, respect, and love. To my beloved siblings, I give the rest of my books, to distribute them themselves. They are good at that. Furthermore, the following gifts: to my brother Tim the new Crown Prince, may he reign well, my favorite dagger with the red sheath; to my sister Mia the designs for a new flight saddle to improve, and my necklace with the white diamond, and she continued for a few minutes, giving tokens to each of her fellow Hive members she personally knew. It was important, but it was also politically important to emphasize their relationship and affirm Tim as successor to her position. It still felt really weird to speak like this. Signed, please insert my full titles here. Janice Starlet von Woolton. Ada finished writing dutifully, then passed the board and pen over silently. She looked somber, with a determined set to her second arms that Janice recognized. Janice tried to will her hand to be steady as she signed. She had moderate success, and while the writing looked a bit shaky, it was at least legibly her name. Maybe it's a good thing to have this regardless, Janice told herself. If I survive this curse, who knows what might happen during a war. We should all face up to that eventuality. They were interrupted once more, before she could actually write that letter or at least reassure Ada that she intended to fight with everything she had. Jay stepped closer as another drone appeared, whose name Janice didn't immediately remember. They looked like a younger warrior or similar class. There's been another bombing, General, they said hastily. Princess. I'm sorry for interrupting. Ada was already getting up. Where? When? She asked sharply. The Central Square, a building 2 doors down from the courthouse, the younger drone reported grimly. Just now, about 10 minutes ago. From preliminary reports, we have 8 casualties, 4 of them civilians. One member of a patrol's danger sense skill warned them, so they got some people away, but it still exploded. Someone must have detonated it. Ada turned to her. Janice, I'm sorry. Go, Janice said firmly. Take care of this, protect our people. And make sure to send a thorough report of everything you discover. This would not make holding the city any easier. And it already wasn't. They'd lost more people who didn't deserve this. It filled her with a low, burning anger, that the Westerners were willing to do this to their own people. They deserved better. Of course, terror tactics, as Regina or Max would call them, weren't less effective for being immoral. According to the reports, the situation in the city was already volatile. Janice was seriously concerned that there would be some kind of riot or revolt. They should know it couldn't succeed, but people in a large group also weren't known for being rational. The thought of having to put down something like that made her shiver again. The Westerners were clearly trying to fan the flames deliberately, and had probably primed the city even before their loss. Though admittedly, Ada's full-on assault with less regard for casualties than Janice would have preferred hadn't exactly helped. She needed to have a conversation with her about that, later, but she really wasn't sure what to say, and this was clearly not the best time. The figures would be keeping her up at night if Janice didn't have to fight the constant, low-key temptation to close her eyes and succumb to the weakness trying to drag her under. Janice closed her eyes for a moment, trying to fight off the red spots crowding the darkness behind her eyelids, then gathered herself. She carefully pushed herself up, wobbling a little. Jay was there in a moment and grabbed her shoulders, wordlessly helping her steady herself. Janice let herself lean against him for a second before straightening up, though he still kept holding her arm. I think it's time to admit you're not really up to walking, he said quietly. We can carry you. Janice sighed, but she knew he was probably right. She should try to conserve her strength. All right. In a moment. Fortunately, they were at least relatively well hidden from other people. Not that her affliction was really a secret. While healer Kinta had tried to slow the curse down, it didn't seem to have helped very much, and the curse had clearly progressed. Janice was dreading the coming night already, given the fear that she might not even wake up again. One of the other drones wordlessly stepped up as well, and they carefully hefted her up. Janice felt like a sack of potatoes, but at least she wasn't being princess carried, but stayed upright, with Jay stabilizing her. It probably wouldn't have worked if they didn't have enhanced strength. Walking slowly, the two of them turned back to the building. Then Jay stopped and whirled around, his hand slipping slightly, and Janice instinctively clutched more tightly at Rick. She craned her neck to see what had happened. Two people were standing where she'd just been talking with Ada. A group of soldiers rushed out, but paused when they saw them. Galatea. Ices, Janice said, breathing a sigh of relief. She tightened her grip on Jay, feeling the tension in his posture relax. Galatea strode toward them, all but ignoring the other soldiers. Hello, Janice. I wish I could say it's good to see you, but under the circumstances, well, I'm sorry we took so long. I'm sure you did your best, Janice responded. It was mostly my fault, Ices spoke up, coming closer. She was frowning in obvious concern. When the Empress got your message, I was already outside her range, since I'd traveled with the First Eastern Army. And the message they sent took a while to reach me, especially as I had ventured away for private contemplation at that moment. But you are here now, right? Jay asked, crossing his blade arms a little awkwardly behind his back. Can you help Janice? He looked at the other people present. Back to your post, soldiers. Ices stepped closer. She didn't answer for a long moment. Perhaps, she finally said. I need a more detailed assessment. Let us go inside, if you would. Fortunately, neither of them commented on it as Jay and Rick continued carrying Janice back inside. They returned to the large bedroom on the ground floor that had been turned into her sick room. With a small sigh, Janice sat back on the bed. I'm grateful to see you both, she said. I assume there's a reason it's the two of you who came, though. And no one else. I helped confirm your location with scrying, Galatea said. I will be less help to you than Ices, though. She also teleported us so I could conserve my mana, Ices explained. She produced a small metal artifact that looked vaguely like a pen from somewhere. How do you feel? Cold, Janice said. She rubbed her hands absent-mindedly on her legs. It's like my body's forgotten how to feel warm, even in thick clothing and out in the sun. I feel weak, too. I'm tired all the time, my vision gets blurry at odd times, my hands shake, my legs have pins and needles like I slept on them wrong, I can't walk. It feels like my body is betraying me. Or just failing. They both nodded seriously. Galatea paused, glancing at Ices. May I? The old elf nodded, and Galatea cast a spell that made Janice feel a little warm for the first time in ages. Warm magic settled over her like a hot bath, the faint sense of fire mana tickling her throat. Thanks, she said quietly. In addition to all that, it also feels like my mana is wrong. I can't cast magic anymore, and I could before, but it was harder and I couldn't heal myself. My efforts just dissipated. She cleared her throat. Do you have any guesses how this curse works and how to heal it? Perhaps a few, Ices replied. Galatea, please go fetch the healers who attended to her and get their reports. I will be examining Janice. It didn't take long for Galatea to return with a group of her healers. In that time, Ices mostly just seemed to stare at her. She moved around a bit, passed her hands over her body, and Janice fancied she felt the tickle of divine magic, but it was probably just her imagination. Then she was distracted by the healers entering. They passed a few sheets of paper around, reports with their analysis and conclusion. It was nothing she hadn't heard before, and trying to read gave her a headache, so Janice quickly stopped. What's your assessment, Healer Kinta? Isays asked, still looking at Janice instead of the other healers. The man cleared his throat. The princess has clearly been cursed, my lady. The particulars of the curse are unfamiliar to me, but there are two main components that I found most concerning. First, there appears to be some kind of energy drain, and second, that her mana seems to be alienated from her body by some strange mechanism. Her Highness has already lost more weight and muscle mass than should be possible in this time, especially as we made sure she was not deprived of nutrients, though there were some digestive issues. Perhaps a more academically inclined mage like either of you ladies knows more, but the effects on her mana are the least explainable to me. Isays nodded, seemingly more in acknowledgement than agreement. Any other symptoms you have not mentioned before? She asked. Can you still interact with the system? How are your mana senses? Have you felt emotional instability or unexplained surges of emotion? Have your elemental markers or other parts of your appearance changed? You've seen her, Isays, Galatea pointed out. Does Janice look changed? Actually, maybe a little, Janice said, trying not to sound sheepish. I've had trouble reading system notifications, I've been feeling less emotionally controlled, and I think my teeth might have changed slightly. She opened her mouth, poking at them hesitantly. I was already getting slightly longer incisors, but they're more noticeable now, maybe? It means your elemental nature is closer to the surface, Isays said. This is not a good sign, it is either a subconscious defensive reaction, or... She trailed off. They waited in tense silence for a bit. Janice fiddled with her hair, trying to remember if it had always had this slight bluish tint at the ends, the colors changing like a cross-section of a candle flame. Or? Galatea prompted. Isays turned to Kinta. I do not suppose you know anything about soul magic, healer? His eyes widened and he shook his head. That is real? I mean, no, I barely even heard the term before, my lady. Is that what's wrong? I doubt it, Isays said. I will perform another analysis ritual that needs total silence and focus. Everyone, please leave the room. They hesitated until Janice repeated the order. Galatea, you can stay. Right? She added. Of course. Isays stepped closer, staring intently at Janice. Janice opened her mouth to ask about it again, but closed it when Galatea shot her a sharp look. At a second glance, Isays' pupils were blown wide open, it looked strange with elvish orange eyes, and her gaze was unfocused. The minutes dragged on, until the old priestess inhaled a shuddering breath, stepping back a few steps. It's as I feared, she said, rubbing her temple with one hand. Looks like I owe Baron, she muttered. His tip was good. Baron? Janice repeated. He made me think of soul magic, nothing to worry about, Isays said dismissively. That can't be right, Galatea spoke up, her voice unwontedly harsh. The other gods don't know soul magic. Certainly not enough to manipulate or harm a soul. There was a moment of weighted silence. Yes, that's what I believed as well, Isays said quietly. Janice sighed, huddling deeper into the covers of the bed she was sitting on. You're sure about this, Isays? She asked. The soul is connected to the mind is connected to the body, Isays said, taking on a lecturing cadence. The mind is anchored to the brain, as it is realized in the brain. If the body is the physical book, the brain are its pages, and the mind is what is written on them. But the soul is connected to both as well. It holds our whole identity. The soul's outer layers are effectively entwined with the mind, receiving our memories. Our identity is also written in the soul. In some cases, it can be used to affect the physical shape of one's body. Such a drive exists naturally. It is why Regina looks now much as she did before, accepting all the features unique to her past or current species. Wait, is that why I've started looking a bit less human and taking on more elemental traits? Janice asked, trying to follow. But my soul hasn't changed, and it's always been anchored to my body. Isays smiled like a pleased teacher. Indeed. Your case is a bit unique. Some people or monsters, including elementals, which don't truly have a biological body, essentially substitute mana for some part of this cyclic relationship, linking it into this system as well. It's why you would die without mana, why your mana is slightly different and perhaps more protective. As you've grown in power, your mana has also grown and become more tightly interwoven with your physical body. It has started a change and a reflection of your soul's bond to both. I believe the system is also linked to your mana, though I cannot tell you the exact details. This is immaterial right now, though. So, her body and mana getting out of sync is due to a soul attack? Galatea asked. I believe it might be due to a knock-on effect of an attack targeted at your soul, yes, Ices answered. Or, more likely, this curse affects both. Right now, I will need to confirm that it truly did touch the soul directly and this is not merely a reflection of harm done to your mana or physical body. The symptoms speak against it, but we need to be sure, and I can't do this here. We need to move, then? Ices smiled at Janice. I will move you to the temple, with your permission. Janice swallowed. Just answer me one thing, Ices. Assuming you're right, can you heal this? The old elf paused for an uncomfortably long time before answering. I believe so, yes. Janice squeezed her eyes shut for a moment and nodded, then gathered her strength to stand up again. She was still thinking about the fact that both Ices and Galatea had thought their enemies couldn't do this kind of thing, and it did sound like an insidious and complex attack, but they clearly did. Diarianon or one of his followers was clearly involved. Had he just hidden it from Lion and Alien Eyes, presumably, for all this time? Or had he learned it recently? But from whom? Janice didn't know which potential answer bothered her more. At least worrying about it was a good distraction from thinking about Ice's assessment or the way her heart wanted to climb out of her throat at this new information. Chapter 414, Cleanse. It was plain to see that Janice was anxious and trying to hide it. Galatea wished she could ease her fear. Unfortunately, that would have required her to have more confidence in the situation than she really had. Or at least a small break from events which seemed to proceed very quickly. Of course, time might be of the essence, so Galatea didn't complain, just followed Ices and Janice outside. Jay carried her again, this time on his own. Janice was speaking to him and the few other drones following them, giving last-minute instructions for the front and the handling of the city. And let Ada know she has a free hand to deploy our reserves as she likes, she was saying, but I suggest focusing on our scouting efforts to the south and east. We absolutely cannot afford to be cut off here. Unrest in the city must not distract us. Have the mages help with occasional scrying. And make sure our communications are as secure as possible. I'll pass all this on, but I'm coming with you, Jay said. You're not, Ices interrupted. We must teleport, and we do not have the capacity for extra passengers. She paused, turning to her. Do we, Galatea? I don't, Galatea admitted. She had already been traveling for a bit when she returned to New Amberg and was immediately summoned by Regina, who updated her on this situation. From there, it had taken a bit of scrying, a two-way version to allow quick communication so they could coordinate, and then she had met up with Ices and teleported both of them to this location. Ices had insisted that she needed to conserve every bit of her mana, which seemed eminently reasonable. Teleporting all three of them would already be a major drain, even if her mana well was full, and Galatea hardly had the time to go and replenish it right now. Unfortunately, I can't afford to spend my mana for this, I will likely need every scrap of it, Ices said now, unsurprisingly. Thus, we must rely on Galatea for transport. Jay looked at them for a long moment, visibly gritting his teeth. Then he gave a short nod. Fine. He started setting Janice down gently. Galatea made herself a bit more solid and stepped in to stabilize her. Ices took her other side. Janice smiled, even though it looked a bit strained. I trust you to keep doing good work. Don't worry about me. See you later. Galatea turned her focus to another place. She was familiar with the temple Lion Regina had built, she'd helped advise her, after all. The semi-permanent base for a teleportation link Ices had set up also helped, slightly. Picturing it closely and pouring all her mana into it, Galatea mentally grabbed onto the two of them and pulled, twisting space as she stepped into it. The teleportation was smooth enough and they arrived without issue. At least checking up on Janice showed that she didn't seem any worse. It was a little colder here and the wind was more noticeable, but the sun still sparkled off the water of the lake. Still, better to get inside. Let's go in, Isays said quietly. Galatea nodded, made sure Janice was secure and followed her into the temple, vaguely wondering what they were going to do. Galatea had some slim knowledge of soul magic, but Isays must know more. Or perhaps they'd picked up different pieces of knowledge about the field. Because quite a bit of what Isays had said was new to her. Not entirely, but there were new aspects and connections she hadn't previously considered. It still didn't give her any insight on how to remove this curse, but presumably, there was a reason they were in this temple. Isays would probably call on Lion. The inside hadn't changed much. It was clean, despite there being no priest to take care of the place. Their steps echoed a little, at least, Isays and Janice more halting ones. Several paraphernalia she vaguely recognized were laying on the altar. Isays swept them up quickly, then nudged Janice to the altar like it was a chair. Sit down. Janice looked skeptical. Oh, it's just some stone. We don't have a chair here, unfortunately. Now sit down before you fall down. Janice settled down and Galatea stepped back to look around. The temple was rather barren, of course, but the magic she sensed was still interesting. Lion's presence was rather obvious once you knew where to look. There also seemed to be magical defenses in place that she hadn't seen before. Galatea spent a moment looking at them, searching for what was anchoring them, but they were well hidden. Then she turned back to the others. Janice had closed her eyes. Isays was pacing up and down, muttering to herself in a language she barely recognized. What are we going to do now? Galatea asked after a while. Isays stopped, turning around. I'll continue my diagnostics. If you know how to see souls, try and spot if you can see the connection. Galatea didn't immediately do as Isays suggested. Instead, she focused on the old elf herself, watching what she did. It was a spell she hadn't seen before. Isays seemed unpracticed with it, fumbling a little, but she managed to create a complex weave of mana. Studying it closely, Galatea began to copy it, trying to combine it with the knowledge she already had. Fortunately, seeing someone's soul was a bit easier for her than for another organic person. It still took her long minutes until she was confident she had an actual impression of Janice's soul and wasn't just projecting. It still didn't tell her much. Grudgingly, Galatea had to admit that she just didn't have the knowledge necessary to find however this curse expressed itself in the soul. It seemed like there was a dark shadow hanging over her soul, but that could just be her imagination. Instead, Galatea focused on what she did know, and that was mana. She studied the way it intersected with Janice's physical body. It was easy to see that Isays had been right, and the way the two parts were almost disintegrating now only made it more obvious. There was clearly something else at play. The curse was trying to separate the mana and the physical, biological part of Janice's body. It would have been very dangerous and probably fatal to any mage. For a half-elemental, it was a minor miracle they'd managed to keep her alive this long. Or rather the opposite, that the curse was using divine mana was also rather evident. It's almost like it was designed for her, she murmured. Isays glanced at her. She looked pale and old. Possible, but I doubt it. There are some details one could have improved in that case. But it is certainly worse the more mana the target has. Janice grimaced. That doesn't sound reassuring. This curse is not some system ability that was unwisely used, Galatea surmised. I doubt Lion would ever give out one like this, would she? It must have been given to the user by a god. But how? Where did they get the knowledge? That, my friend, Isays said quietly, is a very good question. Galatea had been around for a while. She might have been isolated, but she'd never been blind. She was pretty sure the gods hadn't had soul magic of this caliber in the beginning. Perhaps Ada Ines, who was known to be very secretive, but even then, to never use it in 1,000 years. Wait, Janice said. They can't have learned it from Lion, right? Galatea scoffed. Never. I think she'd rather curse them, which probably wouldn't work. They were gods, but still. She would never give them such knowledge, Isays agreed. And further, I believe this particular curse, in this particular form, as it's been used here, is new. Or at least not something passed down from a proper teacher. It was clearly aimed at its target, just not perfectly. It seems more likely that someone learned some principles of soul magic and came up with it, perhaps. Then who else could it have been? Janice asked. That guy, Baron? No, Lion would have known. Ice shook her head. We're perhaps getting too far off topic, Galatea said. We must focus on curing you, Janice. Ice, can you do it? I'm not truly a soul mage. I will need to rely mostly on conventional purification. But you can? Janice asked. Let me gather my power. Galatea, light the brazier, please. Galatea sighed and levitated the brazier to stand before the altar. It was empty, and fortunately clean. She conjured some coals to fill it, then lit them with a spark. Her mana was getting dangerously low. That wasn't all, though. After lighting the brazier, Ices, who had produced incense from somewhere, had a few other tasks for Galatea. At least the fire was keeping Janice warm, so Galatea got to it. She picked some flowers and herbs, returned to find Ices praying, and went out again to buy food from the closest village, stopping briefly to kill a small group of lionets and refresh her mana. Then Ices sent her out again to hunt down a sacrifice. Galatea wanted to grumble about not leaving one alive, but she clearly needed a larger monster. With a bit of regret, she dropped by the village to tell them about the free beast corpses and teleported through the forest to find the strongest monster. By the time she'd finally brought down a large stone basilisk and dragged it back to the temple, Galatea fancied she would have looked rather bedraggled if she had a solid body. Then, of course, Ices wanted chalk and gold. This is enough time to have gotten a drone here, Galatea grumbled, but she departed again to get what was needed, or conjure it. Finally, they seemed to have gathered everything required. Ices had changed clothes. She must have had a stash here in the temple's sacristy, and was now wearing an undyed white robe. She'd put Janice in a simple tunic. She crushed the flowers into a paste, with some water, and drew designs on both her own skin and Janice. Galatea wondered if it was really necessary. Instead of saying anything, she helped Ices draw a ritual circle around the altar. The other woman was chanting softly, so she didn't interrupt her. It was obviously meant to focus Ices' mind and help her enter an almost meditative state. Galatea could even feel her mana slightly settling down. Then Ices started the ritual. Galatea quietly withdrew to the edge of the circle, trying to see what was going on. Ices unceremoniously slit the throat of the monster she'd captured, as if the stony skin was no obstacle, and sprinkled some of its blood in the flames while reinforcing the boundary of the ritual with the rest of it. Then she ignored the corpse and knelt in front of the altar, still praying, and clearly using a spell similar to the one she'd used before. Some of the preparations must have been for the spell to help one see souls, because it was much easier for Galatea now. There was clearly a curse attached to Janice's soul, as much as to her mana and her body. It seemed to be spreading. Apparently, it followed her blood, no, perhaps her lymphatic system? Something like that, anyway. Her brain was spared. But now, Ices gathered divine power of her own, channeling it into herself. She stood up, still chanting, and laid a hand on Janice's heart. Galatea sensed her pushing her gathered mana into Janice. It was like a clash of light and dark, force and counterforce, except it was two divine magics of different origins. Parts of the curse almost seemed to burn away immediately. The mundane part, perhaps, Galatea noted in the back of her mind. The rest of the curse stubbornly hung on. The divine mana intertwined in a dance, but no, it was a fight. Janice gasped, then screamed, writhing and thrashing on the granite altar. Ices held her down, keeping one hand firmly splayed on her skin below her neck to stay in constant contact. Galatea sensed the mana in Janice's body waver. The curse's magic still clung tightly to it. Her own mana seemed to slowly settle back into her body, intertwining with it more firmly. And yet, it wasn't enough. Galatea could see that. It was hard to describe, but it was like the mana was both inside her body and outside, like the curse was still pulling it out even as it was being brought back inside. No wonder Janice screamed like that, it had to be torturous. Ices cursed. No. Cleanse. Cleanse. Galatea floated closer, helplessly reaching out before she stopped herself. She wasn't sure what to do. Disrupting them would be disastrous. Isn't there anything else? Janice's eyes were wide open now, the blue almost swallowing her pupils and creeping into the whites of her eyes, and bloody lines appeared on her skin as she thrashed and cut herself with suddenly clawed fingers. Suddenly, someone else was there. She pushed Janice gently, and Janice collapsed on the altar, lying still, but still breathing heavily. Ices looked up. Lady, the curse, I can't. I know, Lion said gently. She radiated power, but it was a softer feeling than Galatea had usually sensed from her. You've done well. I'll continue your work. Then she looked down. You're very brave, Janice. Trust me? Somehow, despite what had to be terrible pain and her hair literally making her tunic catch fire, Janice managed a slight nod. The fire guttered out, and Janice stilled completely. Her eyes stared sightlessly open. Lion raised her hands, and Galatea could sense something going with them. Her soul was still connected to her body, it was just being peeled outward. She didn't know that was possible. And Janice's mana seemed to have been almost frozen, now it was coming along. Lion gestured, and the shadowy darkness that seemed to be clinging to Janice's soul peeled off. Galatea watched, feeling like time was standing still. In bits and pieces, streams of divine mana detached from Janice. Lion caught them in one hand. Then, without forewarning, she shoved the soul back into its body, but her mana was still partly outside. Lion set it to vibrating faintly, and Galatea could vaguely sense it winding into itself. She felt like she only got a glimpse of what was going on, but she still understood it. Lion was effectively restructuring Janice's mana for her, removing and cutting away parts that had started to hurt instead of help. It was like magical surgery. When she finally let the mana settle over Janice like a net wrapping her body, it was noticeably thinner than before. The mana sank back into her body, and Galatea observed it being rewoven with Janice's physical form, the existing connection strengthened. Lion snapped her fingers and the snippets of divine mana she'd collected vanished. Once she was finished, Janice still lay there, unmoving. She didn't even seem to breathe, although Galatea could sense a faint heartbeat. Is it done? Galatea asked, anxiously. Is she healed? Lion sighed. Not nearly. It will take time. What can we do? And when will she be fully healed? Ices asked. Lion glanced at them, shaking her head. She needs the right environment for the first part of her convalescence. One as isolated as possible from foreign mana. Luckily, we do have an opportunity here. That teleporting beacon outside will be helpful to make sure she's cared for. Galatea, please let Regina know that she still needs to be as discreet as possible. Send someone non-magical and entirely human to care for Janice. I will set everything up in check-in as well. It shouldn't take more than a week until we can reintegrate her to a normal magical environment. Then she gathered Janice up, until she was half carried, half levitating in front of them. Lion turned, then paused. She will not be able to fight for a long time, she said quietly. You should also make sure she has the support she needs once the immediate recovery is done. Galatea nodded silently, stepping up beside her old friend. She would not let Janice go through this alone, even if she might not be able to follow her all the way. That there were complications was fine. Janice was alive and would remain that way. That was what counted. Chapter 415, Awards and Obligations. Regina had not been here before. It was not a dark corner this time, but an entire room dedicated to one purpose within a building annex mostly dedicated to a similar purpose, and that could be quickly turned in either direction. There was no real reason for her to avoid it. After all, they were still inside the new Imperial Palace's security. She simply hadn't had a reason to bother before. Right now, she lit another candle and placed it on the stone shelf in the front of the room, taking a deep breath of the incense she'd just lit. It was the good stuff. What was worth doing right, after all. Thank you, Lion, she said quietly. Regina fell silent and looked around for a minute afterward. She'd kinda hoped that Lion would take the opportunity to show up so they could talk, but there was nothing. She was probably busy. Regina didn't linger long in the shrine after that. She still wasn't entirely sure how she felt about it, or entirely comfortable with it, to be honest. But enough of her people were now, to variable degrees, followers of Lion that giving them this space was only appropriate. And it was convenient for things like this. She might have looked in the wrong place, though. She'd barely gotten back to the main palace building before Ices found her. How did it go? Regina asked immediately. How is Janice? She'd gotten her and Galatia's initial message and updates from other drones, but since the old Hive Queen base in the south was outside her range, she was still mostly in the dark. No change so far, but I wouldn't expect any, Ices answered. She's unlikely to wake up before we remove her from there, which is a good thing, since that hall is not welcoming to magical life. But don't worry, Lion put up some shielding to protect her against any passive negative effects. I admit I'm not certain of the details, but it's certainly working. Janice will need people to make sure her body is hydrated and such, of course, and to keep an eye on her condition, I would suggest rotating caretakers, but that should be all. Well, and security, of course. I admit I am a little concerned regarding that aspect. I'll tell Max to assign another company to the base, Regina said. Unless you think that's a bad idea? As long as they're stealthy, Ices shook her head. Obscurity is that place's first line of defense, as always. She paused. You really should not worry too much. Janice is safe and we've beaten the curse. Regina exhaled heavily, nodding. I'll try. Even with all of the worries that remained, the news that Lion had intervened personally to remove the curse had already lifted a metaphorical weight from her. She had already sent a few of her most trusted and senior servants to take care of Janice, but it didn't feel like enough either. She itched to see Janice herself, but she would have to exercise her patience. Well, perhaps not entirely. Regina bid goodbye to Ices, heading back to the wing that held her personal offices. She checked on the psychic link as she walked. She met new drones all the time, though few of them really stuck in her memory by this point. However, there were still a few who did. Jim was one of them, not that new, but she hadn't actually seen him before in person except in passing. Now, she reached out to him again, filtering through the minds in her psychic link to find him. He was the former leader of the squad they'd assigned to guard the southern Hive Queen base most recently, until now when most of them were being recalled and replaced. Everything went according to plan? She asked as she entered her own rooms. Yes, my queen, he answered. Janice should be fine, I hope. Tor was looking after her when I left. Show me, please. He had only just returned from the base and was still in Nerlia, but Regina didn't care. She dove deeper into his mind. Jim opened up to her, welcoming her in. He focused on his recent memories of the base and Janice, and Regina looked through them. Jim wasn't a mage, so he hadn't sensed the mana, a requirement they'd instituted for spending any time in or near the Hall of Ruin, as the people assigned there had informally and rather dramatically dubbed the underground space with the Flames of Ruins, or whatever the real name was. Without that effect, it looked remarkably peaceful. The hall was wide, the crystalline substance made for nice scenery, and Lion had somehow got a comfortable, elevated bed inside. Magic, duh. Janice was lying on it, looking like she was sleeping. Jim had gotten close enough to confirm that she was indeed breathing. Regina simply lingered in the memory for a moment, assuring herself that her friend was okay. Whatever measures Lion had taken weren't visible, but they must be working. Thanks, Jim, she finally said, retreating mentally. He sent wordless acknowledgement and support in reply, and Regina returned her focus to her current surroundings. There was, as always, a mountain of work waiting for her. The Empire didn't stop running just because Janice was in danger. Ira had clearly taken a bit more from the stack of folders than usual, but Regina still set to work on the rest. It was kind of boring, since she was mostly dealing with routine paperwork that still needed her attention right now, but the routine was grounding. Just what she needed to center herself a little before she went to talk to Kiera again. Well, she also added a little paperwork of her own, dealing with the present situation. She saw Ices again the next day. Travel between the base and the temple was limited to avoid drawing attention, but she had been told that Ices had returned to it to check on their defenses, and on Janus, and then spent a few hours in the temple before returning to the capital again. At least she was on time for the minor ceremony Regina had planned. It would not have been proper for the star of the show to be missing, after all. Regina had chosen semi-formal surroundings, an audience chamber not far from the official throne room. There were not that many people present, but the event was formal enough for the purpose. She was wearing her day crown with a new suit. A few of the drones had started experimenting with spider silk, using biomancy or related class skills, and Ices had also dressed up a little in a nicer robe than usual. Regina gave a short speech, quickly outlining what had happened and emphasizing Ices' bravery, cool-headedness in a crisis and skill, but she kept it vague and short. Ices was kneeling in front of her as etiquette required, and she'd heard enough complaints about her knees from the old elf to not want to add to her trouble with long minutes of kneeling on hard stone. For your actions, we grant you the Imperial Meritorious Service Award, Regina concluded. She stood up and stepped forward, taking the silver pin Max held at the ready and pinning it to Ices. It was rather generic, admittedly, but she'd wanted something tangible to give her as part of this event to show her recognition. In addition to, she continued, with a dramatic pause, a stipend of 5,000 Imperial marks. She watched Ira hand Ices an envelope, containing the account details at the new Imperial Bank of New Amberg, then another. As well as a royal grant of 20,000 marks for the purpose of either the expansion of existing temples or the construction of new temples for the goddess Lionalian, at your discretion. You honor me, your Imperial Majesty, Ices replied, now standing, and bowed deeply. It is nothing less than deserved, Regina replied. Furthermore, we grant you a patent of nobility. You are now formally Lady Ices Alturiel, the title to be held by you and your heirs in perpetuity. There would probably be some grumbling simply because Ices wasn't human among the hardline conservatives, but Regina didn't care. It also wouldn't escape anyone's notice that this was purely for prestige and there were no actual lands attached to the title. Something Regina was generally reluctant to do. She wanted to slowly abolish nobility, especially landed nobility with coercive power, legal or de facto, over their lands. Local citizens outside national law and justice, not add more of them. She had chewed on this decision for a while, and thought it was probably a good compromise, even if it still felt a bit unsatisfying. Suddenly, Kiera spoke up. If I may, my liege? Regina tried not to show her surprise. They hadn't discussed this. She inclined her head gracefully. Of course. Kiera stepped forward. She was also dressed lavishly, wearing a tiara. And she had an attendant with a box following her. Lady Alturiel, she stated, the crown of Cernlia would also express its gratitude and recognition of your long and worthwhile service. You have long been a steadfast and far-sighted advisor, and saving the person of the imperial heir is an act any loyal imperial citizen must unquestionably be grateful for. As it happens, the barony of Delas is currently without master, as its last lord died with no suitable heirs. It has thus reverted to the crown, as is tradition, to be granted to those deserving. You are a woman of proven wisdom, valor, virtue, and piety. I can think of no more worthy holder. As such, I award you title to the barony, with all associated incomes. She paused, smiling slightly. I believe there is a very capable steward, so it will not take much of your time from your other duties. Regina frowned slightly before she could stop herself. Not sure I like this. Ices' eyes darted to her briefly, though, and Regina gave her a slight nod. This is quite the surprise, Your Majesty, Ices replied, and I feel deeply honored by your consideration. I did not do anything I have done in hope of reward, and this is a heavy responsibility. Nevertheless, if you are certain in your choice, it will be my honor to accept. Regina kept quiet as her award ceremony was somewhat hijacked. She could deal with that. Luckily, she had already scheduled a reception after this little impromptu ceremony. She'd wanted to speak to Ices, but clearly she needed to touch base with Kiera as well. It was probably a good idea, anyway. She glanced at the people present as they started mingling, most of them with a glass of wine or other spirits, or something else for the drones. The mood was good, and the overall reaction felt positive. Up until now, Regina had probably been a little too stingy with these kinds of rewards. She needed to give out more awards and medals. Especially in the military, and especially with the war on. They had a more formal system now than at the start, and she did need to honor people explicitly more regularly. For one, Ada should get a medal for successfully taking that western city, even if the damage dealt in the process was apparently higher than Regina would have liked. But her generals and commanders would take their cue from her, and she needed to lead by example as well as by policy. For now, Regina instead headed straight for Kiera, subtly projecting an aura of aloofness and isolation to discourage other people from approaching her. Kiera turned to meet her, her face calm and unreadable. "Thank you for coming, Kiera," Regina started. "I didn't know you were planning to give Ices that barony." It felt appropriate. "She saved Janice," Kiera answered. Regina glanced around, making sure they were alone. "I would have appreciated it if you'd let me know beforehand." Kiera frowned. "With all due respect, Regina, I'm still the Queen of Cernlia. Handling my vassals is still my duty, and that includes granting titles. Do you disapprove?" Regina sighed. "It's not that I want to interfere with you. Although, yes, I don't think I quite approve. You can guess why. The issue is more that I don't want you blindsiding me." "That wasn't my intention, my Empress," Kiera stated. "My apologies." Regina paused. "Screw it, no sense beating around the bush. You're angry with me, Kiera. May I ask why?" Kiera pinched the bridge of her nose. She was definitely still feeling irritated. "You talk about not blindsiding me, but I'd prefer to be informed, too. Janice is, well, you know what she is to me. I should have been involved in everything that's been happening." "I'm sorry," Regina said softly. "I tried to keep you in the loop. Admittedly, everything was happening pretty quickly, and I focused on finding Ices. Which did turn out to be the right decision, but she should have made more time for talking to Kiera about it personally. I'm sure," her friend said. She was feeling a bit resentful, and Regina didn't know what to do about it. "I appreciate the apology. If you'll excuse me, I have other duties." Regina let her go, looking after her for a moment. She sighed. She needed to speak to Kiera again later, to really talk this out, but perhaps letting her cool off a bit first was best. "Trouble brewing?" Ices asked, stepping up beside her. "Is there anything I can do?" Regina shook her head, smiling at her. "Not at all, we'll work it out. And you've done enough for us, certainly." Ices fingered the pin at her breast. "Perhaps, but," she began quietly, hesitating. "My Empress, are you certain about this? I have hardly done anything to deserve these rewards. I tried, but I didn't manage to save Janice." "From where I'm standing, Janice is alive because of you," Regina replied. Tentatively, she patted her shoulder. "You realized what was wrong with her and had the sense to bring her to the temple. Would Lion have healed her if you hadn't prepared the groundwork?" "I'm not sure. You made sure she could be saved. And, well, I can hardly summon Lion to an award ceremony," she joked, smiling. "Besides, apparently your purification helped, didn't it?" "I hope so," Ices murmured. She did straighten up a bit, though. "I've attempted to commune with my goddess. She has been quiet." Regina tugged on her mandible, considering. "This is where you say there was a cost, isn't it?" she asked. Ices looked serious. A working like this was not an easy feat, and such a thing takes magical power to do. Lion has a lot of it, of course, but still less than other gods. She will also need to pay increased attention to Princess Janice, and to the base, and I know she is trying to analyze the curse and find where the curse might have originated. If nothing else, I would not expect her to intervene in our favor in the coming weeks or months." "That makes sense," Regina said. She could hardly complain about it now. "I understand." Isays inclined her head. Good, thank you. Also, Baron implied that he might be willing to help me if the need arose, in exchange for a favor. It might be something to keep in mind if something else on this scale happens again, though I would prefer to avoid it. Did he? Regina paused. Good to know. I think I agree. Is there anything else? Not to be shameless, but if I could ask another favor. Of course, go on. I would like to further my studies of soul magic, Isays said, speaking very quietly. I will likely need to gather some materials, and a proper workspace would be a boon. I know you have given me quarters in the palace near the shrine, but it should be isolated. And a closer look at your and Galatia's setup to detect psychic potential. I might work on it with her. Absolutely, Regina agreed right away. I'll see what I can do regarding a good lab and materials. If you don't mind entertaining me on occasion, I'd also like to learn a bit more about soul magic. And I'm sure Galatia would like to collaborate with you on it, too. Thank you. I'll speak with her on the matter. Regina nodded, glancing at the gathering. People were coming forward to speak with both of them. Time to get back into the fray. Interlude, Isolation 8. The longer he spent among the people of the Eternal Dark, the more Armin realized their affinity for the arts and how much he had underestimated it. It wasn't just the elites with whom he rubbed shoulders, the common people, including the soldiers, were also quite fond of them. But perhaps his initial failure to see that was a little justified, since they also seemed to prefer different kinds of arts than the noble mistresses. Namely, Armin had only really been able to attend performances of their epic poetry once the fight started, since it was apparently private, or at least something the soldiers liked to keep among themselves. But even the dramatic displays of several soldiers trading off and occasionally acting out their ballads, while often adding new stanzas, paled compared to their fondness for music. Dark elf soldiers really liked to sing. Especially when marching. They'd often make up their own new songs, trying new verses and watching for the reactions of their units, or engaging in spontaneous competitions of who composed the best song. As such, it was no surprise that his trek from Laterian Nas was accompanied by a lot of singing. Armin still wasn't entirely sure how he had ended up at the head of this detachment of soldiers. Certainly, there had been a bit of fighting in the capital in which he'd proved himself, but there must have been more to it than that. Of course, part of it was clearly just that he was headed in this direction and the military council had no one else they trusted more to send with the expeditionary force. Their efforts to secure the city had gone reasonably well, after he first met with their new leadership. Unfortunately, it had perhaps gone a little too well. The nobles still in the city had surrendered relatively quickly and were now either in the custody of the Alliance or self-professed fervent converts to their values. The issue was that many of the most senior people seemed to have sensed the way the wind was blowing and got out before they could be apprehended. It turned out Armin's side had underestimated their grip on all the paths and tunnels out of the city. Now, they had most recently gotten word that the hegemon, eminent mistress Anevian, had denounced them all as traitors and declared a new emergency council with herself at the head as sole sovereign, the other spot being currently empty, at least, as no one knew what had happened to Director Asavian, to restore the rule of law. Which, well, fair was fair, he supposed. His own allies had also declared a new council, the more cumbersomely named Council of Wise Governance and Necessary Reform, or just Governance and Reform Council. Anevian had the backing of quite a few loyalist houses and they were still gathering troops in the northwest, but by all accounts they had amassed a large army already, despite minor rebellions breaking out there. 2. Brushfires which she and her fellows stamped out ruthlessly. The governance and reform already had sub-councils and people were trying to form a proper structure, even if there was a lot of fighting about it. Armin knew it was intended to be something more permanent than a temporary measure, unlike, perhaps, the old hegemons, which traditionalists would probably dissolve to restore the status quo and not have the great houses give up too much power. Or maybe not. He didn't have enough insight to guess, but it was always possible she or whoever ultimately led them was eyeing sole rule, too. It was increasingly obvious that the question of who would rule the Eternal Dark would be decided with civil war. The Reformist Alliance had also been recruiting soldiers. A reasonably large chunk of the army had been close by the city of LitRPG for the gathering of the councils, but it wouldn't be nearly enough to win a war. The reformist houses were also summoning their house troops, and the Free Brotherhood had managed to subvert most of the central government's army. Not all of it, though. A significant number of men had stayed true to their original house affiliations and were siding with the loyalists. That proportion was even noticeably higher for the troops that had technically been seconded to the government by the houses. When Armin had left, the Free Brotherhood leaders were also making plans to coordinate revolts and rebellions among the troops of various other houses, especially those that seemed to be trying to stay neutral, and of course to subvert the fighting forces of the loyalist houses. Not that they saw it that way, obviously, they wanted to free their brothers. A laudable goal, which had already led to some clashes with the more conservative reformist houses in their faction, who didn't want to give up control of their soldiers either. Overall, it was shaping up to be a big mess. At least the immediacy of the war managed to focus them somewhat. The council had sent the majority of their current troops north, hoping for reinforcements to assemble and send behind them. Armin had joined that army, and was now leading a chunk of it west. I just wanted to go and meet Madras, he reflected. Then again, with the state of things, having a lot of soldiers along and securing the territory as we go is probably a better idea. And safer. He smiled slightly, listening to the song currently echoing through the large cavern, one of the central throughways of the eternal dark, broadened enough to allow for marching troops through at a reasonable pace. He'd heard that song before, it was almost a good omen to hear it now, so he was now trying to translate it in his head. He wasn't a poet, though, so he had some trouble with the rhythm and the rhymes. Brother killed brother, so we all chose. And the dwarf and the gnome and the surfacer marched. And in the deep and the dark, vengeance rose. Blood, blades, we clashed and burned and scorched. Dead houses scream, dead woman's sigh, dead man's bell chimes. In the deep and the dark, vengeance rose. To end the crisis of our times. From the deep and the dark, vengeance rose. For those lost when once we were close. And in our minds went the shadows. From the deep and the dark, she came. With our shades, vengeance, blood and flame. And the dwarf and the gnome and the surfacer fled. We are the eternal dark, bright and brightly led. All of us united, striving against our foes. From the deep and the dark, she rose. From the deep and the dark, we rise. From the deep and the dark, we rise. The deep and the dark, Armin hummed as the last line repeated. The song seemed to strive towards a climax that remained out of reach with no resolution, as if it was inviting the listener, drawing them in to complete the song. Then he quickly stopped when he caught the look from one of his escorts. Before he could say anything, Sarkle approached to join him, deftly maneuvering his mount in the dark tunnel. That it was basically an overgrown mole bothered no one, and it did have sharp teeth and claws. There was another failed revolt at a minor house's stronghold, he said grimly. We saw bodies swinging from the walls even before we got close. Armin exhaled heavily. I hope you laid them properly to rest. Of course. Sarkle glowered. He liked to lead these ranging parties around the main tunnel's cavern, but they rarely found unqualified success. And the house? We helped their remaining men take it. The mistresses who survived are on the way back to the crossing. And we've got a bit more food for the trek. Armin nodded. He didn't want to ask about the details. Even if he disapproved, he knew Sarkle wasn't going to listen to him about everything. It was a bit of a balancing act, this mission. They were essentially leading this force together. He was confident that Sarkle would have spared anyone innocent, even if he had strung a few people up to replace those who'd been killed, and Armin would make quiet inquiries with the others of this section later. That had to be enough. The thought wore on him, but he'd never expected this to be bloodless or some grand triumph of justice without obstacles. Armin might not be a soldier, but he was familiar enough with war to know that it was never that. We're getting close to Tishan Nessa, Sarkle said. We should tighten up the formation and see that we get more word from the scouts. Their garrison won't be able to stand up to our men, especially with you to open the gates for us, but it's still better to be cautious. They might have had loyalist reinforcements. Armin nodded again. True. I'll go and take a closer look myself once we're on the approach. You said there's no other corridors in a good flanking position? They discussed the tactical situation, but Armin was a bit distracted by what he saw at the side of the road. Apparently, someone had decided hanging traitors from the walls of their little fort in a side cavern wasn't enough, and had also used nails driven into the stone of the tunnel for the purpose. Their outriders were already taking them down when he and Sarkle approached at the head of their column, but Armin could still see the bodies. Most of them were young men, but there were a few girls. One or two older men with wrinkles. None of them looked like they had had a peaceful death, judging by what he could make out of their state. He wondered if they'd have still done it if they'd known this force was coming. Had they known? Had the house's leaders decided to brutally crack down on any dissent out of fear of weakness or to make some kind of point to everyone, even if they were doomed? They kept moving in silence. Armin took a deep breath and focused on his mana, let a bit of darkness seep out of him, forming shadows that deepened around him, his own shadow growing on the ground and the walls where it was cast from the dim light of bioluminescent flora. He knew it made for an impressive sight, and it would be easy to turn the darkness invisible and hide himself within it. Finally, more scouts came to report to them, and he saw the walls of the town in the distance. It was built into a naturally occurring cavern that ran lengthwise along the path of the road, so the road had taken advantage of it and was built straight through this cavern. Which meant it was a natural choke point. It was possible to bypass it. The Dark Elves disliked leaving unassailable spots inside their own territory, probably due to how they used to fight among themselves, but it would leave them in a vulnerable position if they didn't take this stronghold. And Armin knew they could take it, even if it had been reinforced. It was why there were 5,000 soldiers accompanying him. According to the new customs they were trying to establish, the soldiers had voted for their own officers, among selections approved by the military council when it came to the senior ranks. Some previously assigned officers kept their positions, while some commands passed to respected veterans. Either way, they all knew what they were doing and led a capable force. It was becoming obvious that the town stronghold had suffered some fighting of its own as they approached, though. The scouts had reported the sounds of fighting, and while that had died down, the stone wall guarding the approach from the east was missing a few crenellations. The gate stood ominously slightly ajar. This might be a trap, Sarkle said, pulling his mount up short. We need to be careful. I'll tell the men to form up. They don't seem hostile, Armin observed, looking at the few figures visible on the battlements. A shield wall will be more trouble than it's worth here. Let's approach swiftly. I'll go ahead and see what we're dealing with. And keep the gate open if it is a trap. It's your neck, Sarkle shrugged. It didn't take much time to prepare the troops, and then they were advancing on the gate behind him. Armin closed his eyes to focus for a moment, concentrating on his mana, and then immersed himself fully in it. He focused on the spot behind the gate and pushed forward. Darkness swallowed him, and a breath later, he was inside the fortifications of the town. The signs of battle were more obvious, but it clearly hadn't centered on this wall. The central keep was slightly sooty and listing to one side, and there were still bloodstains in a few places. But no bodies remained, and the spots weren't big enough for many people to have died. More importantly, the armor and helmets of several senior commanders with house sigils prominently engraved on them were hung from the keep and the inner wall, almost like a mockery of what he'd seen on the trek here. There were more soldiers keeping watch inside, and after 2 seconds he spent looking around, they all almost simultaneously turned on him. Armin tensed up, grabbing his daggers. But before he could move, a familiar mind reached out to him and he heard a mental voice he'd missed. There you are. I'm glad I found you, Armin. Please tell your men to come in, this town is secure. Armin exhaled, releasing his grip on his daggers. A moment later, he also let himself become visible again. A start went through the assembled warriors, but they didn't draw their weapons. Instead, what seemed to be their leader stepped forward cautiously. I'm glad I found you, too, Madras, he replied. It looks like you've been busy. She didn't answer, and he was distracted by the sergeant stepping up to him. Delver Yelavan, he greeted him. We're all glad to see you. We'd like to join forces with the Free Brotherhood. If you would accompany me, our leaders want to talk to you, and I'm sure you're eager to see the mistress. I am, he replied, then turned to call to the approaching soldiers, assuring them that it was fine and the garrison were allies. It took a minute to sort everything out, but Armin left Sarkle to get the soldiers organized and went on ahead, following the sergeant into the main keep first. It was dark inside, only lit by a single magical light bulb, but it had clearly been turned into something like a war room with maps spread on the tables. Armin was more focused on Madras and the two dark elf men she was speaking to, however. Alco as Anevian, level 47 Stone Paladin. Termin as Otemian, level 41 Navigator of the Dark. He recognized their names, Armin realized with a bit of surprise. Madras had occasionally spoken of old comrades, when she was in a nostalgic mood, and she had given him more information on potential allies before he had set off on this journey. They were both mentioned, although they had clearly climbed to higher ranks in the intervening time. Or not that high, he realized, remembering the commander's panoply outside. They mutinied. Everyone turned as he approached. Armin. Madras smiled. Good to see you. Looking well. You too, Armin replied, mostly honestly. They looked at each other for a moment, before moving into an embrace. He caught the other's brief look of surprise, but he didn't care. It's good to meet you, Master Armin, Anevian greeted him after a momentary pause. Especially with the company you bring. 5,000 soldiers of the Reformist Alliance, marching under the Governance and Reform Council's orders, Armin confirmed. I was mostly along for the ride, hoping to find Madras. His friend smiled. And I'm glad you did, she replied. It's not quite the homecoming I had imagined, but maybe I came back at just the right moment. Your insight into what's been happening will be invaluable. And I missed you. Likewise, he replied. Good news, Otemian spoke up after a moment, but our supplies won't stretch to host them for long. Too much was plundered by the Loyalists before they withdrew to the north. But it gives us enough men to take Edgerianeas, or even farther cities. Should we prepare to march, eminent mistress? To the west? Perhaps, Madras replied. Armin, what other news do you bring? Enemy positions? Armin frowned slightly, before he controlled his expression. It might not be too obvious if you didn't know her well, but Madras' speech was far less fluid than normal, the brief pause telling. The message he got from Madras had been very brief, but she had mentioned being gravely injured and something about treatment. Apparently the scars still lingered. Concentrating around Adoralieneas, still, he replied. There have been minor rebellions in many places, but often, we've only heard of them after they've already succeeded or failed. The loyalist houses are moving troops to crush them, so I'm not sure of their latest positions in this region. They've tried in a few places around here, too, Otemian chimed in, nodding. We weren't called up to help put any rebels down yet, though. Then they must have thought they could handle it, Armin said. We saw some remnants of their methods on the way in. Maybe they're hoping to cow any potential rebels with brutality. I don't suppose it will be different in other regions. They'll probably try to be more thorough in the loyalist strongholds in the northwest, if anything, Otemian said. To show they're a firm hand and all that. Yes, that does seem to be the case, Armin commented. Some people always try to feel secure by hefting a bigger hammer. They'll bleed all the same, Anevian said with a smirk. Once they learn that vengeance has risen again. I'm more concerned about seeing the Eternal Dark united, personally, Otemian returned, but he was also smiling sharply. So am I, Madras muttered. She wasn't smiling at all and her tone was serious. Armin could tell she didn't like the way they'd phrased this, and he suspected she was troubled by more than the prospect of violence. They needed to have a long talk about everything, but for now he put it aside to focus on their next moves. Chapter 416, Air. It was night, and it was day. The sky was a glittering tapestry of stars in the darkness, twinkling down at her. The world around her was still bathed in light. Everything was clearly visible, but it was all ill-defined and vague, a painting half-drawn, a dream unlived. And then it wasn't. The scene was a picturesque mountain glade. A waterfall burbled along, falling over a rock face at one end of the clearing. The other side descended into a copse of trees, evergreens reaching their arms toward the sky. Wildflowers dotted the vibrant grass in eye-watering colors. Beyond the glade of forest stretched into the foothills, and on the other side mountains towered over it, racing each other towards the sky. It was dimly familiar. She couldn't say why. It was barely coherent enough to seem like a real place, and holding on to any kind of thought was hard. Here. Janice crouched down, reaching for the nearest pretty flower. The blue petals shivered under her fingers and she laughed, delighted. It was a very pretty blue. Almost the same shade as her eyes. Carefully, she scooped up the flower, putting it in her hair. Her lover would like the look, she was sure. She just had a bit of trouble thinking of her name at the moment. Whatever. Janice kept going to the next flower, which was a pretty red. Then a nice orange. Maybe she could make a flower crown and bring it to her. She'd done that as a kid once, right? Kiara, she remembered after a moment. That's who I was thinking of. Janice paused, looking around the clearing. Maybe she shouldn't empty it of all the pretty flowers? That seemed kind of rude, now that she was thinking about it. Where was everyone else, anyway? She knew she hadn't been alone, though she was having trouble remembering recent events. Well, actually, no, she had been kind of alone recently. Weeks, really? Right. She'd been kind of empty. Her mother/sister/ruler/friend/mentor wasn't with her, so, yes, she'd been sort of empty. Not really lonely, but not lonely, either. Anyway, she'd had other siblings with her, right? Then why was she alone now? She sometimes wanted to be more alone, with everyone crowding around her head all the time, but not like this, and she didn't want to be alone right now. Oh, poor dear, someone else said. Janice turned around, happy that there was someone else. She squinted at the other person. They looked kind of odd. It was probably just the light. Why couldn't it decide if it was day or night? She dismissed the thought. You're alone, aren't you? The other woman said, coming closer. Well, floating closer. Same difference. I wonder where you are. It's rather hard to sense even if you almost pulled me in here. She reached out, touching Janice's cheek with a finger of whispering wind. You do remember who I am, don't you? Sure I do, Janice said, indignant. She paused. Grandmother. Very good, kid, the elemental praised. You're getting more coherent. That's good, but I'm afraid it won't be enough. You said I pulled you here, Janice remembered. Why? Well, it's not quite true, but true enough. You have some latent psychic power, even if it's all bound up in that hive of yours. But that connection can also work as an amplifier. You're in a very peculiar state right now, and your unconscious is active in a way that it isn't normally. It's a liminal state that is conducive to metaphysical events and connections. But don't worry if you don't understand it right now, you're clearly not in the best shape for the theory of psychic resonance. Wait, you're psychic? Janice scrunched up her face. I don't remember you being psychic. Do I? Valance smiled. I'm not quite psychic. But air is the element of the mind. Perhaps it's more accurate to say I'm psychic in certain, restricted ways. I couldn't control a fly, but I can sense psychic presences. All right, Janice said, shrugging. All of this didn't seem that important, really. Are you going to stay? I can't, Valance said seriously. And you shouldn't stay in this state, either. Okay, then where should I go? Janice frowned. The mountains? I don't think I like climbing. Valance sighed softly, like a small breeze. No, not the mountains. They're not real, but you know the real mountains have strong monsters. You should try to wake up, and if you can't simply do that, then go and walk. Perhaps you have someone you want to speak to? Someone strong and safe, she emphasized. Janice frowned. The wind was picking up, and it was starting to feel cold here. All right, if you're going to be mean about it, she muttered. Then I'll leave. See if I come back. Janice, be careful, Valence started. Too late. Bye-bye, I'm going exploring. Janice smiled and skipped away. The gravity was weird here, and she could do great bounding leaps. Too great, maybe. Her last skip carried her up and away into the air, and then she came down again and dropped beyond the glade. Now, who's strong and safe? Janice mused out loud, looking at the world passing by around her. It was starting to spin, as if the colors of the forest were blending into each other. Regina? But she's, like, busy, right? Maybe. She finally impacted something, and the world around her shivered. Janice sucked in a breath, but she couldn't breathe, and there was no air, and she didn't need air, and the world around her was solid and there was no pain. It was confusing. She blinked against the scene she was now in. She stood in front of a temple. A big one, though she hadn't really been in many big ones, probably, so maybe it wasn't that big. It was on a small island in a lake and was familiar. Except it was still strange, because she was pretty sure it shouldn't be this weird. The stone was blindingly white, there were spires on the temple and some of them twisted and changed into what she vaguely thought were called gargoyles, and the water in the lake had weird patches of darkness, and there was the humming of a beehive coming from the temple. Janice liked bees, though, and she wasn't afraid, so she walked into the temple. The doors melted out of her way as she approached, then reformed behind her, but now they were made of glass. There was a large bloodstain in front of the altar. Janice cocked her head to the side, eyeing it dubiously. How did that get here? It didn't seem like part of the decorations. Who thought bloodstains looked good? Not her, anyway. And she had the vague impression that the owner of the temple wouldn't approve, either. Hang on, did temples have owners? Patron, maybe? Keeper? Wait, the gods were kind of evil actually, so she probably shouldn't care about their opinions, but she liked the keeper of this temple, right? Janice shoved the altar. It didn't budge. She stepped around it, holding her nose, then walked past it to the opposite wall of the temple. It seemed solid, but one push opened a door through it. Behind it lay another piece of scenery that didn't seem to fit the island she'd just been on. Janice sighed. Isn't anyone home? It's good to see you up and about, Janice, someone responded. Please stop demolishing this temple though, I don't want to have to simulate a collapse or drag you out of it. Why would you have to? Janice asked. The other woman laughed. Good question. Of course, I wouldn't have to. Perks of the job. But I don't think that's what you meant, kid, she winked at Janice. Janice frowned. The visitor looked human. They had fair skin and eyes that verged on silver. Their hair was long, worn in a weird style that had it put up on the right side while falling over her neck on the left, with silver wire threaded in it in the front. It was either a very pale platinum blonde or just white. And they were wearing some kind of weird mage robe. Overall, she seemed familiar, but Janice just couldn't put her finger on why. Do you know me? She asked. The woman smiled, showing brilliant white teeth. Of course I do. I'm here to check on you, after all. And you know me too. I just look a bit different now, I suppose. Janice shrugged. That's fine, I guess. Do you know how I can wake up? The woman's expression turned serious. It was like someone had flipped a switch, or dropped a mask. You should be able to do it on your own, but you might need a little push. Your recovery has progressed well, it's why they've now taken you outside of the immediate area of the suppression effect. Now you simply need to finish reintegrating your body, mana, mind, and soul properly. Okay? Janice said dubiously. Sounds complicated. It's easier if you remind yourself of who you are and where you come from, the other woman suggested helpfully. Also, let's sit down, all right? She led her outside to a sandy, beach-like part of the lakeshore. They settled down on a bench. But, who I am, and why where I came from? Why not where I'm going? Isn't that more important? Janice asked. The other woman sighed, but was still smiling. No doubt you're air more than fire, always with the questions. At least you're not bouncing around everywhere. But it's a good point. What do you think? What matters isn't where we come from, but where we want to go, Janice replied. Nice quote. But do you think so, too? Janice hesitated for a moment, considering it. Of course. Your past is important, but it doesn't define you. You can always choose to do things differently. We're all born the same, our stations in life aren't, foreordained. The freedom to choose who you want to be is really important. Some people would say where we come from is vital, the other woman prodded. That the lifestyle or culture we're raised in always has an indelible impact on us, and we can never get rid of it, no matter how much we try. But that we won't want to, anyway. Janice shook her head. She was starting to warm up to the discussion. That's just what other people might be doing. Sure, you get lots of internalized biases, but that's always true. It's not like everyone has the same experiences even if you say they live in the same culture, either. It's kind of arbitrary. You can take it or leave it. Everyone for themselves? Not a very human outlook, she mused. I'm not human, Janice stated. And I never much cared for the culture, anyway. Lion cocked her head, regarding her intently. Yes, I see. What is your culture, then, Janice? Who are your people? You've integrated into the hive, but you weren't born one of them. Forget about Regina, what is your cultural identity? Janice fell silent for a second. She had honestly never really thought about it so explicitly before. But the answer was pretty clear to her, anyway. It's still the hive, she said. It's what I choose to identify with. I might not be a progenitor, but I can still adopt what I like about their culture. Or leave things out. Yes, I've integrated into the hive, but that doesn't really mean I've given up anything. I didn't really belong to anything before, so there was nothing to replace. Lion smiled, a little sadly, Janice thought. Nothing at all? Nothing I particularly want to keep, Janice answered. I never identified much as a Cernlian. Why would I bond with a place where I'd always be a second-class citizen? I'm not human, even if I might have passed as one. And maybe my people, such as they are, maybe the demi-human descendants of elementals in the region did have their own traditions, a few, but they were too scattered, and my parents died when I was still young, so they didn't get the chance to pass on everything to me. No, I'm happy with being starlit even if I'm not physically hive kind. I might be different from them, but at least I'm not the only non-hive kind in the hive and they don't exclude me or anything. Lion smiled again. A good answer, kid, she said. I dare say you know who you are and who you want to be to a decent degree. Thanks, I guess, Janice replied. She looked around. How had they gotten here, anyway? She remembered everything, but she couldn't for the life of her figure out what it all meant. Had this been some kind of representation of a real place, or had Lion pulled her into another dimension or something? Regardless, she was grateful to her. She looked back at Lion, making an effort to meet her eyes. Truly, thank you for your help. The goddess was no longer smiling. Really, I should be thanking you. Not everyone would have the grit to cope with this as well as you have. And in the process, you have pointed me to something potentially catastrophic that I would not have known about. Even if it wasn't by your own actions or intentions. Janice had to search her mind for a moment. She was getting better at thinking clearly, but it was still hard. Because of the curse, she hazarded. Soul magic? Lion turned to look at the temple. It had faded into the background for Janice, but now she realized that it was still there. It had never gone away, and it still loomed over them. Suddenly, it looked dark and forbidding. It's interesting that you were drawn here, Lion said. Because this isn't my temple. It isn't? Not truly. Not even as a full representation, the way these things go in liminal psychic spaces like this. It was clearly colored by your experiences and expectations, so there are some similarities, but it is an unholy mixture of several elements. She smiled briefly. Unholy, huh? Then another god was involved? Wait, is that who cursed me? The curse on you carried traces of both Diurianon and Ada Inus that I could detect, Lion explained. Most likely, more than one champion was involved somewhere along the way. Regardless, your soul, and arguably your mind, were recently in heavy contact with mana of a different origin. It left a faint imprint, even if it's gone now. Wait, Janice interrupted. Will that imprint remain? Lion shrugged. Perhaps for a while, but certainly not over the long term. And don't interrupt when I'm monologuing, it's rude. Sorry. Please go on? Right. The imprint, it's weird, for lack of a better word. And the way this place is expressing itself is also weird. If only I had access to better resources, she sighed. I never did specialize in soul magic. Or psychics. Janice stood up, feeling restless again. She started to pace. That's not comforting. Weird how? You would need about 2 years of higher education to understand. Suffice to say there are patterns involved I haven't seen in centuries. For example, see that crown of spires? Lion gestured lazily at the protrusions of stone twirling into one another on the facade of the temple. She'd thought they looked decorative. Very reminiscent of a receiver array, which wouldn't be used in this context, but still. I haven't seen something like this since the mezzanine. Which is not a comforting thought. Janice clasped her hands together, looking at the building and then at Lion. She noticed it was getting darker, shadows swallowing the stone of the temple. I see. Lion gestured dismissively, sprawling a little more on the bench, as if she was demonstratively trying to relax. It's not something you should worry about, Janice. Your priority is your recovery. Of course, Janice acknowledged. Thank you for your help. I owe you. You don't. Lion straightened up. It's important that you understand that, and I don't want you acting out of obligation, because I have another question for you. Janice had a suspicion of where this was going. Lion must have wanted to study all of this more closely. I'm all ears. You were touched by my mana, too, if not as closely. I already invested some of my power in your recovery. It will take some time, with or without it, but I may be able to at least speed it up a little. Of course, that will come with other things. She sighed lightly. I'm talking about making you my champion. You would get registered in the system and everything. It would also mean an investment of my mana which I couldn't give to someone else, and the expectations that come with it. Janice chewed on her lip. She turned away for a moment, but kept pacing. It wasn't what she had expected, but in hindsight, not that surprising. Their conversation had put a few things in perspective and she was pretty sure she knew what she had to answer. I'm honored by your offer, really, she said. Unfortunately, I must regretfully decline. Lion nodded, still quiet. All right. Janice still felt compelled to explain. It's not that I don't trust you, really. Under other circumstances, I'd be happy to say yes. But not like this. The war. Kind of, yes. Janice ran a hand through her hair. This isn't a war between different factions of gods. It's more than that. Making me a champion would, it feels like it would kind of undermine our foundation, you see? It would seem like it would help to turn this into a conflict of Diarianon and his followers versus Alien Eyes and you. But it's not, it's the people of the world fighting, it's us fighting against the gods' influence, and deciding the course of this era. I understand, Lion said. You're the heir to the Empire. Yes, that's true, Janice agreed. I can't be beholden to a god when I'm the crown princess and might become empress. That isn't something you can just walk back. Lion finally rose as well. As I said, I understand. I respect your commitment. But I think you should wake up now. Janice smiled shakily. Just like that? Just like that. Lion snapped her fingers, and a flash of light erupted. Janice blinked. When she opened her eyes again, the scene in front of her was dim. Rather than trying to focus on it, she leaned into the feeling, trying to find a connection back to her physical body. She blinked again. The world swam around her. Something thundered in her ears, and it took her a moment to realize it was her heartbeat. Janice was lying on a soft surface. It was cool, and noise came from some distance away. She squeezed her eyes shut, then opened them again. She was in a room she didn't recognize, lying on a cot placed on a table, and the mana in her vicinity was weird. A few meters further down, there was a void that seemed to completely erase it. She willed herself to relax, and didn't try to get up. Ah. I suppose this wasn't so bad. Janice couldn't help but smile, even if she suspected it looked more like a deranged grin. She'd survived the curse, as well as whatever weird dreamscape that had been. It felt like taking the first breath of fresh air after drowning. Chapter 417, Matters of Faith. Regina had had a terrible day. When she sensed another slight stir in the psychic link and Tor attempting to get her attention, she braced herself for another piece of bad news to cap her horrible day off. To her surprise, it was actually good news. Janice had woken up. She was still weak and Isae's recommended keeping her in the base for now, and Tor agreed. In addition to the magical environment, it was isolated. Relocating her to the capital was bound to come with additional stress, even if Janice might like to be closer to her friends and family. Regina would just have to wait a little longer to see her personally. Also, there had been other reasons for Tor to feel slightly hesitant and anxious. For once, Janice had reported a weird psychic dream that honestly left Regina scratching her head. She had apparently talked to Lion, among other things, and gotten some information. Regina knew enough not to dismiss it out of hand, but she really wasn't sure about anything else. She really wished Madras was still here so she could ask her. Incidents like this reminded her that, for all her power, Regina had only been getting started on advanced subjects in her education in this field. She simply lacked experience, evidently. At least, whatever it was, Janice seemed to have completed her soul magic-induced dream quest, or something, successfully. She was lucid and well enough to ask after other people and to make jokes, according to what Tor shared with her. Unfortunately, the curse, and possibly the healing, had left other scars. Janice also reported trouble with spellcasting. Regina hoped it would sort itself out with time. There was little else she could do. There were other aspects of the situation she had to worry about, too. Finally, more detail about the situation had leaked to the public, and the newspapers were having a field day. Thankfully not literally, while there were apparently pilgrims coming to Lion's Temple, it was still rather obscure, and the old Hive Queen base was hidden. But that just left people without a clear place to direct their emotions. The anger was fine. In a sense, Regina was thankful at the upswelling of resentment and anger at the Western Confederation. It could be useful if it wasn't too out of control. The anxiety she sensed in some people when she went out was much harder for her to stomach. It made sense, of course, if the Imperial Crown Princess could be seriously hurt, how safe were any of them? It was probably natural to worry about that question. The incident was a reminder of the power of their opposition. It led to more scheduled public appearances as Regina tried to assuage their concerns. Unfortunately, she didn't really have any good options regarding a concrete plan to address what had happened, which didn't help. And then in today's open court session, she had been approached by a delegation of people in weird clothes that were probably supposed to be priestly vestments, all, for some reason, wearing glasses despite clearly not needing corrected eyesight, who had asked for her sanction. Or something. Her blessing. Clearly, Regina just wasn't entirely sure about how literal or metaphorical it was, though she had a feeling it was probably both. Regina had tried to be diplomatic, assured them she was honored, and so on, and then she'd briefly blanketed them in her mana while focusing on their minds and diving into their surface, in lieu of a blessing. That might have been a mistake. I was probably too focused on at least doing right by someone and making at least one group happy today, she reflected grimly. With her luck, they were probably collecting funds to build a giant statue of her in thanks or something. Still, at least this imperial cult was a nice problem to have, in the sense that she could probably count on them to support her, politically. It was late, but Regina found it hard to find sleep. She'd had a long day and just when she'd tried to wind down, news about Janice had come, firing her mind up again. With a sigh, she stretched slightly, popping the cricks in her neck, and got out of bed. Her bedroom was dark, but she hadn't closed the blinds entirely and enough light spilled in to see. There were guards posted outside, not close enough to disturb her privacy, and she could sense their alert but calm minds. The decorations around the room looked different in the dark, and they were already eclectic. Her bed was large enough to sprawl out in, with soft and inviting sheets, but it was warm enough to get by with shorts and an open-back shirt, so she didn't feel the need to huddle under the covers. Instead, Regina padded to the desk set against the other wall. It was less crowded than the one in her main office, mostly holding a stack of books, and whichever folders and files she'd brought along this day. And a half-finished document today, with a few pens scattered carelessly to the side. Regina had been trying to write a new will, but it was difficult. For now, she put it aside and cast spark for more light before looking through the drawers. Finally, she found what she'd been looking for, a report on the state of organized religion in the Empire, which she'd already read twice despite receiving it only the day before yesterday. Sighing, Regina settled into her second, backless desk chair, spreading out her wings and rotating her shoulders to get rid of the lingering stiffness. Then she looked at the report again, paging through it. Most people in the Empire still considered themselves, even loosely, adherents of the gods, what she'd come to call, privately at least, have-night paganism. The word paganism might imply they were wrong to believe in them when the gods very much existed, but she couldn't think of a better term. And Regina had no illusions about changing their religion quickly or easily. It had been entrenched here for centuries, even if people in the Empire tended to be comparatively more secular than most of their neighbors, and that wouldn't be broken so easily. It was why she hadn't openly banned worship of the gods, just their temples, a thin but important line. That would probably have backfired. In her own rhetoric, she had focused, probably unfairly, more on the corrupt temples and enemy leaders using them than on attacking the gods themselves. So far, there was also the release valve of worshipping alien eyes, and technically lion, and to some degree Benarin. Alien eyes had been popular anyway. No, it was more important to focus on secularization. Teaching another ideology, teaching the importance of critical thinking, the scientific method, and liberal values. She'd tried her best to do that and she'd had some success. But nature abhors a vacuum, Regina thought, her eyes slowly sliding down the last pages and paragraphs. Being honest with herself, she had hoped that her teachings would fill that vacuum. Not just hers, but a general revitalization, a new enlightenment. And to some degree, this had indeed materialized. Discussing philosophy was quite en vogue among the court and officials and even the nobility. Books and newspapers were spreading more of it, and it was trickling down into the general population. The middle class, which was still small but growing, was really getting into it. New books on topics of liberty, universal ethics, materialist philosophy, the role of the state, or even the value of art or culture were being printed and spread almost daily. Though, the books about dashing adventure archaeologists and the secrets of the progenitors were probably still more popular. Surprise, surprise. Anti-religious sentiments had never been higher. Maybe it wasn't enough, maybe religious thought, and religious superstition, was just too hard to dig out, or maybe these things just fed into each other. Regardless, new faiths were spreading rapidly, covering lost ground. New cults and sects, too. Regina understood that it was hard to get a proper grip on them, and the report she had was barely enough, given how easily they tended to schism. It would probably take years if not decades until they properly stabilized and you had something of a proper settled landscape of religions and denominations. The most neutral and unsurprising phenomenon was an upsurge in the worship of minor spirits and gods, the kind that had been a widespread element of folk belief already. Some of it was crystallizing now. It was still very regional. Occasionally, it was even combined with the second type, attempts to revive pre-cataclysm religions. Most of them had very limited information to work with, so the results looked quite different. Unsurprisingly, Christianity was the most popular of these religions. There were several cults that claimed to be inheritors of the church from before. Regina suspected some delvers were involved, or others who had found materials from before the cataclysm, since their information wasn't actually that wrong, overall. It still wasn't really a unified church, but it might be heading in that direction. And then there was the last trend. It was, at baseline, a form of ancestor worship, she supposed. At least it was easier to understand that way. Some people placed more emphasis on this element than others. Regardless, revering the ancients or progenitors was very much trending right now. Some of it was relatively harmless, and much of it secular, like with those books or new art or fashion. And some of it was religious. Regina had mixed feelings about the whole thing. She had especially mixed feelings about the role she herself played in their belief. There wasn't really a clear delineation between the people who just worshipped the ancients, and those who consciously included and centered her, or did more than that. That had been underlined in the report and had been a bit of an unpleasant discovery for her. It was hard to see exactly how the people following this new faith or faiths conceived of her role, especially since so much was still in flux. Regardless, there was a not insignificant minority that considered her holy, a divine being of some sort. Some of them prayed to her, built shrines, offered sacrifices. And their number was, if anything, growing rapidly. It would be child's play to make them grow even more by promoting this faith in her own nation. A dark, grasping, and ruthless part of her, the kind she was ashamed of, was tempted. They were currently allowed to do as they pleased. After all, the Central European Empire was supposed to practice religious tolerance and allow all faiths so long as they weren't actively harmful. A stance that had suffered under her decrees to ban the gods' churches, but you could argue about the harmful part. Regardless, there wasn't much she could do even if she wanted to. And frankly, trying to police them wouldn't be worth it. Regina put aside the report for a moment and pulled out another sheet of paper. She tugged on her mandibles, then filled out the pre-printed form in quick strokes. She signed at the end, laying it aside. The Imperial Internal Intelligence Agency was not as developed as she'd like, because they had focused a lot on external threats, for obvious reasons, but they should have enough capacity to keep an eye on these new faiths. She closed her eyes and focused on the psychic link. Even this late, it was still humming with subdued activity. Many drones were asleep, but not all of them. Regina quickly scanned to the link, then paused when she came to a familiar mind. Mia was still up. Looking more closely, she seemed to have been in the workshop and was only now coming back to the main area of the central base. Tentatively, Regina reached out to her. "Hey, Mia. You should get more sleep." "Pot, meat kettle," she replied. She slowed down, though, and Regina could sense faint concern. "Couldn't sleep?" "No," she admitted. "What have you been working on?" "Perfecting the last steps to make the new containers," Mia answered. "I know it's probably not going to be ready in time, but I worry about Tim and his fighters. Better storage for explosives so they don't go up if the shed they're in is hit with something would be useful." Regina nodded slowly. Tim was still fighting the Essamen at the eastern border of the Empire. Right now, it wasn't as much of a meat grinder as it had been, since there was a bit of a lull in the fighting. The Essamen seemed to have finally exhausted their capacities, somewhat. It wouldn't last long. She knew he wanted to start pushing them back. "I'm sure it will be useful, but don't hyper-focus on it," she said. "They will manage with or without the upgrades, and you need to make sure you're in good form for the rest of the war, too." "Yes, Mother. I will. But what about you?" "Janice is fine, I think that would help you sleep." "So what's up?" "I'm worrying about her a little, but also about the situation," Regina answered after a moment. "The way these new faiths are spreading, well, it's good for us, but I'm not sure I like it." She sensed Mia pause. Then she continued, entering one of the communal sleeping areas. "I don't really see the problem." She smiled. "Are you sure you're not just upset because they're venerating the progenitors and you personally?" "I think I would have reason to be upset about that." "Well, I think you might be worrying too much," Mia said, curling around Audie, but not closing her eyes yet. "The way I see it, this is not too different from what's already happening anyway. You're a powerful figure, but distant to most people, even if your actions can have massive impacts on their lives. What really distinguishes you from Alien Eyes or Diurianon in that way? If a town wants to ask for extra help or a tax cut or whatever, well, if they build a new shrine and just so happen to mention it in their letter, it probably just makes sense to them." "Gee, thanks for that comparison," Regina said sarcastically. She ran a hand through her hair. I'm not sure that makes me feel better, even if it is a good insight, so thanks for that. At least it explained a few things about a letter or two she had received. People have always wanted to understand and control the uncontrollable world around them a little, Mia said, entirely serious and still wide awake. Even in your own past. I'm not saying that ethics or judgment in the afterlife aren't important, but for most people, they will try to propitiate the gods to ensure a good harvest or stave off disaster. Whether that god is Thor or Benarin. And like I said, from that perspective a shrine to the spirit of the imperial sovereign makes as much sense as anything. True, Regina answered contemplatively. I guess that's fair. It still feels like that's not how it should work. Or, it feels like appropriating a position, like claiming a title that doesn't really fit, or something. Mia smirked a little, inwardly. Why, because that's something entirely new to you, Empress of the Romans? Regina grinned. Touché. But that is different. I mean really, I'm just following tradition. Tradition? Mia turned over. She was still smiling faintly. Of course. Got to claim I'm really the Roman emperor or that my nation is the new Rome, you know. That's practically a requirement for a powerful European monarch. Oh, of course, we can't flaunt tradition. Though I'm not sure that's the sort of traditional stuff that's most useful to adopt, or to tell people about. Maybe a few other legends and stuff, Mia mused, give people a connection to the past? Like, what's his face, King Arthur's mythos in your mother's homeland, didn't you say that was kind of foundational for their culture? There must be something you can stand for? Well, I don't believe Friedrich Barbarossa is sleeping under a mountain to rise in our hour of need, Regina said drily. That's his loss, Mia joked back. But I'm sure you can think of something, even if it's obviously just stories. Regina sighed. She suspected Mia was just trying to distract her, but it wasn't really a bad suggestion. I'll see what I can do. And it would be hypocritical if I don't let you sleep, so let's stop here. Sleep well, Mia. You too, my queen. Regina stood up slowly, stretching her wings and then folding them. She should see if she had some storybooks among the texts they'd rescued or replicated with Galatia's help, tomorrow. She really did need to sleep. At least she didn't lie awake too long this time. She dreamed of rushing water and a knight slaying a dragon. Chapter 418, Informants. We can't advance too far. We still need to be in position to support Prince Tim's army, the commander of the artillery, Colonel Derataken, said. Thus far, we have best supported them by taking pressure off them and pushing the Esseman, the commander of the 1st Brigade, Len, retorted. June wasn't surprised that he was advocating for a more aggressive approach. He tended to be that way, especially recently. She also wasn't surprised by the rest of the officers' more cautious stances. Most of them were still relatively new. Not that she had much room to talk, of course. June was still just as new in this position, not that she was officially an officer. But their army had seen some successes, so they weren't exactly lacking. Success hadn't translated into any feeling of overconfidence yet, though, which she supposed was a good thing. June glanced at the general, who would have the final word. He was still sitting silently, rubbing his chin. Honestly, his beard could use a trim. Of course they all had better things to do. It was hard to see what he thought, though. Owen had the habit of letting everyone else air their thoughts first. It was nice, even if it could prolong debates sometimes, and she wondered how much he changed his opinion in the meantime. Well, she might as well state her own opinion. It's not an either-or question, June said. We shouldn't completely stop moving, at least, not all elements of the army should. On the other hand, recklessly pressing ahead without properly securing our rear and flanks would be stupid as well. The Esseman might have a few opportunities to voice their dissatisfaction if we tried, too. She smiled as that earned a few polite chuckles. The question isn't whether we press ahead or stick around, it's where we want to go. What are our short and medium-term goals? At least that question, even if it basically just reframed the debate, led to a few new, good contributions. June listened to their opinions, not saying much personally. Honestly, she still felt a little out of her depth when it came to the details of army management, although she had been getting better. Or so she thought, anyway. Their current strategic situation was pretty good, although she suspected they were starting to suffer from success. They had made rather literal inroads with Esseman, which also put them firmly beyond the range of the psychic link by now. They still received reinforcements from the Empire, of course. Keeping the supply lines open was one of the highest priorities. They had taken some Esseman towns and a few small cities. There had been a few battles. Enough for each side to get a feeling for their opponents, but nothing really decisive yet. She wasn't surprised that their enemies avoided open battle where feasible. Although their magic, their religious orders and their champions were more than a headache to deal with. The Empire had superior numbers, especially in the long term, but they struggled to match the number of high-quality fighters like that, those with really high levels and other special abilities, particularly champions. Of course, they had some ways of evening the odds, like better artillery, but it turned out, destructive potential aside, a person was more tactically flexible than a cannon. And they couldn't bomb a site that was protected by layers upon layers of magical shielding, at least not right away. It wouldn't have been as much of a problem if it was just them. The Empire had a much higher population than the Kingdom of Esseman, and so, statistically, they should have more high-level fighters, too. But that math didn't show the full story, and the Empire as a whole wasn't simply fighting the Esseman. They were also fighting the Western Confederation, essentially on their own, and it had at least as many people as the Empire did. It meant that the First Eastern Army could count on reinforcements of swarm drones. They were practically a renewable resource, even if she felt bad thinking like that, but they couldn't expect to get reinforced with real elites. It would still be nice if we had a few more psychics or high-level elites, she muttered. The reward for good work is more work, Owen muttered, smiling slightly at her. And if you win with the troops you have, the brass are unlikely to send you more. I suppose, June murmured back. We press on cautiously, then? He nodded, taking over a pen and making a few markings on the map spread on the table in front of them. We will need to ensure that the roads are kept clear and discourage sabotage by the Esseman. To that end, securing these towns is a priority. The northern one will also give us access to the river. It might not be navigable right now, but according to our intelligence, that may change if the water level rises, at least for smaller vessels, and autumn storms are a strong possibility. We must also ensure that our rear is protected, so I would send an additional wing or two of winged drones to this location. June leaned back and watched as they hammered out a more concrete deployment plan for the immediate future, occasionally interjecting to give her opinion. Most people here had gotten used to working with a princess, and hopefully started to appreciate her contributions on their own merits, but she still mostly kept quiet. Instead, she focused on their minds, and then reached out further. She hadn't been lying, she really did wish they had more psychics. So far, it was mostly just her against what the Esseman had to throw at them, and she had a feeling that that might be an unfavorable matchup for her as it stood. Clearly Sazator and Clausen must also be training people, right? And there was Helen still to consider. Together, they had even managed to beat Madras. Fred was supposed to arrive soon along with a few more reinforcements, and she couldn't wait for that, but she also didn't think he would be that much help. The meeting broke up soon, but Owen stayed behind, turning to her. You are still concerned, aren't you? Yes, June admitted. Is it about our numbers? Or the intelligence situation? Mostly the latter, she said. And the psychic aspect of it. Owen frowned. Have you found any further causes for concern? Nothing further, she assured him. And I'm handling it. I'm just a little anxious in general. Owen nodded. Well, I can't help much with that, unfortunately. Just know that we're all here and ready to support you if you need it. Our information seems to be rather good in general, doesn't it? It's certainly not perfect, but we could do much worse, June agreed. At the start of this, she wouldn't have guessed that she'd fall into something like an intelligence officer's role, but it did make sense. She was a psychic after all, keeping an eye on everyone's attitude would have been her job anyway. The connection to counterintelligence was obvious. Apparently, Owen felt that he had sufficiently reassured her. He got up, nodding at her again. Well, I'll be off. Keep me posted. I will, June muttered. She watched him leave, focusing on his mental presence for a moment to get a deeper sense of his current state of mind. Then she turned, glanced over the room one last time, and left as well. They were once again occupying an enemy town. The logistical advantages made it a no-brainer. At least this one actually had river access, which had been quite a relief to their logistics specialists. The locals were, in a word, belligerent. Having their bleak mood and latent aggression hanging over her all the time while she was here did not make the stay pleasant, even if June was used to it by now. At least they were overshadowed by the Imperial soldiers and all the swarm drones. June took the opportunity for a quick walk around the premises. The bulk of their army was too far away to be seen, spread among a few other camps and captured villages, but the largest core was concentrated here. People she passed saluted or bowed, but didn't stop in their work. She skimmed their minds briefly, not really expecting to find anything. She hardly had the resources to scan everyone deeply, so she liked to at least keep the general atmosphere in mind and watch for obvious oddities whenever she had the chance. Right now, it didn't provide her any new information except for what she was pretty sure were just members of the illegal gambling ring she'd already discovered. If you could count betting on semi-official winged drone flights, only sort of races, really, as gambling. If they were getting bolder, she might have to mention it to their superiors, though. Soldiers were always going to find their little amusements, as their father had once told Kiera while June had been close enough to listen. Trying to regulate that outlet too tightly, assuming it was even possible to control it, would just destroy their morale, he'd also said. She supposed he had mostly won a war, so maybe he did know what he was talking about. And now June was thinking of her father again. She had managed not to do that for, actually, weeks now. She shook her head, trying to force her thoughts in a different direction, wondering where he was right now wasn't productive. But it had at least reminded her of a few lessons she'd picked up, and they were likely the sort of thing the leaders of the Esseman military had also learned. She had already sent out a few agents of Dane's spy network, not that he called it that, to pose as sutlers. But maybe she should take another look at what the soldiers would want. And this tactic probably wouldn't be surprising to the Esseman, it was basically a classic. The fact that the Empire avoided reliance on civilians for provisions was one of the greatest benefits of their logistics. However, maybe she should look at it the other way and take refuge in audacity? Smugglers or merchants with more dubious provenance were also natural. She could insert an agent like that. On the surface, they might draw more attention or suspicion, but they might also have more access, depending on the details, and a ready-made excuse to look shady. The sun was setting now, and June still had business to attend to. She had lingered enough. June sighed, ran a hand through her hair, then turned to head back to the headquarters in the center of town. One relatively small house a bit farther away housed her own rooms, but she didn't head directly there. Instead, she took a detour to the regimental headquarters a short distance down the street. A minute later, she was knocking on Len's office. The door opened quickly and she strode inside, glancing around. Hive Queen liked to work in communal office spaces, in her experience, so Len wasn't the only one here. There were a few others she didn't know very well, but that was fine. June, he greeted her, standing up. Can I help you? Yes, she answered. You know how, when we spoke before, I said I might need help and you said you would bring what I needed? He straightened up, looking more cautious now. Of course. There are few Star Guard here, and most of them are currently with the Vanguard, acting as our elite forces, she said matter-of-factly. I need a few fighters I can trust. Probably off and on for a while. People who won't mind getting their hands a little dirty, too. Len nodded, smiling. Well, Hive Queen sound perfect for that. I assume you need them right now? Can I join? Better if you don't, June said. Just gather a group and send them right now. Tell them to be discreet and to wait outside, I'll give them a signal. Or when they hear things going to shit, I guess. Got it. We'll be ready. Good. If you can send word to other drones in the military police to be ready, discreetly. Then that would be good, too. And I have a few men I've vetted as well. They'll identify themselves by wearing a blue cloak pin and speaking the code phrase, "The heat is getting to everyone, I tell you." Len smiled again. Oh, spooky. Okay, got it. Is there a reason you're only telling me now, though? You know how it is, Len. She winked, turning to head out again. You didn't need to know until now. He chuckled, and she left. June steadied her mind, making sure she was ready, and then walked calmly into the building, projecting the same ease she always did. Hello, Gren, she greeted the first man she passed. Is Stan here? Would you send him to me, please? And run and get Tilly, but tell her to wait in the parlor until I call her. Of course, Princess, he answered, bowing quickly. It turned out Stan was already waiting for her. He was a young man, not yet 30, who had been assigned to her by the palace, with a wiry build and characteristic ink stains visible when he did any secretarial work, at which he was competent. She smiled at him briefly before opening the door to her office and inviting him in, settling behind her desk. He didn't need to know that she'd hidden a dagger inside the upper drawer just before leaving. Her servant closed the door, choosing to keep standing. Evening, Stan, she greeted. Have you got the information I asked for? He smiled slightly, inclining his head and stepping forward to hand it to her. Here it is, milady. She took the folder, skimming through it. Excellent. Would you mind showing me what your impressions were of the people you interviewed? It seems important in this context. If you are all right with it, of course. He hesitated briefly, nothing out of the ordinary, few people liked the prospect. She gazed at him expectantly. Finally, he nodded. Of course, Princess. Thank you. June mentally reached out to his mind, making sure to keep very careful control. He had, seemingly, only rudimentary shields, the kind everyone working closely with an imperial royal would have been taught to have. Then she passed them, looking into this mind, and into the scenes that had played out a few hours ago as he talked to various lower-ranking officers. It was dicey. But he was comfortable here, they'd had meetings like this before, and as far as he knew, she trusted him. Enough to task him with sensitive jobs. But June had asked for a report on their counterintelligence capacities and sent him to work with people she knew were very vocal imperial patriots. There was just the slightest hint of disdain or disgruntlement in his impression of their conversations, tinting them just so, noticeable because she was looking. Stan was good, but she was better. June was also already inside his mind, so she could just reach out and close her mental hand. It was a fight. Stan was briefly startled, but then his reflexes kicked in and he tried to kick her out. June had been prepared to simply leave it at this, call it an impromptu exercise and no more, but his reaction left her no doubt her suspicions had been correct. June knocked over the bell on her desk, sending it ringing loudly for a moment. Then she sat back and almost tumbled off her chair as he lunged for her. Alarm gave her more strength and she managed to freeze Stan in place before he had taken more than 2 steps. From outside in the corridor came a shout, the clashing of blades, and the thud of some furniture getting overturned. June didn't dare pay attention to it, instead focusing on keeping Stan under control even as he tried desperately to dislodge her mental hold. This had already been close enough, if she hadn't needed him to let his guard down, knowing he might sense other people present. Finally, the door was shoved open and 2 drone warriors burst in. They took the scene in quickly before one of them started snapping handcuffs on Stan while the other took a guard position between them. June exhaled heavily, loosening her mental hold. Get a healer and knock him out, if you would. One of them saluted and then drove a vicious punch into Stan's sternum before holding his airway closed briefly, or so she assumed. June frowned but accepted it. She'd thought they'd knock him out with healing magic, but this was fine. She could sense that he was only falling unconscious. Do you need anything else, my princess? The other drone asked. June smiled sharply, picking up the other knife in the left drawer that Stan had known about. Carry him down to the basement. And get someone to bodyguard me. I suppose this was, she trailed off, reaching out with her mind. As expected, they'd won this little fight handily through weight of numbers, and Tilly would be joining Stan in the interrogation room. June was honestly disappointed. She'd really thought she was being paranoid on this count, but she supposed Stan might have used psychic influence if he could. June paused before she followed the drones down to the cellar, turning to speak to the leader. "We still have to clean house, now, and I suppose we might as well start before we get everything out of him." "Of course, Princess," the drone, Artemis, replied. "I hear you have plans?" "Some targets that need to be apprehended," she said. "Speed is more important. I don't mind if you break a few things in the process. Even, bones." This wasn't just a razzia, which she'd had to hold off on while Stan was still active. It would also be good to show other people that she would root out and punish treason. Not that she was doing this solely to make a point, she did have genuine reason to go after these targets even if she'd felt she had to hold back while Stan was around to not give away all her cards. The hive-kind woman raised an eyebrow before she saluted. "Then we'll move fast and break things. I'll tell the soldiers to be careful not to damage any evidence or documents." "Good. You'll coordinate with the Star Guard and I'll be directing things psychically." June tapped the knife against her leg absent-mindedly. It was still sheathed, but she felt better with it. She was about to have a long night. The traitors she hunted would have an even longer one. Chapter 419, Doing Well. The wind howled outside and the rain drummed on the window, creating a steady background noise that drowned out everyone's heartbeats and breathing. The dark sky occasionally sent lightning flashing past the window, providing mood lighting for the room. It would have been a nice sort of scene to do some proper scheming and plotting in. Regina supposed what she and the few people gathered here in the parlor were doing might technically qualify, but probably not. She stared down at the report she held, then tossed it aside, raised a hand to ruffle her hair. She'd worn it in an updo today and that always left her feeling itchy, and leaned back in her comfy armchair. Then she looked at the person opposite. "Kiara, when did your sister become a spymaster?" "Regina, when did your apprentice become a spymaster?" Kiara shot back pointedly. Max chuckled softly. For once, he was lounging carelessly, sprawling across a sofa. Though he was big enough that his feet were peeking over the edge and his blade arms dragged on the ground. "I think the real question is, when and how did June become an effective spymaster?" They paused for a moment, before Regina and Kiara shrugged almost at the same time. "I did train her as a psychic, and she's smart," Regina said. "So you would agree that she is effective?" Kiara asked. She smiled slightly, and Regina could sense a bit of pride from her. As terrible as it is that June was spied on by this infiltrator, at least she caught him, and she seems to be doing very well at weeding out any other problems in the army. Max nodded. "She's a bit more ruthless than I'd given her credit for," he said, sounding like he meant it positively. "There's probably more to find, but this is a comprehensive story." Regina grimaced at the thought. She'd already worked past her initial anger at hearing about that spy. At least it was pretty clear he'd been a spy and not meant as an assassin, not that that made things much better. Stan had been hired relatively recently, but he'd come with good qualifications and references and quickly gained people's trust. He'd passed an initial mental check by Edmund, too. Something to consider, she would need to reassess their protocols. Then he had volunteered to accompany June and, since he wasn't essential in the palace, had been accepted and acted as a gopher and secretary for her since. Regina hoped he'd left because he'd known he'd be found out sooner or later if he stayed any longer, and not because Stan was confident in his disguise but had other goals. Going by the interrogation transcripts, he'd been born in Esseman to a Cernlian mother and thus spoke a local dialect well enough to pass. He had only had very minor magical potential, and latent psychic potential, but it was enough for Sazator and Helen. They'd given Stan crash courses in psychic hiding and information gathering, and had him power leveled until he could choose a new class. Most of his actual psychic skill seemed to have come from picking class skills from there. Regina was quite annoyed about that and that she'd missed it, but in fairness, it would have been hard to know that there were two versions of a class called Record Keeper, one of them psychic. She was fairly sure she'd seen others with that class name before, with more typical scribal and secretarial stuff, even if it wasn't as generic as it sounded. And being level 25 at his age wasn't too surprising, either. At least it seemed like Stan hadn't been much of a danger on the offensive front. His teachers and ability choices had clearly focused on infiltrating and blending in, not on trying to read or subvert others. That made some sense, Regina supposed. Hiding was the most important thing for a mole like that, since using their psychic ability for spying wouldn't be much use if they were found out immediately. And trained psychics like June would have a much easier time finding someone if they did try to use their power openly. Besides, his position had already made him an effective spy. I wonder how many other spies like that there are, Regina muttered, sighing. I'll have to dedicate more time to running scans here in the palace. We should also intensify our more mundane efforts, Kiera said. They will cover much more ground than you, even if you include all of your psychics. True. Max, can you get to work on some proposals for updated security measures? Please coordinate with Dane, and whoever else is needed. We can roll out new protocols across the Empire once we've done some analysis and have confirmation that they work. Of course, my queen, Max responded. Personally, I think this case is likely to be an outlier. We should absolutely be more on guard, but few other potential moles are likely to have had this much success. And I assume the number of them our enemies could possibly recruit is limited? Considering how much trouble we've had finding psychic recruits, I'd say so, Regina snorted. And they won't want to throw them all away, so I doubt they could potentially have more than, I don't know, a dozen or so? They all paused for a moment, considering. Having even 10 somewhat trained psychic infiltrators to contend with was not a wonderful prospect. Actually, that may be good for us, Kiera said. She raised her eyebrows pointedly at seeing their expressions. Come on, think about it. I wish I was a psychic, but we know how rare the talent seems to be. Maybe you can bring some other mages up to a mediocre standard, but not true psychic potential, right? But we don't send them out half-trained on their own on dangerous missions. We've founded a real group, we raise and train up all the psychics that we find. In the long term, we'll be much better off for it, won't we? Regina leaned back. Good point, Kiera. Kiera smiled. I aim to please, my empress. They shared a nice moment of understanding, but of course Max had to ruin it. That's assuming we survive long enough to make it to the long term, of course. Regina sighed, shooting him a look that said you just had to ruin the mood? He shrugged and projected innocence. Details, Kiera joked, still smiling slightly. Regina could tell she was trying, and she appreciated it. She'd invited Kiera partly because she was trying to repair their relationship. It was obvious she had neglected it too much. So far, it seemed to be going well, although there was still a bit of distance between them, which had been growing recently, although in hindsight, that had been the case for a while, and it had started so slowly she'd barely noticed. Regina had always known her own political goals weren't 100% identical with Kiera's, and she had an idea of the political pressures the other woman was under, but she trusted her friend. Of course, that didn't mean she shouldn't do well by her on a personal level and generally try to be a good friend. So, June is doing well, Regina began. I think most of the people she's arresting aren't likely to be Esseman stooges, but she's still cleaning up the Eastern Army. That can only help their effectiveness, at least after they're finished, Kiera nodded. Right. There's another reason I wanted to talk to you, though. I wanted to make sure we were on the same wavelength regarding Janice. Kiera sat up straighter. She took the wineglass she'd previously discarded on a side table, clutching it a little tighter than before. Go on. Are we finally bringing her back? That's what I wanted to discuss, Regina said. I've talked to Janice, using messages, but while she said she wanted to leave the southern base, she also said that she wasn't going to insist on anything in particular. So. But she's well, right? Kiera interrupted. You said she's been recovering well. Regina took a deep breath. That's what the healers say, but it doesn't mean Janice is fully recovered. Apparently, there are lingering symptoms, even if they're improving. She's still occasionally short of breath, there's some fatigue, possibly issues with regulating her temperature. And it's worse when it comes to her magic. She has some issues with mana control, and judging by what they've seen, her effective mana pool seems to have shrunk. So overall, Janice needs some time and therapy, and it might be quite a while before she's up to the level she used to be. Kiera nodded slowly. And you're concerned about bringing her here to the city, I assume, she asked quietly. A little, Regina admitted. It's going to be harder to assure her security, and I'm afraid that it will also increase the pressure she's under. Everyone will know, and everyone will be watching her, gossiping about any improvements or setbacks. You know, things like that. And it will also hurt people's morale to see their crown princess visibly hurt, I suppose, Kiera commented drily. Regina shot her a sharp look. Believe it or not, that's not my first concern here. But yes, she conceded, it might have an effect, too. So, we want to move Janice somewhere we can assure her security while not leaving any openings, Max said briskly. Having our enemies uncertain about her location is the first step. To that end, maybe we can circulate rumors that she's coming back to New Amberg. There might be some estates we can consider instead. Hang on a moment, Kiera said. She started tapping her fingers on her thigh again. We also want her to have what you would call emotional support. Personally, I want to be there for Janice. I'm not going to let her molder away in some god's-forsaken castle in the middle of nowhere without company. Somewhere we can arrange visits, then, Max countered calmly. It can't be too isolated anyway, we need good response time. And sending a company of Star Guard into the Bunas would draw attention. Regina sighed. I could just send her to the Hive base in the center of our original territory. It's not too far from Forest's Haunt, and not even that far from New Amberg. It's hardly close either, Kiera said, visibly not too happy about the prospect. It might be easy for you to visit, Regina, but it's not as easy for me. You're not going to literally move the center of your people's communication network around if you leave the city, Kiera, Regina countered. Max flopped over, hand covering his face briefly. Really? Please don't get started on that. We can just move Janice there first, if she agrees. And once she's settled down a bit and once she is up to it, she can move closer to the city. Maybe even go on a small tour or something as an excuse. And I will be visiting her. I need to check on this area's defenses anyway. Mia and Tia probably will as well. We could even bring her aunt if we're discreet. Let's not be too hasty with that, Kiera said quickly. Ask her first. She sighed. Otherwise, you're right, Max. I apologize if I was too confrontational, Regina. Nothing to apologize for, Regina assured her quickly. They were silent for a moment, and she listened to the sound of thunder rolling in from the west. The people still working on construction here in the city were probably cursing. Yeah, we should probably wait for the weather to clear up a bit first, she reflected. On the other hand, it's a good time to move some troops around in the Empire's center. Regina reached out to the psychic link, sensing the distribution of the Hive's minds within her range. They had shifted recently, in new deployments that were necessary because of the course of the war. But many drones were still working elsewhere, in their bases and the Empire's cities. They couldn't neglect their other projects just because of the war. At least the economic disruption had so far been manageable. No Imperial fields had been burned, at least. People were still working on their trades. New schools opened, though their progress had slowed down. New hospitals were built, and the Delvers had pulled their weight in helping her government set up new institutions. Well, Kiera spoke up again, by the way, are you going to send June the reinforcements she asked for? Regina pulled at her mandibles. We've shaken loose some additional funding and I plan to send a few more people, she said. I'd prefer to keep the psychic students here for now, though. Of the less senior ones, none of them really seems ready to go to war. I'd rather give them that final polish. Kiera nodded. That makes sense. Though I suppose it's not easy to balance the budget anyway? Finances are tighter than I'd like, Regina admitted. We have a lot of balls in the air, and I can't just inject gold without risking making everything much worse. Understandable, Kiera muttered. She shook her head. Anyway. Enough matters of state. I was planning on a quiet dinner tomorrow, would you like to join? I could also invite my mother, and maybe a few friends, and you could invite a few of your drones or your students. Regina smiled. Sounds good. I'll be there. Max? I'll probably be traveling then, but you have fun. Kiera stood up, stretching, and Regina did the same. It is getting late, she noted. Yes. I still wanted to get some reading in, so I'll call it a night, if you don't mind. Of course, same here. Regina bade her goodbyes to Kiera, then paused and turned again to look at Max, who looked like he was considering going out into the storm. Well, that went well, he said. Regina shrugged, mentally poking him a bit. Don't stay out too late, and keep the water outside where it belongs. Sure I will, Mother, he laughed. Regina shook her head and left to head back to her personal rooms. To no one's surprise, Max accompanied her to the door, trading nods with the star guard assigned to her detail for the evening on the way. She paused to say goodnight, then retreated, going to the bathroom before heading to the bedroom. What she hadn't told anyone so far was that she still felt an uncomfortable tightness in her core occasionally. There was a reason she liked to take hot baths. I really need to make more time for the nursery, Regina reflected. She should space the times she did out more regularly, and maybe schedule fixed times every day. But she also suspected that any irregularity of when she added to the hive was only part of the problem. Even if she got more regular and didn't switch around batch sizes so much, it might not make it entirely better. Maybe it was a consequence of keeping the new growth of her inner hive so low for some time, before the war. Or it could even be the opposite, and her body was finally showing signs of accumulated strain from creating so many drones over the last few years, since she'd hatched, even when she'd clearly still been growing or developing, not that she wasn't still young. Well, there was no hive-kind doctor around, except for her. It wasn't really a problem yet, and she would just do her best. Regina stood under the shower, letting the hot water rain down on her. She reached out with her mind, seeking the embrace of the psychic link to distract her. There was a new evolved swarm drone she should greet. And the bustle, connection, and quiet conversation of her drones was always reassuring. Chapter 420, Win and Losses. Tim looked out across the field and saw destruction. A few weeks ago, it had been a fertile meadow, most of it half-heartedly planed with some kind of crop that fit a fallow cycle. A week ago, it had been the site of a lot of activity as people dug earthworks. Right now, it was a ruined mess. There were actual craters. Of course, it had seen a lot of bombardment. There were probably still some bodies buried under the rubble and dirt, or pieces of bodies. He wasn't inclined to go digging and look. Tim was still happy to see this site, because it meant he had succeeded in his immediate objective. This used to be an Esseman defensive line and now it wasn't, because they'd pushed them back. Of course, it also used to be an Imperial defensive line before that, but details. Right now, they had not simply broken through another line to see the Esseman hunker down behind another one a few kilometers farther away. They had actually managed to make them retreat. It had been costly, of course. Their losses had been high. But his army managed to break through their lines in several places and keep up the momentum, defeating the Esseman and encircling some of their forces, pushing them enough that they'd finally decamped. A glorious victory, right? Jay commented. He was still looking at the field like something had gone bad, though. What are our losses? Do you have the final numbers? Tim asked. Jay looked up, frowning. He was probably looking through the psychic link again. 10,000 casualties, Jay finally said. Mostly war drones and winged drones. But we also lost almost 1,000 Imperial soldiers. Tim winced slightly. Yes, that figures. It wasn't that high a number, on its own. But all of those were real casualties. It wasn't like their troops had fled or anything. And it was one engagement, if admittedly a longer one. And these numbers might well increase by quite a lot, too. Tim shook his head, focusing on the psychic link again. The headquarters section was busy around him, but they didn't need his input right now. Instead, he focused on coordinating the rest of his army. Their advance had to be well planned out. He didn't think the Essaman would try luring them into a trap, but he still wanted to be ready for the next battle. And to defend against the Essaman trying to raid his army to slow them down and disorder them. Which meant he had to be careful with their artillery. Tim had not received as many of those as reinforcements as he'd wanted. The Empire's factories had reached their limits, and there just hadn't been enough time. Much less compared to the time they'd had to build up in the anticipation of the war, at least. Considering this battle alone had cost him 10 cannons, though, that was cold comfort. At least some of them could possibly be salvaged, or at least their metal reused. Losing trained crews was maybe even a harder blow. But when an artillery piece blew up, there was little you could do for them. The Essaman had gotten good at targeting. "I'm going to get some sleep," he said. "Have them wake me up when we're ready to move out." He knew there were still important tasks to be done, but Tim had also learned to pace himself. He had gotten little sleep over the past few days, and the battle had dragged on for quite a while. Plus he would still be busy the coming day. He wouldn't be any use if he was completely sleep-deprived, though. "Sure. I should do the same," Jay agreed. Since they had already more or less packed up, and advanced some distance from his last quarters, Tim retreated to a carriage to have a nap. Apparently, it was also easier to defend. Ash had spread out 2 mattresses on the floor of the vehicle, and Zoe had just come in, too. They curled up together, and Tim reached out to the psychic link for a moment before going to sleep. It looked like nothing had been set on fire that shouldn't be since he last checked, at least. Once he finally awoke, he could tell 7 hours or so had passed. It was still dark, but the sky was just starting to brighten with pre-dawn light. And Janice had returned to the Empire. As Tim stood up and stretched, looking around for some water and breakfast, he reached out to her. "It's good to see you back, Janice," he greeted, transmitting his relief. "You could have woken me to say hi. I think you needed the sleep, Tim." "Congratulations on your latest victory." Janice sounded tired as well, he noticed. Not in the sense that she hadn't gotten enough sleep today, it seemed more like a lingering kind of tiredness. Like when someone had been ill, he supposed, not that Tim could personally relate to that. She was in the old base now, and from what he could sense, she'd settled in okay. Focusing and switching to a few other drones in the area, he could tell that security had been increased, and Tia was also there, though she was currently in a workshop. Oh, and Mia was traveling back in that direction. And apparently they had brought Janice's old uncle here too, probably as part of the guards. "Thanks," he answered. "I can't talk long, I just wanted to say I'm glad you're alright." "You are alright, I hope? You can tell me if you're having trouble." "I'm fine," Janice replied, sounding a bit tired of getting that question. "Just having a bit of issues with my magic, but it'll pass. I'll relearn things if I have to. Don't worry about me." "If you say so," he replied. "I'm always here if you need to talk." Well, at least as long as he was still within range. For now, Tim had to end the conversation since he did have work to do. It only took him a few minutes to get ready, before he met with his most important commanders for a quick assessment. As he could sense over the psychic link, they were ready, and this section of the army could march on. Others were already advancing according to plan. Tim chose a flying drone mount and went up into the air for an hour or so to supervise and check that everything was alright, and to get a better idea of the terrain ahead of him. Then he would have to stay in the carriage to read or write some reports. It was a little hard to do that on winged drone back high in the sky. The landscape east of their current position was mostly flat. There were wide plains that transitioned into forests, and these forests grew and generally connected to each other until they led into the depths of the subarctic boreal forests that ultimately stretched to Siberia. At least, that had been the case, if the geography still remained the same. Here, while the region was not quite as settled as the Cernlian heartland, there were still more than enough people to mostly replace forests with rolling fields of wheat and other grain for as far as he could see. Small villages dotted the plains, regularly joined by bigger towns. There was no large city to speak of, at least not until you went much farther east from here, once you passed Precan. His army was in the process of doing that. The Essamen had clearly decided to abandon the city, knowing that they couldn't hold it. Or maybe they'd simply realized the Empire would need quite a few of its soldiers to hold it. Regardless, Tim had decided to avoid that bait as much as he could. The main part of his army would be moving past Preken instead of getting stuck in the city. Of course, he had still ordered a few battalions to take it. He couldn't just leave the city at their backs, and half-ruined or not, he needed to deny the potential logistical base to the Essemen. Now, he watched the city through the eyes of several drones, taking note of the state of the fortifications and its other buildings. While the Essemen had held it for a while, they clearly hadn't invested too much effort into rebuilding it. Most likely, they hadn't been able to. Unsurprisingly, the walls and the fortress were the most repaired, but it was still clearly a rush job. The castle was not as secure as it had once been, and they'd clearly used a lot of earth magic, but it had kind of been mostly leveled. That they still had a castle at all now was impressive on its own. There were still some people in the city. They watched the Imperial troops march into Preken with dead eyes, in silence hovering somewhere between sullen and grimly satisfied. Some of these people must have been Imperial supporters, in the short time he'd had power here, and some the opposite. In the grime and the desolation, it was hard to distinguish them. At least most people seemed to have a roof over their heads, and Tim already knew they had enough supplies to feed them for a while, though they would need shipments from the Empire after that. The Essemen had obviously cleaned out local granaries. Tim sighed, checked in quickly with the local officers in command, and then moved on. The Essemen army itself was still in retreat, but in an orderly fashion. He pored over a few maps and reports, trying to guess their destination. Would they retreat until the border of their kingdom, or would they stop before that? There were a few towns that would serve as staging areas, at least. And they could probably occupy Ekland, which directly bordered Essemen. Their ruler had tried to remain as neutral as possible and maintain ties to both sides, but the situation didn't really allow for that, and he'd leaned toward the Empire. That would be reason enough for the Essemen, especially if they just needed an excuse to take the capital to hole up in. Not that that kind of thing would really be a good idea anymore. The last few months of war had shown that, if nothing else. Tim focused on his reports, trying to coordinate the advance of his army without losing sight of anything important. Several hours passed like this, as they made steady progress. His forward elements, usually on flying drones or fast-tamed beasts, but occasionally just fighters with the right classes, had already established a screen pretty far out. He could at least be confident that nothing would surprise him. Well, except for potential strike teams small enough to slip through that net. There was a reason they had assigned bodyguard details to all high-ranking commanders. But given their reconnaissance efforts, it shouldn't have surprised him when Ash contacted him. "Tim, there's a situation I think you need to see." "All right." Tim paused, following Ash's focus in the psychic link. "What is it?" Ash was showing him something from one of their advance units, Tim realized. They had probably reported to Ash and he'd decided to pass it up the chain. Once Tim focused on the drones in place, it was easy to understand why. They were, at this point, very close to the edge of Regina's range, so connecting to them at all and sending any information took more time than it should have. On the other hand, the small group of dark elves in armor was pretty easy to spot. Tim nudged the senior Hive drone present, one of only 2 sapient drones, who cleared his throat. "Could you please repeat what you've told us again?" The dark elf man exchanged looks, clearly getting annoyed. But the leader, or at least the one in front, only nodded calmly. "Of course. We are men of the Eternal Dark and we carry a message to the Empire's leadership from the free men of Elisiciavel. We bring news, gifts, and an offer of friendship." "That name doesn't ring a bell, does it?" Ash asked. "I don't think so," Tim replied, not bothering to hide that he was feeling a bit concerned. Since the Essemen army had been effectively pinning his soldiers at the eastern border of the Empire and had sat between them and the Eternal Dark, they'd effectively cut off their access to it. They'd received very little news as a result. Regina had informed him of the visions the seer had shared with her, though, and Tim had made a few tentative plans based on them. It looked like her fears were valid. "Thank you, Zal," the drone on the spot, replied at Tim's prompting, inclining his head and gesturing with his hand. "We welcome you. Our leaders are eager for your news and messages." We will escort you to meet our prince. Unfortunately, we have received little word from the Eternal Dark recently due to the Esselman's interference. Pray tell, is it true that the Spectre of War has also found your home? A little too poetic, but the Dark Elves didn't seem to mind. Their leader responded, that does not surprise me, and yes, it is true. Civil war has broken out in the Eternal Dark. The reactionaries in power sabotaged our army, pocketed our wealth and refused compromise. The free men have risen against them. Together with more liberal leaders, the Free Brotherhood has formed the Governance and Reform Council. The traditionalists refuse to acknowledge it. Both sides have raised armies and we have started marching. I see, Zal said. Thank you for telling us. Please excuse me for a moment, I will organize transportation. My comrades will take care of you. The Dark Elves nodded and turned to one of the other soldiers who stepped up. Before Zal could leave, another of the Dark Elves stepped up to him. One moment, please, he said. Please tell your leaders, I also carry messages for them from Madras Yulavan. I must hand it over directly to your prince. Zal was surprised, but he smiled. Of course, that's welcome news. I'm sure Prince Tim will see you. Tim agreed, then mentally withdrew a little to consider the situation. Madras sending messages was probably a good sign, he tentatively concluded. Regardless, Regina and the others needed to know, so he reached out over the psychic link to inform them. Personally, he also liked the chance to see some Dark Elf soldiers at work. The news they carried was probably a bit out of date, given the limitations in communication at play here, but it was still good to get it.